She is an unexpected presence. The deity presiding over death had never anticipated that her soul could radiate such brilliance. She possesses a singular gentleness that is unparalleled in this world, a unique glimmer among the vast river of souls. Chapter 1. Anna Albus Grindelwald. A foreboding tower stands atop a snow-capped peak in the Alps, a place where few dare to tread. A number of crows circle overhead, their disconcerting cries echoing perpetually. A few crystalline snowflakes drift through the confines of Nurmengard, heralding the arrival of winter's chill. She awakens in this world, embarking on a brand new life. Let her be named Anna, Anna Albus Grindelwald. The voice is deep and melodious, akin to an elegant serenade softly resonating in her ears. Such a casual naming. Yet, why do the middle name and surname sound so familiar? Straining to open her eyes from the cradle, she glimpses a middle-aged man with golden hair standing beside her. His mismatched eyes gaze at her intently, revealing a blend of tenderness and relief, as if he were peering through her to see another. Despite the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the slightly tousled strands of gold, he retains an undeniable charm, exuding an aura of elegance and allure. Is this man her father in this life? Oh dear little one, Merry Christmas. Upon seeing Anna's eyes flutter open, Grindelwald composes himself, gently rocking the cradle with utmost care. Infants often struggle to focus their attention, and as Anna processes her surroundings, it dawns on her that this middle-aged man is likely the very Dark Lord depicted in the highly acclaimed book of her former life. A bemused smile tugs at her lips. The new world spoken of by the deity of death is, in fact, the one within the pages of that very book. In the original story, the Dark Lord remained unmarried throughout his life, and it is evident from her middle name that his heart has always belonged to that headmaster. How then does she come to be in this world, and who is her mother? After some reflection, Anna ultimately comprehends her existence in this life. She has no biological mother. She is a creation of Gellert Grindelwald. Her body is an alchemical construct, yet her soul originates from another realm. She distinctly recalls that before her previous life came to a painful end, a being who claimed to be the deity of death sat beside her, facilitating a transaction that could be deemed a forced contract. This is the very reason she has descended into this world without facing the world's consciousness's rejection. Though the magical realm is fraught with peril, it is equally fascinating. Moreover, she possesses knowledge of the plot, which affords her a certain advantage. She simply lacks awareness of the current year. The Grindelwald she now resides with appears rather youthful, yet he is indeed imprisoned in Nurmengard. However, in a world of magic, potions or spells that preserve one's youthful visage surely exist. Furthermore, the deity of death has cautioned her that this is a tangible world, where the trajectory of fate, while largely akin to the original narrative, bears distinctions. For instance, her very existence should not have come to pass in this world. This implies that the events of the original story can only serve as a certain reference point. Upon her birth, Grindelwald re-established contact with his former subordinates, acquiring numerous books and supplies, including a young house elf. To ensure Anna could learn about the outside world from within Nurmengard, he specifically subscribed to the Daily Prophet and other newspapers. Observing her father's lingering gaze on a particular headmaster in the newspaper, Anna couldn't help but smile knowingly, refraining from further inquiry. By glancing at the newspaper's date, she realizes she was born on Christmas Eve in 1960. If she were to attend the legendary Hogwarts, she would align perfectly with the generation of her predecessors. It is hard to argue that this isn't a twist of fate. Perhaps it is the deity of death's design. Contemplating this possibility, Anna chuckles softly. What deviations her existence as a mere butterfly might provoke in the world ahead, the infant in her remains blissfully unaware. However, living alongside the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, is undoubtedly a novel experience. Since her soul was summoned from another world and her body is merely an amalgamation of alchemical elements, her very existence in this realm is already a considerable feat. At the age of 2, upon her first encounter with magic, her soul began to destabilize, often plunging her into states of unconsciousness. It was not until her 5th birthday that her condition gradually improved. Yet the aftereffects lingered. Her once golden hair slowly transformed into a silvery hue akin to moonlight. Aside from this alteration, she appeared, at least on the surface, to be no different from any other child. After years of companionship, Anna found it effortless to refer to Grindelwald as her father. Perhaps when she encounters Dumbledore, she might even call him daddy with calmness. Following breakfast, 6-year-old Anna sat on the sofa, clutching the latest Daily Prophet. It was the period of Voldemort's rise to power, and many parts of the wizarding world were afflicted by terror attacks, including the Muggle world. The words printed on the newspaper reeked of smoke and fear. Recalling the plot of her previous life and the numerous speculations from online communities, she understood that during this time, Voldemort had already split his soul into several Horcruxes. These included a diary, a resurrection stone ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Salazar Slytherin's locket, and Hufflepuff's cup. This indicated that his current soul state was exceedingly unstable, leading to an increasingly radical disposition, fueled by an insatiable desire for immortality. However, one who discards their true name and deliberately fragments their own soul will ultimately incur the disdain of death. This, in turn, signifies the world's rejection. The outcome had been determined from the very beginning. As she pondered, Grindelwald set down a freshly delivered letter. Dear Anna, would you like to go out and play? Perhaps in London? Since her arrival in this world, her activities had been confined to Nurmengard and its immediate vicinity, surrounded by numerous powerful confounding spells and muggler-repelling charms. Aside from her father and the house elf Coco, the only living being she occasionally encountered were her father's subordinates. Though she was uncertain why her father suddenly permitted her to venture outside, it was undeniably a positive development. As she held the hand of her father's loyal subordinate and materialized onto the solid ground of England, she experienced an almost surreal sensation. It felt as though she had officially crossed from the realm of the text into the world within the pages. Both enchanting and grounding, she felt an undeniable sense of belonging. She, Anna Albus Grindelwald, truly exists in this world. She belongs here. No longer a mere observer adrift outside reality. Chapter 2. The new helmsman. Ever since Anna's birth, Grindelwald had begun to summon his former subordinates, a fact she was well aware of. After all, Grindelwald possessed no prior experience in childcare. He needed to reach out to individuals from the outside world to procure resources essential for Anna's upbringing. She also recognized that Grindelwald's ambitions had gradually waned over the past 2 decades. Following his defeat at the hands of Dumbledore, he had engaged in introspection, slowly coming to the realization that his earlier endeavors to expose the wizarding world, overthrow the statute of secrecy, and commit acts of violence against muggles and wizards alike were excessively radical. The reassembly of the saints was primarily motivated by her needs to thrive within the wizarding community and avoid being ensnared by the prevailing chaos. It was imperative to possess a formidable backing. This was for Anna's future considerations. Whether she aspired to lead an ordinary life or to achieve greatness, Grindelwald would steadfastly support her from behind. This sense of security, enveloped within protective wings, was an experience she had never encountered in her past life. Truth be told, the sensation of distant apparition was rather uncomfortable. However, for Anna, it was inconsequential. Naturally gifted with a profound affinity for magic, she adapted quickly to all forms of sorcery, including their accompanying aftereffects. As she composed herself, she discovered that she and her father's subordinate, Barknagel, had arrived at the entrance of a classical manor. A towering iron gate obstructed their path, and Anna could sense that it was laden with disillusionment charms and various defensive and repelling spells. English manors are typically characterized by their unique charm, often steeped in history spanning decades or even centuries, akin to a somber classical oil painting. Yet the estate before Anna was distinctly youthful, with every detail proclaiming its freshness to visitors. Miss, this is Grindelwald Manor, a gift we present to you, Barknagel said, taking her small hand. He tapped his wand lightly against the iron gate, which swung open as if welcoming its master's arrival. Dispensing with the outdated symmetrical style, the expansive lawn offered an unobstructed view of the scenery within. A gentle breeze wafted delicate flower petals, and as Anna turned her gaze, she noticed a magnificent cherry blossom tree planted on the eastern side of the estate. This was brought back by Dina Clare during her travels to the east. You should have met her at Nurmengard, he added. Anna's memory was exceptional. She indeed recalled their brief conversation. At the time, Dina had mentioned her plan to travel to Japan with her family, merely commenting on the beauty of the cherry blossoms, never anticipating she would return with a tree of such stature. A cherry blossom tree of such grand height and vitality was rare even in Japan. It must have witnessed centuries of time. The Japanese believe that the longer something endures, the more likely it is to transform into a spirit. Perhaps Dina had uprooted a cherry blossom from a Japanese shrine? Moreover, Anna observed that the manor exuded a lively atmosphere, leaning towards a youthful aesthetic. The expansive fountain pool was adorned with numerous water lilies, while the western side featured a wisteria-covered walkway that led to a grand glass greenhouse. Butterflies flitted gracefully around the estate, and one daringly approached Anna, prompting her to extend her hand. The butterfly alighted delicately on the tip of her finger, its icy blue wings shimmering with flecks of silver, utterly enchanting. When Dina and the others emerged from the manor, they were greeted by this enchanting scene. The silver-haired girl bore a faint smile, her gentle gaze fixed upon the butterfly resting between her fingers. She resembled a fairy who had inadvertently fallen into the mortal realm, her blue eyes reminiscent of the clearest lake waters. A mere blink stirred the surface, creating ripples akin to a gentle breeze over a lake. She appeared to be the favored being of the divine. Even the clouds seemed to part for her, as a golden beam of sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating her in a singular radiance. Merlin, Dina couldn't help but exclaim softly, her voice breaking the fairy tale-like ambience. Thus the butterfly took flight. and the sun retreated behind the clouds. Anna slightly turned her head and noticed the presence of the saints. Years later, when she recounted this moment to Dina, she laughed heartily, convinced they had embellished it with multiple layers of filters. The Grim Reaper, who had quietly orchestrated the special effects from behind the scenes, could only smile. Seated in the understatedly opulent hall, Anna was led to the head of the table, gazing at the 2 rows of saints occupying the long table, feeling a peculiar sense of déjà vu. If the lighting were dimmed, this scene could easily resemble a Death Eater meeting. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, while the assembly of saints below continued to admire their young mistress's extraordinary demeanor, entirely unaware that Anna was internally comparing them to the madcap Death Eaters. Well, at least her own kind appeared more agreeable. Satisfied with her thoughts, she shifted her gaze towards Barknagel. Responding to his mistress's signal, Barknagel tapped his wand against the table, summoning a dossier before each person. One by one, they reported their respective duties and matters to her. This was a record of key events since the saints had resumed their activities in the wizarding world over the past few years. Now that Grindelwald intended to cultivate Anna, this gathering marked the commencement of a power transition. Barknagel could only be regarded as a second-generation saint. The truly fervent followers of Grindelwald were his father. However, as the elder Nagel aged, he gradually began to delegate many responsibilities to his son. This second-generation saint had wholly inherited his father's loyalty, and now stood as a pivotal figure among the saints. Indeed, the individuals assembled were predominantly second-generation saints, a carefully curated foundation that Grindelwald had arranged for Anna. Even in captivity, her father's persuasive skills remained unparalleled. Unlike Voldemort, who bound his followers through fear and intimidation, Grindelwald captivated hearts through genuine incentives, guiding the saints onto the grand vessel bound for a brighter future. Ultimately, the helmsman of this vessel would be her. Anna listened intently to their reports, unable to deny that her father had meticulously considered every aspect, laying a remarkably solid foundation for her. He had established a network of connections through economic channels and foundational political maneuvers, creating various saints associations in significant countries worldwide, including the vast Red Nation that had yet to collapse. This ensured that whatever Anna ultimately wished to pursue, she could accomplish with greater ease. As the final report concluded, all eyes turned in unison towards the head of the table. She understood they were awaiting her response. Would she choose the path of the ordinary or the extraordinary? The saints were eager for her declaration. The world awaited her decision. Chapter 3. The Saints Assembly. First, I wish to express my gratitude for your gathering here. I am genuinely pleased that you have not underestimated me due to my youth. Though my father's influence may play a part in this, I am nonetheless delighted to be regarded as your equal. Anna's youthful voice resonated through the quiet assembly hall, calm and gentle, devoid of tremors or unease. Barknagel mentioned that this manner is a gift from you. It is worth noting that during my birthday or Christmas, my father finds it awkward even to utter a word of blessing to me. A light laugh escaped Anna's lips, catching the saints off guard as she jested about the minister, easing the previously tense atmosphere, and igniting smiles across many faces. Especially that cherry blossom tree, I truly adore it. Thank you, Dina. Barknagel sat to her right, while Dina Claire occupied the left side. As long as the young lady is pleased, all the elements within this manor have been prepared collectively by us. In truth, almost everything in the garden has been arranged by her. The daughter of Lady de Clare is of the same age, hence this lady tends to dote on the youthful yet remarkably mature Anna. This is, to date, the most precious gift I have received in my life, and I am truly grateful to you all. I understand that everyone has gathered here today for the future development of the saints. It is an honor to have earned my father's trust and the support of all present, for the greater good, and to ensure that our wizards no longer cower beneath the international secrecy law, a goal once pursued by my father and the esteemed elders, which regrettably ended in failure. After a brief alleviation of the atmosphere, Anna deftly redirected the conversation, stirring the thoughts of all in attendance. My father once confided in me that his methods had been excessively radical, and the notion of wizards ruling over muggles was far too arrogant. Over these past decades, the progress made by muggles has been evident to all. Countless innovative technological marvels have emerged, capable of replacing magic, while the magical world remains stagnant. I recall that the magical community last produced a new magical artifact several years ago. I believe you have all noticed this phenomenon as well. The original saints experienced both world wars. They did not harbor the same disdain for muggles as the pureblood Death Eaters under Voldemort, and many chose to marry and bear children with muggles. In recent years, their activities have been quite frequent, not only within the magical realm, but also in the muggle world. Those who have encountered failure invariably learn from their mistakes, especially those who are the cream of the crop in the magical community. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is stagnation and obstinacy. In my view, wizards and muggles are not fundamentally different. We possess magic, while they wield technology. However, should the current circumstances continue unabated, I firmly believe that within 50 years, the technology they possess will advance to an unimaginable level for all of you present. Anna's demeanor was exceedingly grave, prompting murmurs among the audience. She understood that this assembly still subconsciously harbored the belief that wizards were inherently superior to muggles, even if they did not openly acknowledge it. Anna allowed them time to discuss and contemplate, perusing the materials in her hands. Is Mrs. Rowland Anderson in charge of the American Saints Union? Upon hearing Anna utter her name, Mrs. Rowland Anderson, seated centrally, ceased her conversation with those beside her and rose. A remarkably elegant lady, she was impeccably dressed, her countenance solemn, exuding an aura of authority without anger. According to the documentation, she holds a significant position within the American Magical Congress's judicial body, and her presence at this meeting is under the guise of travel. Good day, and thank you for your presence today. Anna smiled, nodded, and gestured for her to take a seat. Mrs. Anderson, what I am about to share is not mere conjecture. Upon returning to America, you may send someone to investigate at Cape Kennedy. The first manned lunar landing mission is already in the preparatory stages, a miraculous feat achieved solely by Muggle scientists, without any wizarding involvement. I can assure you that within 5 years, we shall all witness the historic moment when humanity steps into the cosmos for the first time. This is an accomplishment that the masters of magic have yet to achieve. At that juncture, we can all witness it together, serving as a collective activity for us saints. The first lunar landing occurred in 1969, and now it is 1966, having been granted a second chance at life. Anna felt elated to witness an event that would be etched into the annals of history. As these words left her lips, not only was Rowland Anderson taken aback, but even Barkener Nagel, who had interacted most frequently with Anna, was astonished. He was certain that Anna had been exposed to very little information regarding Muggles in recent years. So how did she come to know of such a confidential event? How could she be so certain of its success? Had she inherited the prophetic abilities of the esteemed Grindelwald? However, what surprised them most was the lunar landing itself. What connection does this hold for our progress? Another saint raised a question from the audience, and Anna calmly continued her response. In my vision, if we could establish a foundation of magic, and infuse it with Muggle technological elements, I believe that the confluence of these two forces would yield results far exceeding mere addition. Ultimately we, those who acknowledge and embrace our cause, shall find ourselves at the forefront of all humanity across the globe. This is the future I envision, the future of wizards. As the saints absorbed Anna's proposition, Rowland Anderson interjected with a tremor in her voice, revealing her unsettled heart. However, Miss Grindelwald, you assert that wizards and muggles are not fundamentally dissimilar. Yet the reality is that we can never achieve peaceful coexistence with muggles. Humanity instinctively rejects the other, and this is an immutable truth. At this moment, she had overlooked Anna's youth, subtly elevating her to the same stature as Grindelwald. I have never viewed wizards and muggles as distinct entities. We are all beings of the same species, called humanity. We coexist on this earth, witnessing and participating, often in the shadows, in countless historical developments. Even though they once regarded us with fear due to our magic, leading to the tragic slaughter of wizards, I have always believed this to be a tragedy born of ignorance. In the past, muggles were unaware of our existence. They lacked knowledge and wisdom, compounded by the deceit of those in power, who shirked responsibility in the face of calamity. To balance the interests of wizards and muggles, the international secrecy law was enacted 3 centuries ago. However, the humanity of today is different. They pursue knowledge and yearn for wisdom and power, which has catalyzed rapid technological advancement. Among your loved ones, partners and friends, there exists the presence of muggles, which precisely illustrates that those who truly understand us do not distance themselves from us simply because we are wizards. If you have studied human history, you will find that whether wizards or muggles, we have continually sought integration. I have always believed that the ultimate destiny of wizards and muggles is harmonious coexistence, not the eruption of war, until one faction perishes from this world. The girl's ideals are remarkably naive and pure, yet none of the saints present would regard her with disdain for this. To possess such lofty ambitions at her age, and to embark on a path entirely divergent from her father's, one that embraces peace, stirred a sense of yearning within them, igniting their imaginations of such a splendid future. No one wishes to live furtively, akin to rats in the sewers. Nor does anyone desire their loved ones and future generations to endure the ravages of war once more. We broadly endorse your vision. Yet how shall we proceed? Following yet another round of discussion, Bark and Nagel exchanged and summarized the opinions of the saints, posing a question to the esteemed Anna. Clearly, this new leader's thoughts were far too avant-garde, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. First and foremost, it is essential to generate revenue, which has been our primary focus in recent years. Mastering the economic intricacies of both the wizarding and muggle worlds equates to wielding a certain degree of influence. Anna was the first to propose this notion, and the saints nodded in agreement. Secondly, integrating into the governance of both the magical and muggle realms does not necessitate occupying lofty positions. It merely requires subtly propagating our ideals. I am confident that apart from a few obstinate pureblood wizards, no other wizards would oppose such a beautiful future. As for the muggle authorities, I believe that the alchemical products, potions, and various wondrous means from the magical realm will undoubtedly captivate their hearts. In light of this, we must also prepare ourselves for an equal dialogue in advance. For instance, the construction of a utopia exclusively for wizards, akin to the various nations around the globe, has been on my mind. I have often pondered, why can't we possess a realm that is distinctly our own? Anna's remarks once again astonished the saints. If such sentiments were to spiral into radicalism, it would be tantamount to declaring the establishment of a nation. Observing the shock on the faces of her audience, Anna felt a twinge of uncertainty. I am not asserting that we must establish a nation. This is merely a contingency in my vision. For now, we simply need to unite wizards more cohesively in one place. Do you not perceive that the activities of wizards are far too scattered and confined? In England, we have but Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, along with Hogwarts School and the Ministry of Magic. Yet we lack any dedicated spaces for our leisure and entertainment, let alone the wizarding domains of other countries. Should we succeed in creating a sanctuary for wizards, our array of magical products would become akin to unique local specialties, disseminated across the world. In such a scenario, magic would permeate their lives, allowing them to relish its conveniences at every turn, thus fostering the best means of cohabitation. Those who partake in this journey will undoubtedly be the most illustrious figures in the annals of the magical world. After articulating a portion of her reflections accumulated over the years, Anna felt a palpable lightness in her spirit. After all, everything she had expressed today was intrinsically linked to the contract she had forged with death. Of course, I do not expect you to instantly embrace my viewpoints. Many challenges lie ahead that we must overcome, and I encourage you to contemplate them further. My suggestion is for each of you to visit the Muggle universities or research institutes you are familiar with, or to discreetly observe the clandestine experiments conducted by Muggle scientists worldwide. Trust me, these experiences will surely provide you with an array of novel insights. Even if some remain unconvinced thereafter, I will not impose my will. Ultimately, in this world, there exist 1,000 thoughts for 1,000 individuals. Just do not forget that we have convened here for the pursuit of a greater good. The future stretches long before us, and I eagerly anticipate the visions we shall create together. Standing up, Anna grasped the documents before her, offering a slight bow to everyone at the long table before departing the conference hall under Dana's guidance. All present had signed a sole contract, ensuring that the discussions held today would remain confidential, which was one of the reasons Anna felt secure in sharing her ideals. Indeed, there are undeniable instances where magic surpasses technology. I had never imagined that a mere 6-year-old girl could harbor such profound concepts. Left behind, Barknagel was tasked with managing the post-meeting affairs. Given the rarity of their gathering, many chose to linger in the estate for a few days to engage in face-to-face discussions regarding their respective matters. A grand and groundbreaking vision for wizards. A magnificent future that few could resist. Roland Anderson approached Bark, her demeanor softening, her excitement barely contained. Bark noticed that this sentiment was shared by all present, himself included. Indeed, choosing a leader with such unwavering convictions is a stroke of fortune for anyone pursuing their own interests. While some may have reservations regarding Anna's statements, they recognized that this young leader sincerely contemplated their future in the wizarding world, and there is nothing more uplifting than that. Perhaps we might heed the young lady's suggestion and explore those Muggle universities. And what of the Kennedy Corner in America? I recall that Cambridge University is regarded as one of the finest in the Muggle world. What do you think? Would it be better to cite the wizarding utopia by the ocean or amidst the plains? Regardless of the ensuing discussions among the saints, Anna, guided by Dana, arrived at her chamber. Once her companion departed, she swiftly retrieved the two-way mirror from her pocket. You heard everything. She settled onto the sofa, a hint of fatigue evident on her face. The meeting had lasted a full 3 hours, encompassing various contemplations and debates that far exceeded what a child could bear. Grindelwald's visage appeared in the mirror, adorned with an approving smile. A commendable idea, and exceptional rhetoric. From the moment the meeting commenced, the mirror had remained activated, capturing every word Anna had spoken. Hearing her father's affirmation brought a sense of calm to her previously restless heart. Would they support me? This path is fraught with challenges. In the face of a greater good, they would not flinch from the trials ahead. No one is content with mediocrity. Chapter 5. The Butterfly Mark. Anyone can paint a grand vision, but transforming that delectable dream into reality is what Anna must now contemplate. Fortunately, her father has always believed that her maturity and proficiency in alchemy are intertwined with his own lineage, and Anna's adeptness at concealing her true self has prevented him from uncovering any flaws. Perhaps he sensed something amiss, yet chose not to confront it. With the meeting concluded, the assembled saints gradually returned to their respective nations, and Grindelwald Manor fell back into tranquility. During this period, Anna returned to Nurmengard to gather her belongings and spent a few days with her father, absorbing his teachings before finally stepping out from the confines of Nurmengard's prison, designating the manor as her long-term residence. Although she yearned to extricate her father from that frigid confinement, he resolutely declined. Not yet, he stated. Perhaps he still wrestled with his past, evading the memories of that fateful summer and the duel. Anna did not press the matter, merely hoping for consistent communication with Grindelwald. Her days at Grindelwald Manor were fulfilling. She not only engaged in private lessons covering etiquette, social interaction, economics, politics, and the application of magic, but also managed the influx of documents arriving from around the world. Even after experiencing death, she remained ensnared in the whirlwind of busyness and concern. If she were to encounter the Reaper with whom she had forged a pact, she would certainly strive to negotiate for her own interests. Fortunately, the house elves in the manor were quite skilled, and their culinary offerings provided a degree of comfort amid her hectic life. Shortly after that meeting, every saint present sent her messages via owl, expressing their endorsement of her new vision, and their willingness to pledge their loyalty. Regardless of how heartfelt and persuasive their letters may be, Anna could not fully trust them. Initial plans are often the most vulnerable to failure, requiring her utmost vigilance. Voldemort branded his Death Eaters with the dark mark on their arms as a method of pledging loyalty, but it was far too conspicuous and unsightly for Anna's liking. The original Deathly Hallows symbol was also unsuitable, as Europe still remembered her father's dark past. She had no desire to provoke the fragile nerves of wizards during such tumultuous times. After several days of contemplation, she developed a rudimentary idea, and thus consulted the two-way mirror to discuss the new insignia with her father, who remained in Nurmengard. Merging the principles of an unbreakable vow, the blood oath, the communication method of the two-way mirror, along with powerful concealment and obfuscation spells, this new mark would serve solely for secrecy and communication, devoid of any threatening implications. Should one wish to withdraw, the mark would automatically dissipate, and other members would be made aware of it. After a period of research, the father-daughter duo, primarily driven by Anna's insights, with Grindelwald providing technical expertise, successfully devised a form of contract mark. What symbol would you prefer to use as the mark? Grindelwald gazed at his daughter, whose face radiated joy from the other side of the two-way mirror, and softly inquired, "Well then, let us choose the butterfly. A tiny creature that will eventually stir a tempest across the world." Meanwhile, Anna, who was unwinding in the garden, fortuitously spotted a butterfly flitting past her and responded gently. Once all arrangements were finalized, Grindelwald personally inscribed the butterfly mark upon the palms of Barknagel and Declare, who would then venture forth to mark the saints across the globe. 2 years later, as England officially embraced the summer, London was beset by incessant thunderstorms. Although the temperature was not particularly high, an oppressive humidity hung in the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Regardless of the tempest outside, Grindelwald Manor remained a bastion of tranquility. "Miss, this is a letter from your father," a young man with chestnut hair announced as he entered the room, handing Anna a somewhat thick envelope just after she had finished her breakfast. "North, perhaps you could wait until I retire to the study before presenting it to me," Anna suggested as she left the dining hall, casually accepting the letter. "My apologies, I was too eager," he replied. North Nagel, the eldest son of Barknagel, had graduated from Hogwarts and taken up a position at the Ministry of Magic in England, but after less than 2 years, he was summoned by his father to serve as Anna's personal assistant. Upon hearing Anna's aspiration to create a sanctuary for wizards, North expressed his enthusiastic approval, longing for a peaceful world, especially amid the growing menace of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He was also the first non-saint to be marked by the butterfly as an ordinary wizard. Seated at her desk, Anna used a specially enchanted knife to slice through the wax seal and pulled out the letter, reading it intently. Bark had been traversing the globe, investigating potential sites for the establishment of the wizarding sanctuary. Sometimes I believe your father, along with Declare, is overexerting themselves. There are too few we can truly trust. Anna lamented, setting the letter down, though her smile betrayed her good spirits. From your expression, it seems your father bears good tidings. Indeed, he has discovered an uncharted archipelago, untouched by anyone else. The environment is splendid, its location remote, and it is sufficiently vast. He is currently gathering personnel to enchant the island, to shield it from Muggle discovery. The newly discovered archipelago lies in the Atlantic, and according to Bark's description, it can accommodate 10 million inhabitants. Given that the wizarding community in England consists of merely a few thousand, this island could easily house wizards from around the world. Yet Anna recalled no nation in her previous life ever discovering such an island. Moreover, no mariner or fleet had ever stumbled upon it, which struck her as peculiar. Suppressing these questions for the moment, Anna and North began discussing new matters. Bark mentioned that one of the islands harbored many peculiar potion ingredients. Yet none of their group possessed the expertise of a master potion maker. A few herbs were exceedingly rare and immensely valuable, but they were nearing their wilting phase. And no one knew how to harvest these precious materials. He was diligently seeking potion masters who recognized these herbs, but posed no threat to their interests. Though time was of the essence, Anna rubbed her temples, aware that there existed a genius potion master in the original narrative. Yet that individual was of her age, complicating matters. By the way, North, I recall that Prince Manor is not far from here. Their family is renowned for potion making. Perhaps they meet our criteria. However, the only heir has reportedly run away from home, hasn't she? If we could ascertain the timeline of Eileen's departure, perhaps she could be found in Spinner's End. Professor Snape is still quite young, yet his mother possesses remarkable potion skills. If we could facilitate her return to the magical realm, it might greatly enhance the professor's childhood. Chapter 6, A Shift in the Contract. What is the nature of the world beyond death? Since regaining consciousness, he found himself standing in a realm of darkness, devoid of light, sound, or the presence of any other beings. At least, there was a profound stillness. He chuckled bitterly, yet continued to move forward like a specter. The only action he could take at present. All past grievances ebbed away over the extended stretch of time. Even the most vivid memories gradually faded into obscurity. Thus, he pressed on, unaware of how long he had traversed in this eternal darkness, when suddenly a flash of brilliant color pierced through the gloom. A butterfly, shimmering with glimmers of light, danced gracefully through the blackness. Its hue was not the deep, passionate red of cherished memories, reminiscent of a blazing sun, but a soft, gentle silver, the luminescence of the moon in stark contrast to the searing sunlight. The butterfly fluttered before him, seemingly guiding him onward. Whether the path ahead led to paradise or perdition, he was utterly weary of this unchanging darkness. Quickening his pace, he followed that silver glow, and in a daze, he caught a whiff of a damp, nauseating odor of alcohol, reminiscent of his childhood, an overwhelmingly suffocating and loathsome scent. Realizing this, Severus Snape suddenly opened his eyes wide. "So this is where I am, miss," he heard a voice, youthful in tone, emanating from the doorway, followed by a polite knock. "Damn it, what is happening?" Snape emerged from the cramped closet, the pain in his body reminding him that this was no dream. Memories surged like a tidal wave, and he touched his neck, where the ghastly wound inflicted by Nagini was absent. He soon realized that he had physically shrunk. The familiar sights of the room, the bottles stacked in the corner, the dilapidated, dimly lit parlor, assaulted his senses. After a moment of disorientation, he finally regained his composure, accepting the reality of his return to childhood. He was unaware of the current year, but based on his height, he could only surmise that he was around 7 or 8 years old. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, sounding like a child's. Yet the essence of Professor Snape lay within him. He furrowed his brow, employing the mental occlusion technique to suppress his emotions, and cautiously approached the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, creak. The worn wooden door emitted a sound that grated on his nerves, and standing at the threshold was North Nagel, who withdrew his hand, poised to knock again. "Hello, may I inquire if Ms. Eileen Prince resides here?" The young man before him wore an unremarkable coat, blending seamlessly into the streets of London. Yet this was a slum, and individuals dressed like him were a rarity. Moreover, he had mentioned his mother's maiden name, and Snape was certain he hailed from the wizarding world. Realizing this, he activated his mental occlusion to its fullest extent. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" After searching several locations, North felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized he had found the right place, his face breaking into a gentle smile. I am North Nagel, this is my lady. As he introduced Anna, she stood behind North, draped in a black cloak, her wide hood obscuring half her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. At that moment, she was fixated intently on her slightly warm right palm, where an intricate and invisible contract mark was slowly rotating, an emblem left by death. Over the years it had shown no signs of movement, but just moments ago, at the instant North knocked on the door, it began to swirl in her palm. Is it due to her finally encountering the pivotal characters from the original text, altering the trajectory of fate, that this phenomenon has arisen? Or could it be attributed to some other unknowable cause? What exactly is this trying to remind her of? Miss Lady Anna? Norse's somewhat anxious call snapped her back from her reverie, and she blinked, tightening and retracting her right hand. Is the young lady feeling unwell? The air here is indeed rather stifling. May I escort you back to the manor? I shall handle the matters that follow. Seeing Anna finally regain her composure, Norse crouched down, attentively inquiring about her condition. Had Anna not intervened in time, he might have drawn his wand to conduct a thorough examination of her well-being in the next moment. I apologize, Norse. I was lost in thought just now. I assure you, I am in excellent health, so there is no need for concern. She pushed back her black hood, her silvery hair cascading like moonlight, revealing her exquisite features. Severus Snape, who had been waiting impatiently at the door, felt his pupils constrict. The color of her long hair was identical to that of the butterfly from his dreams. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sir. My name is Anna, and we hail from the wizarding world. We wish to pay a visit to Ms. Eileen Prince. Might it be convenient for us to enter? Her voice was soft, and she unconsciously radiated an aura of warmth, akin to the luminous moon in the night sky, providing a sense of reassurance to those traversing through darkness. Please, do come in. He heard his own dry voice, and it only dawned on him after the two had entered the house, a twinge of regret stirring within him. Was he just now bewitched? Could this girl possess the blood of Avila? Yet he was well aware that he could never be ensnared by Avila's charm. In his past life, he had certainly never encountered anyone like her. From where had these wizards emerged in the magical realm? The room was a small parlor, reminiscent of a dimly lit, shabby cell, furnished with a worn-out sofa, an old armchair and a rickety table, all cluttered with empty bottles that exuded an unpleasant odor. Do you mind if I cast a cleaning charm here? Upon seeing such disarray, Norse couldn't help but furrow his brow. He found it hard to believe that a descendant of the illustrious Prince family could reside in such a place. Suit yourself. I shall go fetch my mother. Snape understood that he currently lacked the strength to confront an adult wizard, and he detested those bottles, each one serving as a reminder of Tobias Snape, that scoundrel, still existing in this world. After casting several cleansing spells, the room was finally tidied up, when suddenly a crash echoed from upstairs, accompanied by the muffled sobs of a woman. Let's go check it out. The two waiting downstairs exchanged glances, and Anna ascended the stairs first, with Norse following closely behind. The upstairs room was equally cramped and oppressive, where a woman sat on the bed, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, emanating an aura of despair. Chapter 7. Taking Eileen away. Snape stood in the corner, avoiding various items hurled by his mother that lay at his feet, grateful he had managed to dodge them all without injury. She is currently refusing any form of contact. I fear that you have come in vain today. He glanced at the two who had hurried upstairs upon hearing the commotion, coldly stating this, before expressionlessly continuing to tidy the disarray at his feet. Ms. Eileen Prince? Norse gently called her name, but the mere mention of her surname seemed to provoke her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. No, I am not. I am not Eileen Prince. Iam Eileen Snape. I am not. Eileen shrank into the corner between the bed and the wall, murmuring and denying her identity. Miss. Her mental state is far too fragile for communication. Norse shook his head helplessly. Anna pondered for a few seconds, retrieving a small vial from her pocket and approaching Snape. The transparent crystal vial was exquisitely crafted, containing a pristine ice blue potion that shimmered enticingly, clearly of superb quality. My lady, this is specifically for you. Norse. I believe I have the right to handle this potion. Anna swiftly interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. This is a potion for healing. I believe it will bring her some relief. Would you be kind enough to administer it to her? As someone who had dedicated his life to the study of potions, Snape could undoubtedly discern what was contained within the vial. Such a quality soul-soothing draught would have been a challenge for even his peak self to brew. Yet this girl without hesitation offered it to him, claiming it as a healing potion. I do not know what you wish to extract from her, but we cannot afford such a price. He was certain that no such group had ever sought out Eileen in his past life. The sudden emergence of the unknown caused him to instinctively recoil. We have discovered several nearly extinct herbs. These specimens will wither within a week. I have researched, and only the Prince family possesses the knowledge of how to harvest and preserve these plants. This was our initial objective. Anna withdrew her outstretched hand, articulating her intentions. Her eyes fixed intently on the boy before her. Her vacant gaze stirred doubt within her, compounded by the recent unexpected shift in their pact. And a bold speculation surged forth from her heart. Yet, she still felt it was not the right time for probing. So she turned and took a few steps closer to the bed where Eileen lay. This morning, we visited Prince Manor, Mr. Reginald Prince. Eileen, your grandfather, his health is quite poor, and he is currently in St. Mungo's hospital. The healers there say he may not survive this winter. Upon hearing the familiar name, Eileen flinched, her trembling form gradually calming. Perhaps the mention of death had struck her. As Eileen's rationality slowly began to return, her focus reluctantly sharpening, seemingly eager to hear more about her grandfather. We met him at the hospital. Mr. Prince told me he regretted his overly harsh educational methods, and lamented having told you never to return. But what he regrets most is that he never expressed how much he loves you. Can you imagine? A nearly 100-year-old man, hair white as snow, lying in a hospital bed, calling out his granddaughter's name, unable to stem his tears. You are not without, but rather, you possess more than you can imagine. The girl's voice was sweet and melodious, each word clear and powerful, like a gentle stream flowing into the gaping wounds of Eileen's heart, gradually mending her fragile spirit. I promised that pitiful, emaciated old man lying in bed that I would bring you before him. Do you not wish to hear those words from his own lips? Anna extended her small hand towards Eileen, the atmosphere in the room softening, while Eileen hesitated, gazing at that delicate hand as if it were her sole glimmer of hope. After a few tense seconds, Snape observed his mother slowly extending her right hand. Just then, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, a man's voice cursing from below, shattering Eileen's beautiful dream, and causing her to quickly retract her hand. However, Anna's reflexes were quicker. She grasped Eileen's hand before it could withdraw, pulling her from the corner. Do not be afraid, there is nothing to fear. Anna embraced Eileen's form, the unique fragrance emanating from the girl instilling a sense of tranquility, and Eileen felt the softness and warmth of the small girl, infused with complete trust, causing her to cease her struggles. Nuth. Although I have previously expressed my desire for wizards and muggles to coexist harmoniously, this sentiment does not extend to the dregs of society. Anna gently patted Erin's back, continuing to console her, while subtly gesturing to Noth to address the disturbances below. Though her tone remained soft, the chilling undertone in her words was unmistakable. Please do not harm him. I beg you, do not harm him. He is my husband, Erin implored, clutching her arm desperately. It is merely a sleeping charm. As you know, such spells pose no threat to him. You simply need to rest. When you awaken, I will take you to St. Mungo's to see your grandfather, who is still awaiting your return. I assure you, upon waking, all your suffering will dissipate, and you shall rediscover happiness. The soul-soothing elixir from the crystal vial was ultimately administered, and the frail woman fell into a deep slumber. Noth, having resolved the matters downstairs, returned to the room. Since Mr. Prince's admission to the hospital, the Prince Manor had fallen into disrepair, rendering it unsuitable for her recovery. We plan to take your mother to my estate. Her current condition is too fragile, and she needs at least a night of proper rest to heal her physical wounds. Do you have anything to pack, Mr. Snape? After tidying her somewhat disheveled attire, Anna fastened her cloak and inquired of the taciturn figure beside her. You seek Erin, not me. He was unaccustomed to the other's overly familiar demeanor, and questioned whether Anna's earlier declarations held any truth, as the day's unforeseen events led him to ponder if this world was merely a dream. But I cannot bear the thought of leaving you here alone, unless you wish to be confined with the drunkard downstairs. Moreover, you are a member of the Prince family. I believe that when Mr. Prince sees his great-granddaughter tomorrow, it may significantly improve his condition. Rest assured, if we were truly malevolent, our demeanor would not be so gentle. You can sense our lack of ill intent. Having said what needed to be said, Snape found no further justification to refuse, merely pressing his lips together in silence. Noth gentlemanly cradled Erin in his arms, while the two foe children each tugged at his garments, and after a brief whirlwind, they successfully returned to Grindelwald Manor. Chapter 8. The Grumpy Old Man Coco? What are you doing here? Upon returning to the manor's entrance, Anna discovered the house elf waiting by the door. Its large, watery eyes brimmed with distress, and upon seeing Anna, it burst into tears. Oh, miss, Master has expelled Coco. Wah. Master said he no longer needs Coco. He sent Coco to you, miss. He no longer requires Coco. Listening to Coco's lamentations, Anna felt a sense of helplessness. When she moved out of New Camford, she had intentionally left the house elf that had cared for her since childhood behind, hoping her father would at least remember to eat regularly. The past 2 years had been fine. What had changed today? Had her recent busyness and absence caused this distress? All right, Coco, you may work here for now. I believe father has simply been feeling down lately. Do not cry, come inside. The Grindelwald Manor was enchanted with a Fidelius charm, accessible only to those who knew its whereabouts, which explained why Coco awaited at the entrance. Snape observed, as what was once a barren highland suddenly sprouted a magnificent estate. With no other options, he followed suit. After settling Aaron, it was soon time for dinner, and an additional place setting was prepared at the table, which had previously only accommodated 2. Noth, I will return shortly to check on father. I shall be back by tomorrow morning. Mr. Snape's guest room has been arranged adjacent to Lady Aaron's. Please contact me if any issues arise tonight. However, I believe that potion will ensure she sleeps until morning. So remember to have the house elf prepare something easily consumable for her. Oh, and write a letter to your father. If all goes as planned, we should be able to reach the island in a few days, alleviating his worries. The priority now is to attend to other necessary matters. Certainly, miss. I shall convey your regards to his lordship. Noth nodded, indicating he would manage everything. Mr. Snape, the garden scenery is quite lovely, and there are no restrictions within the estate. You may enjoy it at your leisure. Please do not decline my hospitality. I sincerely hope you have a delightful evening. With that, Anna departed the dining room for her study, where a newly established private cabinet for the Flu network could directly transport her to New Camford. The dining room was left with only Noth, Nagel, and Snape. Snape found the pair of them rather enigmatic. The mere possession of a manor rivaling that of the Malfoys suggested they possessed a lineage comparable to the 28 ancient pureblood families. However, having navigated the intrigues of Voldemort and Dumbledore in his past life, he was well versed in the complexities of the wizarding world, yet had never encountered a family or faction such as theirs. The gentleman beside him persistently referred to the 8-year-old girl as Miss, or in today's urgent circumstances as Lady Anna. Neither he nor the house elf ever uttered her surname, as if it were a forbidden topic. When he finally voiced his curiosity, Noth, having finished dinner, merely smiled, displaying no signs of fear. My father is loyal to Mrs. Father, and I am loyal to Mississippi. To distinguish between the two, all of us, myself included, refer to her as Miss. Her surname is rather unique and tends to draw attention. Therefore, those who do not genuinely wish to join us remain unaware of it. Our ultimate goal is, broadly speaking, world peace. Our current objective is to ensure the wizarding heritage does not perish. Oh, you are still a child. Perhaps you do not grasp the significance and implications of this endeavor. To put it plainly, we differ from certain organizations in the wizarding community that resort to violence or the power-hungry Ministry of Magic. We receive generous salaries each month. And if our performance is commendable, we even receive year-end bonuses, alongside at least 1 or 2 collective activities annually. So what do you say? Would you like to join us? It was evident that Noth was keenly promoting his organization, while Snape firmly declined. As you mentioned, I am still merely a child. He harbored deep skepticism regarding the so-called violent organizations Noth referred to, suspecting them to be Death Eaters. However, this also indicated that they bore no connection to Voldemort. In terms of objectives, they stood in stark contrast to the terrorizing reign of Voldemort. Oh, that does not change much. You must understand. We are in dire need of personnel. Currently, I am the only one attending to Miss, while the others are scattered across the globe managing various affairs. If we could provide Miss with a companion of her own age, someone to share common childhood topics, I believe it would lighten her burden. A melancholic expression crossed Noth's face. Miss Anna was far too mature, often causing others to forget she was merely an 8-year-old child. Over the years, whether in the presence of saints or him, she had never exhibited the innocence typical of her age. While some might view this as a virtue, there were those who feared she was too stifled, suppressing herself. Snape fell silent. The notion of world peace seemed overly naive, akin to a child's imaginative game. While there were surely facets he was unaware of, and their actions likely were not as foolish as they appeared, he still could not accept it. Rather than exploring the garden as Anna suggested, he retreated to his guest room, quietly reflecting on the events preceding his rebirth and contemplating how to navigate this transformed world. At least at this juncture, Lily remains distant from the specter of death. Having endured its grasp once already, she is resolute in her determination to prevent a tragic recurrence. Meanwhile, Severus Snape reclines upon the soft expanse of a grand bed, contemplating the intricacies of life. Upon Anna's return to Newmontgard, she finds herself answering Grindelwald's inquiries. A hint of exasperation gracing her countenance. It is only natural for a father to wish to assess his daughter's academic progress. Yet Anna harbors the conviction that this is merely her father's forceful attempt to mask his emotions, concealing the depth of Grindelwald's yearning for her. Ah, that cantankerous old man. Would it be so difficult for him to utter a simple, "Welcome home"? Indeed, it seems quite a challenge, as despite maintaining connections with his former subordinates, Grindelwald lacks the courage to pen even a single line to the esteemed figure at Hogwarts. As dawn breaks the following day, Snape, dressed in the new garments prepared for him in the guest room, descends the staircase only to find Anna languidly reclined on the living room sofa, murmuring to herself in a state of melancholy. That cantankerous old man. He claims he can take care of himself. Does he truly revel in solitude? He scrutinized my studies half the night, and before the sun had even risen, insisted I return. It infuriates me. I shall make it a point to. Chapter 9. Identity Exposed. Standing aside, Noth appears to ponder the merits of blocking his ears to shield himself from the lady's grievances regarding the esteemed gentleman. Yet, he realizes that such an act might provoke even greater ire, leaving him no choice but to endure in silence. Upon witnessing Snape's approach, he breathes a sigh of relief, promptly instructing the house elf to prepare breakfast, thereby interrupting Anna's litany of complaints. Awakening, Eileen finds herself in significantly improved spirits. The exquisite soul-soothing potion has worked wonders, allowing her to engage in coherent conversation, rather than remaining ensnared within her own thoughts. However, due to Tobias Snape's violent actions, she bears numerous external wounds, and Anna is adamant that she cannot allow Eileen to present herself in such a state before Reginald Prince. Being the sole girl in the manor, she cannot entrust the delicate task of tending to Eileen's injuries to the house elf, whose propensity for clumsiness leaves her deeply unsettled. The estrangement between Snape and his mother creates a chasm between them, necessitating that Anna take on the responsibility herself. The manor is stocked with premium healing potions and salves, and after Eileen slowly finishes her breakfast, her wounds show considerable improvement, her spirit lifting as well. Following a brief respite, the group ventures through the closet in the living room, making their way to St. Mungo's Hospital after lunch. The reunion of family is undoubtedly a moving spectacle. Noth diligently inquires about the health of the elder prince, while Anna remains in the hospital corridor, quietly observing the ebb and flow of patients in distress. In her previous life, Anna spent nearly a third of her time in hospitals due to congenital health issues. In that world, there were no miraculous potions to instantly mend wounds. The hospitals were perpetually filled with the heart-wrenching reality of life and death. As Snape emerges from the ward, he is struck by Anna's dazed expression, the faint sorrow in her eyes juxtaposed with the gentle smile gracing her lips, suggesting a certain comfort within the hospital's confines. However, upon noticing the commotion nearby, her emotions swiftly retreat, as if the moment had been merely an illusion. Inside, Eileen is enveloped in her grandfather's embrace, weeping openly, a scene that stirs long-buried feelings within Snape, who has not felt the warmth of familial affection in ages. In the midst of such emotional upheaval, he feels like an outsider, grappling with the myriad twists of his rebirth, now faced with the possibility of returning to the Prince family. Fortunately, his mother and great-grandfather, caught up in their emotional fervor, remain oblivious to the peculiarities of Snape, who outwardly still appears to be but an 8-year-old child. The two pseudo-children sit in silence upon the bench outside, an expanse of distance separating them, neither daring to break the stillness. In the bustling atmosphere of St. Mungo's, they resemble nothing more than indifferent strangers. Their relationship, however, is merely a shade deeper than that of mere acquaintances. Eventually, Anna perceives that the cries from within have subsided, and after a moment's hesitation, she rises and pushes the door open, her initial purpose never far from her mind. Upon entering, she finds Eileen dabbing her tear-streaked face, offering a warm smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "It seems you have reconciled," Anna observes. Approaching the bedside, she notices that the furrowed brow of the elder Reginald has eased significantly since their last encounter, suggesting that the alleviation of his emotional burdens will soon translate to physical recovery. "I apologize for the jest, Miss Anna," he rasps, as Eileen pours him a glass of water, helping to soothe his throat. "To have a beloved family member return to your side is the greatest joy one can experience. How could I possibly mock you?" Anna replies. "Now, shall we discuss the matters at hand with you? Or will it be Miss Eileen Prince who leads the conversation? I am but an old man, a mere shell lying in this bed. Let my granddaughter handle the family affairs." Reginald gestures dismissively, the implication clear. The Prince family will henceforth be governed by Eileen Prince. Eileen, having thawed the ice between herself and her grandfather, does not refuse. Previously, she had chosen to escape the oppressive environment of her family in pursuit of her own happiness. Although she had indeed felt warmth and joy from Tobias Snape in her earlier years, the harsh reality of their bankruptcy and their subsequent residence in the squalor of Spinner's End shattered the illusion of happiness she had clung to. Now, understanding that her grandfather had never abandoned her and had patiently awaited her return, Eileen feels compelled to embrace the responsibilities that lie ahead. Your agreement to collaborate is all that is required. It merely entails assisting in the gathering of rare herbs, which I believe is hardly a daunting task. Anna concurs, refraining from imposing further demands, earning the respect of Reginald Prince for her mature disposition. Miss Anna, ever since our encounter yesterday, I have found your face strikingly familiar. After much contemplation, I recalled a child I once met during my youthful sojourn at Durmstrang Institute, where I studied potion making. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to you, possessing unparalleled gifts at the tender age of 12. Alas, he was expelled due to involvement in forbidden dark magic experiments. Reginald's eyes glimmer with curiosity. Forgive my inquisitiveness. But is your surname, perhaps Gr. Mr. Prince? Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Anna interjects, her heart racing, though her demeanor remains composed. She harbors grave doubts about the clarity of his mind, given his prolonged confinement to the hospital bed, daring to invoke a surname that has lingered in shadows for decades, evoking trepidation in all who hear it. Miss, I have inquired about the situation with the doctor. Mr. Prince requires only conservative treatment to recover. Ah, what is amiss? Noth, having just returned from consulting with the physician, halts in the doorway, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Nothing of consequence. It appears the elder prince has discerned my father's identity. Noth, please summon young Mr. Snape from outside, and while you're at it, cast the warding and silencing charms. Anna's expression remains placid, yet Noth, as her assistant, cannot mask his sudden alarm. He tightly presses his lips together, calling for Snape to enter, then swiftly conjures a multitude of protective spells. Anna is confident that even should Dumbledore himself arrive unexpectedly, he would find it impossible to breach the sanctity of the room in the immediate future. Noth, you are far too anxious. There is no cause for alarm. Surely Mr. Prince would not allow anyone to incarcerate me in Azkaban just because I am his daughter, would he? She seemed to find amusement in her own words, her tone laced with ease as she nonchalantly settled onto the adjacent sofa. One must admit, St. Mungo's private wards are indeed quite luxurious. Chapter 10 The Old Fox. Observing Noth, who clutched her wand protectively, and the palpable tension that filled the room, Anna felt a sense of futility. It would be more reasonable to be apprehended in Newgatemont. Despite her efforts to alleviate the atmosphere, the results were evidently minimal. Even amidst the confusion, Aaron, who sat beside her, began to grasp the situation. This young girl, who had rescued her from the depths of Spider Alley and brought her back to the magical realm and her grandfather, was astonishingly closely related to someone who had stirred the winds of Europe decades earlier. Before Severus could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Aaron instinctively pulled him closer, positioning herself protectively before him, her face awash with trepidation. You are the daughter of Grindelwald. Upon hearing the elderly man on the bed sigh as if in a dream, Severus lifted his gaze to the girl on the sofa, and all his uncertainties were instantly resolved. Indeed, in this world, if there exists any force capable of disregarding Voldemort and his Death Eaters, even standing in subtle opposition to their very essence, it would undeniably be that venerable figure from decades past. Her surname is indeed remarkable, bound to attract considerable attention. How could one not find it extraordinary to bear the name of the first Dark Lord? In this age when Death Eaters roam freely, should news of Grindelwald resurface, it would surely send shivers down the spine of nearly every wizard in Europe. But why? The Grindelwald of the past had not emerged from Newgatemont until Voldemort sought him out. What divergence had occurred in this world? I must resemble my father in youth, else you would not have recognized me so readily. Surely, you would not expose my identity without cause. It would serve no one's interests. I suspect you have some ulterior motive in mind. Her silver hair, akin to the finest silk, was visibly exquisite, as Anna twirled a lock around her fingertips, a subconscious gesture as she pondered rapidly. Indeed, aside from the silver hair and the color of your eyes, you are the very image of that esteemed gentleman in his youth. Reginald nodded in acknowledgement of Anna's assertion. Of course, I am not so senile as to overlook this. From our meeting yesterday, I discerned that this young man beside you does not serve that gentleman, but places his complete trust in you. This leads me to a hypothesis. Perhaps I can consider you and that esteemed gentleman separately. The Prince family, renowned for their expertise in potions, has long been intertwined with the magical community. Thus their ability to read people is astute, particularly given their first-hand experience during Grindelwald's zenith. Just a brief encounter was sufficient for Reginald to perceive the distinctions between her and her father. Indeed, experience tempers wisdom. It is true. My father remains ensconced in Newgatemond, and has no intention of stepping out for fresh air. Our objectives diverged many years ago, so you need not worry on that front. I can assure you that currently 1/3 of the Saints are wholly aligned with and loyal to me, not my father. The remaining 2/3, I believe, will make the right choice as I mature. Anna recognized Reginald's intentions. With only 3 members left in the Prince family, securing a formidable ally was paramount for their lineage to endure. The terror of Voldemort's reign compelled the elder prince to ensure his granddaughter and great-grandson would not be forced to kneel and kiss the hem of that man's robes. He understood well that those Death Eaters were wolves, poised to devour the remnants of the Prince's legacy. Thus, he must swiftly identify another force capable of resisting Voldemort. Today's candid dialogue with Anna was indeed a significant gamble. Should he win, the Prince family might not only preserve itself, but could also align with this new leader toward broader horizons. She explicitly demonstrated her intentions, asserting her resolve never to tread the erroneous path of decades past, and showcasing her capacity to contend with Voldemort. Most crucially, she wished for the Prince family to acknowledge the reality. The current sovereign was not Grindelwald, but she herself. I have faith in Miss Anna's potential. It is surely on par with your father's, Reginald affirmed, his meaning unmistakable. The Prince estate has now drawn the attention of those Death Eaters. I must trouble you, Miss Anna, to find a safe haven for my granddaughter and great-grandson. This was Reginald willingly entrusting his vulnerability to Anna, ensuring their safety. Indeed, I cannot think of a place in England safer than my estate, and I have matters concerning herbs to discuss with you. An unspoken understanding emerged between the elder and the younger, as they exchanged similar smiles. Anna rose, signifying the conclusion of their discourse. Thus Professor Snape, who initially sought to remain uninvolved with this enigmatic force, found himself unwittingly ensnared by his great-grandfather. Some individuals, even at the tender age of 8, can engage in transactions with the old fox, while others can only stand silently aside, deprived of even an opportunity to interject. One must wonder, does she not indeed embody the essence of Grindelwald's daughter? Upon returning to the estate, the atmosphere among the group had noticeably shifted. However, Anna was taken aback when Aaron broached the subject of herb gathering. It seemed that even after severing ties with the magical community for several years, she had not forsaken the foundational teachings of the Prince family. In any endeavor, the one who first seizes the initiative stands to gain the most favorable conditions. I would prefer you to embark on your task as swiftly as possible, yet your body has only just begun to recuperate. Long-distance travel is ill-advised at this juncture. You ought to rest for at least another day, Anna countered, dissuading Aaron's impatience and urging her to recuperate. Here is the information regarding those precious herbs. You may review it first. Should you require any harvesting tools, we can prepare them within the next couple of days. Furthermore, Miss Aaron, I believe it is time for you to have a proper conversation with young Mr. Snape. Confused by Anna's sudden mention of him, Severus glanced at his mother, who wore an apologetic expression. He parted his lips to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. For him, memories of Aaron felt too distant, buried alongside his younger self in the deepest recesses of his mind, with only fragmented recollections surfacing. Upon his return, he found himself uncertain of how to approach her. Chapter 11. A Delayed Apology. Severus, would you care to join me for a stroll outdoors? After dinner, gazing at the still bright sky, Aaron softly addressed Snape. He had no reason to decline, and as he observed the pair in the garden, Anna withdrew her gaze from the floor-to-ceiling window of the study on the second floor. After their interactions over the past 2 days, she was now thoroughly convinced that the soul inhabiting this 8-year-old body was decidedly not the original. It could not possibly be a time traveler. She believed no such individual could embody the unique soul of Professor Snape, suspended between the realms of light and darkness. So, from which point in the future had this adult soul of Severus Snape been reborn? And what connection did it have to the contract of death that tugged at her palm? Beneath the wisteria-covered archway, 2 individuals paused, as the magical lanterns flickered to life, casting a soft yet radiant glow that dispelled the dimness brought forth by the setting sun. I am truly sorry, Severus. Aaron gazed at the impassive face of Snape, a wave of guilt washing over her. She crouched down, yearning to caress her child's face, only to have him instinctively shy away, deepening her heartache. Over the years, I have been ensnared in my own realm of suffering, neglecting your feelings. It is I who owe you an apology, Severus. Observing Aaron's eyes brimming with unshed tears, Snape sighed inwardly. Aaron had been pulled from the endless torment just in time. genuinely realizing her missteps and seeking forgiveness from her child. An outcome he had longed for in his previous life but never witnessed. To hear such words so soon after his rebirth was unexpected. So will you return to that person? He was not one to rashly utter vows of unforgiveness. Thus, the best course of action was acceptance. He resolved to grant Aaron a chance, as well as an opportunity for his own closure. No, I swear to you. In a few days, after I return from where Miss Anna mentioned, I will seek a divorce from him. From now on, the two of us, along with your great-great-grandfather, shall reside at Prince Manor, if that pleases you. At the mention of Tobias, Erin paused momentarily before a bitter smile graced her lips. She fixed her gaze upon her son's dark eyes, shaking her head resolutely. Surprised that Erin had already contemplated divorce, Snape nodded in agreement, sensing the glimmer of hope in her expression. The following day, Noth prepared an array of tools necessary for herb gathering and, alongside Erin, approached the grand entrance of the manor, intending to use the key sent by his father to directly transport them to the island. Just as he produced the key, a distinctive explosive sound heralding apparition resonated nearby, and a woman clad in a sleek black long coat materialized before them. Eliza? Noth exclaimed, astonished by her sudden appearance, his mind racing with questions. Eliza Clare was the sister of Dana Clare, of a similar age to Noth, primarily engaged in intelligence gathering concerning the happenings in England. In truth, her focus was divided equally between the Death Eaters and the broader British magical community, with her communications typically conducted via owl post or the butterfly mark on her palm, rarely venturing to the manor. Noth Nagel, you fool. I presume you didn't cast any anti-eavesdropping charms while visiting Professor Slughorn at Hogwarts a few days ago. A passing Slytherin student had overheard their conversation and relayed the information to their Death Eater parents. Thankfully, I arrived in time to erase their memories. Do you comprehend the peril we face, openly exposing ourselves beneath the watchful eyes of the Dark Lord? If you disregard the safety of the young lady, I implore you, accompany your father and learn how to be more circumspect. As Eliza steadied herself, her eyes scanned the surroundings before she stormed towards Noth, jabbing her index finger into his shoulder, unleashing a torrent of ire. How could this happen? Noth was equally dismayed by his oversight. In his eagerness to fulfill Anna's task, he had made a hasty visit to Hogwarts to inquire with the potions professor about the Prince family. To his dismay, even during lunch hours, he had attracted attention. Eliza, calm down, we have guests present. Anna interjected diplomatically, gently tugging at Eliza's sleeve to draw her away from Noth. Ah, miss, it has been quite some time. How have you been? Please forgive my earlier outburst. It is simply that this idiot's blunder is infuriating. Before her own lady, she refrained from further outbursts, redirecting her focus to Anna instead. As for my visit today, she glanced at Aaron and Snape, falling silent. Noth, you should escort Lady Aaron inside. Do not keep your father waiting. Eliza, we shall discuss this further once we are indoors. After bidding farewell to Noth and Aaron, Snape intended to return to his quarters, but Anna abruptly halted him. There is nothing to evade. Your mother and great-great-grandfather will soon be our companions. If I wish to earn your trust, I must extend my own in return. Would you not agree? I had Coco prepare some snacks. Let us enjoy them together. Moments later, the three of them settled into the soft embrace of the living room sofa, the freshly brewed tea wafting an inviting aroma that mingled harmoniously with the scent of the warm pastries. Miss, here is the list I compiled, along with evidence that the parents of those students at Hogwarts have fully aligned with the Dark Lord. As Anna perused the documents, she listened attentively to Eliza's report. Signs of division had already begun to manifest among the Hogwarts houses, primarily between Slytherin and the other three houses. Of course, not all parents from the other three houses were devoid of sympathies for the Dark Lord, but their numbers paled in comparison to those from Slytherin. Several of our compatriots have children in Slytherin, and they are now subtly facing ostracism from both the Dark Lord's faction and the other three houses. I came primarily to inquire whether you would consider revealing some of our strength to ensure the safety of those students. Snape listened intently, resonating with Eliza's concerns. Chapter 12. The Rise. During his own school days, the rift among the Hogwarts houses had been quite pronounced. Seeking power, he had unhesitatingly joined the Death Eaters, which granted him favorable treatment within Slytherin, and eventually led to Voldemort's favor and significant responsibilities in the subsequent years. For Slytherin students at that time, aligning with the Death Eaters was a mark of great honor. They were indifferent to the opinions of the other houses, convinced they had chosen the correct path. Now, the question loomed before her. What were the thoughts of this daughter of Grindelwald regarding Voldemort and the Death Eaters? I have always believed that a school should be a sanctuary for students to acquire knowledge. fostering factional divisions within the school, allowing Navi underage students to take pride in the dark mark upon their arms. Has Voldemort truly sunk to this level? Her words dripped with scorn, and by directly naming Voldemort, it was evident how little regard she held for him. Those familiar with Anna knew she rarely employed such vehement language to describe anyone unless they had truly provoked her. The Board of Governors was originally established to safeguard the interests of the school, which fundamentally centered around the students. It was no wonder that the Malfoy family, who currently wielded significant influence within the board, were preoccupied with currying favor with Voldemort. She tossed the list and evidence onto the table, then reached for her cup of tea, the warmth of the brew soothing her frayed emotions. Eliza, a week ago, I tasked you with a matter. How has that progressed? Anna momentarily set aside the issue of student safety to inquire about another matter. Excess funds from Europe have been redirected to Gringotts in Britain. As for the rest of the world, particularly in America, due to the substantial amount involved, converting all the Muggle currency into galleons is cumbersome and requires processing, so it remains underway. Eliza dutifully reported. Is the capital I currently possess sufficient to procure a position as a Hogwarts board member? Upon hearing this, Snape lifted his gaze thoughtfully. Of course, my dear, once the funds from America arrive, acquiring the entirety of Hogwarts would pose no difficulty, Elisa proclaimed proudly, her face aglow with delight. Over the past 2 years, the economic activities of the Saints had become increasingly vigorous. Anna was acutely aware of the world's forthcoming trajectory, a realization that marked her greatest advantage in this realm. In her previous life, during the twilight years of her existence, she had devoted herself to such knowledge, making prudent investments in the Muggle world, where success was virtually guaranteed if one discerned the prevailing trends. This acumen had illuminated the potential unique to Anna for the new generation of young wizards, like Noth and Elisa. A substantial portion of the 1/3 of Saints who had fully acknowledged and pledged allegiance to her, as mentioned to old Mr. Prince a few days prior, consisted of these youthful sorcerers. Should the formalities be completed, transferring a portion of the American funds to Asia would be far more beneficial now than waiting to enhance circumstances later. Bulk had already identified a location and was on the verge of establishing a dedicated scientific magic laboratory, necessitating the expertise of Muggle talents. Upon reaching Asia, initial meetings with local wizards, particularly those from the cultivation families, would be prudent. I will compile the details of subsequent discussions for you, and I ask that you summarize each negotiation's progress for me. Anna casually noted that among the nations undergoing the most rapid transformations, her homeland from her previous life undoubtedly topped the list. Furthermore, China exhibited minimal resistance towards wizards, akin to their own cultivators, and even harbored a semblance of admiration. Having been steeped in mythos for millennia, the populace demonstrated a remarkable acceptance of extraordinary powers. Thus, when the time for integration arrives, she intended to initiate the process from China. However, at present, China was enduring a tumultuous period. Aside from a few ordinary citizens, it was likely that the cultivation families were not faring much better. Seizing this opportunity, she contemplated redirecting their focus overseas. As for nurturing a new board member for Hogwarts, selecting a representative from among the parents of those students would suffice. It was likely that Voldemort would soon extend an olive branch to them. Given their potential utility, those individuals would not be overly blatant, advising the children to focus on their studies while we strive to mitigate external disturbances. Should they encounter grievances, they were encouraged to respond with dignity. In 2 years, when I attend Hogwarts, I shall be in a position to deftly dismantle the Death Eater's influence. Much to Professor Dumbledore's delight, Anna smiled, her eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. With 2 factions of dark wizards within Hogwarts, even Dumbledore would surely feel overwhelmed. Very well, miss. Elisa nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She declined Anna's invitation to lunch, as numerous urgent matters awaited her attention. Thus, it would be just the 2 of us for lunch today. Mr. Snape. The table was adorned with roasted pork accompanied by vegetables, corn chowder paired with white bread, the main course being German onion pie, and a delightful ice cream dessert, with Anna's preferred beverage of honey lemonade. Though the fare was modest, the house elf's culinary skills were commendable. Anna, reluctant to criticize British cuisine, had taken the initiative the previous year to recruit house elves from other nations. As she sat in the dining hall savoring her meal, she contemplated how to broach the subject with the seemingly reincarnated professor. After all, with Noth and Eileen absent, the house elves would not appear without instructions from their master, rendering this the perfect opportunity for candid conversation before their return. Miss Grindelwald, I believe you should focus on the meal before you, rather than fixate on me with that inscrutable gaze. Just as she hesitated, he spoke first, causing her to realize she had been so engrossed in her thoughts that her attention had remained fixed on him. "Oh, I beg your pardon. It is a habit of mine when deep in thought. Please forgive my rudeness. Also, you may simply call me Anna." She averted her gaze, dabbing her mouth with a napkin to conceal her mild embarrassment. "So, Miss Anna, what exactly occupies your mind so intensely? Could it be concerning me?" Snape inquired, attempting to infuse his tone with the innocence of a child, though Anna perceived no discernible difference. "Ah, regarding that, since you broached the subject, I find myself pondering, when exactly did you return to this life, Professor Snape?" Chapter 13, Revelations. Creak. The sound of silver cutlery scraping against the plate produced an unpleasant sensation in the teeth, as the individual seated across from Anna abruptly lifted his head, gripping his utensils tightly, his eyes becoming frightfully hollow. It was evident he had employed his most adept mental blocking technique to forcibly suppress his emotions. "Please do not be alarmed, Professor Snape. At this moment, you are merely 8 years old, your magical powers yet to stabilize. Excessive use of mental blocking will only exacerbate your magical consumption, potentially triggering a surge. Moreover, I am not skilled in legilimency, so you need not be overly cautious with me. After all, our experiences bear a striking resemblance. Understand that when I lay my cards on the table, I also place my vulnerabilities in your hands, do I not?" Anna maintained a demeanor of calm, even as she reached for the ice cream dessert beside her, taking a small spoonful and revealing a fleeting smile of contentment. The ice cream was not overly sweet, infused with various fruits, offering a refreshing respite. She savored it slowly while awaiting his response. "Who are you?" He did not deny the truth of her words, since she had articulated it. Any denial would only serve to mask the obvious, yet he remained steadfast in his mental defenses. "Me. In this life, I am Anna Grindelwald, an immutable fact. As for my past, I regret to inform you that due to a binding contract, I cannot disclose specific details. However, I can reveal that prior to assuming the identity of Anna Grindelwald, I met my demise decades hence. In other words, she hailed from the future." "Ah. So you are not merely 8 years old. How could I have overlooked that? Even if you are the daughter of the original Dark Lord, it is implausible that you would possess such a mature mindset and demeanor. Is that knowledge known to the one in Nougamond? Surely you are not pretending to be a little girl while harboring the soul of a 70 or 80-year-old. Professor Snape set down his cutlery, gradually reverting to his characteristic sardonic tone. "I must say, Professor, such remarks directed towards a lady are rather discourteous. Regrettably, I did not live to adulthood. Thus, regardless of the past or present, I am indeed a little girl. Wizards come of age at 17, and in my previous life as an ordinary person, I perished before my 18th birthday, making me undeniably a minor." The future version of her had succumbed before reaching adulthood. Realizing this, Snape opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for any further sardonic retorts. "I have expressed my sincerity. Therefore, Professor Snape, might you enlighten me as to when precisely you returned to this existence?" Observing his silence, Anna gradually set down her spoon, her expression growing somber. "Could it be that you were killed by Voldemort in the Shrieking Shack?" She harbored this suspicion, yet Anna was loath to entertain such a conclusion. "It seems you possess a profound understanding of the Second Wizarding War." Snape furrowed his brow. The sensation of his blood slowly draining from his body still sent shivers down his spine, even in retrospect. Yes, after the Shrieking Shack incident, Harry Potter triumphed over Voldemort, ultimately securing victory in the Second Wizarding War, with Voldemort and his Horcruxes vanishing forever. Some sacrificed their lives, yet Harry Potter emerged unscathed. As far as I know, the conclusion that followed was one of peace for over a decade. Was it not so? Everything was well, just as everyone had wished. Then, with the curtain drawn on this ending, why was he not allowed to relish the tranquility of death? Instead, he found himself back in this world. The table had been cleared and Anna rose. "I believe we can find a more suitable venue for our conversation, Mr. Snape." Following the elucidation of the conclusion from the book of his past life, the atmosphere between the two eased considerably. They traversed the hall and exited through another door of the manor, revealing a grand greenhouse. Within, various common and rare herbs were cultivated, but predominantly, it was adorned with numerous exquisite flowers, flourishing under the meticulous care of the house elves. An empty space within the greenhouse was furnished with a round table and several chairs, draped in sumptuous, soft fabrics that appeared extremely inviting. As soon as they settled, 2 steaming cups of red tea materialized on the table. "So, what else do you wish to discuss?" Snape inquired, as the rare sunlight of England streamed through the greenhouse's translucent glass, casting a warm glow. "This world differs from the one before. particularly regarding my existence, a fact you have likely noticed. While the issues concerning Voldemort and his Death Eaters are complex, they are not the crux of the matter. The forthcoming world will undergo tremendous changes, both within the wizarding community and the Muggle realm, as they cannot escape this monumental shift of fate. However, I am uncertain when exactly this will transpire, and for that, I require considerable power, which naturally includes yours. Of course, you may stipulate your terms for a bargain. I can assure you of the safety of the Prince family, as well as that of Lily. Damn it. How much does she know? Professor Snape's expression contorted, particularly upon the mention of Lily's name. Surely that fool Potter did not make this matter common knowledge post-war. Sensing the professor's reaction, Anna instantly grasped his thoughts, a soft smile gracing her lips. Ahem, regarding Lily. I am almost aware of the general experiences of everyone from the original world. This relates to some of my abilities. I can glimpse certain events along another thread of fate, specifically the one pertaining to your past life, Professor. Yet, I believe these tragedies can be averted. But relying solely on your strength is rather precarious. Would you not agree, Professor? She wove a small lie, but it mattered not. Speaking of Lily's demise inevitably reminded Anna of the birth of the Savior. The trajectory of fate began the moment Voldemort marked himself as an enemy, the inception of all stories, and the genesis of every destiny within the world of Harry Potter. The inception of fate. A flicker of insight flashed through her mind, only to vanish almost immediately. Anna instinctively sensed the significance of that fleeting thought. Yet when she sought to explore it further, it eluded her grasp. If you can assure what you claim, rather than being like that old fool who could offer no protection, I might consider your proposal. Suppressing his surplus emotions, Snape pondered earnestly for a moment, finally responding just as the steam from his tea had dissipated. Then let us formalize a contract, Professor. Chapter 14, Diagon Alley. As spring turned to autumn, Anna reached the age for enrollment. At this moment, she found herself staring perplexedly at 3 owls before her. It was entirely customary for Hogwarts to send her an acceptance letter. However, what was the meaning of these 2 acceptance letters from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang? You should be grateful that there are only these 3 magical schools in Europe. I now have my doubts as to whether other magical institutions around the world are also sending you admission letters. As she unwrapped her owl's correspondence, Snape found an acceptance letter almost identical to the one from his previous life, with only the address slightly altered. To ensure the owls would not lose their way outside the Prince Manor and Grindelwald estate, enchanted with the unbreakable vow, and to avoid drawing attention from others, especially the Death Eaters, Anna, Snape and their house elf Coco had relocated to a detached house in the heart of London a month prior, serving as a temporary base. It was merely a 20-minute walk to the Leaky Cauldron. There was much to be done. Even Aaron and Noth had been summoned to assist on that island, but thankfully, both children were quite mature, equipped with numerous defensive alchemical artifacts and escape keys, so even in their occasional absence, all was well. Alright, perhaps I am just too remarkable. And they all clamor for my attention, Anna shrugged, a helpless smile adorning her face. Snape snorted at her remark. The Hogwarts letter was crafted from heavy parchment. The address inked in sky blue, the lettering elegantly rendered. Atop the envelope lay a wax seal, a coat of arms encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Who among children, after reading the Potter stories, has not fantasized about receiving such an envelope from an owl at their doorstep? Knocking upon the door to the magical realm? Even Anna in her past childhood had harbored such delightful dreams. With a hint of reverence, she opened the Hogwarts letter, revealing a sheet of parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association. Sir Merlin's First Circle of Sorcerers. Dear Miss Grindelwald, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms for first-year students require 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or a similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note that all student attire must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students are required to procure the following books. Standard Spellbook. Beginner by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration for Beginners by Emmerich Switch. Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidus Spore. Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Defensive Magical Theory by Quentin Trimble. Other supplies. 1 wand. 1 standard-sized 2 cauldron made of pewter. 1 set of glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. What amused her somewhat was that her surname, Grindelwald, juxtaposed with the headmaster's name in the preceding line, evoked a sense of destiny transcending time and space. I have awaited this day for many years. Anna meticulously stored the letter in the storage ring on her hand. Since she began collaborating with the cultivation families from Huaxia last year, they had sent her many rare items as a gesture of goodwill, with this storage ring being among them. It is worth mentioning that Aaron had previously acquired a similar one for Snape during a business trip to Huaxia, which he now wore around his neck. Hadn't you received one before? Observing her careful handling of the acceptance letter with such reverence, a sense of curiosity welled up within Snape. No. I was a completely ordinary muggle, until now. She sighed, an uncontainable smile gracing her face. Let us reply to the letter first. Then we can head to Diagon Alley for some shopping. Snape merely needed to respond to Hogwarts, while Anna had to politely decline the offers from the other 2 schools in addition to her acceptance at Hogwarts. Watching 4 owls soar into the azure sky carrying their letters, they finally felt a sense of relief. Let us go, Severus. Over the past 2 years, Snape had gradually grown accustomed to Anna addressing him by his first name. As 2 individuals privy to each other's deepest secrets, hearing her call his name always carried a hint of playful mockery. They arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, nestled between a Muggle bookstore and a record shop. Located at 1 Diagon Alley, it served as the gateway to Diagon Alley for the Muggle world. First-time visitors without wands could request the owner, Tom, to open the passage for them. Remember, young wizards, count 3 bricks up from the bottom of this rubbish bin, then 2 across, and tap it 3 times with your wand to gain entry. Tom instructed patiently, his demeanor warm towards the polite young witches. Tom had only recently become the proprietor of the establishment, appearing much younger than he did during Harry Potter's enrollment. Thank you, Mr. Tom, Anna expressed sincerely, stepping through the now open archway, with Snape following closely behind. With Hogwarts acceptance letters freshly dispatched, there were currently no other first-year students bustling about for supplies. Nevertheless, Diagon Alley was still somewhat crowded, as students from other years were purchasing textbooks for the upcoming term, alongside adult wizards from across the UK. Noth and Aaron had sent over textbooks and equipment a few days prior, leaving them in need of uniforms and wands. Would you like to buy an owl? The Prince Manor has several. I could choose one to bring back. Let me rephrase that. Do you wish to acquire a pet? I have no need for such things. But Severus, cats are truly adorable. Miss Anna, I believe you lack the spare energy to care for one. Wait, were you just asking me? Do you intend to purchase a pet and leave it in my care? Coughed Severus. I would not insist if you are unwilling. Do you truly think I would acquiesce? Cast aside those futile thoughts. As they conversed, they made their way through the streets of Diagon Alley, soon arriving at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Chapter 15, Selecting Wands. Both of their storage rings held considerable funds, particularly Anna's, as Eliza had withdrawn a full 1,000 gleaming galleons from Gringotts. Without considering other expenses, this amount would likely last her until graduation. Snape remained expressionless as the measuring tape flitted about him, while Anna, enchanted by the novelty of it all, could not resist teasing the tape measuring her. Oh dear young lady, I have yet to witness a young witch who can tame it. You are indeed a clever girl. The proprietor of the robe shop, a petite and elegant woman, smiled as she retrieved the slightly wilted tape from Anna's playful grasp. Thank you for the compliment, madam. It is quite amusing. After selecting their robes and paying an additional fee for home delivery, they exited the shop together. The next crucial task was to procure wands. A wand embodies the essence of each young witch or wizard, and for the sake of privacy, each wizard enters the shop alone to purchase their wand. Severus, you go ahead. I shall await you here. Anna obediently stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, observing the ebb and flow of wizards in Diagon Alley. Before long, he emerged having selected his unique wand. I'm heading in now, and Severus, I would like some ice cream. Could you kindly fetch me one? You can wait for me there. She pointed to the bustling Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor nearby, successfully darkening Snape's expression. Before he could protest, Anna had already pushed open the door to the wand shop. Ollivander's establishment was small and somewhat shabby, the faded purple cushions in the window displaying a solitary wand. The golden sign above the door had nearly worn away, reading Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The interior was cramped, furnished only with a long bench, and thousands of narrow boxes containing wands stacked nearly to the ceiling. Welcome, beautiful young lady. Suddenly, A young Ollivander emerged from behind the counter, appearing far younger than his portrayal in the original series. His silver eyes gave him an air of mystery. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to select a wand. May I inquire which hand you typically use?" "My right hand, sir." As she conversed with the skilled wand maker, her unusual hair color caught his attention. Oh, a rare hair color. According to ancient records, such striking traits often indicate a source of extraordinary magical power. "Might I ask if you would share the origin of your formidable, unique magic?" Ollivander measured Anna's arm length, forearm, height, and head circumference, captivated by her long hair, as if he wished to pluck a few strands for study. Anna had always assumed her hair's transformation from the golden hue created by Grindelwald to silver was due to the anomalies of her current alchemical form. However, upon hearing Ollivander's words, she suddenly realized it was more likely related to the Grim Reaper with whom she had contracted. From the distant recesses of her memory, she struggled to recall her first encounter with death, where the color of his flowing black robes had inadvertently revealed hints of silver. "Mr. Ollivander, this world harbors many secrets yet to be uncovered. The saying curiosity killed the cat is not merely a cliché. For your safety, let us cease this discussion." Given Anna's insistence, though reluctant, Ollivander understood that certain secrets should remain untouched and acquiesced. "Try this one, apple wood, unicorn hair, 13.5 inches. Quite powerful and well-suited for those with lofty ideals and idealists, loyal." He extracted a wand from the pile of boxes and handed it to Anna for testing. As the wand sparked in her hand, it was clear it was not a match. "Oh, not right. What about this one? Ashwood, dragon heartstring. In my experience, those who wield ash wands are often strong-minded and resolute, easily drawn to novel tasks and missions. A wand for revolutionaries." "A revolutionary, you say?" Yet this wand too was unsuitable. She proceeded to try over 20 different wands, but none seemed to resonate with her. Instead of impatience, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Ollivander's face. "It's quite all right. I have a fondness for discerning customers. The formidable and unique magic calls for further contemplation. Ah, how could I have forgotten that particular wand?" Suddenly, as if struck by a memory, he turned and strode to the back of the shop, where he solemnly extracted a wand from the neatly arranged boxes. Crafted from elder wood and adorned with a phoenix feather, it was a combination both paradoxical and potent. One of my father's proudest creations, regrettably without a rightful owner until now. Today, it measures 15 inches in length, remarkably sturdy, and to harmonize the dual forces it embodies, my father had specially affixed a deep blue gemstone representing the water element at its end. "Let us give it a try." The wand that Ollivander presented was elegantly long, its surface glistening with an inky sheen. The wand bore no superfluous embellishments. The sole ornamentation was the aforementioned deep blue gem embedded near its base, bestowing an air of grace and mystery. Upon contact, her magic surged effortlessly towards the wand, culminating in the emergence of a vibrant, crimson phoenix apparition at its tip. After circling the wand shop, the phoenix emitted a melodious cry before dissipating into ashes. "Ah, this is indeed the one, a contradictory fusion of death and rebirth. Possessing the most extraordinary power, it is perfectly suited for you." Death and rebirth? Is it a cycle? Or perhaps a notion of living through death? Reflecting on her past and present, either interpretation seemed fitting. "How much does it cost?" Given the rarity of the water gemstone, it was significantly more expensive than other wands, totaling 36 galleons. Anna nodded in satisfaction. Frankly, she had not anticipated finding a wand so befitting, having considered requesting her father to craft one for her. To her surprise, a wand had chosen her. She paid with alacrity, but just as she was about to leave with the wand, Ollivander spoke up. "May I have the honor of knowing your name, beautiful miss?" After a moment's thought, she turned to the middle-aged shopkeeper, whose face bore an expression of hope, and softly replied. The door closed gently behind her, the bell chiming a sweet melody. "Welcome, Miss Grindelwald," Ollivander remarked, casting a wistful glance at the now empty entrance, as if to compensate for a lingering regret. Chapter 16 Lily. Stepping outside, Anna immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the street. The throng of wizards had diminished by more than half. The remaining figures wore expressions of unease, their gazes fixed upon the ground. Hesitant to look up, their footsteps hurried. What has transpired? Prior to entering the wand shop, she had observed the people on this street. The young witches and wizards had always sported joyful expressions, darting between Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the magical joke shop, and the Quidditch supplies store, embodying the joy of Diagon Alley. The adult wizards had strolled leisurely, far removed from the tension that now hung in the air. "I thought you might struggle to find a wand today." The once bustling ice cream parlor now stood eerily quiet. Snape sat outside on a chair, 2 servings of ice cream before him, one already half consumed. Apologies for the wait. It took me quite a while to find this one. She placed the wand on the table and settled down, pulling her ice cream closer. It's uncommon to see a wand of such length, he remarked. Intrigued by Anna's new wand. At 15 inches, it was indeed rare, the most famous being the legendary Elder Wand. Speaking of which, the Elder Wand is also made of elder wood, though its core is a thestral tail hair contrasting with the phoenix. I quite like it. By the way, what has happened? Why are there suddenly so few people around? After a few bites of ice cream, the oppressive heat began to lift. She bit her spoon. Glancing at the hurried wizards around her, Snape casually drew out the new wand, casting a spell to observe the surroundings. Malfoy has come to Gringotts, accompanied by several Death Eaters. Seated at the entrance of Florian Fortescue's, he had a clear view of the unfolding events. The unmistakable platinum blonde hair was far too conspicuous to overlook. No wonder. They are still inside Gringotts? They have emerged. Upon hearing Snape's response, Anna turned her gaze towards the wizarding bank. A middle-aged man with platinum hair led a cadre of robed wizards from Gringotts, causing the expressions of the Diagon Alley wizards to shift instantly to one of wariness, tinged with fear. Abraxas Malfoy, today escorting a number of Death Eaters to Gringotts, caused the previously vibrant street to fall into a hush as he exited, the atmosphere thick with tension. Young witches and wizards felt the shift and obediently returned to their parents, who hastily ushered them away. Amidst the few remaining wizards, he quickly spotted the girl sitting at the entrance of Florian Fortescue's, a spoon of ice cream still in her mouth, glancing back at him. What drew his attention was not solely her exceedingly rare silver-white hair, but the distinctly different gaze she cast upon him. Others displayed fear, curiosity, anger, or admiration. But not her. Unlike Dumbledore's wisdom or Voldemort's obsessive arrogance, her gaze was marked by an extraordinary neutrality, as if his soul was indistinguishable from all others in her eyes. It was an utterly equitable regard, and upon realizing this, a chill surged through Abraxas Malfoy. Momentarily, the girl averted her gaze, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Death Eaters, and resumed her indulgence in ice cream, as if that were the most significant matter at hand. Is she a new student at Hogwarts? That silver hair is quite peculiar. Could she be a descendant of some ancient, reclusive pureblood family? The thought sparked in Abraxas Malfoy's mind, prompting him to consider further investigation upon returning home. Meanwhile, Anna shifted her attention back to her ice cream, momentarily forgetting about Malfoy. You shouldn't have drawn his attention. Snape narrowed his eyes at the sight of the platinum hair, his brow furrowing. However, once I enroll at Hogwarts, he will inevitably take note of me. Perhaps opportunities for collaboration may arise. You truly do not let any opportunity slip by. No one would reject an advantage, even if he were the most loyal Death Eater. After all, he was primarily loyal to his own family. As they conversed, they lifted the protective charms they had placed around them. Once Malfoy and the Death Eaters departed Diagon Alley, the crowd collectively exhaled, the tense atmosphere dissipating. With all their purchases complete, the pair left Diagon Alley and returned to the Leaky Cauldron. The earlier incident had notably reduced the number of patrons in the pub. Upon seeing Anna and Snape emerge from Diagon Alley, a slightly worried Tom the innkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his tasks. Are you planning to visit Lily today? The subway ride is quite quick, and she must have received her admission letter to Hogwarts by now. Checking the time, she kindly offered the suggestion. No need, Snape replied tersely, striding ahead. The professor who speaks one way but means another. But I wish to go. Lily is absolutely adorable. I promised her I would visit often, so come along, Severus, join me. Anna insisted, nearly dragging the reluctant professor onto the subway. By the time they arrived at the Evans residence, it was already lunchtime. Young Lily was in the garden, watering the flowers. Her long red hair curling gently in the sun, radiating warmth like a vibrant flame. With keen eyes, she spotted Anna and Severus approaching her, and joyfully called out their names. Turning off the hose, she dashed out from her front door. Anna, I've missed you so much. It's been a month since you last came to play with me. She flitted towards Anna, who opened her arms wide, and the two little girls embraced tightly, their laughter echoing through the street. I'm sorry, Lily. I wanted to come out to play too, but my family is strict. I sneaked out today. You can ask Severus if you don't believe me. Severus, standing nearby, subtly rolled his eyes but eventually managed a reluctant acknowledgement. Hearing the commotion, Mr. and Mrs. Evans stepped out of the house and were greeted by the sight of their daughter ushering Anna and Severus inside. Oh dear Anna and Severus. It's been ages since we last saw you, Mrs. Evans exclaimed, delighted to see her daughter's friends. She enveloped Anna in a warm hug and took her small hand, leading them into the house. I just prepared lunch. You must be hungry. Please, let us all go to the dining room. Mrs. Evans was exceptionally hospitable and Mr. Evans appeared equally pleased. Penny Evans descended from upstairs, and upon seeing Anna, she offered a polite smile. After lunch, the group settled in the living room for a chat. The first time Anna had visited Lily's home, she had eagerly informed the Evanses about the Wizarding World and Hogwarts School. After 2 years of acquaintance, they had come to understand and even appreciate the wizarding community, particularly fond of Anna. This morning, a Hogwarts professor visited, and she was quite puzzled by our lack of astonishment and curiosity, Lily remarked, pulling out her acceptance letter to show Anna. Congratulations. In just over a month, we will be classmates, Anna exclaimed. By the way, here's a gift. She activated her storage ring, and several exquisitely wrapped gift boxes emerged. Oh, you're too kind. The Europeans were not as reserved as the Chinese. Upon receiving gifts, they expressed joy and sometimes even unwrapped them on the spot to show their appreciation. This is a skincare serum. Though you are already quite beautiful, I believe these will make you even more enchanting. This was for Mrs. Evans, who blushed at the compliment. And this is an owl. Since Lily will be boarding at school, and can only return during holidays, Mr. Evans, you can use this owl to correspond with her. The owl was medium-sized, with inconspicuous gray feathers, making it perfect for delivering messages. Thank you, Miss Anna, Mr. Evans nodded. And the owl, seeming to recognize its owner, spread its wings and perched on his shoulder, eliciting gasps of excitement from the two little girls. This owl had been taken from a bag that had been cast with a non-detection spell, as the storage rings in the East could not contain living beings. However, it was peculiar that the bag with the non-detection spell could. This is a photograph of the moon, which I had someone bring back from America for you, Penny. I believe that even without magic, ordinary humans can achieve things that wizards cannot. Although acquiring these photos from American classified archives was somewhat challenging, money was a universal solution. Even without it, they could use magic. Is this Earth? My goodness, it's stunning. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Anna. Penny was astonished as she opened the gift box to reveal a photograph taken from the moon's perspective, showcasing Earth amidst the vastness of space. The water-blue planet breathtakingly beautiful, a sight entirely different from the magical world. She had no magical talent, and had often felt envious of her sister. But in the past 2 years, Anna had inspired her to pursue dreams of becoming a scientist. Anna sincerely wished for her dream to come true. And Lily, congratulations on receiving your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Her gift box was the smallest, containing a simple silver necklace adorned with a clear, ice-blue teardrop-shaped gem. Oh, it's so beautiful. No, this must be very precious. Anna, I can't accept this. Lily shook her head and pushed the gift box back. Severus, observing the intense magical aura emanating from the ice-blue gem, recognized it as a highly protective alchemical item, capable of withstanding at least 3 deadly curses, including the killing curse. Lily was correct. The necklace was indeed valuable, likely equivalent to 1/5 of the prince family's assets. Reflecting on the contract they had made, Severus felt a complex mix of emotions. She was genuinely committed to protecting Lily, diligently fulfilling the terms of their agreement. It's all right. It's merely a beautiful color, not an exceptionally expensive gem. It has been imbued with several minor charms. It will bring you good fortune and protect you from minor hexes. Promise me you won't take it off, will you? Anna said lightly, as she took the silver chain and fastened it around Lily's neck. Her words were a facade. Severus knew full well that a gem capable of housing such powerful protective magic could not be an ordinary stone. It had to be a rare gem of high purity and magical tolerance. Setting down his teacup, Severus revealed no emotion on his face, but where others could not see. His nails dug deeply into his palm, leaving a distinct red mark. The feeling of being valued for his promises stirred a bittersweet sensation within him, an experience he had never felt in his previous life. After chatting for a while longer, the two girls excused themselves, citing the waning daylight as their reason for returning home, bidding farewell to the Evans family. As they walked back, Severus suddenly inquired, "When did you prepare that necklace?" "Huh, you mean the necklace? I had it made by a goblin as soon as we signed the contract. After all, neither I nor Saint can always be by her side to protect her, and with this, I feel much more at ease," Anna replied with a smile. "Is it merely because of our contract?" Severus stopped in his tracks, standing beside her, and turning to gaze at the girl. The sky was obscured by clouds, fine raindrops beginning to fall, and a hazy mist enveloped the street, yet her face remained clear. "Of course, it's not solely that, Severus. Lily is my friend too. I want her to live a safe and happy life, and that desire doesn't conflict with our contract." Anna cast a curious glance at him before stepping aside to continue walking under the eaves, avoiding the rain. The raindrops floated down, relieving the summer heat. Thank you. A soft voice of gratitude emerged from beside him, quickly carried away by the wind. I appreciate your regard for this promise, and I am grateful that you sincerely befriended Lily, bringing her even more joy than before. Even the long-standing issues within Lily's family had been effortlessly resolved, something he could never have accomplished in his previous life. Oh, Merlin's beard. What a rarity. I can't believe I have the chance to hear Professor Snape say thank you. My goodness, can you say that again? I didn't quite catch it. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief, her blue irises sparkling as she tugged at Severus's clothes with anticipation. Shut up. Severus, please say it again. I truly didn't hear it. Let go of my clothes. And be quiet. If you won't speak, so be it. That remark has already etched itself into my heart. Once I master the art of capturing thoughts, I shall procure a meditation basin, and then I can replay it at will. Haha. I advise you to forget about it, Miss Anna. No way. Angrily speechless. The two walked side by side, gradually disappearing into the rain-soaked distance, ultimately vanishing at the end of the street. Chapter 18. King's Cross Station. Days flew by swiftly as the start of term at Hogwarts approached. North and Aaron had returned to London, preparing to accompany Anna and Snape to school. Unfortunately, on the eve of the new term, urgent news arrived from the potion laboratory on the Isles regarding a significant mishap with a new potion prototype, prompting Aaron to be summoned back in haste. Thus, the following day, it was solely North who took the two pseudo-children to King's Cross Station. It is worth noting that the island discovered by Balknagel has now been half-transformed, and has been officially named Dawn Isles by Anna, also referred to as the Wizarding Paradise. Over the past 2 years, North had learned to drive a Muggle vehicle, possessing a driving license bearing his name. However, due to the presence of a storage ring, they had little to carry in hand. Anna merely held a small suitcase, enchanted with a non-detection extension charm, which contained her and Snape's owls, along with various snacks provided by Elisa and North. Miss, take good care of yourself at school. I will visit you when I have the chance. Moreover, should you encounter any conflicts with those Slytherin students, we are fully prepared. Even if it comes to a confrontation with the Dark Lord, rest assured that the saints of the world stand behind you. Additionally, I hope you thoroughly enjoy your time at the academy. There is no need for you to worry excessively about the Dawn Isles, as my father and we will handle everything. As for Asia and the cooperation process with the Great Red Nation, everything is progressing smoothly, with no significant changes anticipated in the near future. And the situation in America? North rambled on during the drive, knowing Anna appreciated the reassurance, so she simply smiled from the passenger seat and listened attentively. Snape, seated in the back, paid close attention. Ever since the Prince family entered into a contract with Anna, nearly all information regarding the Saints had been made accessible to them. Especially since his mother Erin was now a key member of the Dawn Isles core plan. North seemed to have taken it upon himself to groom Snape as Anna's close aide. Over the past 2 years, he had provided him with as much training in Muggle and Wizarding subjects as Anna received, often reporting matters without reservation. Upon reaching King's Cross Station at 10 in the morning, with the Hogwarts Express not departing until 11, there were not many Wizarding families in sight. Miss, if anything arises at school, contact me via the two-way mirror or owl. Wishing you a delightful and carefree campus life. Don't worry, North. Besides, Severus will be there. Anna waved him goodbye, filled with anticipation as she passed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4. Meanwhile, Snape lingered behind, aware that North had more to say to him. Severus, I don't usually ask you for much, but what I am about to discuss concerns the young lady. So please keep it in mind. He cast a silent, wandless charm that sealed their voices from the outside. I should have mentioned before that the young lady's condition is rather unique. Hearing this, Snape furrowed his brow but refrained from questioning. North steadied himself and continued. Only my father and a few saints who frequently travel to New Camber know about this. I learned of it after choosing to follow the young lady and receiving the butterfly mark, as I needed to be by her side. For her, casting spells during lessons poses no issue, but if she frequently casts those energy-draining spells or becomes overly emotional, her health might suffer, potentially leading to adverse symptoms, the mildest of which could be a slight surge of magical energy. Therefore, I hope that if anyone foolishly provokes Miss Anna, you will ensure she refrains from engaging, and that you handle any troubles on her behalf. This is a shared request from me, my father, and those saints. Having said this, North produced a small wallet from his pocket, imbued with the magic of a non-detection extension charm. Inside are some well-preserved herbs for your use. Additionally, there are 3 vials of calming draught. Should the young lady inadvertently trigger a surge of magic, you will administer the draught to her. Consider this as an advance payment for your services. Accepting the wallet, Snape placed it in his pocket and nodded at North. I will do so. By the way, may I ask what exactly is wrong with her condition? North shook his head, unwilling to divulge further. If you wish to know, you may ask the young lady herself. I believe she wouldn't conceal it from you. Meanwhile, Anna traversed the dark corridor and emerged brightly at platform 9 3/4. The platform was sparsely populated with young witches and wizards carrying their belongings, searching for companions or empty compartments. Knowing that North likely had something to discuss with Snape, Anna did not wait on the platform, but instead began searching through the train compartments. Hey, Anna, over here. I'm here. A small red-haired head popped out from a compartment not far away, looking around excitedly before waving at her. Dearest Lily, happy school year. Anna beamed, making her way to the compartment where Lily sat. Oh, you too? From now on, we are classmates. I wonder if we will be sorted into the same house. By the way, where is Severus? Once seated, the two chatted merrily. Severus hasn't entered the station yet. He's chatting with someone, so he should come in soon. As for the sorting, I have no idea where I will be placed, but Severus will definitely be in Slytherin. After all, he was the former head of Slytherin House. If he were sorted into another house, like Gryffindor, I bet his face would twist in anger, haha. But I heard from others that Slytherin produces dark wizards. Lily recalled the rumors she had heard while shopping in Diagon Alley with her parents, biting her lip with a worried expression. Lily. A person's character isn't determined by the house they come from, but by the choices they make from the heart. Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts 1,000 years ago, was indeed a notorious dark wizard, yet he was willing to shelter young witches and wizards hunted by the church, teaching them how to protect themselves better. Do you think he was a bad person? In order to prevent a repeat of the tragic division among friends, Anna felt it was necessary to reshape Lily's perspective. Chapter 19. First Encounters. He certainly was not. Lily respected the 4 founders of Hogwarts and shook her head. Her expression thoughtful. Slytherin simply chooses ambitious young witches and wizards. Having ambition is not inherently bad. For instance, I desire world peace, which is my greatest ambition. Perhaps I might end up in Slytherin as well. Do you think I would become a dark wizard? Lily laughed at Anna's ambitious desire to protect the world, feeling much relieved and shaking her head in denial. No, even if you were sorted into Slytherin, you would still be my best friend. Then what about Severus? Is he not your best friend? Both of you are my best friends. As Severus Snape stepped outside the carriage, he caught the tail end of a conversation between 2 individuals. The shadows of his past had receded, leaving him with a brighter future illuminated by hope. Severus, you've arrived. Come in and take a seat, Lily exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she beckoned him closer. Instinctively, he settled beside Anna, facing Lily. The trio engaged in a delightful conversation, primarily revolving around discussions about Hogwarts, with Lily and Anna leading the dialogue while Snape quietly listened, occasionally interjecting with a comment. As the clock struck 11, the train to Hogwarts departed right on schedule. Anna pulled out the table from the compartment and began rummaging through her small suitcase for snacks. On a long train journey, one must indulge in snacks. This is an unspoken rule, whether in China or England. Would you like some ice cream, Lily? Absolutely. Anna. You are truly amazing. You even have ice cream. Haha, I specifically bought it during my shopping spree a few days ago. After all, Hogwarts might not have ice cream available. What flavor do you prefer? Vanilla or milk? Strawberry or mango? Chocolate or matcha? What is matcha? Oh, it's an ice cream flavored with green tea. It's not too bitter, somewhat like dark chocolate, with a perfect balance of sweetness and a hint of bitterness. Truly delicious, and Severus enjoys it as well. Oh, I would like to try that, Lily nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Miss Anna, snacks are one thing. But might I inquire why you have ice cream in your bag? Someone gritted through clenched teeth. Over the past few years, he frequently dined with Eileen at Grindelwald Manor. As Mr. Prince was still residing in St. Mungo S, he would attend private lessons with Anna, while Eileen often collaborated with Norse on work matters or taught Anna potion making. The proximity of Prince Manor and Grindelwald Manor meant that mother and son often spent their time at the latter, dining together. Thus, he was aware of some of Anna's little habits. Aside from dessert, she would seize opportunities to purchase such treats at Muggle supermarkets whenever possible. Yet, he could hardly fathom that she had deliberately prepared these for their journey to Hogwarts. Moreover, it sounded like quite a substantial amount. A section of my suitcase has been enchanted with a frost charm, Lily, just like your refrigerator, so it can store these. Severus. If there is no ice cream as dessert after a meal, then I find the joy of dining utterly diminished. She explained as she retrieved 3 paper cups filled with different flavors of ice cream, placing them on the table. So, Severus, do you truly enjoy this flavor? Lily curiously scooped a spoonful, her eyes lighting up. It seemed she was quite taken with it. Compared to those overly sweet flavors. I never knew that your sole purpose for dining was this, he muttered as he ripped open the packaging, for wasting was a reprehensible act. Not merely a matter of habit. Absolutely not. As more people began to move around the train, Snape realized they had forgotten to cast the concealment charm when someone passed by their compartment, drawn in by the sight of the ice cream. Merlin's beard. They sell ice cream on this train? Serious. Come quickly, they actually have ice cream. Upon spotting the familiar tousled black hair resembling a bird's nest at the carriage door, Anna deduced that the individual, whose gaze was fixed eagerly on their ice cream, was none other than Harry Potter's father, Lily's future husband, and Severus's lifelong rival, James Potter. James Potter was quite the extrovert. He squeezed into the compartment, naturally taking a seat beside Lily. Anna cast a glance at the professor beside her, noticing that his sturdy metal spoon had already bent under the strain. Hello, I am James Potter. And this is my newly acquainted friend, Sirius Black. We are both first-year students at Hogwarts. Are you as well? He gestured towards the figure leaning against the doorway, sounding as though he had just met him. Indeed, even with a second chance, the trajectory of fate seemed to unfold in certain moments as it did in the original tale. I'm Lily Evans, and these are my friends, Severus Snape and Anna. We are also first years, and this ice cream wasn't purchased on the train. It was brought by Anna. Snape appeared rather displeased, while Anna was engrossed in her ice cream, her gaze slightly wandering, a habit she had when deep in thought. Neither seemed inclined to speak, but out of courtesy, Lily forced a reply. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, lovely ladies. His greetings were accompanied by a gaze that flitted between Lily and Anna, the former captivated by Lily's charming visage, and the latter by the enticing ice cream. To prevent Anna's beauty from drawing too much attention, Norse had cast several concealment charms upon her countenance. Noticing the professor beside her appearing as though he might snap the metal spoon in two, Anna quickly snapped back to reality and cleared her throat softly. I think you're celebrating a bit too early, Mr. Potter. She set down her spoon and subtly tugged at Severus's sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm, at least to avoid raising Lily's suspicions. What? James Potter was evidently taken aback by her response, momentarily at a loss for words. If you were informed, you would know that the upcoming sorting ceremony is quite the ordeal, so I maintain that you are indeed celebrating too early. Her expression turned serious, intimidating all the other young wizards, including Sirius Black, who had been listening intently to their conversation. Sorting? The sorting ceremony? Chapter 20? Entrance exam? Yes, the sorting ceremony. My elders have informed me that the ceremony preceding the new students' feast is somewhat challenging. We will need to take an exam to determine our houses. Anna nodded earnestly, causing their faces to pale with sudden apprehension. Merlin's socks. He hadn't even glanced at the new textbooks since they were purchased. James Potter lamented silently, trembling as he inquired further about the examination. There are a total of 100 questions on the exam, 50 single choice, 40 multiple choice and 10 essay questions, covering foundational knowledge from the new textbooks. The subjects with the most questions are history of magic and astronomy. The essay questions require clear articulation of one's aspirations and future goals, which will determine your house placement. Anna spoke with conviction, and Severus cast her a sidelong glance. Had he not known what the sorting ceremony entailed, he might have been swayed by her words. Moreover, history of magic and astronomy were considered the most tedious and difficult subjects for young witches and wizards, making her fabrication all the more impressive. The trio of young wizards turned ashen at her words, while Anna calmly continued to savor her ice cream. So, Mr. Potter, and you too, Mr. Black. While you still have some time, perhaps you should return to your compartment and review your textbooks. It may prevent you from failing the sorting ceremony. Failing would result in expulsion from Hogwarts, you know. No. If the sorting ceremony is truly an exam, then why are you not worried? Sirius Black interjected, though he felt a twinge of anxiety himself, albeit less than James. Because I've already read through all the textbooks 3 times since acquiring them. It's just an exam, it will be a breeze. Observing her composed demeanor, James Potter could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood and pulled Sirius Black towards the exit. Apologies, let us return to examine the textbooks before departing. Hurry, Sirius, quickly retrieve the textbooks from the suitcase. His tone carried a hint of desperation, soon drowned out by the bustle of the train aisle, and it appeared he had forgotten all about the ice cream. Taking advantage of their absence, Snape swiftly extracted his wand and cast an obliviate charm over their compartment. Lily, what are you rummaging through the suitcase for? Anna. I have only glanced through the new textbooks once. There is no way I can pass the exams. Lily trembled as she spoke. Oh, fret not, dear. I was merely deceiving them earlier. After all, I do not wish to have unfamiliar faces lingering during lunch. The tradition at Hogwarts is to preserve the element of surprise during the sorting ceremony, so I am just as uninformed about how the sorting occurs. I have merely heard it is quite easy. Trust me, return the textbooks to their place. After Anna's repeated assurances, Lily finally exhaled in relief. Anna then produced from her bag the delightful dishes prepared by the house elf, Coco, earlier that morning, which had been enchanted to retain warmth, still pleasantly tepid even now. The train continued its journey, and within the carriage some passengers joyfully indulged in their lunches, while others grimaced as they flipped through a mountain of textbooks, clearly suffering under the weight of foundational knowledge. Somehow, word of this had spread, and the upperclassmen seemed to delight in the sight of new students being teased, embellishing the tales with exaggeration. By the afternoon, nearly all first-year students had opened their new textbooks, reciting the contents with ashen faces, fearful of failing and being expelled. At last, the train came to a gradual halt. Snape had already stepped out to change into his uniform, and discreetly drew the curtains within the compartment. Anna and Lily quickly donned their robes and emerged, and the three of them soon spotted the half-giant Hagrid at the forefront, holding a glass lantern aloft. First-year students, gather here. While watching the film In a Past Life, Anna had not fully grasped the enormity of Hagrid's stature until standing before him, where she truly felt the weight of his imposing figure. The new students trudged over, their expressions puzzled, but Hagrid dutifully fulfilled his role, guiding them to the dock. Next, we shall all board a boat. Quick now, we must set off. Naturally, Anna and her companions shared a boat, and soon an ordinary first year joined them, muttering snippets from the textbooks, nearly provoking a chuckle from Lily. Once all the new students had boarded, the small boat glided through the still waters of the Black Lake, seemingly propelled by an unseen force. Beneath the radiant moonlight, the ancient Hogwarts castle stood majestically upon the heights, welcoming each young wizard who approached, watching them grow, graduate, and eventually depart. It was a second home to all British wizards, silent yet gracious, steadfastly standing unchanged through the ages. What are you gazing at? Lily inquired, noticing Anna fixated on the distant Hogwarts castle, her eyes wide and unblinking as if she had seen something extraordinary. The future. I am contemplating our future, Anna whispered softly, then withdrew her gaze, a gentle smile illuminating her face. The silvery moonlight cast a dreamy, ethereal glow upon her long hair, making her appear as a second moon upon the lake, serene and tranquil. Bow your heads. Hagrid's voice resonated from the front, prompting everyone to obediently lower their heads as the boat traversed beneath the cliffs, arriving at a dock paved with cobblestones. We have arrived, follow me. Hagrid, lantern in hand, led them to an oak door. He raised his hand and knocked thrice upon the door, which swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall, clad in a rich green robe. Very well, proceed with me, new students. Professor McGonagall ushered everyone into the castle, and Anna, Lily, and their companion walked at the rear of the line. Anna noticed James Potter glancing back intermittently, likely searching for their familiar faces. All the other young wizards, except for the trio, bore expressions of anxiety, a sight McGonagall found unsurprising, as many first years exhibited similar apprehension upon entering Hogwarts for the first time. However, she wondered why the students beside her were engrossed in discussions about the history of magic. Were today as children so eager to learn? A look of fondness crossed McGonagall's face. Upon reaching the waiting room, McGonagall halted, surveying the group of eager young faces before her. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast shall commence shortly, but first, we must determine which house you will join. The little wizards grew increasingly tense. She proceeded to explain the sorting process, as well as matters concerning accommodations and the house cup, essential information for the newcomers. With everything in order, she instructed the first years to line up, and led them into the great hall. The hall was even grander than depicted in the films, adorned with 4 long tables, and numerous floating candles illuminated the space. Looking up, one could see a vast, twinkling starry sky above. The hall was awash with light from the candles, and Anna quickly spotted Dumbledore seated at the front of the staff table. After a brief glance, she discreetly retreated behind Snape and Lily, relishing the anticipation of the surprise to come. Standing at the forefront, James Potter looked around, not seeing any exam papers, and curiously inquired of Professor McGonagall, Professor, may I ask where our entrance exam papers are? Exam papers? Yes, there are 50 multiple-choice questions, 40 true or false, and 10 essay questions, which will inquire about our aspirations. This will determine our house placement. No, my dear child, there are no exam papers. A look of confusion crossed McGonagall's face, as she observed the wide-eyed students staring at her. It dawned on her that this had to be a prank devised by the upperclassmen. Seeing their astonished expressions, McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle. Who had concocted this elaborate ruse about a sorting exam? It sounded convincingly real, which explained why they had all believed it. The hall, once hushed by the arrival of the newcomers, now erupted with laughter from the upperclassmen, their kind-hearted amusement echoing throughout, even drawing smiles from several faculty members at the staff table. What? None. James Potter, momentarily bewildered, was at a loss as to whether to be angry or relieved, his mind struggling to process the revelation. Indeed, our sorting is determined by the sorting hat. Now gentlemen, please be quiet. Following this, the sorting hat commenced its annual live performance. Snape had already cast a silencing charm for Lily and Anna, sparing them from the auditory onslaught. Meanwhile, James Potter faced the sorting hat, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, and up close to the hat's enchanting melody. When his name was called, and he sat upon the stool to don the hat, he finally found his composure. Gryffindor. Just as in his past life, he was sorted into the Lioness House. Next, Anna spotted familiar faces such as Lupin and Pettigrew, and when Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, a murmur of conversation erupted from the Slytherin table, but it changed nothing. The line of first years gradually diminished, bringing Anna and her friends closer to the front. Severus Snape. Among the trio, Snape was the first to be called. He exchanged a glance with Lily and Anna before stepping onto the stage. Slytherin. As expected, Snape, with an air of composure, made his way to the Slytherin table, followed by Lily. Gryffindor. The long table of the Slytherin house erupted in enthusiastic applause, with James Potter being particularly spirited. Lily, descending from her seat, cast a worried glance at Anna before making her way toward her own house. Among the newcomers, only Anna remained. Although North's disregard charm was remarkable, it could not shield her from the gaze of the greatest white wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. At 11 years old, Anna had yet to fully mature. Yet traces of the young Grindelwald were already visible upon her countenance. The venerable headmaster, seated at the center of the staff table, straightened his posture and leaned slightly forward, blinking vigorously as if attempting to discern her more clearly. Professor McGonagall, holding the list, paused for a moment upon reaching the final name, before slowly articulating her identity. Anna Grindelwald. Her voice resonated throughout the hall, distinctly announcing the name to every student and teacher present, including the old headmaster at the center. After many years, Dumbledore had never anticipated hearing that surname once more during the Hogwarts opening feast. The Wheel of Destiny had finally arrived before them, reuniting the intertwined names of Grindelwald and Dumbledore in a manner unforeseen by anyone. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you hear my name clearly? Do you comprehend the implications therein? The hall fell into an eerie silence as the girl with silver hair and blue eyes glanced at the headmaster across from her, then confidently strode forward under the watchful gaze of all, a smile gracing her features as she took her seat. The sorting hat was placed upon her head. Welcome, Miss Grindelwald. Be assured, Albus has not enjoyed a good night's sleep in over a month. Let us hope he finds some peace tonight. Well, it seems he may still struggle to rest, considering your visage bears a striking resemblance to that of Grindelwald, albeit in a more diminutive form. Haha now. Let us see which house the illustrious daughter of Grindelwald shall be placed in. Anna assured herself that, aside from the Saints and the Prince family, no one else knew of her true identity as Grindelwald's daughter. The sorting hat had likely glimpsed memories from her mind. Such courage, coupled with a relentless determination. A pursuit of knowledge, with wondrous innovation. Oh, treating all with sincerity, whether wizard or muggle. You possess a heart of generosity. I discern your ambition. Merlin's beard, world peace? Very well, may you realize your aspirations. You are indeed the most challenging young witch to sort that I have encountered. Every house seems fitting for you. Wait. What do I see? A fleeting vision of a black robe passed through Anna's mind, and the contract in her right palm warmed slightly before calming once more. Merlin's trousers. Oh, welcome. The sorting hat lingered atop Anna's head longer than any other young witch's, and ultimately, the tattered old hat trembled slightly before revealing a medley of emotions such as respect, fear, and excitement on its indistinct features. Slytherin, it proclaimed at last, its sharp cry seemingly on the brink of shattering the ceiling, bursting with the eagerness to sing once more. Anna made her way to the Slytherin table, casting a reassuring smile at Lily. Normally, Lucius Malfoy, the head of Slytherin, would offer some encouraging gesture or words to the new student. But all of that was overshadowed by the utterance of Grindelwald's name. Ding ding ding. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze from the Slytherin table, and, tapping his fork against his goblet, stood to deliver the customary welcome speech before announcing the commencement of the feast. Chapter 22. The Feast. The other 3 tables resumed their lively atmosphere, while Slytherin remained notably quiet, elegantly partaking in their dinner, occasionally casting glances toward a solitary figure at the front of the table. At this rate, your steak will be shredded. Let it be, Snape remarked, glancing at the person beside him, offering a kind reminder. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Anna halted her actions but maintained a firm grip on her knife and fork, her expression slightly betraying her composure. It took considerable willpower for her to refrain from rushing to the staff table to embrace a certain headmaster. As Grindelwald crafted this alchemical form, he had been reminiscing about his old companion, indirectly influencing the outcome of his experiments, namely Anna, who now bore remnants of her father's emotions within her. While it was manageable not to encounter the actual person often, today, at the moment their eyes met, those emotions surged within Anna, amplified tenfold. She savored the tumultuous blend of love and hate, guilt mingled with a hint of grievance. Enough already, dear father. Must you burden my mind with every thought? And what is this grievance? Simply leap before him from New Camber and say 100 times, I am sorry, I was wrong. Followed by 1,000 declarations of I love you. And wouldn't that resolve everything? Why the need for such entanglement? Ah, the stubborn old man. Of course. These were merely Anna's musings. The reality held many unresolved issues, and as the daughter of her father, she would undoubtedly strive to bridge the chasm between them. Having reconciled her thoughts, Anna's inner turmoil subsided, allowing her face to regain its lightness and joy, leaving those observing her somewhat perplexed. Miss Anna, welcome to Hogwarts. A voice from diagonally opposite her finally broke the silence after a moment of contemplation, noticing her improved demeanor, lifting her gaze to the familiar face. A plan formed in her mind. Riley, it has been far too long. How is your father faring? Riley Charles, whose father, Lamb Charles, had been appointed as a new governor of Hogwarts several years prior with the support of the Saints, thus making him a figure of prominence among the students of the Saints, effectively separating them from the Death Eater faction. Now a 6th-year student. He was in the same year as Lucius Malfoy. My father as well. He even asked me to extend his regards to you at King's Cross today, along with a sincere invitation for you to visit our home. Miss Anna, should you encounter any issues at school, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am confident the others will be eager to help you as well. The students beside him nodded in agreement, having traveled to America with their parents during the Saints' collective activities 2 years prior, where Anna and Snape had also been present. They had collectively witnessed humanity's inaugural successful manned lunar landing, and after spending several days together, they had formed a profound impression of this young leader. They looked up to this emerging figure, not with the fervor of Death Eaters worshipping Voldemort, but with a hopeful anticipation for a new world. These were all children of the Saints, yet without the butterfly mark. Anna had always hoped to allow the young witches and wizards to reach adulthood, acquiring comprehensive reasoning abilities before making decisions about their own lives. I have not seen Lamb in quite some time. I shall certainly pay a visit if time permits during the holidays. As for school, I shall rely on you all in the future. It is our honor to serve you. Upon hearing this, a group of aspiring Death Eaters nearby began to fidget. The previously neutral faction had seemingly shifted allegiance to Grindelwald, suggesting a potential challenge to their authority. Could it be that the power of the original Dark Lord was beginning to resurge? Lucius Malfoy felt a sudden jolt within his heart. Raised under the tutelage of his father, Abraxas Malfoy, he had been schooled in the art of discerning human emotions, and through mere snippets of conversation he could piece together the complexities of unfolding events. The group led by Riley Charles had concealed their connections remarkably well, until today. He had been utterly unaware of their ties. Had his covert efforts to forge alliances with them and their parents over the past 2 years been entirely in vain? Miss Grindelwald, I am Lucius Malfoy, the head boy of Slytherin in my 6th year. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Had he finally succumbed to his curiosity? Anna turned to face the speaker, separated from Lucius by a mere table distance. Yet the gap felt insignificant. Hello, Malfoy. You may call me Anna, as everyone else does. Very well, Anna. Judging by your surname, you hail from the illustrious Grindelwald family of Germany, correct? Lucius inquired, aware that her father, a pure-blood German, must surely possess a familial lineage, albeit one that had retreated from public life following Gellert Grindelwald's downfall decades ago. To avoid suspicion, the family's whereabouts had become a mystery, with few wizards able to trace their lineage. Anna had once tasked her associates with investigating, but it appeared they had relocated from Germany and were no longer in Europe. She had no desire to disturb them, after all. She was merely Gellert Grindelwald's daughter, not a true member of the Grindelwald clan. No, I merely inherited this surname from my father. I have no connection to that family, she denied, shaking her head. It was merely a lack of connection, not a complete absence of relation. So who was related to her? Who was her father? Surely it could not be that esteemed gentleman, who must now be nearing 90. With Riley Charles's remarks echoing in his mind, Lucius had begun to form a hypothesis. Regardless, Slytherin had always revered pureblood lineage, and Miss Anna was undoubtedly one of them. He believed she would forge genuine friendships here, provided they could find common ground. Even if she were a direct descendant of that illustrious gentleman, mutual interests could still bind them. The Malfoy family had always prioritized self-interest above all. However, Malfoy, I am a half-blood, Anna chuckled, her words detonating like a bomb among the ranks of aspiring Death Eaters. What? How could you possibly be? Lucius momentarily lost his composure, but quickly regained his poise, concealing his astonishment, though his trembling hand betrayed his internal turmoil. A descendant of Grindelwald. How could she be a half-blood? The once vibrant figure had aspired to elevate wizards above muggles. How could he have possibly found a half-blood worthy of his legacy? Chapter 23, Disjunction. In truth, Anna's claim of being a half-blood was literal. She was unaware of the materials her father had utilized to create her corporeal form. Beyond his own blood, rather than being a half-blood, she was more accurately a composite of rare experimental substances. By the standards of the Death Eaters, she might not even qualify as a typical half-blood witch. In my eyes, whether one is a pure-blood, half-blood, muggle-born, or even a muggle, there is little distinction. I have always struggled to comprehend why some individuals elevate themselves so highly above others. They are merely humans, endowed with a singular extraordinary power. Yet they take such pride in it. While I do not expect them to possess the highest moral character, utilizing such power for the betterment of all humankind should be a priority. Yet these individuals stubbornly and foolishly categorize their own kind into hierarchies of superiority. Malfoy, do you not find such people? Anna paused, her gaze sweeping over the students loyal to Voldemort, including those from the Black and Lestrange families, as if calling them out by name. Do you not perceive that such ideologies and behaviors are merely manifestations of a self-satisfied arrogance? She continued, her tone laced with sarcasm. Despite being merely an 11-year-old girl who had just begun her academic journey, she exerted immense pressure on the students at the long table. This pressure was distinct from the reprimands of parents or the intimidation of Voldemort's reputation. It was a relentless assault on their beliefs regarding racial superiority. How peculiar. Dear upperclassmen, even the legendary creator of all beings or Merlin himself, from Slytherin, would never entertain such inflated notions of superiority. These individuals so self-importantly position themselves atop the human hierarchy, trampling upon others, reaching a spiritual elevation surpassing that of the divine. Tell me, how am I to revere such beings? As her words resonated, more than a dozen Slytherin students, including Lucius, rose in unison, capturing the attention of the hall, which fell into a profound silence. Severus Snape sat among them, flanked by the very instigator of this uproar. He was witnessing Anna's eloquence for the first time. Her words struck with unparalleled precision, targeting the heart of their arrogance, delivering blows that resonated deeply, devoid of any vulgarity, yet leaving them trembling under the weight of her scathing remarks. Anna not only repudiated Voldemort's ideology of pureblood supremacy, but also mocked their audacity to aspire to divine status, akin to placing them on a pyre. Each statement landed with the force of a resounding slap, rendering their expressions increasingly contorted. Were he in Lucius's position, he might have been incensed enough to draw his wand and retaliate with a vengeance. Regrettably, in this life, he found himself aligned with Anna. For the other students opposed to Voldemort's regime, this was a gratifying spectacle of rebuke, particularly for those led by Riley Charles. It was akin to refreshing relief on a sweltering summer day, invigorating their spirits. However, this also meant that Anna had publicly affirmed her steadfast stance alongside the faction of the Saints, openly declaring their rejection of pureblood ideology, effectively severing ties with Voldemort's followers. At the Gryffindor table, Sirius Black observed his sister, Narcissa Black, and the self-proclaimed noble purebloods were expressions of disbelief. Especially Lucius Malfoy, who had abandoned his usual impeccable demeanor, struggling to suppress a grotesque contortion of his features. What is happening? Lily gazed with concern at Anna, who remained composed amidst the storm, exchanging a casual wave with her, resulting in even darker expressions among her opponents. What's the matter, upperclassmen? Oh, I am certainly not referring to you. I meant those individuals. The silver-haired girl blinked her azure eyes innocently, though she emphasized the last statement, prompting even the impeccably poised Lucius Malfoy to instinctively place his hand upon his wand at his waist. How could he counter her? Although her insinuations were clearly directed at them, he could not brazenly declare himself as one of those individuals she had so scornfully described. Nothing at all, Miss Grindelwald. I believe everyone is merely welcoming you to our school. May you have a splendid time in Slytherin." As Lucius Malfoy uttered those words, each syllable seemed to spring forth from his lips with a weight of significance, underscoring the notions of the future and beauty, indicating that they would not let her public humiliation today pass without consequence. He released his grip on the wand, striving to compose himself as he slowly took his seat, discreetly signaling for others to remain calm. The opponent possessed deep resources, shrouded in the shadow of that esteemed figure. Given the audacity to confront them so openly at the commencement of their studies, it was evident that they harbored the strength to challenge the Dark Lord in secret. He could not afford to tear the mask off their pretenses in front of the entire school. "How very polite of you, older students. And you, Malfoy. As I mentioned earlier, you may simply call me Anna. I believe we shall enjoy a pleasant rapport moving forward," she chimed cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the vexation etched upon Lucius Malfoy's countenance. With the subject deftly redirected, aside from the St. S faction and the neutral Slytherin students, others found the sumptuous dishes before them utterly uninspiring. On the faculty dais, Dumbledore, who had been observing the unfolding drama, noted that the tension at the Slytherin table had subsided, allowing him to relax his taut nerves. Truth be told, from the moment he laid eyes on Anna, he had taken a keen interest in her every utterance and action, even employing a subtle eavesdropping charm to ensure he caught every word she spoke. Grindelwald remained at Nurmengard. Over a month ago, upon seeing that surname in the admissions ledger, he had taken the opportunity to visit, albeit discreetly, standing at a considerable distance from the prison. Unseen by any. Chapter 24, The Common Room. Dumbledore found it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the origins of this girl. Endowed with the Grindelwald surname, and evidently closely related to Gellert, he did not entertain doubts regarding the Grindelwald family, long since departed from Europe, for Anna bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. It was evident that a profound blood connection existed between them. Furthermore, during the earlier sorting ceremony, the girl's complex gaze directed at him clearly indicated her awareness of the intricate history she shared with Gellert, suggesting she held a wealth of knowledge about it. Her name, quite ordinary, could easily be found among hundreds across all of Britain, yet it was precisely the name Anna that sparked curiosity, who had bestowed it upon her. If she were indeed a descendant of Gellert, then why did her azure eyes mirror his own rather than the deep blue of that other individual? Coughing softly to mask his musings, the venerable headmaster sipped from his pumpkin juice, his thoughts returning to Anna's words. Her mindset appeared entirely distinct from Gellert's, yet she possessed a similar eloquence. The Board of Governors, which had recently integrated into the school, was evidently intertwined with her, as it was clear that the former stalwarts were loyal to her rather than the one languishing in prison. After all, Riley's father had merely greeted her, not the esteemed figure, and Anna's tone carried an implicit authority. It seemed imperative that, upon returning to his office, he should engage the Sorting Hat in a thorough discussion. Indeed, the Hat's prior demeanor towards her had been quite peculiar. The old headmaster felt a slight headache forming. This child presented an abundance of enigmas. As dessert was cleared away, the new students' banquet drew to a close. Dumbledore rose, directing the entire student body in a rousing rendition of the Hogwarts anthem. The school song bore no fixed tune, allowing students to sing it to any melody they favored. Anna sang absently, her attention diverted to Dumbledore, who conducted with an air of grace. Due to the contract inscribed in her right palm, she had sought knowledge in this realm from a tender age, leading her to perceive that the seemingly chaotic Hogwarts anthem, under the headmaster's guidance, coalesced into a harmonious performance imbued with a power akin to a binding contract. This ancient force, recorded only in the most venerable texts, likely originated from the founding of Hogwarts by the four founders a millennium ago, intended to safeguard students from significant harm during their tenure at the school. Such a noble legacy was now threatened by Voldemort's encroachment. It was certain that Mr. Slytherin would not wish to witness such an outcome. Upon concluding the song, Dumbledore reiterated his admonitions to the new students, forbidding them from venturing into the Forbidden Forest and engaging in duels with classmates in the corridors, before allowing the house prefects to escort their respective students back to the dormitories. He did not call out to Anna but instead watched her depart with a calm demeanor. It appeared that not only the old father was in avoidance, but also that certain esteemed headmaster harbored reservations. The Slytherin ranks were visibly segmented into three distinct factions. Riley Charles was flanked by several individuals, facing off against Lucius Malfoy and his cadre of Death Eater recruits, while in the middle, the neutral faction found themselves somewhat stifled. Yet Riley discerned a subtle shift. Some students who had previously leaned neutral seemed to be gravitating towards Anna following the recent incident, predominantly those of mixed blood. It was apparent that the reason for this inclination was not merely her surname, but rather the sentiments she had expressed, which had garnered her favor among her peers. In less than 2 hours since her arrival at Hogwarts, she had already begun to sway the Slytherin disposition, solidifying Riley's resolve. The Slytherin common room was located in the dungeons, requiring a spoken password for entry, much like Gryffindor. The newly appointed fifth-year prefect stood before a stone wall, cleared his throat, and recited the password for the first week of the term. Pure blood. The atmosphere ahead seemed to thicken. A stone door materialized within the wall, slowly creaking open to reveal a dimly lit common room. The colors of Slytherin, emerald green and silver, decorated the chamber, with an array of green and silver silk ribbons hanging in an orderly fashion above. Outside the windows lay the depths of the Black Lake, where students often glimpsed magnificent aquatic creatures, including the intriguing giant squid that resided there year-round. Upon their arrival in Slytherin, the new students were to be briefed by their leader, Lucius Malfoy, who now stood at the forefront, surveying all the newcomers. Anna stood beside Riley, observing him with keen interest. This caused Lucius to momentarily falter. Recalling the earlier events at the long table, he had to suppress his emotions before speaking. Congratulations on your arrival at Slytherin. First, allow me to clarify some of the rumors you may have encountered. Slytherins are not inherently dark wizards. The tales from other houses suggesting we only associate with those of ancient pureblood lineages, or those born into illustrious families are mere gossip, and you need not take them to heart. I do not deny that our house has produced dark wizards, yet so too have other houses, though many overlook this fact. We pursue glory and victory, and I trust that as you navigate your time here, you will come to realize that choosing us will be your finest decision. The concluding remarks bore a double entendre, unmistakably a caution from Lucius Malfoy to the new students, urging them to discern their allegiances, particularly regarding one individual. Yet, the young lady at the forefront displayed no sign of concern, even stifling a small yawn. It was evident that Lucius Malfoy's slow and laden speech had failed to capture her interest. Lucius felt that if things continued this way, there would inevitably come a day when his composure would falter. Upon returning to his room, he resolved to write to his father immediately, seeking counsel on how to navigate this situation. The password for the common room changes bi-weekly. New students are advised to pay attention to the notice board, where it will be posted. Furthermore, it is imperative that you never bring students from other houses into our common room, nor disclose the password to them. As for your accommodations, the names will be displayed on the dormitory doors. You will need to seek them out yourselves. After hastily imparting this information, he left with a scowl, while several students affiliated with the Death Eaters exchanged glances, wisely refraining from seeking trouble with Anna and her companions. It was time to retire for the night. As classes were set to commence the following day, Narcissa Black attempted to mediate, acknowledging that many young wizards were utterly fatigued after a day of travel. Gradually, the crowd in the common room began to disperse. Anna and Snape intended to locate their dormitory, but were halted by Riley's call. Is there something else, Riley? The initially departing Snape paused and settled onto a nearby sofa. Miss Anna, we have deliberated at length and hope you will acquiesce to our request. She stifled a yawn, and upon noticing several of them extending their left hands toward her, her fatigue vanished instantly. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Riley Charles, would you kindly elucidate for me? The languor that had adorned Anna's face dissipated, replaced by a serious expression. Indeed, Miss Anna, we are all acutely aware of what this signifies. Please do not hold Riley accountable. A girl beside Riley spoke softly, alleviating some of his burden. The others nodded in agreement, extending their hands without hesitation. Snape, seated on the adjacent sofa warming himself, observed Anna standing in a corner of the common room, encircled by the group, and unconsciously clenched his left hand. It was empty. No, I do not blame him. You need not worry for your boyfriend, Hetty. Anna's light-hearted jest elicited gentle laughter from the group. She remembered each person's name, a task requisite for a leader. However, a few years prior, she had made the matter quite clear. Underage wizards were not permitted to bear the butterfly mark. Were your parents aware of the decisions you are making now? Do you truly understand the ideals that this mark represents? And are you cognizant of your true future? Questioned by a newcomer, this small circle appeared somewhat peculiar to the uninformed onlookers. Yet it was precisely her words that reassured Riley and his companions that their choice was not misguided. Miss Anna, there are no lower-year students among us. We are but a year or two away from adulthood, and I believe we possess the capacity for independent thought. As for our mothers and fathers, they are certainly aware of this matter, but parents do not have the authority to dictate our lives. We have deliberated for quite some time, and intended to confess this to you in our 7th year. But your words today have made it clear that the struggle has begun. We need to be more united and wield greater influence. Regarding the future, we had already contemplated this years ago, during Kennedy's time in America, and we are willing to devote ourselves to the new world. Riley Charles stated with unwavering determination. Anna had not anticipated that her earlier remarks at the long table would serve as the catalyst for this moment, yet she harbored no regrets. Had she not asserted her stance during that confrontation, she might have forfeited a portion of her advantage. Observing the individuals before her, Anna understood that she must refrain from uttering anything that might undermine their resolve. She took a step forward, gently clasping Hetty's left hand, her small and tender fingers bringing hers and Riley's hands together, smiling as she spoke. I am pleased to see that you harbor such ideals. In truth, one of the reasons for establishing this rule was to ensure that you would not emulate those who engage in factional disputes within the school. Riley, your trust fills me with joy. Yet this mark is not intended to bind you. It is merely a means of communication and confidentiality. Even without it, I believe that you will always stand together, possessing greater strength than those individuals. Riley and Hetty were somewhat taken aback by Anna's gesture, their faces flushing faintly as they listened intently to her words. The butterfly merely symbolizes an ideal. It is the pursuit of that ideal that holds true significance. Thus, let it be as you have previously decided. When the time comes in our 7th year, as long as you continue to trust me, I shall personally mark your ideals. Does that sound agreeable? The rules must not be broken, for otherwise, her standing among certain elder saints would crumble, regardless of the initial reasons behind them. It was precisely because of this regulation that those saints with children would trust her all the more, compelling Anna to use a gentle approach to reassure Riley and the others. Evidently, the impact of this conversation was far more heartening than the act of marking the butterfly, and Snape believed that in the forthcoming school life, these individuals would become Anna's most devoted followers. Are you not going to sleep? She emerged from the midst of the still excited group, sitting beside Snape. You are well aware that my soul is not merely 11 years old. Why not bestow that mark upon me? He inquired softly, his gaze fixed upon the bright flames in the fireplace, his expression unchanged. But you are indeed only 11, Severus. Moreover, I sense your aversion to such things. The parchment contract we share suffices. As Anna waved farewell to Riley and the others making their way to the dormitory, she continued her conversation with Snape. That parchment, devoid of any magical potency? Snape glanced at his right forearm, pristine and unblemished, devoid of any markings. The contract he had signed with Anna bore no semblance of an unbreakable vow. It was merely a plain piece of parchment inscribed with certain terms, upon which a spell with true name effects had been cast, nothing more. This singular spell merely ensured that both signatures were indeed authentic, and that the names would never fade from the paper, and that was all. I trust you will not contravene the terms of the contract, and I, too, detest binding someone with absolute covenants. Thus, the butterfly mark was conceived solely for the sake of ease in communication, with confidentiality as a precaution. Should one decide to withdraw, they could erase all related memories at any time. She spoke truthfully. It was precisely for this reason that he had not intervened when Eileen had inscribed a butterfly on her palm. This individual, who seemingly left everyone with a clean slate and an avenue of retreat, had yet to see any saint voluntarily erase that mark. They took pride in it. And it was precisely because of this trust and the option to retreat that the saints would devote their entire being to pursuing that ideal butterfly. Now, some young saints were gradually severing ties with the older generation. These individuals, born of saints, referred to themselves as butterfly chasers, forming a cohesive group and becoming Anna's most capable loyalists. For instance, North Eliza, and those recent students who had directly experienced her charismatic personality. Moreover, even in a few years, when we have all graduated, I shall not impose a mark upon you. I will respect your choices, Severus. The night was deep, the lake gently lapping against the transparent windows of the Slytherin common room, and the crackling flames in the fireplace occasionally punctuated the stillness with their sound. In the vast expanse of the space, it seemed only their breaths and heartbeats remained. Why have you trusted me so implicitly from the very beginning? His voice was hoarse, and sensing that his emotions were spiraling beyond his control, Severus was compelled to employ a mental occlusion to forcibly suppress them. For I have never doubted your fidelity to our commitments. Whether or not that contract or mark exists, I place my trust in you. More importantly, we are alike, burdened with a fated destiny, yearning to alter the course of our futures. I believe that the bond we share is more steadfast than the strongest magical contract in existence. From the moment we became aware of each other's deepest secrets, our fates became irrevocably intertwined. Every action she has taken thus far has woven a vast web of trust, gradually ensnaring him, the reincarnated one, within its embrace. This web is both soft and comforting, resplendent and enchanting. Even he finds it difficult to escape its grasp. Tomorrow marks the first day of classes, and I would prefer not to be tardy. I should retire early. Anna covered her mouth and stifled a small yawn before rising to her feet. Good night, Severus, she said softly, turning back from the entrance to the girls' dormitory to address the boys standing by the fireplace. Good night. With her back to the firelight, Severus's face was shrouded in shadows, his expression inscrutable. The Slytherin dormitories were numerous. Riley had made some prior arrangements, and Anna was assigned to a spacious single room, as was Severus, who had been following her closely. The suitcase left on the train had been transferred by the house elves to the desk in her dormitory, and she did not open it, as her belongings were stored in a convenient storage ring, far more accessible than if they were trapped in a suitcase. After a simple wash-up, Anna changed into her pajamas, placed the set alarm clock on her bedside table, and then collapsed onto her bed, lifting her right hand to gaze intently at the black contract that only she could see. I must not indulge myself, Anna. That is something that cannot be touched. After a considerable pause, she lowered her hand and slowly closed her eyes. In the headmaster's office, an elder was pacing restlessly, unable to find slumber. Albus, are you still unable to sleep tonight? The Sorting Hat, perched high upon the shelf, inquired as it observed Dumbledore's ceaseless movements. Do not worry, old friend. I shall retire shortly. He wore a purple nightgown adorned with sparkling stars that twinkled captivatingly. If you are curious about who that girl truly is, why not ask her directly? The Sorting Hat could no longer contain itself, having witnessed the headmaster's troubled demeanor concerning matters other than Tom Riddle's for many years. Oh, perhaps you are correct. I shall speak with her. But before that, I would like to inquire, my old friend, what exactly did you perceive in her mind? I have never seen you so out of sorts. He approached the cabinet, retrieving the Sorting Hat and placing it upon the desk. No, I cannot speak of it. Albus, there are many unspeakable secrets in this world, as you well know. However, beyond that, I have seen many other things within her thoughts. And why not take a closer look at her full name? You might find it surprising. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's words, Dumbledore initially frowned, followed by confusion, and then retrieved Anna's admission file. This file was accessible to the Board of Governors, including Abraxas Malfoy. Thus, Riley's father, the newly appointed governor, Lamb Charles, had utilized his position to make some adjustments to Anna and Severus's records. On the first page, her name was listed as Anna Grindelwald. Yet, the parentage section remained unspecified, with her current guardian temporarily noted as the father of Noth, who was the one to first bring Anna from New Caledon. Additionally, her usual residence was indicated as a townhouse in central London, rather than Grindelwald Manor. As he continued to peruse the file, it contained fragmented accounts of Anna's experiences, including a graduation report from a British Muggle primary school. However, most of this documentation was fabricated. After all, her daily life was filled to the brim with handling paperwork and attending private lessons, leaving no time for primary education. Even the few entries regarding overseas travels were collective activities of the saints. After flipping through the scant pages of the file twice, Dumbledore could not find the full name mentioned by the Sorting Hat. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and retrieved an already opened letter from his drawer. It was Anna's response to her admission notice. Unfolding the letter, he found the reply to be quite succinct, without any abnormalities. Dumbledore's hand slowly glided over the clean, neat paper, pausing at the name at the end. Reveal yourself. He softly uttered the incantation, and the letters spelling Anna Grindelwald gradually morphed and stretched, ultimately materializing before his eyes. The glaringly bold and unabashed middle name now adorned the surname, Anna Albus Grindelwald. This was an unreserved spontaneity, reminiscent of that summer in Godric's Hollow. The bright and dazzling sunlight illuminated everything in the world. Roses swayed gracefully in the summer breeze, and the fragrance wafted through every corner of the valley. For over half a century, he had believed this memory had faded into obscurity, yet upon recollection, it was unexpectedly vivid, showing no signs of fading, perhaps even more vibrant than before. His fingers traced the name, and upon touching her true name, he recoiled as if scalded. The little secret on the letter undoubtedly bore the hallmark of this girl. By the way, you mentioned that you saw many other things in her mind? The old headmaster adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, his curiosity piqued by the Sorting Hat's other remark. Indeed, she possesses many admirable qualities. She believes that every soul in the world is equal, devoid of any hierarchy, and is willing to offer everything she has to aid those in need. She harbors grand ideals and aspirations, yearning for world peace and hoping for favorable outcomes for all. To be honest, during the sorting, I found myself contemplating which house would suit her best. In a millennium, I have never encountered such a young witch. You rarely hold such high regard for any young witch, Dumbledore remarked, somewhat astonished. However, she also possesses a significant flaw. If I were to draw a comparison, she is like the moon in the night sky. Her inner world is desolate, cold, and silent. Chapter 27 The Great Hall. The following morning, as Severus made his way from the dormitory to the hall for breakfast, he spotted Anna already seated at the Slytherin long table, an owl perched before her, beside a stack of already unwrapped parcels, one containing a 1-inch thick envelope. Good morning, Severus. She greeted him casually as he approached. After finishing the last morsel of her breakfast, she opened the envelope and casually tore off a piece of bread from another platter to feed the owl that had delivered the parcel. Breakfast at Hogwarts commenced at 7:30, and it was now 7:45, indicating that she had been sitting there eating breakfast since the hall's doors first opened. You are handling all of this here? Severus asked as he took a seat across from her. Noticing that Anna had already retrieved a pen from her storage ring, and began to sift through the documents. Yes, their essays spell on them that makes them invisible to others. You should enjoy your breakfast. Although Noth claimed that she need not concern herself with matters outside, certain crucial documents that required her personal scrutiny were still delivered to Hogwarts by Owl. The pile of papers before her today was the result of her diligent filtering. The previous heaps had nearly filled the long desk in her study, where she sometimes spent entire days poring over them, even dining in the study. The stack of documents, at least an inch thick, contained nearly 100 sheets. As Severus Snape, who had long been in close proximity to Anna, knew well, the enchantments designed to prevent prying eyes were ineffective against him. He could discern the various key points and opinions clearly. When Albus Dumbledore entered the Great Hall for breakfast, he beheld Anna, pen in hand, deep in thought over the documents spread before her. As more students filled the hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, particularly at the Gryffindor table, where laughter and playful banter rang loud. Yet, the girl remained utterly undistracted, her pen flowing smoothly across the paper, her brow occasionally relaxed or furrowed, her expression shifting subtly with the contents of the documents, and she would occasionally look up to converse briefly with Snape before returning to her papers. By around 8 o'clock, when Lucius Malfoy and a few students entered the hall and took their seats at the Slytherin table, Anna had already processed a portion of the documents, repacking them to be sent back to Grindelwald Manor with the owl that had been patiently waiting nearby. The remaining documents, still requiring careful consideration, were tucked into her storage ring for later attention. Having completed these tasks, she cleared her face of all emotion, revealing only a gentle and polite smile as she exchanged morning greetings with Lucius Malfoy, skillfully steering the conversation towards matters of the house and classes, deliberately avoiding any mention of the previous day's confrontation, as if it had never occurred. The apparent harmony among them stood in stark contrast to Lucius, who, after a restless night spent stewing in his emotions, found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his mood darkening. Despite still being a child, Anna's maturity in handling social interactions was striking. Reflecting on the Sorting Hat's final words from the day before, Dumbledore swallowed a morsel of his biscuit, a wave of concern washing over him. How had Gellert managed to educate her so? What had transformed this girl into someone more mature than many adult wizards? In Dumbledore's eyes, children of her age should be enjoying a carefree school life, forging friendships and reveling in laughter, rather than standing at the forefront, engaging in a battle of wits with such a dangerously dark wizard. All students present at breakfast soon observed a distinct division at the Slytherin table, marked by the boundary between Lucius and Anna. During the previous evening's dinner, the half-bloods who had maintained a neutral stance had been caught in the middle. But now they had shifted closer to Anna, with some upperclassmen even engaging in conversation with Riley and his peers. Many of the new first years hailed from families associated with Death Eaters. They were young and impressionable, adhering to their parents' instructions to remain within Lucius's camp. Regardless, students from the other three houses still exhibited a slight aversion towards the newly risen faction, which bore an unsettling resemblance to the Dark Wizard from decades past. However, the previous day's rebuttal against pureblood ideology had echoed throughout Hogwarts, altering the perceptions of many Muggle-born sympathizers and young witches and wizards who despised the Death Eaters' malefactions towards this newcomer. I see Lily. Should I go greet her, Severus? After concluding her perfunctory niceties with Lucius Malfoy, Anna turned to see Lily's figure and inquired. Don't, Snape replied, casting a glance at the chaotic Gryffindor table, his brow furrowing in discontent. Everything is fine now that I'm back. The only annoyance is that I no longer have the authority to deduct points from Gryffindor. All right, then I'll go over to say hello. She interpreted the disdain in Snape's gaze, nodding resignedly as she stood and made her way toward Lily. Lily, did you sleep well last night? The silver-haired girl boldly took her seat at the Gryffindor table, exuding a sense of ease and even joy. Had it not been for the silver and green crest on her uniform, one might have mistaken her for a student of Gryffindor, her presence entirely unremarkable. "Good morning, Anna. I was a bit worried about you yesterday. How were you in Slytherin? Did anyone bully you?" Lily asked with concern, while Sirius Black, seated across from her, rolled his eyes at her words. How could anyone bully her? Clearly, she's capable of holding her ground against Lucius Malfoy and even besting him, which speaks to her substantial strength. "Ah, Lily, don't fret. I can take care of myself." Anna's smile instantly morphed into a mask of sorrow, her tone imbued with an unspeakable sadness as she leaned her head on Lily's shoulder, her body trembling slightly as if she were on the verge of tears. This undoubtedly startled Lily, but it wasn't until Anna could no longer suppress her laughter that she realized her friend was merely teasing her. "Anna. All right, Lily, ha ha ha. My apologies. Don't be upset. Would you like an egg? I'm perfectly fine in Slytherin. They wouldn't dare bully me, so rest assured." With her left hand propping her head, Anna turned to face a slightly flushed Lily. The previous worry vanished, replaced by her usual gentle smile. Chapter 28. The Cat-Like Headmaster. Although Lily had intended to voice a complaint, Anna reminded her that the first class was about to commence, and they needed to finish breakfast quickly to avoid being late, which brought their playful banter to a halt. Anna glanced around the table, but noticed the absence of James Potter, which puzzled her. Wasn't he sharing a dormitory with Sirius, Remus and Peter? If he had overslept, why hadn't they roused him? Moments later, a figure resembling a bird's nest sped into the great hall, appearing disheveled, as if in a hurry, with his clothing not fully buttoned. "Oh, Sirius, why didn't you remind me to wake up?" "Huh, what are you doing here?" James Potter, having rushed to his seat, only noticed Anna's presence when he reached for a piece of bread from the basket before him. "James, you slept like a pig this morning. None of us could wake you, so we left you a note. Now that you're here, I trust you won't be tardy for our first class of the new term due to oversleeping," Sirius explained. "All right, my bad. I'll be more mindful in the future. I was just so exhausted yesterday. By the way, why is she at our table?" James pointed at Anna, puzzled. "I believe the school rules do not state that Slytherin students cannot sit at the Gryffindor table. Of course, I also welcome you, Mr. Potter, to dine at our table. After all, even if we're from different houses, we are all students of Hogwarts, classmates in the same year. All right, Lily, I'll go fetch Severus. He knows the locations of all the classrooms, and will ensure we don't get lost." Seeing that Lily had nearly finished eating, Anna offered a polite smile to the others across the table, and the three of them departed the hall together. What did she just mean by that? James Potter had a piece of bread clutched in his mouth, his cherubic face adorned with large question marks. Perhaps he was attempting to convey goodwill. Sirius Black, contemplatively observing the distinctly separated realms of Slytherin, responded, "Oh, never mind. I certainly do not wish to be subjected to her antics again." Recalling the events on the train from yesterday, James wore a look of lament, though he quickly rallied, a brilliant idea sparking in his mind. "What do you say we devise a plan for revenge? With my family's heirloom invisibility cloak, I still have a feeling that Miss Grindelwald is not so simple, James. It would be prudent to exercise caution," cautioned Remus Lupin, the most meticulous among them, harboring an uneasy premonition about the scheme. "Worry not, Remus. My family's cloak is exceedingly effective. There is no risk of being discovered." James and Sirius exchanged confident glances, brimming with assurance. The former sought retribution purely because Anna had embarrassed him during the sorting ceremony, while the latter was eager to probe the depths of this remarkable new student who had caused such a stir upon arrival. Anna's first lesson upon entering Hogwarts was Transfiguration, taught by Professor McGonagall. The castle's moving staircases could easily bewilder those unfamiliar with the layout, often resulting in befuddled young witches and wizards arriving late to class. However, Severus Snape, having spent decades within these walls, adeptly guided Anna and Lily to the Transfiguration classroom. Upon entering, Anna's gaze was immediately captured by a tabby cat perched on the lectern. "Oh, Severus, is that a cat? Do you think I could pet it?" She was fully aware that the tabby was Professor McGonagall's animagus form, yet its adorableness was irresistible. Its lustrous fur beckoned to be touched, and she felt her hands itching with eagerness. "If you wish to be penalized on your very first day," Snape's admonition halted Lily, who was also tempted. Anna chose a seat closest to the front, pulling Lily down beside her. Snape seated himself behind them, next to an ordinary Slytherin student. Despite the warning, Anna remained undeterred. Retrieving her textbook and parchment from her enchanted pouch, her azure eyes fixated on the tabby with an almost palpable yearning. Professor McGonagall felt a slight unease under her intense gaze. Yet as Anna merely stared rather than acted, She refrained from transforming back to issue a warning. Anna, do you have a fondness for cats? Why not bring one to school as a pet? Lily inquired curiously. Oh dear, cats are indeed wonderful, and I adore them. But I prefer to dedicate my time to my studies. My goal is to read every useful book in the library before graduation. Besides, nothing compares to the allure of wild cats. Lily did not fully grasp the meaning behind Anna's final remark. Yet she admired her dedication to learning and silently vowed to emulate her. The official commencement of their first lesson was at 9 o'clock, with nearly all students present. Yet the quartet of James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were noticeably absent. It was not until Anna had perused the first several pages of her textbook that they finally arrived, nonchalantly strolling in. Looks like we're not late. The professor hasn't arrived yet, James remarked, prompting a quiet chuckle from Anna. The scene mirrored one from 20 years hence, an uncanny sense of fate enveloping the moment. Regrettably, Mr. Potter, you are indeed tardy. The tabby cat leapt down from the lectern, transforming into the stern-faced Professor McGonagall, stunning the quartet still basking in their good fortune. The expressions on the faces of several young wizards were comically blank. I trust you will be more punctual next time. Should you fail to do so, I might just transform you into a pocket watch, ensuring you never forget the time again. I assume you can locate your seats? Professor McGonagall's words jolted the four young wizards into action, hastily finding empty seats, their heads bowed in trepidation, unwilling to meet her gaze as she returned to the lectern. Fortunately, the professor refrained from further reprimands, sparing them from potential house points deduction for their tardiness on the very first day. To Anna, it appeared merely a small act of leniency from the head of Gryffindor House towards her students. Indeed, this was a common occurrence. Not only did Professor McGonagall exhibit affection for Gryffindor, but the heads of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were equally indulgent toward their charges, with the most conspicuous favoritism emanating from a certain head of Slytherin. With all students accounted for, Professor McGonagall stood beside the lectern, formally commencing the first transfiguration lesson for the newcomers. Chapter 29, The Mirror of Erist. The first half of the lesson revolved around theoretical knowledge, which Anna had already encountered during her private lessons years prior. However, each individual's comprehension of transfiguration varied significantly, particularly under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, whose breadth of knowledge surpassed that of a private tutor. After noting several previously unheard concepts regarding transfiguration in her notebook, Anna raised her hand to inquire about which texts would best aid her in mastering these topics, her demeanor earnest and humble, earning her Professor McGonagall's favor. No professor resents a diligent student. Despite her rather unusual surname, in the classroom, all students appeared the same in the eyes of their teacher, whether they be charming, mischievous, or earnestly dedicated. The latter half of the lesson was dedicated to practical application. Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each young wizard, demonstrating the correct pronunciation of the spell, and elaborating on the keys to success before permitting them to draw their wands to practice. Anna extracted her 15-inch Elder Wand from its specially crafted holster at her waist and effortlessly transformed her matchstick into a slender silver needle, complete with a hole for threading. Oh, Miss Anna and Mr. Snape have succeeded. Slytherin receives 5 points. During the first half of the lesson, Anna had explicitly informed the professor of her preference for being addressed by her first name. Initially hesitant about the surname Grindelwald, McGonagall readily acquiesced, adopting a slightly more affectionate manner of address. Subsequently, encouraged by the two, Lily also completed the class assignment successfully, earning Gryffindor its first 5 points from the new students. The remaining quartet of James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, their innate talent for transfiguration evident, as they would later experiment with becoming animagi. In the ensuing time, Anna also attempted the reversal spell, transforming the needle back into a matchstick, repeating this process until she felt she had mastered the technique before ceasing her scholarly display and returning to the latter sections of her textbook. The class concluded swiftly, with Professor McGonagall assigning after-class work to those who had not succeeded in their transformations, instructing them to continue practicing the spell and to compose a 7-inch essay on the day's lesson. Miss Anna, please wait a moment, Professor McGonagall called out, halting Anna as she tidied her belongings and prepared to exit the classroom. Is there something you require, Professor? She gestured for Snape to escort Lily outside to wait for her. Once the classroom was empty, McGonagall informed Anna that Professor Dumbledore awaited her in the headmaster's office. I believe you have no other classes this morning. When you go there, simply state the password, Lemon Drop. Very well, Professor, I shall remember. The girl obediently nodded. And as she stepped out of the classroom, she found that apart from Snape and Lily, there were no other students lingering in the corridor. I shall make a brief visit to the headmaster's office and return before lunch, We shall meet in the hall then. She exchanged a few words with the two of them, then adjusted her appearance slightly before striding towards the imposing stone beast at the entrance to the third floor, the gateway to the headmaster's office. Well, this day was bound to come, and I have mentally prepared myself for it, Anna thought to herself. If Dumbledore perceives her as the next Grindelwald or Voldemort, and intends to do something about it, she would simply leap forward and call him Daddy before the Elder Wand could point in her direction. The enormous stone beast slowly rotated, revealing a spiraling staircase. Though Anna maintained a calm exterior, her heart felt somewhat at ease as well. Upon reaching the door to the headmaster's office, she had not even knocked before a voice beckoned from within, "Please come in." Pushing the door open, she entered the spacious, circular office, which was enveloped in silence. Dumbledore stood before a grand floor-length mirror, and turned to wave at Anna. "Oh, you have arrived, Miss Anna. May I address you as such?" "Certainly, Headmaster Dumbledore. In fact, you may call me by my given name." She nodded and approached the headmaster's side. "Anna, come here, stand before this mirror." It was an impressive mirror, stretching from floor to ceiling, framed in gold, with two claw-like feet supporting it at the bottom. At the top, an inscription read, "The mirror does not show your reflection, but rather your innermost desires." The mirror of Ariste enables one to see their deepest and most fervent longings. Clearly, Dumbledore intended to use this mirror to test her. However, Anna was equally curious about what her heart truly desired, so she obediently stood before the magical mirror. As the crystal-clear surface began to reveal an image, she recognized her own Grindelwald estate. "Tell me, child, what do you see?" Anna bit her lip and recounted the scene unfolding within the mirror. "It is the landscape of my estate. There are many people on the grass, Lily, Severus, and my father. It seems everyone I know is present in this mirror." "And what are they doing, Anna?" Dumbledore gently prodded, coaxing her along. "They are chatting together, playing, having a barbecue outdoors. And you, Headmaster Dumbledore? I see you and my father drawing your wands, beating up a certain bald, red-eyed gentleman. Oh, he is quite unattractive, lacking even a nose. Voldemort." "Ah, your father? Well, let us set that aside for now. What else do you see? I mean, where are you in all of this?" Dumbledore's gaze was fixed intently upon the silver-haired girl, anxious not to miss any detail. "I don't know, Headmaster. It seems I am not present in this mirror." Anna's expression turned somewhat perplexed as she scrutinized every corner of the mirror, failing to find her own reflection. Typically, when one gazes into the mirror of Ariste, the scenes of their deepest desires revolve around their own presence. Yet Anna could not find even a strand of her silver hair. Instead, she saw many others. Apart from familiar faces, even James Potter, Sirius, and Remus appeared in distant corners of the scene. In the blurred distance, she could vaguely identify the trio 20 years hence, along with a small golden head, although the features of the next generation were not very clear, likely because she had never truly seen them. Chapter 30. The Surge of Magic. Anna felt a wave of relief wash over her that she did not see that cloaked deity in the mirror. Otherwise, this chapter would have turned into a horror story. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Dumbledore raised his head and glanced at the sorting hat perched high on the cabinet. "The moonlight illuminates those who tread through darkness," she silently reflected, casting that beautiful glow upon others while her own heart remained desolate and silent. She could love everyone in this world, yet she had forgotten to love herself. Despite living in this world, she had always existed for others, for different purposes. She does not love herself, Albus. This is her greatest flaw. The words of the sorting hat from the previous night echoed in his mind, and after the trial of the Mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore became increasingly convinced that Anna harbored a grave issue within her heart. But where did this problem stem from? He was uncertain. And the images portrayed in the Mirror of Ariste did not reveal the answer. "Your desires are beautiful, Anna." Returning to his seat, he retrieved several plates of small snacks from the cabinet below, the sweet aroma wafting through the headmaster's office, tempting one's appetite. She moved away from the mirror, following Dumbledore to the chairs at the desk, glancing at the sweets before her, momentarily losing her courage to indulge. Just by the scent, she could tell they were far too sweet. She preferred something mildly sweet and refreshing. "I apologize for taking up your break, but I believe we need to have a serious conversation." Noticing Anna's indifference towards the sweets on the table, he produced an assortment of candies, gesturing for her to try them. "Thank you, Headmaster, but I am not hungry at the moment." "Then, what would you like to discuss?" Anna politely declined his offer, bracing herself for the upcoming inquiries. "Your enrollment file only contains your guardian's name, and the section for your parents is marked as unknown. However, you just mentioned your father. May I ask if you would be comfortable sharing your parents' names?" The headmaster's office fell into a momentary silence. The portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters hanging on the walls closed their eyes, as though in slumber. Yet if one were to draw closer and observe closely, they would see that their eyes were merely narrowed, fixated on the silver-haired girl seated in the chair. My mother, regarding this, I must say, Headmaster Dumbledore. I do not possess a mother in the traditional sense, Anna lowered her gaze, avoiding the identical cerulean eyes that mirrored her own. I was born from the depths of the laboratory in Nurmengard. As for my father, you may have your suspicions. His name is Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald. The one you defeated decades ago and subsequently imprisoned in Nurmengard. Her voice was a whisper, devoid of any emotion, causing Dumbledore's heart to race suddenly. Realizing an unfathomable possibility. You are the soul he created? His eyes widened, losing the calmness he usually maintained, his tone thick with astonishment. No, Headmaster. Even the most advanced alchemy and the most forbidden dark magic cannot create a human soul. Though my father attempted such a thing, he failed. This is the realm of divinity, governed by laws that the soul itself can never touch. I believe my father merely crafted this alchemical vessel, and my soul was inadvertently drawn from the river of death, resulting in my current existence. In an instant, Anna grasped Dumbledore's implication and hurried to clarify. Even an alchemical vessel is a form of forbidden dark magic. How could Gellert? Dumbledore's expression turned grave, due to his shock. He had not taken the time to ponder before firmly contradicting Anna's words. Then he witnessed her abruptly lift her head, her expression akin to one who had been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, filled with confusion and disarray. The cerulean depths of her eyes were hauntingly hollow. Not a result of a cerebral closure, but rather a manifestation of Anna's own self-imposed isolation. Indeed, you are correct. My father created me out of an obsession. Unable to relinquish the past he shared with you. I have never known a mother. I have always regarded you, dear Headmaster, as a second father. Another kin etched into the fabric of my existence. Yet you are not mistaken either. I should not have come into this world. I am a forbidden being, she murmured. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Dumbledore, seated before her. He regretted his previous indiscretion, having intended to utter words of comfort, but it was too late. A cool liquid trickled from the corner of her eye, and as Anna reached to wipe it away, she realized it was her own tears. How curious it was. Since her arrival in this realm, she had never lost her composure in such a manner. She had anticipated feeling a surge of emotion or joy when revealing her lineage to Dumbledore, yet she spoke of Grindelwald's paternity with an unsettling calmness. It was rather the headmaster's prior condemnation of dark magic that suddenly made her acutely aware of her soul's detachment from this world, a narrative that ought to hold no relevance to her. Like the reflections in the mirror of Eriste, she had always stood outside, and no matter how fervently she sought, she could never find her place within. Anna, Albus Grindelwald, was born from the unresolved past of Gellert Grindelwald, her essence traversing realms due to a divine contract. These elements constituted her significance in this world. In the eyes of the saints, she represented an ideal, a helmsman. To Grindelwald, she was a vessel of nostalgia, imbued with all his guilt and tumultuous emotions. To Dumbledore, she was Grindelwald's daughter, a cherished student yet also a source of concern as the leader of the saints. To others, she was a benevolent friend, a formidable adversary, and an inconsequential stranger straddling two worlds. But what was her true self? Had it not been for the divine pact, she would never have traversed here. Perhaps this flesh would still lie cold and unseen in the depths of the Nuremberg laboratory. She ought to have turned to ashes, buried beside her parents' graves, her soul cast into the river of oblivion, waiting for a rebirth untainted by causation. Without these circumstances, she might as well be considered a mere specter. As these thoughts coursed through her, a chill enveloped her, tears streaming from her eyes as if to release the suffocating doubts that had plagued her existence for 11 long years. The magic within her surged restlessly, and even Dumbledore's urgent calls seemed to fade into the distance. After 6 long years, she found herself once more ensnared in the throes of a burgeoning magical upheaval. Chapter 31. Her countenance. What could Anna possibly be discussing with Headmaster Dumbledore? It had already been nearly an hour. Exiting the library with Snape, Lily felt a swell of concern as lunch approached, yet Anna's absence was palpable. Perhaps she was already in the Great Hall. Snape understood well. Regardless of her being Grindelwald's daughter, as long as Anna was a Hogwarts student, Dumbledore could not act against her. As they descended the staircase, a commotion erupted in the corridor leading to the infirmary. Several Slytherin students hurried in that direction, their faces etched with anxiety, abandoning their usual grace to run through the hall. These students belonged to the Saint faction, including those who had conversed with Anna in the common room the previous night. Riley, having just finished potions class, was informed of the news and hastily abandoned his textbook, racing from the dungeons. Upon passing Snape, his face flushed from exertion, eyes glistening with unshed tears. This sight filled Snape with a foreboding sense of dread. He seized Riley's collar, compelling him to halt. What had transpired? Was it that Miss Anna had been taken to the infirmary by the headmaster, due to a magical upheaval? Initially inclined to protest, Riley, upon recognizing Snape, relayed the troubling news. What? Snape's mind raced as North's words echoed ominously. If she frequently cast those exhausting spells, or if her emotions ran high, her body could exhibit adverse symptoms, the mildest outcome being a slight magical disturbance. How had everything seemed fine just moments ago, only to spiral into chaos? He released Riley and strode purposefully toward the infirmary, lips pressed into a thin line, brow furrowed, even as Lily called after him, her voice failing to penetrate his tumultuous thoughts. Surely, she would not engage in a confrontation with Dumbledore. The cause of this upheaval must lie in her emotional state. What could possibly provoke such agitation in a conversation with that old meddler? Even in the face of Voldemort's threats, she would likely remain composed, perhaps even daring to retort. Could it be due to Grindelwald? No, while Dumbledore might harbor trepidation regarding her lineage as the daughter of the first Dark Lord, he would never resort to inciting her with harsh words. Damn it! What had they discussed? Despite contemplating numerous possibilities, Snape could not pinpoint a definitive reason, and merely quickened his pace. He clutched the soul stabilizer that North had entrusted to him, as if such an action could quell the tempest within. The Hogwarts robes billowed sharply around him as he hurried, the black fabric swirling in the air, mirroring the instability of his current emotions. In the infirmary, Slytherin students lingered at the half-open door, straining their necks to catch a glimpse of the situation inside. Whispers circulating among them. Deterred by Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore, they hesitated to enter or speak loudly, yet their concern for Anna kept them rooted in place. Please step aside. The voice that emerged from behind them bore a chilling quality, akin to a serpent poised to strike, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the brows of the Slytherin students. An inexplicable pressure enveloped them, and before they could discern the speaker's identity, they instinctively parted to create a path into the room. Without further ado, Snape traversed the narrow passageway, and before he could locate Anna's bed, he sensed the chaotic magic permeating the air. Moving toward the source of the disturbance, he could faintly hear Dumbledore's voice. Oh, it is all my fault. After all these years, I have made no progress whatsoever. I continue to harm them. How could I have uttered such a thing to her? The elder's words were laden with remorse and sobs, entwined with the pains of a lifetime, memories intertwining with the present as he confessed incessantly. After navigating past several separated beds, Snape finally reached Anna's position. Upon seeing her lying on the sickbed, her breath faint, his pupils constricted slightly, she lay there, eerily still. Her once lustrous silver hair now dulled and disheveled, cascading haphazardly across the pristine sheets. Tears marked her face, the edges of her closed eyelids tinged with red, a single tear poised at the corner of her eye, suspended in a moment of uncertainty. She lay there, devoid of vitality, akin to a marionette displayed in a shop window, her once vibrant soul imprisoned deep within her corporeal shell, as if ensnared by an unyielding cage from which she could not escape. He had witnessed her in moments of joy, in fits of anger, gently soothing the saints, mocking Voldemort, feigning innocence while subtly directing her ire at Lucius and his cohorts. He had seen her wholeheartedly place her trust in him, signing a pact in unwavering faith. Yet, over the span of more than 3 years with Anna, Severus Snape had never beheld her in such a state of fragility. The magic forcibly suppressed by Dumbledore still swirled around her, raging through every corner of her being, seemingly on the verge of erupting once more, threatening to rend her to shreds. No, an inner thought flickered and was gone in an instant. Snape rushed forward, uncorking the crystal vial and pouring the pristine, ice-blue potion into her mouth. The turbulent magic that surrounded her, fierce and unrelenting, cut into his hand as he administered the potion, blood instantly seeping from the wound. The crimson liquid trickled down the back of his hand, drop by drop, cascading onto Anna's cheek, staining her silvery hair. In her dazed state, Anna subconsciously sensed a familiar essence. The moment the potion brushed her lips, she instinctively began to rein in her unruly magic, allowing Snape to escape with but a single injury. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, occupied with their potion preparations, failed to react before the vial of soul stabilizer was entirely consumed. My goodness, what are you doing? Before Madame Pomfrey could tend to the wound on his hand, Snape's gaze fell slightly, reaching out to catch the droplet glimmering at the corner of her eye. Chapter 32. Stains of Blood. The weather was gloomy, the light around them dimming. Thick dark clouds gathered overhead, and soon large drops of rain began to fall from the sky, like threads connecting earth and heaven, coalescing into a torrential downpour. The incessant rain splattered at her feet, sending muddy droplets flying. Before her stood a newly erected grave, the faces in the photographs smiling warmly, yet devoid of any semblance of life, appearing especially cold under the relentless rain. They were her parents from a past life. As if recalling something, the girl, holding a black umbrella, suddenly looked up. Amidst the pouring rain, a figure clad in black robes, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, stood facing her at a distance. Anna remembered. This was the scene of her first encounter with the god of death when she was 5 years old. Even now, as she reminisced, Anna could vividly recall their exchange. "I will live well," the girl softly replied, promising the deity who governed death. In a hospital bed, the girl's delicate lashes trembled like butterfly wings, as if awakening from a protracted dream, before she slowly opened her eyes. Perhaps due to the distant memories, she stared blankly at the ceiling for a considerable time before regaining her senses. Anna felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, a remnant of the magic eruption she had not experienced in 6 years. Struggling to sit up, she noticed that the sky outside had darkened. It was likely evening. Lowering her gaze, she saw her silver hair cascading before her, with a conspicuous, dried brown blood staining her locks. Whose blood is this? The taste of the soul stabilizer lingered in her mouth, and her supply of potions remained untouched in her storage ring. While such a precious potion would surely not be found in Hogwarts infirmary, gathering the small tuft of blood-soaked hair, Anna produced a pair of scissors from her storage ring and snipped it off with a decisive cut, placing it into a crystal vial. Remembering her conversation with North at King's Cross Station, Anna tightened her grip around the vial containing her silver-haired blood, faintly discerning the truth. She had long recognized the peril of the magical eruption she had caused, which had nearly obliterated the Newgammon basement years ago. Even when Grindelwald had suppressed her magic with all his might, he had sustained significant injuries while administering stabilizers. Could this blood be? Returning the vial to her storage ring, Anna rubbed her eyes, which were teeming with a sour sensation, and sighed deeply. The medical wing was eerily silent until the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, drawing closer, accompanied by hushed voices that entered the room. The moment Snape stepped through the door, he spotted Anna, already awake and attempting to rise from her bed. His brow furrowed, and before he could utter a word, Lily dashed forward. "Anna, you still need to rest. You mustn't get out of bed." Seeing the red-haired girl approach with a mix of anger and concern, hands on her hips like a fierce little lion, Anna couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, cough, cough." Her throat was parched, and after uttering a brief statement, she succumbed to a fit of coughing. Lily's expression shifted from anger to panic as she hurriedly grabbed a water jug from the bedside and poured her a glass. "Thank you, Lily. I feel much better." After drinking, Anna sighed in relief, trying to comfort the girl beside her. "By the way, where's Professor Dumbledore? I must have terrified him earlier." Anna understood that her magical eruption would have reminded him of darker times, but as she looked around, she found no sign of the elderly man. "Miss Anna, rather than worrying about that old bee, you ought to be more concerned about yourself," Snape interjected coldly, arms crossed over his chest. "You've left yourself in this state on the very first day of class. At this rate, not even 100 vials of soul stabilizer would suffice for your indulgence." "Severus." Lily shot him a glare before returning her attention to Anna. "Yes, worried about you, Anna. When he heard about your magical eruption, Severus was the first to rush into the infirmary. I couldn't keep up with him." Lily candidly sold out the old professor, eliciting a laugh from Anna, though she quickly stifled it under Severus's penetrating gaze. Her eyes swept over him, but due to his arms being crossed beneath his sleeves, she could not see the back of his hand, which bore the marks of a healed injury. "I'm sorry to have caused you both concern." Sitting on the bed, propped against several soft, comfortable pillows, Anna's face was still somewhat pale, yet markedly improved from their earlier encounter. At least she no longer appeared lifeless. The students had already begun their dinner in the Great Hall, and the two had brought her some palatable food. Knowing she had missed lunch and had just endured a magical eruption, she needed to replenish her strength. They took chairs beside her bed, and as Lily recounted the day's events, Anna felt her mood gradually returning to its former tranquility. After Severus went in, Professor Dumbledore came out not long after, heading back to his office. He has been absent from the school all afternoon and hasn't he returned? No one knows where he went. There were many Slytherin students waiting outside, and they only left when it was almost time for class. By the way, we had potions class this afternoon. Working on a scabious potion. It was quite simple, so don't worry, Anna, you'll grasp it quickly. However, several Gryffindor students managed to blow up their cauldrons. As she nibbled on the food the two had brought, Lily's incessant chatter filled the air, and Anna felt her spirits steadily return to their usual calmness. C'est vrai. Please explain the potion's class notes to Anna later. I must tell you, Anna, that today he received commendation from Professor Slughorn for the potion he brewed in class. With his guidance, you will surely not fall behind in your studies. Well then, I shall return to the dormitory now. Make sure to rest well. And I will visit you again tomorrow. Lily tiptoed to the bedside, giving a playful wink as if to imply something. Anna, somewhat puzzled by her friend's subtle hint, smiled and bade her farewell. The door to the infirmary was gently closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. Severus, what about the notes Lily mentioned? Miss Anna, I hardly believe that someone trained by the Prince family requires such rudimentary materials. All right, Professor, I was merely jesting. Chapter 33. The Arrival of Grindelwald. Once again, silence enveloped the room, both contemplating how to broach their inquiries. Severus, your hand. What precisely did you discuss with that old bee? As the twilight deepened, Anna and Snape realized that remaining silent would only invite Madame Pomfrey's intervention, and thus they spoke simultaneously. Upon hearing each other's questions, they both froze. A hint of awkwardness hanging in the air. It's merely a small wound. Despite his words, he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand from beneath his arm. A wound caused by chaotic magic was anything but trivial. The tumultuous energy would linger at the surface, and even after healing, it would leave an indelible scar. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Anna refrained from pressing further. She recalled the potion recipe specifically designed to treat such scars, and considered asking not to send over some herbs for preparation. Thank you. It is merely a matter of obligation. After exchanging those few words, silence fell between them once more. After a moment of contemplation, Anna finally responded to his earlier inquiry. It's nothing really. Dumbledore showed me the mirror of Ariste, and I did not see myself within it. This frightened me, triggering a surge of magic. Just as Snape himself had withheld the truth, her understated description was also not entirely accurate. The more precise answer was that she felt she did not belong in this world. Here, she could not find a place to anchor her spirit, thereby questioning her own existence. The mirror of Ariste, his old trick. Snape recalled the trial Dumbledore had set for Harry Potter, which included this very challenge. But what did it mean to not see oneself in the mirror? Snape was acutely aware of the mirror's ability to reflect one's deepest desires. If she did not see herself, it implied that her wishes were disconnected from her being. Was she a saint? Who did you see within? Snape continued to inquire. There were many. You, Lily, not Eliza, my father, and Dumbledore, alongside several notable saints I have encountered. I even saw Harry and his friends, and perhaps Draco Malfoy, though his features were too indistinct to discern. Oh, and Voldemort, he looked rather battered in the mirror, haha. Anna counted off on her fingers, while Snape felt a heaviness settle in his heart with each name mentioned. The fact that she could see Harry and the others, yet not herself, indicated that this was the future she yearned for. Yet in that future, her existence was absent. What did this signify? Did she subconsciously believe she did not belong in the future? How could she harbor such thoughts? At that moment, Anna had been so preoccupied sharing her lineage with Dumbledore that she had not immediately recognized this truth. Now reflecting on it, she too sensed something amiss. The girl glanced at the palm of her right hand, where the dark contract markings lay quietly inscribed, unresponsive. So that is how it is. In addition to questioning her own existence, a more terrifying thought, deeply buried within her heart, suddenly surfaced. How long could she remain in this world after signing a pact with death? For this reason, she had consistently excluded herself from visions of a bright future. It's nothing, Severus. At least for now, you are all here with me. Suppressing the sorrow within, Anna placed her hand back beneath the covers, softly interrupting his words. As if responding to her own heart, Severus had intended to say more, but suddenly a gentle trill of a phoenix echoed through the infirmary, startling him to his feet. Two figures emerged from the flames of the phoenix. One was Dumbledore, who had vanished for the afternoon, and the other. Father, how did you escape? Anna exclaimed, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. It was Gellert Grindelwald. Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Snape instinctively stepped aside. The hurried Grindelwald paid no heed to the other occupant in the room, swiftly approaching the bedside, his broad palm resting against Anna's forehead. A familiar magic flowed gently from above, meticulously sifting through every corner of her magical essence. Once he confirmed that his daughter bore no lingering effects, he removed his hand and placed it atop her small head, affectionately stroking her hair. You are certainly not a forbidden existence. Do not take Dumbledore's words to heart. He did not mean it that way. You are forever my only kin. Since your birth, I have never regarded you as a mere vessel. You are still young. Do not think you can understand everything from the past. You are you, do you understand? I understand. Grindelwald rarely expressed such heartfelt sentiments, leaving Anna somewhat taken aback. Was this truly the same father, who could not even muster a single well-wishing word during Christmas? After months apart, he seemed like a different person altogether. However, touched by her father's rare display of affection, she felt deeply moved. Anna nodded obediently, her eyes narrowing slightly as she nestled her small head into Grindelwald's palm, welcoming the warmth of his gentle caresses. Snape observed that if she were a kitten, she would surely be purring contentedly by now. Today he had witnessed many different facets of her. Unexpectedly, the usually mature Anna displayed such a playful demeanor in front of Grindelwald. Mr. Snape, it is quite late. You should return to your dormitory for rest. Anna will need to recuperate here for a couple more days. Will you visit her again tomorrow? Dumbledore, noticing Snape's presence, approached him and spoke softly. Understood. Snape nodded, casting a glance at the girl in the hospital bed who waved him a good night, before hastily exiting the infirmary. A forbidden existence? What could that possibly mean? It seemed this was the true reason behind her surge of magic, because she was deemed a forbidden existence. She felt fear and believed that there was no place for her in the future? This reasoning could somewhat hold water, yet Snape still felt that she was concealing something. Ugh, what a nuisance. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Setting aside the conjectures swirling in his mind, he resolved that whatever Anna's existence entailed, it was of no consequence to him. Chapter 34, 26 years. In this life, all he wished was to protect those he held dear, be they saints or Death Eaters. He sought no entanglement with either, even if he temporarily stood by her side. It was solely because Anna possessed the means to safeguard Lily, and could protect the Prince family. Indeed, their relationship was merely one of mutual utility. Even if the future unfolds as depicted in the enchanted mirror, devoid of her presence, Severus halted in his tracks. His fist clenched tightly as he struck the adjacent wall with a forceful blow. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, a cluster of students seated upon the sofas immediately rose to inquire about Anna's well-being. The esteemed gentleman had just visited, and it appeared she was out of danger, yet she would require a couple more days of recuperation in the infirmary. If you wish to pay her a visit, it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. Given that these individuals were aware Anna was the daughter of Grindelwald, disclosing this fact seemed inconsequential, and would only serve to solidify her standing in their eyes. After mechanically responding, Severus turned and retreated to his dormitory. The esteemed gentleman? Riley and the others exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. Grindelwald had come to Hogwarts? Although the revelation had come from Severus, none among them dared to sneak into the infirmary to glean further information. Judging by his last caution, the esteemed gentleman was still within the infirmary, and they had no desire to seek unnecessary trouble. After all, their allegiance lay with Anna, not the past Grindelwald. This was a truth well understood among them. Meanwhile, within the Hogwarts infirmary, Grindelwald sat beside Anna as Dumbledore expressed his sincere apologies. I am truly sorry, Anna. I should not have uttered such words. The old man, with his mane of white hair, appeared somewhat weary, burdened by the pressure of bringing Grindelwald to Hogwarts. No. Headmaster Dumbledore, you speak no falsehood. The alchemical body is indeed a forbidden dark magic. The surge of magic within me, as my father has articulated, stems from my own overthinking. I apologize for causing you concern. Sitting upon the bed, Anna shook her head, devoid of any intention to blame the headmaster. This was a deeply rooted psychological struggle of her own. It was fortunate that it erupted in Dumbledore's presence. Had it occurred elsewhere, it is likely that no one could have so swiftly quelled such a powerful surge of magic, potentially causing grave harm to those nearby. By the way, father, how did you manage to leave Nurmengard? To divert their attention from her, Anna broached the subject once more. Albus brought me out, not solely for you, my dear. At this, Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback. Lacking any psychological preparation, the man, who had been longing and pining, suddenly found himself face to face with someone he had only glimpsed in the pages of the Daily Prophet. He was still rattled by the experience. Oh, but father, I am fine now and a bit tired. Perhaps you both should discuss matters in the headmaster's office. The girl on the bed curled the blanket around herself and stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat drowsy, her demeanor betraying no falsehood. The two men standing at her bedside exchanged glances before quickly averting their eyes. Then sleep, my dear. If such an incident were to occur again, I might not be able to be brought out to see you as I have today. Please take care of yourself and refrain from overthinking. Discuss any matters with the saints. Do not burden yourself excessively. I shall take my leave. With that, he strode out of the room with decisive ease. while Dumbledore offered Anna a few comforting words, emphasizing that she should take the next couple of days to rest, prioritizing her health over her studies. They then exchanged goodnights. And once the headmaster had departed the infirmary, Anna, who had previously closed her eyes, promptly threw off the covers and retrieved the slightly warm two-way mirror from her storage ring. The other side of the mirror had already been activated, though the surface remained shrouded in darkness, allowing only the sound of voices to be heard. "Gerald, I believe we should have a thorough discussion." Dumbledore's voice emanated from the mirror, causing Anna's eyes to brighten. Indeed, her father had recently mentioned the Saints as a deliberate strategy, and now that he had been brought out, the rare opportunity for the two to converse would not merely be a nostalgic exchange. Grindelwald would undoubtedly seek to ascertain Dumbledore's views on the new Saints. And if she could glean some gossip in the process, that would be splendid. Anna mused. "Would you care to take a stroll by the lake with me?" The headmaster's office is evidently not the most conducive environment for a conversation. Considering the portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls, it would be rather troublesome if Grindelwald's whereabouts were to be leaked. "Of course, I can never refuse your requests, Albus." Ugh. Anna felt her father's words were somewhat flirtatious. Had he forgotten that the two-way mirror was still active? Dumbledore did not engage with his remark, and they exited the castle one after the other, quickly approaching the students' curfew. Aside from the professors patrolling the ancient castle, there were hardly any other figures in sight. During daylight, the banks of the Black Lake were often filled with students laughing and playing, but by night, save for the occasional chirping of insects, the area fell into an enveloping silence, exuding a profound tranquility. With only a few days until the full moon, the moonlight was already sufficient to illuminate the ground, casting a thin layer of silvery frost upon the well-trimmed grass, while the silver moon in the lake shimmered gently with the caress of the breeze, its light becoming fragmented. "How many years has it been since we last met, Gerald?" After a moment of silence, Dumbledore inquired. "Only 26 years. During his imprisonment." Grindelwald had always felt that time dragged on interminably, yet upon Anna's birth, he found himself yearning for more time. Only when Dumbledore uttered this statement did he realize how many years had passed since that fateful duel. Merely 26 years. Today, as he suddenly stood before him, Grindelwald recognized that those 26 years had passed in the blink of an eye. "Was Anna born out of your obsession, Gerald?" Dumbledore initially intended to ask why he had sought to create an alchemical puppet, but recalling the child's tear-streaked visage from earlier, he instinctively altered his inquiry. "In the beginning, I did harbor such thoughts. However, the moment she opened her eyes for the first time, I realized that Anna is a genuine person. She should not be a mere manifestation of my obsession. She possesses her own life." The two halted, standing side by the lake. The vivid fervor of youth, the forced enmity of middle age, such tranquil dialogues between them had been rare. "But she has now taken over the remnants of your Saint faction, Gerald. She is merely 11 years old. Do you wish for her to endure a life confined within Nurmengard, as you have?" The elder recalled the scene at the Slytherin table the previous day, his voice rising with urgency. Chapter 35. A Conversation Beneath the Moon. "No, Anna is not like me, Albus. She is far more composed than I was at her age. She approaches her endeavors with discernment. You have always wished to protect Muggles, have you not? Anna shares many similarities with your current stance towards them." She had inquired long ago why wizards and Muggles could not coexist harmoniously. At the time, he had dismissed it as fanciful thinking, yet she was now gradually pursuing that very notion. Faced with Dumbledore's probing, Grindelwald harbored no resentment. Instead, he responded calmly and patiently. "To persist in avoidance will only constrict the space in which wizards can exist. The technological advancements of Muggles are progressing at an astonishing pace. They have achieved feats that even magic cannot accomplish. If this continues, the result will merely be the extinction of wizarding heritage. Albus, while you seek to protect Muggles, who will safeguard the wizards? Thus, the optimal path lies in the merging of the two. This is precisely what she is endeavoring to accomplish. Frankly, I take pride in her." These words caused Anna, on the other end of the mirror, to blush slightly. She had merely discerned the future trajectory of ordinary people, leading her to make a series of decisions. Perhaps in her father's eyes, these were indeed reflections of her profound insight. Dumbledore was undoubtedly astonished by this statement. He was acutely aware of the arduous path that lay ahead, fraught with insurmountable challenges. What was even more unfathomable was that this ideal future had been proposed by a mere underage wizard. To hear the notion of coexisting peacefully with Muggles from your lips was indeed a rarity. "Those Saints, are they assisting her in these endeavors?" "Indeed. I am no longer their leader. In their hearts, it is Grindelwald's daughter who reigns supreme. Furthermore, they have yet to transgress any laws. whether in the wizarding world or among muggles. Yet she is so young. She should not bear such burdens. Just yesterday, she nearly overturned the Slytherin table during the Hogwarts feast, confronting the children of Death Eaters. This is tantamount to declaring war on Voldemort. Are you aware of this? No. Grindelwald certainly was not aware that his daughter had dared to confront Voldemort, but he felt no concern. Anna had always been remarkably mature for her age. She undoubtedly had her own plans. The new generation of Dark Lords, while powerful, seem to be losing their wits of late. Anna is certainly not a fragile flower of the greenhouse. I hope you can extend to her a measure of trust. I believe you have also noticed that she is entirely different from my former self. She bears a striking resemblance to you, Albus. If Grindelwald had once been a wild and untamed eagle, yearning to soar amidst the heavens, Anna now is akin to a seabird, determined to traverse the vast ocean on her own wings. The former has beheld the broad expanse of the world, and is captivated by the allure of higher horizons, while the latter is steadfast in her belief of a distant shore, willing to take tangible actions to reach it. Though there are similarities, their convictions diverge profoundly. As for why Grindelwald claims that Anna resembles him, Dumbledore speculated that he might be alluding to her outward gentleness, coupled with an inner rationality, as well as her willingness to extend trust to genuine friends, traits that she shares with him. However, yesterday's incident made him realize that even though Anna exhibited warmth towards her friends, her sharp tongue and incisive wit mirrored that of her father, albeit with less flowery rhetoric and more stinging barbs. Albus, if you harbor doubts regarding the path Anna has chosen, why not inquire of those young individuals who have chosen to follow her? We have grown old. The world now belongs to the younger generation. Observing his silence, Grindelwald let out a long sigh and turned to gaze at the ancient castle, shrouded in the night. Those students, those young souls, are the true future of the magical realm. Anna perceives this more clearly than anyone else, which is why a faction of seekers has emerged among the saints. Among them are also remnants of their former selves during their heyday. What remarkable souls they are. It is fortunate she has appeared in this era. And it is also fortunate that she is Grindelwald's daughter, bearing a surname many dare not touch, allowing him to shield this fledgling from the tempestuous winds of the world, preventing her from plummeting into despair. One last question, Gellert. Dumbledore turned as well, his cerulean eyes concealed behind crescent-shaped spectacles, obscuring the depths of his thoughts. Why did you name her thus? The old headmaster's words reached Anna just before the two-way mirror severed communication. Sitting on her sickbed, she smacked her lips and rolled her eyes slightly. Just as she began to savor the fruit, it was cut short. Oh, that wretched father! With a hint of regret, she stowed the now silent mirror back into her storage ring, and reclined once more. Why had he chosen the name Anna? Why did her middle name bear the headmaster's true name? Surely, Dumbledore's mind was as clear as the mirror itself. Yet he insisted that Grindelwald confront him directly and provide a definitive answer. Would the old father divulge that which had been hidden for decades? A truth too difficult to voice? No, he certainly would not. Had he been a tad more sincere and forthright, articulating the thoughts buried deep within, they would not have been estranged for over 20 years, not even exchanging a single letter. Anna's intuition was correct. Upon hearing the inquiry, Grindelwald immediately plunged his hand into his coat pocket, severing the connection with Anna. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped for a long while. It is too late. I must return to Nurmengard. It was a pleasure to see you today, Al. This was the final words he uttered before returning to the prison, leaving behind his old friend with the echo of the phoenix's shrill cry fading along the shores of the Black Lake. Along with the reunion that had taken 26 long years, the aged headmaster remained rooted in place for a long while, resembling a dark statue. 2 evenings later, when Anna returned to the headmaster's office, she beheld the phoenix fox perched upon the shelf, the radiant crimson feathers unfurled, a shimmering golden tail feather slicing through the air, a truly magnificent sight. The phoenix gracefully alighted upon her shoulder, bowing its noble head, permitting the girl to gently caress it. This was not the phoenix of ancient Chinese legend, but rather the immortal bird of Western mythology. Although their names were the same, there were distinctions. This did not diminish Anna's affection for it. To touch fox feathers was an experience beyond the reach of many witches and wizards. It seems he takes quite a liking to you. Anna heard Dumbledore's voice emanating from nearby, and she smiled faintly. Fox was Dumbledore's pet, and the phoenix's affection towards her carried a sense of love for the person connected to its master. Chapter 36, Daddy. It is truly beautiful. The phoenix is a wondrous and exquisite creature. She gently returned Fox to its perch, running her fingers along the splendid golden tail feather, relishing its delightful texture. So, headmaster, what brings you to seek me today? Sitting back in her chair, Anna regarded the assortment of sweet confections and candies before her. feeling a twinge of concern for Dumbledore's teeth. Should she request Severus to brew a dental strengthening potion? She propped her chin on her hand, her thoughts wandering. Dumbledore waved his old wand, casting a silencing charm around them to prevent the portraits on the walls from eavesdropping on their ensuing conversation. I have spoken with your father. I am aware of what you are currently undertaking, and I do not intend to impede you. Should you require any advice or assistance, you may always seek me out. Providing valuable guidance to the youth is something I can indeed manage. The old headmaster's proclamation struck Anna like a thunderbolt. She had presumed that even if Dumbledore would not obstruct her, he would at least keep a watchful eye on her every move. To her surprise, he seemed to subtly convey his support for her. This was an unexpected delight. In just 2 days, how had Dumbledore arrived at this conclusion? That evening's heart-to-heart with her father must have yielded remarkable results. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I request one thing of you? Anna straightened in her seat, her face adorned with a serious expression, causing Dumbledore's heart to tighten as he nodded slowly. Speak, my child. What do you wish for my assistance with? Observing her earnest demeanor, Dumbledore speculated on Anna's forthcoming request. Perhaps she sought intelligence regarding Voldemort? Or perhaps something concerning the saints? Regardless, having already pledged to aid her, he would certainly not retract his promise. Anna took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. May I call you father? Having lived nearly a century, witnessing the tempests of the world, endowed with immeasurable life experience, embodying both warmth and composure, wisdom and cunning, wielding the Elder Wand, and having triumphed over the first Dark Lord, Albus Dumbledore was heralded as the greatest white wizard of a century. In that moment he ceased to think. Who is he? Where is this? What did the child in front of me just say? What question did she ask me? If you do not favor this term of endearment, I am more than willing to adopt another. Father, daddy, mummy, papa, old man, which do you prefer? I find myself particularly fond of the title daddy. Anna recited each premeditated appellation, and with every utterance, Dumbledore's heart thudded heavily. Although it seemed that something peculiar had crept into the mix, it was of little consequence. After all, it was all rather similar. Given that her dear father was still hesitant to be forthright, she, as his daughter, was determined to help him rekindle their bond. The imprisoned Grindelwald, back in Nurmengard, remarked, Indeed, you are my good daughter, and I thank you. Wait a moment. The individual seated across from her interjected as he observed the girl growing increasingly animated. What is it, Daddy? Do you not like it? The silver-haired girl blinked her large cerulean eyes, her face radiating innocence, and remarkably, this adorable expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Grindelwald in his youth. Merlin's beard. He could scarcely breathe. Who taught her such things? Who instructed her to speak this way? Seeing Dumbledore's discomfort, the self-taught little fox, Anna, swiftly altered her approach. Her small face fell, and the glimmer of tears began to shimmer in her eyes. I have not had a mother since childhood, and I have lived with my father in the cold confines of Nurmengard, devoid of contact with the outside world, with not even a playmate my age. Whenever I felt lonely, my father would often point to your photograph in the newspaper and tell me that you were the most important person in his life. Thus, I have always regarded you, headmaster, as another father figure, a kindred spirit etched into my existence. Indeed, for the past 11 years, you were unaware of my existence. How could I dare to yearn for your familial affection? I apologize for my presumption. Anna spoke in a halting manner, recounting her pitiful life in the prison, evoking a sense of sympathy that could melt hearts. The absence of familial love, the solitude, interspersed with many embellishments of her own imagination, enhanced her father's character with a touch of brilliance. After this potent display, she was confident that Dumbledore's heart would soften. Family ties could be nurtured over time. First, she would establish her rightful place. Oh, my child, it brings me genuine joy that you consider me family. Following the recent surge of magical turmoil, Dumbledore harbored a psychological shadow regarding Anna's unstable emotions. He hoped she would not fall into despair again, and thus he acquiesced for the time being. Really? I can truly call you Daddy? The cloud of uncertainty lifted from Anna's face, replaced by a joy that threatened to spill from her eyes. Upon receiving Dumbledore's nod of affirmation, she finally felt her anxieties ease. Initially prepared for rejection, she was astonished that Dumbledore, no Daddy, had actually agreed. With one solid step taken, she could already envision the horizon of success. Well done. Truly, I am proud of myself. Anna silently congratulated herself, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. However, you must not call me that in front of others. It shall remain our little secret. Dumbledore genuinely feared she would address him as Daddy in front of the entire faculty and student body, which would undoubtedly lead to an uncontrollable spectacle. Understood, Daddy. I won't tell anyone else. I shall inform my dear father that Grindelwald does not count as others, he. Anna's mind was already calculating the implications of this newfound relationship. All right. Anna, you may head back now. Ensure you get to bed early, for you have classes tomorrow. Should you encounter any confusion during lessons, feel free to approach me. Having been acknowledged as a father, he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities. This child was born from the history shared between him and Grindelwald, and if possible, he wished to fill the emotional void Anna experienced during her years in Nurmengard. Perhaps this was one reason for her lack of self-love. The girl rose, moving around to embrace Dumbledore tightly with her small hands. Good night, Daddy. I wish you a wonderful evening. She nestled her head against the old headmaster's waist, her voice muffled. Good night, dear Anna. After she departed, the office returned to silence. Anna, you say? The aged headmaster rubbed his nose, managing a bittersweet smile. Was this a form of self-redemption for him? Will you hold it against me, Ariana? Chapter 37. Future Projects. On her way back to the Slytherin dormitory, Anna took a turn in another direction. For the past 2 days, she had been resting in the infirmary, under Madame Pomfrey's strict supervision, and had not stepped outside, let alone sent a letter. Fortunately, Snape had been delivering the documents sent by Owl every morning, allowing her ample time to attend to them when not in class. Along the way, Anna deliberately sought out an empty classroom to write another letter detailing the results of her earlier conversation in the headmaster's office, ensuring she conveyed everything meticulously to her father. Clutching 2 letters, she made her way to the western tower of Hogwarts. This was the Owlery of Hogwarts, a communal space for owls, where students also kept their pet owls. The large windows were unglazed, facilitating the owl's entry and exit while providing ventilation. Despite this, the atmosphere was still filled with feathers and dust, and students who misbehaved were often punished by being assigned to clean the Owlery. However, today, no students were present to tidy up. The only sounds were the flapping wings of the owls. Upon entering, Anna called for her own owl among the hundreds present, and handed it the 2 letters. Go on, she said softly, and the owl took flight, quickly disappearing into the dim night. Standing by the railing, she gazed into the distance, taking in the vast expanse of Hogwarts. Many windows in the castle glowed with light, resembling brilliant yellow gemstones, breathing life into the ancient edifice. Anna contemplated many things. Now, with Dumbledore establishing the Order of the Phoenix, an embryonic resistance against Voldemort had begun to take shape. Perhaps she could persuade Daddy to collaborate with the Saints, especially since she had been secretly monitoring the Death Eaters for years. The sooner this malignant tumor was excised, the better. However, those Horcruxes posed significant challenges. After all, she had no inkling of how many pieces Voldemort might cleave from his own soul if pressed. It was essential to gather more information regarding the Horcruxes. As for the Dawn Isles, while the island housed many half-blood wizards abandoned by their families, and those seeking the ideals of a new world, as well as muggles with untapped talents, it was still insufficient compared to the island's capacity of 10 million inhabitants. The initial stages were akin to pioneering, which had been the busiest 2 years for all the Saints. Currently, the island only featured the nascent forms of a magical creature breeding ground, a potion technology research center, an alchemical technology development center, a spell improvement research center, a muggle technology research center, and a muggle weapon research center, among a series of laboratories. All resources were reliant on external transportation. However, they had managed to produce numerous new products over the past 2 years that sold remarkably well in the magical community, thereby sustaining the financial chain necessary for the island's upkeep. Recently, the alchemical technology and spell improvement research centers had converged to tackle the new challenge Anna proposed a year ago, a small-scale alchemical teleportation array. Given that the Dawn Isles were situated in the midst of the ocean, using flue powder had become the most common means of reaching the island, though the consumption of such teleportation devices was astonishingly high. The aftereffects of using a key for dimensional travel can be quite disorienting, compounded by the fact that such devices are not easily crafted and are subject to stringent regulation by the Ministry of Magic. The entire archipelago is ensorcelled with numerous potent oblivion charms, confundus charms, and various protective enchantments, making it easy to lose one's way when attempting apparition. Consequently, the current methods of entering and exiting the Dawn Isles rely on the first 2 approaches. Should it be possible to develop a low-consumption alchemical teleportation array, allowing for the transport of a single individual akin to a ticket, which would reliably replicate the effects of apparition to reach the Dawn Isles with precision, the frequent use of flue powder, which is cumbersome to carry, could be rendered unnecessary. According to recent communications from North, progress has been made in developing such a teleportation array, having successfully replicated a large-scale version that had long been lost. With support from the ancient Chinese cultivation civilization, this project has incorporated ideas from teleportation scrolls, making the prospect of refining it into a low-consumption, small-scale teleportation array imminent. Once fully realized, the projects akin to Diagon Alley and the magical technology commerce circle on the Dawn Isles will be officially launched. For the former, a cadre of saints is currently recruiting various wizarding merchants globally, albeit without revealing specific locations, as negotiations are still ongoing. The latter project consists of commercial establishments that will be produced and sold within the Dawn Isles, serving as a crucial departure point for the New World ship, and a vital component of present and future core plans. Following this, projects such as a magical technology primary school, a wizarding technology university, and a wizard amusement island can be placed on the agenda, with much work still to be accomplished. Currently, what Anna and the Saints lack most is personnel, particularly wizards, which poses a significant challenge. It seems that the recent activities have drawn the attention of various Ministry of Magic departments, as some Aurors have begun to monitor the movements of wizards in their countries. Once the Commerce Circle project commences, it will be impossible to keep it concealed. For this reason, she requires the investment and participation of prestigious wizarding families to withstand the pressure from the ministries of magic worldwide in the coming times. Amidst the entangled interests, as long as they refrain from overtly meddling in the Muggle world, and do not fully disclose the overturning of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, there should not be overly troublesome issues. Apart from the United States, which is resistant to interaction with Muggles, and the United Kingdom and certain European nations under Voldemort's dominion, other wizarding families distanced from conflict should be persuaded. Since she finds herself at the eye of the storm, perhaps it is time to gauge the sentiments of Abraxas Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy has likely reported her situation to him. This elder Malfoy, destined to depart for the afterlife in a few years, is far more astute regarding interests than his son, and is known to be rather difficult to negotiate with. However, she possesses several bargaining chips, including evidence against Voldemort and the Malfoy family, ensuring that even if negotiations falter, Anna will not find herself at a disadvantage. Contemplating these matters, the young woman felt the weight of responsibility she and the Saints bore, prompting a deep sigh. These thoughts swirled in her mind. Despite being at the epicenter of an impending storm, she had recently entertained notions of residing outside the world, which resulted in a surge of magical energy. The intricate complexities of human thought and emotion are truly inscrutable. The last rays of twilight had completely vanished, and a cool night breeze wafted through the open window, clearing her mind and dispelling her distractions. Time to return, Anna murmured to herself. Yet as she turned to descend the stairs, her peripheral vision caught something. Is someone over there on the slope? Chapter 38. Do not be afraid. This slope is seldom visited, situated far from the main castle of Hogwarts. If one does not ascend to the highest point of the tower, this clearing would remain unnoticed. Severus Snape wore an expression as dark as a storm cloud, his gaze seemingly capable of boring 2 holes into the newcomer. In his grasp was a broomstick that he had not had time to stow away in his storage ring. Good evening, Severus. Seeing the broomstick nearly crumbling in his grip, Anna felt a pang of resentment towards her own curiosity for the first time. Forgive her. For in the dim light of the tower, she had only perceived Snape's silhouette, failing to notice the broomstick in his hand. Perhaps you should be in the Slytherin common room instead of here in the cold wind, Miss Anna. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, she could hear the grinding of his teeth as he spoke. Daddy, come save her. Coughing, she continued. I just saw you over by the Ollery sending a letter. Is there flying class tomorrow? I've never tried a broomstick before. Now that the moment had arrived, Anna steeled herself and approached Snape with an air of feigned calmness. May I give it a try? She extended her delicate hand, pointing to the broomstick that was on the verge of deformation. Suit yourself. Snape tossed the broomstick in her direction, as though relinquishing a hot potato, his expression laced with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Catching the broom, Anna examined its level of wear and frowned. Years prior, when supporting Lamb Charles as a Hogwarts governor, funds had been allocated to purchase a set of new teaching brooms. How had they deteriorated into this shabby state in just 2 or 3 years? Surely, these students weren't using the broomsticks for sweeping. Anna was skeptical of this possibility, but now was not the time to select a new one. Typically, one sits astride a broomstick, but Anna found that position rather ungraceful, so she attempted to sit sideways instead. A steady stream of magic gradually flowed into the broom from within her, and with a gentle push from her feet, she found herself lifted off the ground. As it was her first attempt, she did not soar too high, hovering at a height of about 2 or 3 meters above the slope, slowly circling around the clearing. This doesn't seem too difficult. She glanced down at Snape, whose expression had grown increasingly grim, and immediately descended. Severus, I'd like to see what is higher up. Go ahead. I'm returning to my dormitory. Wait. She grabbed the arm of the person who was about to turn away, retrieving a brand new, unused broomstick from her storage ring and presenting it to him. This was a birthday gift from Eliza last year, but my schedule has been so packed that I haven't had the chance to use it. Perhaps this brand new broomstick could somewhat salvage Professor Snape's lamentable flying skills. Let us go together. Consider it practice. I remember Harry Potter flies quite well. Isn't he a seeker? I heard he inherited that from his father. Should I call Lily to join us? Tomorrow Gryffindor should have class with us. Fearing that Snape might decline her suggestion, Anna resorted to employing 2 trump cards. No need. He snatched the broomstick from her, suppressing the urge to snap it in half, and mounted it. Unlike Anna's casual sideways position, he adopted a very proper sitting posture. Fortunately, thanks to her past life's experience, Snape did not tumble before Anna. The brand new broom wobbled as it lifted him off the ground, but his flying skills were truly abysmal. It seemed as though a gust of wind could send him tumbling down. Severus, you're too tense. The magic in the broom will become unstable due to your emotions. Take it slow, relax, and adjust your breathing and magic. Don't grip the handle too tightly. Imagine you're holding a stirring rod while brewing potions. Envision that relaxed feeling you have when concocting elixirs. Do not be afraid, Severus. At the outset, Severus Snape's attention was almost entirely focused on the broomstick. As he soared into the sky, the gentle voice of a girl beside him echoed, reminiscent of the way he once comforted Eileen, imbued with tenderness and patience, tinged with a subtle, habitual charm. How long had it been? How long since anyone had told him not to be afraid? It seemed as though, from his previous life to this one, no one had ever uttered such words to him. Eileen had overlooked his existence in his past life, while Lily, before their rift, had deemed him a reliable friend. Voldemort valued his talents, and Dumbledore orchestrated everything, assigning him perilous tasks until his demise. Throughout his life, he had been met with disdain and scorn from many, whether they were close, exploitative, distant, or indifferent. Everyone perceived him as powerful and aloof, and thus, no one had ever reassured him with the words, "Do not be afraid." He was human, not a machine, and naturally susceptible to fear. Yet, this sentiment had been buried for many years, never recalled by him. Therefore, he had always believed himself devoid of this emotion. Until today. When he noticed his broom swaying slightly, Anna swiftly flew to his side, reaching out to grasp the front of his broom. "I'm right here watching you. Don't be afraid, Severus." The silver-haired girl's face bore a hint of concern, her hair brushing against his hand in the night breeze, a slight tickling sensation. The previously unruly broom instantly became obedient in her grasp, turning remarkably docile. Even the tension within him seemed to vanish without a trace. It was as if the person beside him possessed an innate magic, capable of soothing the soul. It had been the same when he first encountered her. And now it was no different. "Are you ready? I'll let go now." Noticing that the broom had steadied, Anna gradually released her hold. Remarkably, Snape managed to maintain his balance. Just as she had suggested, envisioning the broomstick as a typical potion-stirring rod posed no significant challenge. Unbeknownst to them, they had ascended to a considerable height, the ancient castle sprawling beneath them, and the full moon hung tantalizingly close, as if within reach. "I've never seen the moon so closely. It's truly beautiful." One of the girl's hands loosened its grip on the broomstick, reaching out as if to touch the radiant orb, only to grasp a handful of moonlight instead. From his slightly backward position, Snape beheld the gentle warmth of her smile and the silver strands of her hair illuminated by the light, as if she had captured all the moonlight, flowing softly and coolly like a clear spring, glimmering like the radiant moon. Indeed. He averted his gaze, responding softly. Chapter 39, The Wolfsbane Potion. Speaking of which, today is the full moon. Have you seen Lupin? After their descent, Anna seemed to recall something, turning to look toward the distant willow. What else was there that she did not know? Snape observed the pensive expression on Anna's face, feeling she was almost privy to everyone's secrets. "They entered before you arrived." Referring to Lupin and Madame Pomfrey, Snape had no desire to entangle himself with Lupin and his companions. The complications of his past life had already burdened him enough. Of course, should they dare to provoke him again, they would have no reason to complain about his lack of courtesy. Anna appeared quite intrigued by that little group. Her intentions unclear. "How is the research on the Wolfsbane potion progressing? Any recent developments?" The potion was under the purview of the Potion Technology Research Center on Dawn Isle. Situated on a small island where rare herbs had initially been discovered, now largely transformed into a substantial potion cultivation base. As for the wolfsbane potion, the improved version was provided by the reborn Snape, originally created by a student named Damocles Belby, who was still a Ravenclaw and a senior to them both. Anna was also considering bringing him into their ranks, as anyone capable of developing such a potion at a young age must be a rare talent. Though they would wait until he came of age to engage further. Currently, the research center was focused on maximizing the potion's efficacy, while minimizing the consumption. Even if it could not be a cure, it should at least prevent werewolves from transforming on the night of the full moon, enduring a few days of weakness without too much consequence. Halting the transformation of a werewolf was an incredibly challenging modification. They were yet to find a solution. The two walked side by side on their way back, discussing the intricacies of the potion. I have always thought that ordinary wizards bitten by werewolves exhibit symptoms akin to a particular viral infection. I previously speculated this, as it sounds quite similar to ordinary people being bitten by dogs. The consequence of being bitten by a rabid dog is the contraction of the rabies virus, which drives the afflicted into a state of frenzy, causing delirium and an overwhelming sense of excitement. Does this symptom not sound familiar? Anna had also sent her findings to the Muggle Technology Research Center on the island, where researchers extracted blood samples from bitten werewolves, both pre- and post-transformation, for analysis. The experimental results had just been released, confirming her suspicions. This peculiar condition could indeed be termed the werewolf virus, bearing certain similarities to rabies, except that rabies manifests continuously, while werewolves only succumb during the full moon. However, those muggles do not sprout fur during the full moon nor exhibit such intense aggression. Snape countered. This is also the greatest distinction at their core. Having a research direction is certainly beneficial. Werewolves generally possess a higher level of magical proficiency than other wizards. If they could be brought under their wing, it would be advantageous. After all, certain unique teams among the Saints required wizards to supplement their ranks. Those who have spent years traversing darkness would possess more survival skills than other wizards in this group, enhancing their chances of survival and suitability for this task. Of course, this was not Anna's sole reason for researching the improved potion or recruiting werewolves. However, if she put forth such conditions, it would undoubtedly become a priority for these werewolves. Should these wizards accept the potion but only wish to be ordinary researchers on Dawn Isle or settle into the business world later, she would welcome that. And they could negotiate the potion's price at that time. After returning the tattered broom to its designated storage, Anna dusted her hands, feeling a twinge of hunger, and turned to propose, "I'm hungry. Let us go have a late-night snack, Severus." The kitchens of Hogwarts were adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, the entrance depicted as a grand painting adorned with various fruits. A gentle scratch at the pear in the painting would reveal a handle leading to the kitchen. Though familiar with many aspects of Hogwarts, Anna was still reliant on Snape's guidance to navigate its labyrinthine corridors. Upon entering the kitchen, a multitude of wide, round eyes fixed upon them, erupting into excited exclamations. "Oh, esteemed Miss Grindelwald, what would you like to eat? We have an assortment of pastries, pumpkin juice, and your beloved lemon honey water. Which would you prefer? If you desire something else, we can prepare that for you as well." Observing the unusually enthusiastic house elves, Anna was left perplexed. How curious. She had only just arrived at Hogwarts a few days ago, yet the elves seemed to know her drink preferences. No need for such fuss, just some fruit and pastries will suffice. Indeed, I too wish to savor the flavor of Hogwarts lemon honey water. Speaking of which, how did you come to know of my fondness for it? Anna swiftly grasped Severus, who was about to turn away, and led him to a secluded corner of the kitchen to sit down. "It was Bog who informed us. Bog worked here a few years ago before moving to your estate. He visited before the term began, and mentioned that you are not particularly fond of British cuisine, preferring the flavors of Asia. He has a particular fondness for ice cream and desserts with less sugar, as well as various fruits." A number of house elves gathered around her, chattering animatedly. A few more elves brought over exquisite little cakes, along with an array of fresh, washed, and sliced fruits, presenting 2 small forks on the plate. Bog is one of the house elves responsible for the kitchen at Grindelwald's estate, having been employed there since her arrival, likely recruited by some well-connected saint from Hogwarts. What surprised Anna was that Bog had specifically returned to Hogwarts to inform the little elves here about her preferences. The fruits were a given, but the cakes and lemon honey water served to her were flavors she often enjoyed at Grindelwald's estate. Several house elves even rushed over to inquire if she desired ice cream, which Anna politely declined. Although her constitution allowed her to remain slim, indulging in ice cream late at night would instill in her a deeply ingrained sense of guilt. The two continued to enjoy their refreshments while discussing other matters regarding the wolfsbane potion. With Hogwarts curfew set for 10 o'clock and the time still only 9. They had ample opportunity to return to their dormitory. Just as Anna prepared to bid farewell, laden with the small cakes offered by the house elves, the kitchen door swung open once more. 3 small heads peeked in furtively. Chapter 40. The Hogwarts Kitchen. It seemed Remus was not present here either. James Potter surveyed the kitchen and, noticing Anna and Severus tucked away in a corner, they did not immediately spot the two. He had appeared rather unwell since this morning. Perhaps we ought to consult Madame Pomfrey instead of coming to the kitchen, Sirius analyzed. Originally, Lupin intended to use his physical discomfort as an excuse to return home for a few days of recuperation, concealing the truth of his monthly transformation into a werewolf. However, before he could broach the subject with his roommates, Madame Pomfrey had hastily summoned him to the Shrieking Shack, leaving behind a note assuring them not to worry. This led the other 3 to believe he had gone to the hospital wing. But we did not find Madame Pomfrey. Peter Pettigrew stuttered hesitantly. In truth, they had already visited the hospital wing, intending to check on him, yet they found neither Lupin nor Nurse Pomfrey. No matter, I'm rather hungry anyway. It's the perfect opportunity for a late-night snack, James Potter declared nonchalantly, reminding them that Lupin had mentioned he would return in a couple of days. Thus they need not fret excessively. Let us return Severus. Anna ignored the trio entering the kitchen and tugged at Severus' robes, eager to depart. If she were to be ensnared by these individuals, particularly James Potter and Sirius Black, her plans to reach the dormitory before curfew might very well be thwarted. They delighted in challenging Hogwarts rules, a pastime in which she had no interest. Surely, lying in bed back in the dormitory was far more appealing. Staying up late could lead to hair loss. As the two rose, their previously hidden figures became apparent, and the trio's gazes immediately fixed upon Anna. Her earlier incident of magical outburst on the first day of classes, during which the headmaster had personally carried her to the hospital wing, had made her quite renowned. Even the older Gryffindors began discussing this girl at the long table. The Navii first years soon learned of the deliciously scandalous secrets behind her surname. However, what astonished them even more was that the descendant of Grindelwald staunchly opposed the pureblood ideology, even confronting the Death Eater recruits from Slytherin. Was this not tantamount to standing against Voldemort himself? James Potter showed little concern for such matters, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of revenge. Born into the fiercely pure-blooded Black family, Sirius found Anna's remarks to be a profound shock, resulting in his complex feelings toward her. Peter shrank timidly into the background, curiosity mingling with the fear of provoking her. Wait, Miss Grindelwald. Just as the two sides were about to pass each other, James Potter seemed to recollect something and called out to Anna, who was on the verge of exiting the kitchen. Mr. Potter, is there something you require? When addressing those she held dear, respected, or wished to provoke, Anna was more than willing to allow them to use her given name. However, with those she found unfamiliar and somewhat exasperating, there was no need for such familiarity. Perhaps James Potter and Sirius Black would, in time, evolve into the true embodiments of Gryffindor's noble spirit as depicted in the original texts, but for now, with their immaturity and penchant for mischief, Anna felt compelled to remind them of their unfamiliarity. Have you seen Remus in the hospital wing? The one who sat beside Sirius a few mornings ago. His full name is Remus Lupin. Remembering that today might be Anna's last day in the hospital wing, James Potter inquired, hoping she might have seen Lupin. I did not encounter any first-year students in the hospital wing. It is quite late, and curfew is approaching. We should return to the dormitory. Farewell. Having responded swiftly to James Potter's query, the two turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Naturally, Anna would not divulge Lupin's whereabouts to these individuals. With the school year just commencing, their camaraderie had yet to solidify as it would later. Should these young miscreants uncover Lupin's true nature as a werewolf and inadvertently leak it, it could result in significant trouble for her father. When the flying lesson commenced the following day, Remus was still absent from the Gryffindor team. James Potter exhibited remarkable flying talent, drawing the keen attention of Professor Hooch. And immediately after class he raced to Professor McGonagall's office to recount the event. Under Anna's metaphorical guidance from the previous day, Severus too had finally managed to control his broomstick smoothly, just like other ordinary students, though he still appeared somewhat pale upon landing. He observed Anna flying in close proximity to Lily, her hand lightly resting on the broomstick's handle. To an outsider, this seemed a relaxed posture, even allowing her the leisure to converse with Lily. Yet Severus knew she was vigilantly monitoring Lily's condition. He had noticed this during their descent on the slope the previous evening, recognizing it as her readiness to intervene should Lily's broom falter. Initially, Lily had been a bit apprehensive about her first experience with a broom, but with Anna's attentive support, She successfully mastered the flying technique, and gradually grew fond of the sensation of the wind in her hair. Once Anna deemed Lily proficient enough, she gracefully landed beside Severus. She had no intention of seeking the limelight like James Potter, even though she had gained notoriety in another manner. There are still 30 minutes until class ends, Severus. Shall we rest over there? Anna pointed toward a corner. Today's weather was delightful, the sunlight particularly bright in the afternoon, while only that corner of the flying field was cast in shadow, where some students had already sought refuge after practice. Severus did not decline, and the two leaned against an unoccupied spot, gazing upwards at Lily in the sky. Due to Anna's presence, the other students tactfully refrained from approaching their direction, leaving the two enveloped in a bubble of solitude. Severus, when did you begin courting Lily? Anna's sudden inquiry caught him off guard, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Miss Anna, I advise you not to speak such nonsense here. Snape immediately averted his gaze, standing upright, his expression darkening considerably. What is there to conceal? Everyone is well aware of our backgrounds. I merely wish to inquire if you require my assistance. Anna glanced skyward, feeling a spark of potential as a matchmaker. No need for that, and I must remind you, Lily is only 11 years old. What kind of delusions might you harbor towards a child? That is a crime, Miss Anna. But Severus, we are both 11 years old. Silence. The conversation in flying class concluded with Snape's stern refusal. Although Anna felt a twinge of disappointment at missing the gossip, she swiftly cast it aside. The following morning, a letter arrived via owl from Eliza, bringing news that Voldemort had learned of her existence through his Death Eaters. After all, nearly everyone at Hogwarts was aware of her statements. Since her arrival, Anna had never intended to hide. If Voldemort had not received the information, it could only imply that the Death Eaters were akin to a certain infamous brewery from later comics, completely compromised. The letter arrived on a Sunday, a day when students in higher years ventured to Hogsmeade, leaving younger children confined to the castle. The castle felt significantly emptier, with many retreating to their dormitories to relish the rare day of rest. The corridors were nearly devoid of students, while Anna and her companions immersed themselves in study at the library. Snape and Lily were each engrossed in their books when Anna penned her final note, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope, a reply to Eliza. I'm off to the Ollery. I'll see you both in the Great Hall later. She informed them before stepping out of the library. The process of sending the letter was unremarkable, but on her way back, she stumbled upon a rather perplexing sight. James Potter and his 3 companions were stealthily trailing her, holding what appeared to be a transparent fabric. What on earth is that? Performance art? A wave of confusion washed over her. She contemplated halting to inquire about their peculiar behavior, but a glance at James's confident grin sparked a distant memory. That translucent cloth resembled a cloak. Could it be that this clearly visible, utterly transparent cloak was the fabled invisibility cloak? Ah, she knew it. Anything related to the Deathly Hallows would inevitably undergo some transformation in her presence. Just like this miraculous, perpetually functional invisibility cloak, which appeared no different from a transparent raincoat before her eyes. In the legend of the 3 brothers, the possessor of this Deathly Hallow would never be found by death. Yet it seemed that was but a fanciful tale. This cloak was originally a relic of death itself. How could mortals possibly evade demise using it? Anna maintained her composure and continued down the corridor, deliberately leading the group into a secluded passage. The terrain here was quite intricate, ensuring that no one would intrude for some time, and she was curious to observe their intentions. James and his friends huddled closely under the invisibility cloak, following the girl unwaveringly. After a while, Anna suddenly halted, at which point they realized they had arrived at a wide corridor unfamiliar to them. The walls of Hogwarts corridors were typically adorned with numerous portraits, yet the path Anna had chosen was devoid of any. By now afternoon had settled in, the sun sinking low and casting a warm, golden glow upon the silent passage, where the silver-haired girl stood, her demeanor indifferent, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Come forth. I imagine your long journey to Hogwarts was not merely to linger in the shadows and observe me. Anna's voice rang out, cold and precise, startling James into thinking he had been discovered, nearly prompting him to lift the cloak, only to be restrained by Sirius and Remus. It became apparent from her words that Anna was not merely addressing the 4 behind her. Indeed, she had initially intended to tease them, but she soon detected faint magical fluctuations accompanied by a chilling malice emanating from the shadowy corner ahead. Revealed. The figure no longer concealed herself. A tall woman emerged from the shadows. Her beauty was striking and bold, with deep-set features and glossy, uncurled brown hair cascading casually down her back. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman, yet a dangerous aura surrounded her. As she twirled her wand, her gaze fixated intently on Anna. Initially, Anna had anticipated the arrival of Abraxas Malfoy, or even Voldemort himself. Yet it was this individual who stood before her, Bellatrix Black, Sirius's cousin, the eldest daughter of the Black family, and a fervent devotee of Voldemort, a core Death Eater. Sirius, positioned behind her, felt his breath grow shallow, his heart racing in response to Bellatrix's menacing stare. However, Anna remained unperturbed by the threat emanating from Bellatrix. She was adorned with several alchemical artifacts designed to counter curses and death spells, and her storage ring contained a plethora of similar items, gifts from saints sent from around the world over the years. Should the woman strike, even with Voldemort's assistance, she was confident she could withstand the onslaught until her father arrived. Moreover, at this point, although Bellatrix was fiercely loyal to Voldemort, she had yet to succumb to the madness inflicted by Dementors in Azkaban. Thus, there remained room for dialogue between them. Anna possessed remarkable magical talent, yet if one were to pinpoint her most exceptional trait, it would undoubtedly be her inherited eloquence from Grindelwald. As for the four behind her, the invisibility cloak's effect was ineffective against her, but it remained capable of concealing their presence from Bellatrix's sight, reportedly even granting immunity to magical attacks, provided they remained still. Most crucially, at this moment, all of Bellatrix's attention was fixated upon Anna. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Black." She twirled a strand of her silver hair, her fingers gently caressing it, as a flurry of information regarding her adversary raced through her mind. Born into the extremely pure-blooded Black family, fervently infatuated with Voldemort, and having succumbed to the Death Eater's influence, she relished in employing the unforgivable curses to torment others. Loyal yet lacking in wisdom, she wholeheartedly embraced Voldemort's blood supremacist ideology. What a challenge it would be to contend with a woman whose obsession was etched into her very bones. "Yet I find no pleasure in seeing you, Miss Grindelwald. How dare you equate noble purebloods with those wretched muggles? I presume you have never tasted the agony of true suffering. Would you care to try?" Bellatrix sneered, slowly advancing towards her. "Ah, so that was the reason for Miss Black's visit. However, I believe our only difference lies in our beliefs. Why trouble yourself, Miss Black, with the use of the unforgivable curses, thereby granting yourself an opportunity to enter Azkaban?" Anna's face maintained its customary gentle smile, showing no signs of retreat even as Bellatrix approached her. In her eyes, there was no hint of fear. Her sky-blue gaze resembled a serene lake, unruffled by the slightest ripple. Witnessing the absence of fear in her opponent, Bellatrix furrowed her brow, circling around Anna, her wand subtly pointing in her direction. The four individuals situated at a distance felt an overwhelming pressure. However, Anna remained unperturbed, deftly shifting the conversation. "Miss Black, I have heard whispers of your allegiance to Voldemort. Are you perhaps one of his Death Eaters?" In Bellatrix's understanding, few dared to directly utter the name of the Dark Lord. Yet recognizing Anna as a descendant of that esteemed lineage elucidated her audacity. Nonetheless, fury consumed her as she pressed her wand against Anna's chest. "Mind your address. For my master is the great Dark Lord. Do not presume that your surname can shield you. Grindelwald still lingers in Nurmengard," she threatened viciously, only to be met with Anna's light, mocking laughter. "Ah, the Dark Lord. This reminds me of something. The old fellow you speak of is none other than my father, who was also once called the Dark Lord by many. Yet I have always perceived him more as a radical revolutionary." The girl spoke slowly, this little-known revelation seeping into Bellatrix's ears, causing her grip on the wand to loosen ever so slightly. "You are his daughter." Gazing upon Anna, who seemed lost in reverie over her lineage, Bellatrix, the first Death Eater to truly grasp Anna's identity, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Despite her loyalty to the current Dark Lord, the year your father was defeated by Dumbledore and imprisoned in Nurmengard, your master was in his 7th year, on the brink of graduating from Hogwarts. At that time, Voldemort was far more handsome than he is now, and many female students admired him. This man, while maintaining an outwardly gentle and courteous demeanor, was in reality quite distant from everyone. If you found yourself enamored with him back then, I would not be surprised. However, now, Anna's tone, gentle yet unsparing, laid bare Voldemort's true nature. Though a descendant of Slytherin, many were aware that he was indeed a genuine half-blood. To sway a woman so entrenched in her dogmatic beliefs, one must administer a potent dose of truth. Upon learning that the master she followed was a half-blood, contrary to her convictions, Anna eagerly anticipated her reaction. The distance between the quartet and the duo, combined with Anna's deliberately lowered voice, rendered the others oblivious to the tumultuous expression that gradually twisted Bellatrix's face. Recognizing that Bellatrix was momentarily stunned by this earth-shattering revelation, Anna felt no need to deceive her. What she had just articulated were undeniable truths. Without waiting for a response, Anna seized the opportunity to pivot the conversation. Miss Black, you hail from the illustrious Black family, destined for a life of unparalleled luxury and grandeur. Yet here you are, at the behest of that half-blood charlatan, reduced to undertaking menial tasks that could land you in prison. You ought to be a cherished flower, adored and pampered by handsome men of noble birth, not trailing behind a swindler, forever relegated to merely gazing at his back. You know he is stingy with even a glance in your direction. You possess the means to don the most exquisite gowns, basking in the envy of other women, who could not even dare to touch the lace adorning your skirts. Instead, you wear drab lackluster robes, kneeling humbly to kiss the hem of that charlatan's garment. Anna spoke with deliberate calmness, her fingers gently grasping the tip of Bellatrix's wand, caressing it slowly, each word a reminder. Voldemort is nothing but a consummate deceiver. Her voice, akin to a devil's whisper, oscillated between dulcet sweetness and venomous sharpness, gradually infiltrating Bellatrix's soul, slicing through all fabrications. Sweet yet perilous, delightful yet lethal. You see, dear Miss Black, you were born into the finest circumstances, yet you find yourself unable to win the heart of a deceiver. How tragically absurd. The girl's fingers glided like a cool serpent from the wand's tip down to its shaft, lightly covering where Bellatrix gripped her wand tightly, firmly clutching at the tumult within this woman's heart. Imagine. What might that deceiver do if he were to learn that you had uncovered the secret he so desperately sought to conceal? Would he deliver a heart-wrenching betrayal? Or would he, without mercy, press his wand against your heart and utter the Avada Kedavra curse? Anna's final words ignited a blazing spark within Bellatrix's emotions. No. He would never do such a thing. I am his most loyal servant. I am the one who loves him most in this world. She flung Anna's hand away, emitting a sharp cry of fury, intending to redirect her wand toward the young demon before her. Yet even grasping the wooden stick with both hands could not quell her violent trembling. The ferocity in her voice was laced with palpable fear, for deep within, Bellatrix understood that should Voldemort learn of this matter, her fate would mirror Anna's ominous prediction. A blinding flash of green light. The corpses dragged from Malfoy Manor haunted her mind. Almost every Death Eater had begun to realize that the Dark Lord had grown increasingly brutal and suspicious. She loved Voldemort, but at this moment, she had not yet succumbed to madness. Her greater love lay with her own life. Do not be alarmed, dear Miss Black. Those who cloak themselves in deception are not as fearsome as you might imagine. Anna effortlessly pushed aside the non-threatening wand. The 11-year-old girl barely reached Bellatrix's chest. Yet her serene demeanor exuded immense pressure. At least the Dark Lord remains unaware of our little secret. Does he not? Dear Miss Black, should you choose to trust me, you may wish to experiment with the memory charm. I assure you, he shall not uncover any matter pertaining to us from your mind. The girl proposed a seemingly perfect solution, fully aware that by weaving a single lie, Bellatrix would thereafter weave a tapestry of deceit to compensate for this irreparable falsehood. Ultimately, the woman held a small crystal vial, turning to depart Hogwarts. The silvery memories swirled within the vial. Chapter 43, A Warning. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, no erasure of memories can alter the suspicions etched deeply into one's soul. From the moment Anna placed the memories into the crystal vial, she knew Bellatrix could not escape this fathomless trap. The twilight hues of the setting sun dimmed, as she stood solitary in an apparently deserted corridor, carefully retracting her wand. The four hidden beneath the invisibility cloak were unaware of the recent exchange between the two with their wands, having yet to encounter such profound memory magic. Due to the corridor's lighting and angles, they also did not perceive the vial containing the silvery substance. The girl patted the pocket housing her wand, marveling at the astonishing success of her endeavor. While her father could manipulate minds, he generally magnified thoughts buried deep and unspoken, unlike her, who merely through conversation could compel Bellatrix to allow her to alter memories. As she spoke with increasing eloquence, an uncanny sensation seemed to envelop the space between the two individuals. This feeling was undeniably peculiar. If one were to articulate it, it would resemble an invisible thread extending from her very essence, seemingly capable of reaching into the depths of the other's soul. The preceding dialogue, rather than being a mere conversational tactic, bore a closer resemblance to an enchanting spell. When the opportunity arises, it would be prudent to explore this further, to discern the true nature of the power she possesses. It is highly likely that it is linked to some deity. Could this ability indeed be her genuine trump card? The twilight had deepened, and it was reasonable to assume that Severus and Lily were awaiting her in the Great Hall. It would be wise to hasten her steps, lest they become anxious. Pondering this, Anna abruptly halted beside the trembling quartet. Ah yes, the scene of my earlier encounter with Miss Black, could pose a significant complication if certain individuals were to witness it. Perhaps I should locate them and cast a forgetting charm on each of them. The sight of one conversing with thin air is quite eerie. And to James Potter and his companions, it would surely sound even more terrifying. Nevertheless, Anna chose not to unveil their invisibility cloak and swiftly departed from the scene. Approximately 10 minutes later, after her departure, the previously silent James Potter finally yanked off their invisibility cloak and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. I swear, she must have noticed us. Sirius, no longer the epitome of elegance, swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the direction Anna had vanished. Impossible. My invisibility cloak cannot have failed. James retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. How do you explain her words before she left, standing right before us? Good heavens, I almost drew my wand. Sirius retracted his gaze, his hand instinctively resting on his chest, his heart still racing. James was momentarily silenced by this statement. Had he not clamped his lips tightly, he might have screamed when Anna mentioned casting a forgetting charm on them. In any case, I have absolutely no desire to provoke this individual further. Initially, he had yearned to uncover her secrets, yet now he had encountered his own cousin. Sirius could not shake the memory of Bellatrix, who had stormed in with rage, her expression shifting from irritation to a grotesque snarl, and then to fear intermingled with infatuation and shame. Emotions he could not comprehend, before she allowed the other to draw their wand. The two appeared to engage in a clandestine transaction, but the distance rendered their conversation inaudible, leaving only fragmented sounds to suggest they were discussing matters concerning the Dark Lord. The Black family had long been entwined with that dark entity, and Sirius was acutely aware of the peril it posed, prompting him to steer clear of such affairs. Coupled with Anna's veiled warning upon leaving, it was clear she intended to convey that should they dare to speak of this incident, dire consequences would ensue. Let us refrain from discussing this further. It is late, and we should return, Remus interjected, noting the darkness that had enveloped the corridors, where magical torches flickered to life, yet failed to dispel the nighttime chill. Indeed, we should hasten back, Peter promptly agreed, but after meandering for what felt like an eternity in the direction they had come, they still could not find the way back. The labyrinthine layout of Hogwarts was not something novice wizards could easily navigate, especially in the inky darkness, where some corridors lacked illumination. Thus, they wandered through the cold, shadowy castle, utterly lost. I'm back. Meanwhile, Anna returned to the bustling great hall, seated beside Snape, and began to help herself to the food on the table, savoring her dinner. What have you encountered? Snape inquired. Fully aware of the duration from the Ollery to the dining hall, her tardiness indicated something had delayed her. Nothing of consequence, merely a brief conversation with Bellatrix, she replied leisurely after finishing a small piece of cake. Her? Snape's brow furrowed as if recalling unpleasant memories, letting out a soft huff. I had anticipated it might be Malfoy or even Voldemort himself. I did not expect my first visitor to be her. Truly, she is Voldemort's most fervent Death Eater, always at the forefront of any affair. But what lies ahead remains uncertain. Reflecting on her exchange with the woman, Anna chuckled softly and raised her glass towards the staff table. Dumbledore, noticing her relaxed and cheerful demeanor as he entered for dinner, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What delightful occurrence has brought about such joy? He mused. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Snape, overhearing her words, felt a twinge of curiosity. What do you mean? I shall elaborate later. By the way, I led Potter and his friends to that remote corridor in the west. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, they shall be unable to find their way back. Anna deftly diverted the topic away from Bellatrix, mindful of their surroundings. How did you come across those individuals? Perhaps it is due to the incident on the train. Mr. Potter may have sought to prank me, but alas, he miscalculated. Foolish Potter. Chapter 44. The Request for Sweets. Just as Anna had anticipated, the absence of others in James Potter's dormitory meant that no one noticed their disappearance. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the head of Gryffindor, Apollinarius Pringer, while patrolling the halls, heard some commotion and discovered them in the western corridor. He escorted them to Professor McGonagall's office. Now please explain why you were there? McGonagall, clad in a deep green silk nightgown, sternly inquired from behind her desk. I apologize, Professor. We got lost there this evening. Remus was the first to speak, aware that should the headmistress learn they were there to play a prank on a fellow student, their punishment would be far worse. No matter your reasons, wandering the halls at night is a grave violation of school rules. I cannot overlook this. It would be unfair to the other students. 10 points from Gryffindor. Each one of you. Though they lost 40 points for Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall showed some leniency, sparing them from detention. As the four trudged back to their dormitory, Anna remained awake in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Her desk was cluttered with remnants of herbology, and before her simmered a cauldron of pitch-black potion, emanating a bitter aroma. The viscous liquid occasionally bubbled ominously. Were one unaware of its purpose, they might assume she was concocting a deadly poison. With a stirring rod in hand, Anna methodically circled the cauldron until an unusual fragrance began to fill the air. She then bit her fingertip, allowing several drops of crimson blood to fall into the mixture, all the while maintaining her stirring rhythm. The dark potion began to transform, the eerie black swirling into specks of silvery white, reminiscent of a starry cosmos, beautiful and enigmatic. It is nearly complete. She placed the bitten finger into her mouth for a moment, and after extracting the stirring rod, extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron. Once the potion ceased to bubble with heat, she ladled it into a transparent crystal jar. This jar was modest in size, fitting perfectly within her palm, containing just enough to erase the scar on Snape's hand. One must admit that her father, in the creation of this form, employed an array of rare materials, rendering her somewhat akin to the flesh of a saint. If Voldemort were to discover that her blood possessed remarkable healing properties and the ability to prolong life, would he not capture her and stew her in a cauldron? Amused by her own musings, Anna placed the crystal jar into her storage ring and tidied up the cluttered desk before returning to bed for some rest. Days at school passed steadily, and among the Death Eaters, a certain Bellatrix had arrived. Lucius Malfoy received a response from Abraxas Malfoy, and, adhering to his father's counsel to observe the situation, refrained from taking any rash actions. He appeared amicable to Riley and Anna on the surface, but beneath the placid exterior, a tempest brewed. As for Voldemort, who had become aware of Anna's existence, on that day, while extracting Bellatrix's memories, Anna had cleverly inserted fabricated information about herself. Thus, Voldemort likely encountered these false memories in Bella's mind, leading him to lower his guard and refrain from pursuing her. To Anna's slight boredom, old Malfoy, whom she expected to be more restless, remained elusive. However, she had the patience to wait. It was uncertain whether the other party possessed the same luxury of time. Soon, Halloween arrived, bringing a chill in the air. Hogwarts was immersed in a festive atmosphere, with carved pumpkins and bats adorning the grounds, and lifelike spider webs in the corners, hosting animated spider sculptures that startled passing young wizards. Halloween at Hogwarts marked the first holiday for the new students, and there were no classes during these 2 days. The younger students could only return to their dormitories for rest after enjoying the feast, while those in the 4th year and above could attend the ball that followed the dinner, which this year was a costume ball. Since Harry Potter's enrollment, it seemed that every Halloween had seen some peculiar incident. Anna wondered if this trend would hold true for her. She finished the last bite of her omelette, concluding her breakfast. Today was Halloween Eve, and she had a significant plan: to go door to door asking for candy. This was a festive tradition she had never experienced in her previous life, and being a child now, it was only natural to ask adults for sweets. At Hogwarts, the only ones capable of providing candy were the professors, so she resolved to start on the first floor and ultimately make her way to her father. Lily expressed her desire to join in after hearing the plan, while Snape, disdainful of such childish antics, was nonetheless dragged along by Lily, his expression dark as he followed behind them, attempting to minimize his presence. Their first visit was to Professor Slughorn, who resided in the dungeons. Unlike the cold, eerie appearance his office would later adopt, the potion master's office was now alive with a roaring fire within the hearth, exuding warmth. Slughorn had a particular fondness for the exceptionally talented potion makers, Snape and Lily, and of course included Anna, who also excelled in potions. He was an astute man who knew how to preserve himself, and he still harbored a latent wariness regarding Anna's surname. Thus, when inviting the other 2 young witches into his slug club, he purposely omitted her. Lily was keenly interested in the club, but Snape and Anna were not of the same mind. The former was aware of the intricate social dynamics, and preferred to keep his distance, while the latter was indifferent to this so-called club, spending most of her time engrossed in her own studies and the Hogwarts library, leaving little room for other endeavors. Professor, happy Halloween. Upon knocking on Slughorn's door and receiving permission to enter, Anna extended her basket towards him, a sweet smile gracing her face. Oh dear Miss Anna. Happy Halloween to you as well. I just happened to have some candied jackfruit. Unlike Dumbledore, Slughorn's favorite sweet was only candied jackfruit, hence his office was replete with it. Thank you, dear Professor. With her first piece of loot in hand, Anna bid him farewell with a cheerful smile, and the trio proceeded to the next professor's office. Chapter 45. Happy Halloween. Past noon, a thick bank of clouds drifted from the distance, enveloping Hogwarts in shadow, darkening the skies. A brisk wind began to rise, stirring up the dry, yellow leaves, creating a rustling sound. Just as Anna and her companions ventured forth to collect candies from the professors, a figure cloaked in black robes made his way towards Hogwarts. Gazing at the distant castle, a glimmer of malice flickered in his crimson eyes, underscored by an unwavering determination. The trio continued their ascent towards the castle, with Professor McGonagall's office located on the second floor. Due to the Halloween break, the teachers were enjoying a leisurely day. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, Anna's keen eyes spotted a closed book on her desk, likely related to Quidditch. Perhaps after this excursion, she would have some inspiration for the Christmas gifts for her teachers. "Happy Halloween, Professor McGonagall," said Lily, gathering her courage to utter the greeting while bashfully extending her basket. In the past, mischievous yet endearing students often approached their headmistress for candy on Halloween, and she smiled as she pulled 2 generous handfuls from a nearby drawer, depositing them into Lily and Anna's baskets. Her typically stern demeanor softened considerably. "I wish you both a joyous holiday as well, ladies." Emerging from the office, they set off towards their next destination, while Snape, standing outside and not entering, crossed his arms, silently trailing behind the two as they excitedly discussed their recent gains. The third floor housed the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. As Voldemort had cursed this position years prior, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor was new, rumored to have been an Auror in the British Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, this distinguished former Auror had not stocked his office with sweets, displaying a hint of embarrassment. But soon, a solution to his predicament would present itself. "Happy Halloween, Professor!" Anna exclaimed, simultaneously producing candy from her storage ring to place into the new professor's hands, leaving him both amused and embarrassed, as he promised to be better prepared next time. "You probably won't be teaching at Hogwarts next Halloween," Anna thought, but discreetly refrained from voicing this faux prophecy. Next, the three managed to procure several more treasures from other professors. Notably, Professor Flitwick offered not candy but exquisite little cakes, even demonstrating a spell before them that showcased the renowned cake dance popular among Ravenclaw students. Having successfully gathered their bounty from the professors, the trio walked away laden with treats. Anna, who initially intended to take Lily along to the headmaster's office, suddenly noticed something peculiar about the portraits lining the corridor walls. She gradually slowed her pace, straining to listen to the hushed conversations of the portraits. "He is coming. Goodness. I can hardly believe it. He was not like this back then. Is he still in the headmaster's office? What could Dumbledore be discussing with him? Surely he wouldn't dare act here at the school. Dumbledore is here, yet he dares not approach. Ah, how splendid he once was. And how has he now fallen to this state? Lily, I suddenly recall something. You and Severus should return first." Anna's smile remained intact, her tone remarkably casual, as if she had genuinely remembered something long forgotten. She waved farewell to the duo and alone carried her basket brimming with sweets towards the third floor. Before she could reach the stone beast statue, footsteps echoed behind her. Turning around, she found Severus had followed her. "Where's Lily?" She returned to the dormitory halfway. He had ensured Lily's safe return to Gryffindor's common room before following. "Voldemort has come to Hogwarts." Anna halted in the empty corridor, mere meters away from the stone staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Yet she remained rooted in place, as if awaiting someone's arrival. "You needn't linger here. Headmaster Dumbledore is in his office, and he dares not act against me. So you boldly approached that individual? Should I commend your courage?" Severus was perplexed, unable to fathom Anna's purpose in waiting for someone who had not sought her out, while she seemed intent on confronting Voldemort. "I suddenly wished to verify a few matters. Since he is here today, I certainly cannot miss this opportunity." Until now, Anna had not anticipated a meeting with Voldemort, maintaining a laissez-faire attitude towards the situation. Her previous act of implanting false memories in Bellatrix was to secure a strategic advantage, and moreover, deceiving Voldemort was an endeavor she found quite intriguing. She relished the idea of ensnaring him. Today, the girl donned a black cloak that enveloped her entirely, and with a mischievous inclination, she pulled the hood over her head, obscuring most of her visage, revealing only her softly curved cherry lips and the silvery strands of hair cascading before her chest. This was the quintessential Grim Reaper garb, perfectly suited for her momentous first encounter with Voldemort. "By the way, if you aren't returning to the dormitory, keep your distance so he doesn't notice you." Anna calculated the time, believing Voldemort would soon finish his conversation with her father, and thus she nudged Severus to a nearby corner, where he could remain concealed from the prying eyes of his former superior. Upon being once again rejected by Dumbledore for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and failing to acquire the legendary Gryffindor sword, Voldemort relinquished his ambition of transforming Gryffindor's relics into Horcruxes, sneering as he exited the headmaster's office. Standing on the rotating staircase, Voldemort, seething with rage, exited before it had fully settled on the third floor. It was then that the new Dark Lord beheld a student clad in a black cloak, carrying a basket filled with sweets, approaching him. The student's face was nearly entirely shrouded beneath the broad brim of the hood, with a single silvery strand escaping from the collar, dancing in the breeze. She hummed an eerie little tune, and from her voice, it was clear she was a girl. Voldemort paid little heed to this youthful first year, assuming she was merely on her way to the headmaster's office, but in the instant they brushed past each other, the girl's melody abruptly ceased, replaced by a mundane greeting. Happy Halloween, Mr. Tom Riddle. Chapter 46. Mutual Disdain. This was a rather ordinary greeting, yet it prompted Voldemort to instantly draw forth his wand made of yew. As Halloween approached, it would not be surprising for anyone to utter such a phrase. But the issue lay in the fact that this girl had spoken the name he had long abandoned. Who was she? With the wand pressed against her back, Anna slowly turned around, catching sight of one of the infamous twin wands. Miss Grindelwald, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Voldemort quickly recognized her identity. The only first year bold enough to openly utter his original name, besides the formidable Grindelwald, must possess considerable backing, for he doubted any other student would dare to confront him so audaciously. Damn it. Having just faced setbacks with Dumbledore, now this little wretch dares to flaunt her presence before me. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a grotesque grin surfaced on his face, marred by the ravages of dark magic experiments. How unfortunate. I happened to be waiting for you. She lifted her hood, perceiving their initial meeting as quite successful. Should anyone witness this encounter, it might well be inscribed in history for posterity to admire. Ah, and Severus is just nearby. If I were to act too recklessly, he might not resist springing from his hiding place, and that simply cannot happen. Oh, I must admit, Miss Grindelwald, you seem adept at provoking my ire. Perhaps I should bestow upon you a little curse as a Halloween gift. Anna adjusted her demeanor, preparing to swallow her sharp retorts. Oh, not at all. You are too gracious. I merely believe that failing to address someone by their true name is a mark of disrespect. Would you agree, Mr. Riddle? Originally intending to restrain herself, Anna inexplicably failed to do so, her face adorned with a feigned smile. Her usual guise appeared so hollow at this moment, causing Severus, hidden in the shadows, to twitch in irritation. This was Hogwarts, beneath the very office of Dumbledore. Should she dispatch a killing curse at this moment, he would undoubtedly find no escape from the school. Yet Voldemort's face, one that showed no inclination to conceal his emotions, only fueled his fury, and his wand remained unwavering in his grasp. May I inquire if you have any further business, Mr. Voldemort? I still need to request Halloween sweets from Headmaster Dumbledore. In this tense standoff, Anna spoke first. Although she altered her address, seemingly making a concession, her subsequent words were delivered with such nonchalance, as if oblivious to the thick tension permeating the air. The name she uttered once again reminded Voldemort that they stood in Hogwarts, beneath the watchful eye of the greatest white wizard of the century, and it would be prudent to contemplate the consequences of his actions before the green light of his wand ignited. Oh, by the way, you might not have heard clearly just now. Anna retrieved a buzzing honeybee sweet from her storage ring, extending it towards Voldemort. This also allowed him to clearly see the bracelet adorning her fair wrist. It was a powerful alchemical product capable of rebounding dark curses. Had he acted recklessly just moments ago, the outcome would have been dire. The change in her address was not a retreat, but a demonstration of another form of defiance. Yet now he found himself utterly powerless before the girl, a sensation he had not tasted in a long time. I wish you a happy Halloween, Mr. Voldemort. The orange-yellow candy lay crystal clear in her small palm, beneath which was an invisible black contract pattern he could not perceive. Voldemort's pupils constricted, sensing an inexplicable pressure, and he instinctively took a step back, his wand beginning to tremble slightly. In the moment Anna extended her hand, his soul screamed in the depths of his being. The girl before him embodied a power he most feared, an existence from which he desperately wished to flee. No need. His voice was hoarse, gazing at Anna with a complex expression, yet he swiftly concealed all emotions and unhesitatingly turned to leave. Thus, their first formal encounter with Voldemort concluded in discord. While Anna unwrapped the candy he had declined, savoring it, and subsequently gazed at her contract mark, finally confirming her long-held suspicions. Originally shrouded in anger, Voldemort failed to perceive anything amiss during the recent exchange between the two. However, Anna, ever mindful of her emotions, sensed an underlying tension. Bound by a contract with death, she found herself repulsed by this incomplete soul before her, a bald figure lacking a nose. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, She could not mask the profound disdain that welled within her, resulting in her words laced with sarcasm and veiled hostility. Since her arrival in this world, she had never exhibited such overtly negative emotions, even in the presence of the most nefarious individuals. In the vast expanse of eternity, deities seldom harbor favoritism or aversion towards any individual or group. It is a hallmark of their divine nature. Just as the adage from her former life suggests, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. This is not a cold-hearted stance but rather an embodiment of impartiality towards all existence. Yet this principle is not absolute. During a past conversation with Death, Anna gleaned that the deity harbors disdain for those who abandon their true names and recklessly squander their souls. From today's events, it became evident that this disapproval had indirectly influenced her, leading to her extreme aversion towards Voldemort. This was precisely the matter she sought to validate with Severus. Voldemort yearns to escape death, yet the deity presiding over mortality also scorns his fractured soul. What have you discerned? Severus inquired, stepping into view with a furrowed brow. Nothing of significance, merely confirming the mutual disdain that exists between him and myself. Anna realized that Voldemort could sense the contract within her palm, a testament to the fragment of death's power she possessed. This likely explained her ability to see through Potter's invisibility cloak. Why, after arriving in this world, had death ceased to manifest before her? This left her with unanswered questions. Did the enigmatic puppet master revel in such ambiguity? With an exasperated sigh in her heart, the girl quickly buried these thoughts. Standing before the stone beast, she uttered the incantation to access the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whizbee. Scene break. Anna produced a fizzing Whizbee from her storage ring and presented it to the esteemed readers. One candy in exchange for a favorable review. Moi. Wishing everyone a delightful 520. Chapter 47. Bonds of a past life. In the spacious corridor on the third floor, Severus leaned against the wall, awaiting Anna's return from the headmaster's office. Although he had concealed himself around the corner, he had overheard their conversation. To his astonishment, the usually composed Anna had boldly confronted Voldemort without hesitation, deliberately targeting his most sensitive vulnerabilities, as if trampling on his dignity. Even Dumbledore would not have dared to act so brazenly. What was even more perplexing was Voldemort's demeanor. Though he had drawn his wand, he refrained from casting any spell against her. If his initial restraint stemmed from caution, then the step he took back when Anna extended her hand was decidedly peculiar. What could provoke the Dark Lord to lose his composure in front of a mere young witch who had not even drawn her wand? Reflecting on their previous interactions, Severus recalled that Anna occasionally gazed at her right palm in contemplation. This small gesture had been particularly pronounced when he first met her. He had assumed it was merely a habit, but her recent hand movement and Voldemort's instinctive reaction, coupled with the fleeting look of introspection on her face, suggested she was indeed experimenting with something. What lay within the palm of her hand? Despite having known her for several years, Severus still found this girl, who had inexplicably appeared, one who had never existed in his past life, entirely shrouded in mystery. When Anna had first revealed her circumstances to him, she mentioned a binding contract that prevented her from disclosing prior events. Could it be that what resided in her palm was this very contract? As he unraveled the threads of the situation, Severus felt he was inching closer to the truth, though he remained uncertain of the contract's implications and why it held such a deterrent effect on Voldemort, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease. He had anticipated that a second chance would simplify matters, yet the emergence of this previously non-existent individual hinted at a far greater tempest on the horizon. It was as if the hidden facets of this world were being unveiled by this girl, who had returned from the future, and seemed to possess clarity regarding all its secrets. After waiting at the entrance to the headmaster's office for some time, Anna had yet to descend, and another figure approached. Lucius Malfoy, having received word of the Dark Lord's arrival at Hogwarts, hurried from the Slytherin dormitory, only to find himself disappointed. He scanned the surroundings, spotting only Severus, lost in thought. Severus, momentarily disrupted from his reverie by Lucius, lifted his gaze to meet that of his former friend for the first time. Severus, what brings you here? Lucius inquired, quickening his pace, his tone devoid of inquiry about Voldemort's whereabouts, instead adopting a congenial smile, reminiscent of a caring upperclassman. Confronted with the somewhat naive Malfoy of the present, Severus felt a tangle of emotions. It was Lucius who had first recognized his talent and recommended him to Voldemort. Following that, as the most overlooked half-blood in Slytherin, he had been afforded an entirely different treatment. Together, they had witnessed Voldemort's rise, fall, and eventual resurrection. Anna had informed him that Lucius did not perish after the Dark Lord's complete obliteration, though his fate would likely not be any more favorable. I recall you are a descendant of the Prince family? Lucius, already aware of who would keep Severus waiting, sought to engage him in conversation. He had long wished to speak with this junior, but Anna's constant presence alongside Miss Grindelwald had made it difficult to find a moment alone. Now seemed an opportune time. Indeed, Severus replied. After Eileen's separation from that man, she wished for our son to adopt a different surname, but I declined. This name has followed me through 2 lifetimes. Although I despise that scoundrel, I do not wish to disavow my past. Eileen, out of exasperation, resorted to changing my middle name to Prince. My great-grandfather, however, was quite unbothered by the modification, cheerfully discussing my future inheritance of the Prince family name. Thus, as a scion of this lineage, you must understand that the glory of pure-blood families cannot be easily erased by mere words. Since you have returned to the Prince family, you ought to assume a position befitting that legacy. Malfoy, before you utter such words, perhaps I ought to remind you sooner. I am also of mixed blood. Perhaps out of a sense of camaraderie from their past, he felt compelled to offer this reminder. After all, a captain adored by the masses, Anna Grindelwald, coupled with his rebirth, Albus Dumbledore, and a currently reclusive Grindelwald, suggested that Voldemort's ultimate demise would occur far earlier than in his previous life. Lucius Malfoy found himself momentarily speechless by Severus's words. There is one more thing, Senior. Often, what you observe is merely the tip of the iceberg. I urge you to keep your eyes wide open. If you find my words unclear, please relay them to someone else who might grasp their meaning. Upon uttering this, a stir emanated from the stone staircase beside them. When Anna returned to the 3rd floor, laden with an abundance of candies and treats she'd procured from her father, she was greeted by the sight of Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape in a tense standoff. Lucius, what a coincidence. Happy Halloween, she remarked nonchalantly, positioning herself beside Snape with a cheerful smile. Indeed, when engaging with others, she appeared entirely composed. Snape mused silently as he observed her familiar demeanor. Lucius, I had quite a fruitful day. I even encountered Mr. Voldemort, though regrettably, he did not bestow any sweets upon me, nor could he accept my well wishes. Should you happen to see him again, please convey my regards. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Lucius Malfoy felt a jolt of surprise. The Dark Lord had indeed visited Hogwarts. The two had crossed paths. From the girl's account, he could glean nothing of their interaction, and dared not inquire further. If the opportunity arises, I shall relay your message. Farewell, Miss Grindelwald, and enjoy your Halloween. He coldly uttered these words before striding away, leaving the 2 young witches to gaze after him. Did he trouble you? Anna inquired once Lucius's figure was entirely out of sight. We merely exchanged a few words. I am acutely aware of my current position, he replied, causing the girl to frown, sensing an underlying discord. I worry he might employ some form of intimidation against you. Moreover, I know you cannot once more align with Voldemort, nor do I expect you to stand by my side in the future. You are free now, Severus. Anna's voice was soft yet resolute as she continued. If my association with Lily and you leads others to categorize you both as part of my faction, resulting in unkind remarks or threats, I shall distance myself from you. Miss Anna, are you jesting? Snape interrupted, noting her growing despondency. Where I choose to stand is my own affair. As you rightly pointed out, I am free. Thus, should I stand beside you, it is my decision alone, irrelevant to others. As for Lily, she possesses far greater strength and courage than you realize, and she knows how to navigate her relationships adeptly. If you have time to ponder, perhaps consider how to confront Voldemort when next you meet him. Anna's words ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within him. She consistently placed herself in front of everyone, neglecting her own needs in what she assumed was for their benefit, even at the cost of her own happiness. Her flaws were vividly reflected in the mirror of Ariste, and he had hoped that after the recent magical upheaval, she would recognize this and begin to amend her ways. Alas, it seemed not to be the case. Despite the brusque tone, Anna discerned that he was, in a roundabout way, comforting her by rejecting her proposal, which lifted her spirits. Severus, did you not just imply that you chose to stand beside me? A flicker of delight danced in her heart as they walked back to the dormitory, her steps growing lighter. Indeed, he conceded begrudgingly. Yet his notion of standing by her was not synonymous with joining the saints, but rather a simple act of being at her side, supporting her endeavors and confronting a common adversary together. Nothing more. She surely understood his intent. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Lily found herself embroiled in a discussion about Anna. Lily, I know Miss Anna treats you well, but she is, after all, from Slytherin and has ties to Grindelwald from decades past. As a Gryffindor student, is it truly wise to associate with her? Lillian Streech, perched on her bed, gazed worriedly at the red-haired girl still preoccupied with her sweets. But Anna is simply Anna. Her lineage was not her choice. I was friends with her long before she entered Slytherin, Lily replied nonchalantly, selecting an array of candies and sitting beside Lillian, stuffing them into her arms. And you witnessed it yourself. She abhors the pure-blood ideology, advocating that whether one is pure-blood or muggle-born, we are all the same. Do you not find her perspective compelling? Lillian, momentarily at a loss for words, shared Lily's background as a muggle-born, both her parents devoid of magic. Before arriving at Hogwarts, she believed all were equal, only to discover that the wizarding world held notions of blood status, and student interactions were not as harmonious as in her former muggle school. Understanding the pure-blood rhetoric, she recognized Anna's points as valid. Yet the mutual disdain between Gryffindor and Slytherin had been entrenched for centuries, and would not change overnight, due to an individual. Yet, her roommate and friend persisted in her friendship with Anna, which sparked hushed discussions among some Gryffindor students. How about this, Lillian? Tonight, let's sit at the Slytherin table and see how the other students react. As for Gryffindor, we can explain it as an adventure for the brave. After all, the rules do not prohibit inter-house mingling during dinner. What do you think? The Halloween feast at Hogwarts diverged significantly from the orderly dining depicted in films. Older students donned an array of eccentric costumes, transforming their appearances, especially in Gryffindor, where inventive outfits abounded, creating a delightful chaos. Lily proposed an audacious idea that left everyone astonished. Evidently, her time spent with Anna had emboldened her considerably. Upon hearing Lily's courageous suggestion, Lillian felt a stirring of excitement. The bravery inherent in her Gryffindor blood began to awaken. Just the two of us? Might that not attract too much attention? She subconsciously wished to involve more people, thinking that might lessen their prominence. I have a few suitable candidates in mind. Wait here while I seek them out. Lily sprang from her bed and exited the dormitory in search of a group that seemed fit for such a venture. Thus, as the feast approached, Anna found herself seated at the Slytherin table, eyeing the masked individuals beside her, unable to contain her amusement, nearly pounding the table in laughter. Goodness! I never anticipated that Lily would undertake such a surprising endeavor. Today has truly opened my eyes. Severus, you were right. Lily is braver and stronger than I ever imagined. She rested her forehead on her hand, leaning toward a rather pale-faced individual, suppressing her laughter as she softly addressed him. Ahem, Lily, perhaps I should join you in Gryffindor. The atmosphere here is far too subdued. I believe you prefer a more lively setting. After receiving a piercing glare from Snape, Anna cleared her throat and proposed an alternative. But Anna, you come to our side every morning. Why can't we visit your side this time? Determined to remain, the nearby Slytherins initially breathed a sigh of relief at Anna's suggestion, only to be swiftly countered by Lily's rebuttal. Indeed, no problem at all. However, it seems that Mr. Potter and his companions are somewhat reluctant. She gestured towards James Potter's group, who, despite the passage of nearly 2 months since the incident with the invisibility cloak, still bore lingering trepidation. Were it not for the earnest request from the charming Lily to undertake this task, Potter asserted he would never dare to occupy a seat in Slytherin. No. We are truly delighted. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat in front of Lily and Anna. Out of a sense of camaraderie, the other three followed their steadfast friend into the serpent's den. Well, please do not push yourselves too hard, Anna kindly cautioned. Initially, she had hoped to seize an opportunity to mend the rift between the houses, but unexpectedly, Lily had preemptively broached the subject, thus allowing her to proceed with her initial step. The grand feast for the second time since the new student's arrival was fast approaching. Chapter 49. Lucius, quite effective. Upon taking his seat, Lucius Malfoy sensed something amiss. How was it that several young wizards had suddenly appeared beside Miss Grindelwald? He scanned the Slytherin long table, accounting for the newly admitted students, and found no discrepancies. So from whence had these individuals come? Just as he pondered this anomaly, Headmaster Dumbledore entered the hall, uttering a few words of festive cheer before declaring the commencement of the banquet. Having been discreetly observing Anna from the staff table, Dumbledore naturally noticed the Gryffindors who were stealthily mingling at the Slytherin table, and let out a resigned chuckle, his gaze toward his daughter filled with affection. The Slytherin long table was divided into 2 distinct zones, with Anna and her companions encircled by the saints, supportive of their mistress's every endeavor. Riley and the others ensured that few other students noticed Lily and her friends. It was not until midway through the feast that Lucius finally discerned that the red-haired young wizard was indeed a Gryffindor, closely following Anna, and furthermore, a Muggle-born wizard, which he found difficult to accept. Under the scrutiny of all Slytherin students, he rose and approached the group, intending to inquire. Miss Grindelwald, It appears these individuals are not students of Slytherin, are they? Noticing Lucius had spoken, Anna set down her cutlery, elegantly took up a napkin to dab her mouth, and began to respond. Indeed, senior, is there an issue? You must understand, this is the Slytherin long table, not a place for students from other houses. I must ask you, Miss Grindelwald, to return your friends to their own house. Anna regarded Lucius with a hint of surprise. She had been seeking a breakthrough, and it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. Lucius Malfoy, quite effective indeed. Severus Snape cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. It appeared Lucius had yet to learn from his previous encounter with Anna, and had disregarded the words he had spoken earlier that afternoon. I see. Lily initially anxious. Noted Anna's subtle nod, after which Anna calmly rose as well, stepping outside the long table and tugging at Lucius's robes, leading him toward the staff table. The once vibrant atmosphere in the hall abruptly stilled, as all students at Hogwarts fell silent, watching in bewilderment as the sixth-year Slytherin prefect, Lucius Malfoy, was escorted before Dumbledore by Miss Anna Grindelwald. Since the arrival of this young matriarch, it seemed such moments of profound silence at grand feasts had become a recurring theme. Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to pose a question, Anna began. Dumbledore's brow arched, yet upon observing her serious demeanor, he surmised she might once again stir up some trouble. But as one of her paternal figures, he nonetheless offered a warm smile. My dear Anna, what is it that you wish to inquire? Professor McGonagall, standing beside him, regarded the headmaster with curiosity, noting an unusual warmth in his tone. Might I ask if the Hogwarts rules prohibit students from other houses from dining at our table? Of course not, though everyone tends to prefer dining within their own houses. Thus, inviting friends to dine in my house does not contravene any rules, does it? No. It does not. Given that no such rule exists, it follows that the 4 tables representing the respective houses in the hall do not exclusively belong to their own houses. Aside from specific occasions at the start and end of the term, students are free to join their friends in other houses for meals, correct? Upon hearing this, Headmaster Dumbledore immediately recognized Anna's intent. He glanced at the teachers flanking him, as well as the young wizards below, who appeared engrossed in their meals yet were all ears, attentively listening. He finally nodded affirmatively. Indeed, aside from the start-of-term welcoming of new students and the end-of-term allocation of the House Cup, there are no stringent regulations dictating that students must remain at their own house tables. His voice rose slightly, ensuring all faculty and the students seated at the front could hear his words. It was commendable that his daughter sought to address and reform the current divisions at Hogwarts, fostering friendships among all students. In the past, no one had dared to challenge the status quo, as nearly all students acquiesced to the situation. However, the resulting consequence was that when individuals like Voldemort extended their malevolent influence into the school, the already tenuous bonds among students would quickly fracture into division and hostility. A sight no headmaster wished to witness. The elder gently nudged the 2 teachers beside him, prompting Professor Flitwick to be the first to voice his support. Indeed, Miss Anna speaks truthfully. For students, Hogwarts is a second home, and we regard every student as our own child. Standing upon his chair, Professor Flitwick smiled in agreement with Dumbledore's sentiments, casting an encouraging glance toward the students of his house. Hufflepuff will always maintain amicable relations with other houses. Professor Sprout's smile was warm and generous. While she cherished her own students, she echoed Professor Flitwick's sentiment, affirming that they viewed all students as their own kin. Of course, Gryffindor feels the same, whether it be with Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, Professor McGonagall interjected, nodding in agreement. Several boys from the other houses, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to confirm the news with Professor McGonagall, who then relayed the permission granted, leading to their jubilant cheers as they dashed towards their girlfriends at the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, eliciting cheerful laughter from both tables. Ah! Slytherin too welcomes students from other houses. Observing the declarations made by the heads of the other houses, the Slytherin head, Slughorn, found himself unable to refute it, thus responding under Lucius's watchful gaze. Lucius, you should have paid heed to the headmaster and the other professors' words. After all, when we leave this campus, most will refer to themselves as students of Hogwarts, rather than emphasizing their Slytherin heritage, will they not? I believe you may have misremembered the rules. Hence your suggestion that my friends return to their own house. Otherwise, such a discourteous remark would not have come from a family like the Malfoys. Chapter 50, A Good Remedy. Anna turned to Lucius, who stood beside her, responding to his earlier remarks. While it appeared to the onlookers that she had graciously provided him an escape, her words concealed a subtle mockery of his meddlesome nature. The familiar tone and essence of her voice evoked memories of the banquet 2 months prior, and Lucius realized he had erred in attending the soiree today. particularly with Miss Grindelwald in attendance. Understanding that he had been manipulated by this little vixen, Lucius Malfoy felt a tumult of anger and an indescribable sense of desolation. The 4 houses below had begun mingling, their laughter and camaraderie filling the air, while he was left with nothing but awkwardness. As Anna observed Lucius stiffly apologizing before returning to the Slytherin table, she felt no sense of triumph. After all, he was merely an underage wizard acting in accordance with his family's beliefs. One must bear the weight of responsibility and consequences when indulging in the privileges and prestige that others could only dream of. Thank you for your insights, Headmaster. Oh, by the way, this is a Halloween gift for you all. Forgetting her earlier thoughts, she retrieved some Muggle sweets from her storage ring and distributed them to each professor at the staff table. The defense against the dark arts instructor, having already received treats from Anna twice today, appeared increasingly flustered. The students overlooked the girl's surname and regarded her with affection, prompting a swell of pride within Dumbledore. Ah, the joy of raising a daughter is truly delightful. No wonder Gellert dotes on her so. Feeling a profound sense of isolation, Lucius Malfoy returned to his seat, observing the lively interactions between the Slytherins and students from other houses, only to sense the stark emptiness beside him. What did it matter if he had lackeys? He had no true confidant with whom to share his thoughts, be it in other houses or even within Slytherin. A delicate hand gently rested upon his tightly clenched fists. His fiancée, Narcissa Black, gazed at him with concern. It's all right, sissy, he reassured her, patting her hand in a bid to soothe her worry. Though the smile on his face appeared forced, he pondered when he might next encounter Anna, and recalling Snape's pointed warning from earlier that afternoon, Lucius felt a flicker of doubt. It seemed imperative that he discuss Miss Grindelwald with his father upon his next visit home. When Anna returned to her original place at the long table, Lily was watching her with an expression of admiration. The nearby Potters also exhibited a hint of respect. To openly question school rules and shatter the invisible barriers between the houses was something they had never contemplated. Compared to their pranks that flouted regulations, Anna's approach stirred their spirits far more. Thus, with her actions today, Anna had successfully led her original quartet onto a divergent path. The group readily removed their masks, and Narcissa Black was astonished to see her cousin managing to blend in with Slytherin right from the start of the banquet. Those who had been seated since the beginning understood that Slytherin students were not as off-putting as they had presumed. At the very least, Riley and his peers were both witty and cultured, capable of jesting about dormitory life and friendships. Aside from their more refined and subdued demeanor, they were not dissimilar to Gryffindor students. The initial purpose of the sorting at Hogwarts was to differentiate the unique attributes of each young wizard, and naturally, like-minded individuals found common ground for conversation. However, this also inadvertently stifled the vigorous collisions of diverse ideologies and differing worldviews. Such intellectual clashes are the essence of innovation, propelling the advancement of the wizarding world. The repercussions of isolationist practices not only reflected in the students of Hogwarts, but also cast a shadow over the entire wizarding community. If a breakthrough could be discovered within the school to foster harmonious interactions between houses, it seemed plausible that such integration could extend to the broader world. The long journey ahead, once shrouded in darkness, must be explored step by step. Thank you once again, esteemed Lucius Malfoy. After the banquet, Anna led Lily and the others back to the Gryffindor table. The students who had previously regarded her as invisible now greeted her with warm smiles, and a few bold ones even approached to say hello. The silver-haired girl responded to each greeting graciously, engaging in conversation with those who approached, calling them senior sister and senior brother with an endearing demeanor. Following the banquet, the younger students returned to their dormitories, while the older ones prepared for the upcoming Halloween masquerade party. Anna bid farewell to Lily as Snape walked alongside her, their strides in sync. Isn't it exhausting to maintain that tone with them? He questioned, incredulous that Anna, possessing a soul that had once lived another life, could so easily adopt such a guise. But I am just a child now, and overly mature children are rarely endearing. The crying child receives sweets, and the one who pouts and behaves sensibly wins the affection of elders. She was both leveraging these advantages and relishing her second chance at life. After all, in her previous existence, her closest relatives had passed away early, and the relatives who took her in had shown little affection. Compounded by her congenital illness, it shaped her into a sensible yet emotionally distant individual, devoid of any intimate interactions. No wonder such events transpired later on. Anna furrowed her brow slightly, but swiftly banished those unpleasant memories from her mind. Snape sensed a shift in her emotions, as if she were recalling something, yet she regained her composure quickly. Oh, Severus, I'm not referring to you. However, I do hope you can let go a little. After all, not everyone is granted a second chance. Why not enjoy a school life that is entirely different from the past? It could serve to remedy past regrets, don't you think? By the way, has that scar on your hand healed? The girl lowered her gaze, wishing to inspect the scar left by a magical explosion. Nearly, he replied. The potion Anna had brewed had proven effective. The once prominent scar now bore only a faint mark. Listening to Anna's words, Snape suddenly felt that the despair he had clung to so tenaciously, the shattered pieces of his soul, and the tangled web of past grievances, had all receded into the distance. Just like this scar, it had hurt, it had existed, but ultimately it would fade. He had never so clearly recognized that the remedy for his wound was named Anna. Chapter 51. The Invitation. Following the turbulence of the Halloween banquet, interactions between the houses became markedly more amicable. Occasionally, students from the other 3 houses would join the Slytherin table during meals, such as Lily and her roommate Lillian. The members of the Saint faction also began to strive for better communication with students from other houses, yielding positive results, as they managed to alter many students' preconceived notions about Slytherin. Of course, the Death Eater faction, led by Lucius Malfoy, remained largely isolated. This was hardly surprising, after all. They had been the ones to initially ostracize others, so it was unreasonable to expect warmth in return. Life continued seemingly uneventfully until just before Christmas, when Lucius Malfoy presented her with an invitation to a banquet at Malfoy Manor. Anna opened the invitation in his presence, and Bellatrix's name immediately caught her eye. It was an invitation to an engagement party, serving as a gathering before Christmas, but more importantly, it was a trap set by Voldemort. She understood in her heart. Smilingly nodding in agreement, her demeanor serene and unruffled. Lucius was taken aback by her nonchalant attitude, having been bested in their previous encounters. He recognized that this lady before him could not be handled with ordinary measures. After she acquiesced, he wisely refrained from saying anything further, and departed swiftly. Bellatrix. It had been several months since they last met. One wondered if the seeds of suspicion had begun to sprout. Would this engagement with Rodolphus Lestrange allow that seed to take root, soft yet resilient, deep within her heart? Just as she was about to retrieve the invitation from her storage ring, an owl flew in from the hall, landing before Severus. Its talons clutched a letter identical to the one in Anna's hand. The two exchanged glances, and Severus opened the missive, which bore an invitation for the Prince family to attend a banquet. Originally, this letter was meant for his mother, Eileen, or his great-grandfather, Greta Prince. However, the former had yet to return from the Dawn Isles, while the latter still resided in St. Mungo's hospital. The only representative of the Prince family was he alone. Severus, will you attend? To be frank, Anna did not wish for Severus to confront Voldemort, fearing it might awaken unpleasant memories from the past. I refuse to remain a turtle retreating into its shell. Besides, I do not believe you would attend the banquet alone. His words implied his choice to go. Then you can be my little escort, haha. Anna nodded, showing no sign of dissent. Severus inhaled sharply, intending to retort, but was interrupted. I am contemplating whether to summon Noth back. He has been much more prudent in his actions over the past 2 years. Yet Malfoy Manor will surely be teeming with Death Eaters, and he is too young to manage the situation. Elisa was not suitable either, as she was responsible for intelligence, and could not risk exposure under the watchful eyes of those individuals. Dana, Elisa's sister, might be a fitting candidate, but she currently held a significant position in Asia, making it difficult for her to disengage if conflict erupted, which could also impact other matters. Noth's father, Balk, remained in the Dawn Isles, and it was uncertain if he had any spare time lately. She did not desire to engage Voldemort in battle just yet. Although the Saints would support her, most of her forces were still in the Dawn Isles and scattered across the globe. Every move could reverberate throughout, and Anna wished to first weave a web, ensuring that her adversary remained firmly within her grasp. Anna poked the sausage on her plate with her fork, her gaze drifting casually towards the teacher's table. Perhaps I should invite Headmaster Dumbledore to accompany us. The girless just did not amuse those around her, earning her a roll of the eyes. Inviting her father was, of course, out of the question. It would be too ostentatious and might lead others to question why the wizard who defeated Grindelwald chose to align with her. This banquet was Voldemort's show of force. One side remained in the light, while the other lurked in the shadows. Anna would not forsake her advantage. Being too flamboyant would attract unwarranted attention from other wizards, potentially exposing her covert strategies. Now was not the time for such recklessness. Yet, with the opposing side already assembling, she would not choose to retreat. Finding a balance between overt confrontation and excessive concession was a delicate endeavor. Just as Anna was selecting suitable saints to accompany them to this perilous banquet, Someone seated themselves before her. Riley appeared somewhat unwell. When he sought Miss Anna as counsel, he happened to catch sight of the identical invitations in her and Severus's hands. 3 invitations were placed upon the table, and after waiting for a while without the arrival of a 4th individual, Anna finally felt at ease. It's decided. It shall be you, Riley, she remarked with a smile. What? Riley, momentarily taken aback, looked at her in confusion. I would like your father, Ramcharles, to accompany us as our elder to the banquet at Malfoy Manor. Ramcharles, a governor at Hogwarts, must have also received an invitation as the head of the Charles family, given that Riley had. Although it was somewhat of a stretch, he was indeed the most suitable candidate at this juncture. Since Ram was nominated by the Saints to become the new governor of Hogwarts, he had not only garnered support from those already aligned with him, but had also begun to subtly influence other families and independent wizards who were reluctant to submit to Voldemort, gradually forming a significant faction. Initially, it was merely for mutual protection, but once Anna arrived at Hogwarts and publicly declared her stance, Ram began to discreetly showcase their true strength to those wizards who were not saints, progressively evolving into a trend of resistance against the Death Eaters. Very well, miss. I shall write to my father immediately and inform him to prepare. Riley nodded, and to his surprise, just 2 days after his letter was sent, Anna received 2 more correspondences. One was from Bulk, who had learned of the invitation on the same day Anna received it, and had contacted him immediately. To prevent his lady from being bullied by the rising Dark Lord, he had already begun to mobilize personnel to return to England that day. The other letter was brief. Since Bellatrix had met with Anna at school, Anna had instructed Elisa to deploy an undercover agent among the Death Eaters to keep a close watch on her every move. From the contents of the letter, it was evident that the seed had indeed taken root. Anna tucked away the letters and smiled radiantly. Perhaps the day of the banquet would prove to be even more intriguing. Chapter 52, The Holidays. The Christmas holiday was fast approaching, with Hogwarts break commencing in mid-December and lasting until early January. During this period, students could remain at school, though most young witches and wizards opted to return home for the festivities. Starting 2 weeks before Christmas, professors would organize students to decorate Hogwarts. Hagrid would haul a massive fir tree from the Forbidden Forest, and Professor Flitwick would adorn these trees with an array of small decorations, such as tiny golden birds. As students passed by, these birds would chirp merrily, forming a joyful Christmas carol, while the bells on the branches jingled cheerfully. Although there were no midterm exams, holiday assignments still existed. Naturally, some top students enjoyed certain privileges, such as Anna and her 2 companions. They approached professors before the break, passing their respective quizzes, and were subsequently exempted from the tedious assignments. Other exemplary students, upon witnessing the trio's actions, eagerly sought out professors to receive similar exemptions. Yet, some students returned disappointed, like James Potter and his friends. These individuals excelled in certain subjects, but did not match Anna's consistent top-tier performance across all courses. Nevertheless, the trio managed to avoid assignments in 2 or 3 subjects, while their friend, Peter Pettigrew, fared poorly, with lackluster grades across the board, leaving him without such privileges. Regardless, the first extended holiday since Hogwarts term began was a source of great joy for the first-year students. Anna and Severus planned to spend Christmas on campus this year. However, Anna was contemplating whether to take her father to Newmungard on the holiday itself or bring him to Hogwarts. After all, he had visited before, and it would spare him the loneliness of watching the snowflakes fall in solitude at the prison. In the meantime, she thought it best to purchase gifts. With Christmas still some time away and only 3 days remaining until the banquet, her gown and accessories had already been sent to the school by Elisa, yet she had yet to consider what grand gifts to bestow upon the Death Eaters. Perhaps a clock should be sent instead. One must ponder whether the British can truly comprehend the profound intricacies of the Chinese language. Alas, such is the folly of linguistic barriers. Even ancient references fall on deaf ears. After bidding a tearful farewell to the reluctant Lily alongside Severus Snape, Anna made her way to the headmaster's office, where she secured permission for unrestricted access to the school from her father. She also acquired 2 alchemical artifacts capable of resisting dark curses. Regarding the impending banquet at Malfoy Manor, Anna did not conceal this from Dumbledore. Although he was aware of the formidable powers of the saints that surrounded his daughter, which would ensure her safety, as a newly minted father he remained apprehensive. Should he clandestinely accompany her? Just as the headmaster wrestled with this dilemma, he beheld Anna extracting a plethora of similar trinkets from her storage ring, rendering him momentarily speechless. Truly Anna, the affluent heiress of Grindelwald, displayed remarkable wealth. It seemed he ought to visit Nicodemus more frequently, he mused. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Anna immediately spotted Severus waiting for her on the sofa. Shall we depart now? Indeed. Armed with the permit personally stamped by Dumbledore, the two left the campus, heading towards Hogsmeade, and traversed through the wardrobe to Diagon Alley. Arriving at Diagon Alley was akin to stepping into the very heart of London, yet Anna had no intention of returning to the standalone villa, as it was merely Coco keeping watch there. Perhaps we should visit St. Mungo's first. Ever since Eileen's return, Mr. Prince's health had markedly improved, yet he was still unable to return to Prince Manor to live independently, requiring the attentive care of St. Mungo's doctors. In Diagon Alley, Anna purchased a bouquet of fresh flowers and some books to pass the time as gifts. The two did not have much to discuss. For the most part, it was Anna engaging in conversation with the elderly gentleman. They traversed topics from the first generation of saints to the second, and from school life to the upcoming Malfoy family banquet days hence. She seemed innately adept at social interaction, knowing precisely how to bring joy to others. Even when discussing seemingly grave matters, a light and cheerful atmosphere enveloped them. You need not worry, I shall protect Severus well, ensuring that not a single hair on his head is harmed by those Death Eaters, the girl said with a bright smile. As the steward of the saints, she possessed the capability and would fulfill her promise, alleviating Mr. Prince's lingering concerns. Once Anna excused herself to step out, the elder prince quietly inquired about his great-grandson. What do you think of Miss Anna? I believe you should focus on your recovery rather than such matters. Severus replied sternly. If you do not strive now, she will inevitably depart from your side one day. You must not regret it then. Listening to his great-grandfather's words, Snape furrowed his brow. Anna would not remain by his side indefinitely. As the steward of the saints, she would eventually journey to distant realms, an undeniable truth. Would he regret it? What could he possibly regret? To protect Lily was the greatest wish of his life. Beyond that, what more could he desire? To foster a bond between Mr. Prince and his great-grandson, Anna deliberately provided them with space, stepping out of the hospital room. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, she could see the comings and goings at the hospital entrance below. Mr. Prince had been steering the conversation towards Severus. At first, Anna had not noticed, but gradually, she realized that the old gentleman appeared intent on introducing his great-grandson to her. Goodness! The very thought of the underlying soul being that of the acerbic professor sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, the present Severus was far more amiable than his brooding counterpart in the original narrative. He spoke with greater restraint and possessed a rather handsome appearance. Yet, he was still Professor Snape, the one who had unwaveringly declared his sentiments long after Lily's demise. In her past life, she had felt a profound sense of regret for this character, even after being transported to this world, where everything had become tangible, and the figures from the pages of her book had morphed into her reality. Anna believed that this love would not waver due to her mere fluttering presence. Thus, even if fate dictated that Lily would ultimately marry James Potter, she never imagined that the professor would care or even develop feelings for another. She sighed deeply, closing her eyes that had grown weary from gazing at the crowd for too long. The girl's sigh was barely audible. Let it be known, while penning this chapter, inspiration struck, and I managed to draft Snape's confession. Alas, you shall not see it until perhaps the 3rd or 4th year. As for young Anna's confession, I had envisioned it long before commencing the writing. He. Chapter 53. The Banquet. After departing from St. Mungo's Hospital, Anna took Severus on a tour of various shops, discreetly stashing the gifts they purchased into her storage ring where no one could see. Fortunately, it was not the 21st century with surveillance cameras on every corner. Otherwise, carrying everything in hand would have been exceedingly cumbersome. After paying in pounds, Anna gazed upon a splendid grandfather clock, ultimately wishing to convey a subtle message to Voldemort and the Death Eaters, relishing the thought even if they failed to grasp its significance. Deliver this to the address above. No one will be home during the day. Just leave it at the doorstep. The address she provided to the shopkeeper was that of a villa in London, warded with a muggle-repelling charm. Once the items were delivered, the courier would hastily depart due to some urgent matter, allowing her house elf, Coco, to instantly transport the clock to her dormitory at Hogwarts. By the way, I recall that both you and Lily have birthdays in January. Severus, is there anything you desire? As they strolled back towards Diagon Alley, Anna casually inquired while observing the street scenery. Nothing. At present he lacked for nothing. Eileen provided him with ample pocket money, and the gold galleons he earned from selling potions through various channels were even more plentiful. Well, that puts me in quite a predicament. Anna was not particularly adept at gift-giving, especially to those close to her, as they generally lacked for nothing. Oh, I must still purchase some woolen socks for father. I have already ordered a few pairs from Madame Malkin's. Glancing at his windswept yet ungreasy hair, an idea sparked in her mind. The banquet hosted by the Malfoy family was fast approaching. Ostensibly, the Lestrange family, holding an engagement ceremony, was the organizer of this event. Yet the Death Eaters understood that the two unwillingly paired newcomers were of secondary importance. Their master, Voldemort, was the true focal point of the evening. Thus, the engagement ceremony was set to occur at Malfoy Manor, and no one dared to question it. Though referred to as a banquet, it actually commenced at 4 in the afternoon, with guests gradually apparating to the manor's entrance, the majority being Death Eaters pledging their loyalty to Voldemort, each bearing the dark mark upon their arms. A smaller contingent consisted of prominent pureblood families and notable figures within the wizarding community. Apart from those who were obliged to attend for the sake of family reputation, the rest were wizards with vested interests in the Malfoy family. As night fully descended and Voldemort had yet to arrive, Ram Charles had already brought his son, Riley Charles, to the entrance of Malfoy Manor. Before him stood Severus, clad in a newly tailored suit, alongside the elegantly attired Miss Anna Grindelwald. "Miss Anna," Ram Charles began, "Bark has informed me that he will arrive in an hour." Ram tightened his left fist, receiving a message from an old friend through the butterfly mark. "Then let us enter." She nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully linking her arm with Snape's outstretched, stiff limb, while her other hand delicately lifted the resplendent hem of her gown, adorned with a gentle and generous smile. She stepped into the lair of the Death Eaters, the Malfoy Manor. The silver-haired maiden was clad in a pale yellow gown, its layered skirt resembling petals swaying in the wind, shimmering with a sprinkle of ethereal light. These were tiny crystals embedded in the fabric, understated yet opulent under the dim candlelight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Her once straight long hair was styled in soft curls today, with strands cascading on either side, gathered at the back by a blooming red rose hairpin, its vivid hue reminiscent of blood blossoming beneath the silvery moonlight, casting an air of grandeur upon the originally aloof girl. Naturally, the most astonishing aspect was the girl herself. Once the neglect charm set by Naught was lifted, her exquisite visage was laid bare. Her cerulean eyes sparkled like the clearest skies, untouched by dust, while her naturally cherry-tinted lips bore a hint of peach, serving as the final touch that made her seem as if a sprite had leapt from the canvas of a painting, utterly enchanting. Who could this young lady be? The attendees murmured amongst themselves, their speculations ignited upon recognizing the notable Ram Charles, who had risen to prominence in recent years. The Charles family had been among the followers of the first Dark Lord decades prior, relocating to the UK after Grindelwald's imprisonment to evade persecution. Their lineage did not shun intermarriage with Muggles, thereby failing to integrate into the ranks of pure-blood families, leading them to live in relative obscurity for years. Yet, for reasons unknown, a few years back, this family suddenly acquired a substantial fortune and generously invested in Hogwarts, becoming the school's new board members. Since then, they carved a niche for themselves in the wizarding world of Britain, emerging unscathed from various predicaments, prompting speculation about a mysterious force aiding their rise. Today, as the attendees beheld the silver-haired maiden entering the manor alongside the rising star of the Charles family, a semblance of respect graced their expressions, hinting at their conjectures. Only a handful of elderly wizards, upon catching their first glimpse of Anna, widened their eyes in disbelief, for her visage bore a striking resemblance to the young Grindelwald. Although the girl's features had yet to fully mature and her hair and eye color differed, those who had witnessed Grindelwald's ascent decades ago would never forget that proud and ambitious youth. However, aside from these distinctions, the young lady's demeanor was markedly different from that of the illustrious gentleman. If the youthful Grindelwald had been spirited and arrogantly proud, this young miss appeared as the resplendent moon in the night sky, the gentle breeze in the dark, her smile warm yet subtly distant, engaging in interactions with an effortless poise that exuded nobility, her essence standing in stark contrast to that of the gentleman. Recently, rumors had circulated from Hogwarts, claiming that a descendant of Grindelwald had arrived in Britain, now a first-year student. It seemed these whispers bore truth, and judging by the girl's appearance, her lineage was undoubtedly intertwined with that illustrious figure. Meanwhile, Snape, standing beside her, was perfectly overlooked. The news of Eileen Prince's return to her family was scarcely known, and few were aware of Severus Snape's existence. Those present merely regarded him as a descendant of some saint, accompanying this Miss Grindelwald to the banquet. Although most gazes were fixed on Miss Anna, Snape felt an undeniable discomfort. He recognized a significant portion of the Death Eaters present, understanding their twisted minds and madness. And standing amidst opposing factions only intensified this realization. Chapter 54. The Gift of Timepieces. Anna sensed the fluctuations in his emotions and intended to find a secluded spot in the hall, when suddenly, Abraxas Malfoy, whom she had met once in Diagon Alley, approached her, followed closely by Lucius Malfoy. "Good evening, Miss Grindelwald," he greeted first, their encounter capturing the attention of most present, particularly when Abraxas addressed her by her surname, striking a nerve among many. All eyes turned to the pair, and the previously raucous atmosphere gradually hushed. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," the girl replied, unperturbed as she lifted her gown slightly and curtsied. Even in the presence of Voldemort's most trusted subordinate, her demeanor remained neither subservient nor arrogant, her expression unchanged, allowing everyone to once again perceive the extraordinary grace and composure of this youthful lady. "Lucius often writes to me from school, and he has mentioned you several times." It was evident that Miss Grindelwald had not previously resided in Britain, for everything here was markedly different from other locales. Though she usually stayed at school, she needed to exercise particular caution. "Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. Lucius is my son and your upperclassman. Mutual assistance is only natural." The underlying implication of his words indicated that Abraxas Malfoy was aware of her existence and had conducted multiple inquiries into her background. Nevertheless, this was, after all, British territory, dominated by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. A strong dragon does not suppress the local snake, and caution was imperative. Even while attending school, one could not forever remain under Dumbledore's protection. If benefits and interests could be provided to the Malfoy family, even a fade of opposition could lead to clandestine collaborations. Anna swiftly dissected this exchange, acknowledging that Abraxas Malfoy's social standing was considerably higher than his son's. To the untrained eye, his words appeared to be merely a casual expression of concern for a junior, but with knowledge of her formidable background, they took on a different connotation. Lucius was still underage, unable to navigate situations with the same finesse, and even years later in the original timeline, his actions could not compare to the man standing before Anna now. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Malfoy. Britain is quite pleasant. Although many aspects differ from before, I am gradually adapting." She continued, "Lucius has been very attentive to us younger students at school, always meticulous and helpful, especially during the welcoming feast and the recent Halloween banquet, for which I am extremely grateful." While she appeared to flatter him, her response was strategic. She subtly informed the elder Malfoy that the Saints had already extended their reach into Britain, and the realm once dominated by Voldemort was gradually shifting, urging him to recognize the changing tides. Turning the conversation to Lucius, she implied that the Death Eater reserve within Slytherin posed no threat to her. Even with Lucius at the helm, they would remain unable to counter her, merely serving as tools for her advantage. "If we are to discuss collaboration, it would be more prudent for you to approach me directly." "Not at all. Such virtues are expected of the heir of the Malfoy family. Miss Grindelwald, having traveled from afar, please allow me to escort you to a seat at the front," Abraxas Malfoy humbly suggested, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment for idle chatter. Under the watchful eyes of many, a moment's misstep could lead to speculation, a scenario both Anna and the elder Malfoy wished to avoid. After this brief exchange, Anna had intended to find a quiet corner to linger, but having received a clear invitation to take a seat, she felt it would be impolite to decline. As they drew closer to the foremost seats, Anna suddenly spoke, halting the elder Malfoy in his tracks. "Mr. Malfoy, I have a humble request that I hope you might fulfill." Old Malfoy, unsure of her intentions, responded promptly, "Of course. Since it is Miss Grindelwald's small wish, I shall certainly do my utmost to accommodate," he replied with a smile. "Having led a life of seclusion, I have never attended an engagement banquet of this nature. If it is not too much trouble, I would like to catch a glimpse of the beautiful Miss Black. For today she shall undoubtedly be the fairest of them all. Might I have the privilege of seeing her beforehand?" Abraxas Malfoy felt a flicker of confusion at Anna's request. He had heard that Bella had met Miss Grindelwald shortly after the term began. Yet Bella returned with an air of indifference, suggesting their acquaintance was not particularly profound. Why, then did she suddenly express such a desire? "Very well, Luke, take Miss Grindelwald to Bella's lounge." Having promised to oblige her earlier, he felt it was only right to keep his word, casting a subtle glance at his son to ensure he paid attention to their interaction. "Yes, father. Miss Grindelwald. Please follow me." Lucius stood by, while Anna had initially intended for Snape to accompany her to Riley's, only to be met with his quiet refusal. As Bark had yet to arrive, relying solely on Lambcharles and the rest would likely fail to intimidate the Death Eaters. Allowing her to venture forth alone could invite unforeseen consequences. Snape, fully aware of the numerous alchemical artifacts she possessed to fend off dark curses and hexes, recognized her capabilities, yet felt that having him by her side would enhance her safety. After all, he understood the backgrounds and strengths of the Death Eaters. thus preventing Anna from becoming ensnared in their machinations alone. Very well, we shall go together. Understanding the implications of Snape's gaze, Anna nodded. Just before their departure, a thought struck her, and she retrieved a splendid grandfather clock she had purchased a few days prior from her storage ring. The clock, with its classical design and golden pendulum, cast a bright glimmer into the dimly lit hall, adorned with crystal embellishments that sparkled under the light, nearly blinding Abraxas Malfoy. As this is my first visit, and I have no noteworthy gifts to present, I thought this clock, which I encountered a few days ago, might serve as a fitting token of my visit. A smile, enigmatic and unreadable, graced Anna's face for the first time, leaving Abraxas Malfoy perplexed by its significance. Nevertheless, he accepted the gift with a smile, instructing a house elf to place the clock in his study. As Anna and Snape followed in Lucius's wake, a sense of pleasure washed over her, a stark contrast to her earlier cautious demeanor since entering the estate. Chapter 55. Is this acceptable? Bellatrix, the eldest daughter of the Black family and a staunch supporter of the Death Eaters, had nearly all significant members of her family present at Malfoy Manor. Some engaged in convivial exchanges within the hall, while the younger generation of the Black family lingered on the third floor. Narcissa Black and Andromeda Black were flanking Bellatrix, who, rather than obediently remaining in the room, had made her escape, leaving Regulus Black with no recourse but to follow his brother, lest he become lost in the vastness of Malfoy Manor. At that moment, Bellatrix reclined on a sofa, clad in a pristine white gown. Her previously unadorned features now enhanced to radiate beauty. Although it was a day of celebration for her engagement to the Lestrange family, she remained silent, tightly gripping an empty crystal vial, her gaze distant and vacant. Narcissa and Andromeda had never witnessed such a demeanor from Bella. Concern etched their faces as they exchanged worried glances, but their inquiries were met only with her silence. Very well, dear Bella. I understand your heart belongs to the Dark Lord, but Rodolphius is quite amiable. He will cherish you. As the second sister, Andromeda felt it her duty to console her elder sibling, believing the Lestrange family far preferable to the increasingly volatile Dark Lord. Yet, seated beside Bellatrix, they failed to perceive the way her pupils constricted and her body trembled at the mention of the Dark Lord. I wish to be alone for a moment, she declared, her voice distant, her grip on the vial tightening to the point of fracture. Sensing her emotional turmoil, the sisters exchanged another glance, offering a few words of comfort before retreating. Knock knock. Moments later, just as Bellatrix felt her emotional composure slipping, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the once quiet lounge. Cecily, are you in there? Lucius inquired politely from outside, but after a few moments of silence, he prepared to raise his voice again when he heard footsteps approaching. To his surprise, the door opened to reveal none other than Bellatrix, one of the day's central figures. Miss Grindelwald? Upon catching sight of Anna, hope ignited in Bellatrix's eyes. Greetings, Miss Black. Anna offered a courteous greeting, and after explaining her purpose, the group entered the room. She vividly recalled this very girl, who had extracted a certain memory from her mind, concealing it from the Dark Lord's probing gaze, thereby safeguarding her own well-being. It was also this girl who had unveiled the most terrifying secret, planting the seeds of doubt in her heart, which had taken root when Voldemort insisted upon her engagement to Rodolphius Lestrange. Now, on the eve of the engagement ceremony, she could no longer endure the torment of dreams regarding that fateful memory, and had decisively opened the crystal vial containing those recollections, restoring her memories in full. Voldemort would arrive shortly, yet her current state of anxiety would undoubtedly arouse his suspicions, prompting him to probe her mind. No, he must not do that. Just as Bellatrix found herself wavering, Anna approached her side, offering a gentle and reassuring smile. Dear Miss Black, it has been far too long. How have you been? Sirius, having recently completed an exploration elsewhere, returned to the third floor, and caught sight of Lucius exiting the room. Though puzzled, he refrained from lingering outside to eavesdrop out of courtesy, and made his way downstairs. What is going on? Sirius wondered. Noting Lucius's demeanor suggested the presence of others in the room, aside from Bellatrix. Who could it be? Could it be the Dark Lord? His curiosity piqued. He found himself unable to resist the urge to sneak towards the door, pressing his ear against it. Brother, what are you doing? Regulus, ever perceptive, approached his side, sharing the same concerns as Sirius, fearing that the Dark Lord might be present, and worried for his brother's safety. Quiet, let me listen. Frustratingly, Sirius shifted positions, even pressing his ear to the crack of the door, yet he was met with silence, for after Lucius had been summoned by Bellatrix, she had cast a listening repelling charm upon the room. Dear Miss Black, it seems you have opened the vial, Anna remarked, unaware of the young eavesdropper just outside the door. while Snape remained stationed by the entrance, observing the exchange between the two. That night, Anna had revealed her memories to him, and he had watched in trepidation as she deftly ensnared Bellatrix with her words, meticulously erasing all potential hazards. In the art of verbal manipulation, this girl outshone even her father. Seal my memories once more. I cannot allow him to discover these truths, for he would take my life. The woman, who had previously feigned composure before Narcissa and the others, ultimately succumbed to her distress. She grasped Anna's shoulders with both hands, terrified that her solitary glimmer of hope might slip away right beneath her eyes. Dear, do not fret. If you desire my assistance, I shall provide it. I will not permit him to take your life. The girl's lightly tinted lips formed a gentle smile as her small hand patted the one resting on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Hearing Anna's promise to help her, Bellatrix's agitation gradually subsided, at least no longer as fervent as before. Yet, what would happen after sealing your memories once again? What course of action would you take? Would all the secrets be locked away, allowing that deceiver to exploit you once more? Just as today, when you are to wed a man for whom you hold no affection, while that deceiver stands nearby, watching with rapt attention and applause, Anna locked her gaze with Bellatrix's, momentarily shifting to her perspective, articulating questions that had never before crossed her mind. Her azure eyes filled with sincerity. Do you genuinely believe that repeatedly asking me to seal your memories is the right course of action? Do you truly think that obeying every command of that deceiver, surrendering all your happiness, love, and future to his manipulation and degradation, is acceptable? Are you truly satisfied? Each of the girl's inquiries struck at the very core of Bellatrix's soul, widening the chasm within her heart until it morphed into an unfathomable abyss. Chapter 56. Desiring all that he is. What am I to do? In this moment, Bellatrix completely overlooked the fact that Anna was a person whose beliefs diverged entirely from her own, and she forgot that the girl might be a potential enemy of her master. All she sought was an answer that pertained to everything she held dear. You are a clever woman, dear Miss Black. While Bellatrix might exhibit a certain foolishness regarding various matters, when it came to her desires, particularly love, she became unexpectedly obsessive. This obsession might be a hereditary trait of the Black family, yet Anna believed it would serve as the finest weapon against Voldemort in the future. When we last met, I told you that you were born to possess the best of everything. She gradually steered the conversation back to their previous encounter, hoping that Bellatrix would recall their discussion clearly, gently removing the hands that had gripped her shoulders. They settled onto a plush sofa, and Anna retrieved the now empty crystal vial from the floor, delicately pinching its neck as if recalling something, letting out a soft scoff. Alas, Voldemort does not love you, for he was born without the capacity for love. He is a product of lust potions. Perhaps it is also due to a lack of love in his childhood that has warped his perception, rendering him a creature neither human nor ghost. He has even gone so far as to fragment his own soul. In a sense, he is also a being devoid of love for himself. Lust potions. Bellatrix fixed her gaze on the crystal vial in Anna's hand, hearing yet another scandalous revelation about Voldemort that left her momentarily paralyzed in thought. Indeed, he does not love you because he is inherently devoid of such an emotion. Thus, you are destined to remain without his affection. Anna spoke deliberately, guiding Bellatrix through the darkness within her heart, step by step fulfilling her intended purpose for the day. Bellatrix's thoughts had completely followed Anna's lead, her mind swirling in chaos as remnants of Anna's previous words tumbled within her consciousness. She felt as if she were submerged in a pitch-black sea, suffocating under the weight of despair. A pair of unseen hands gripped her ankles, dragging her deeper into the abyss, when suddenly, a beam of bright light pierced through above. But that was inconsequential. He may lack love, yet he possesses other attributes. As the girl led her further into the depths, she benevolently cast a sliver of light into the abyss, and amidst the turmoil, Bellatrix felt her thoughts slipping from her grasp. Other attributes? She murmured. Indeed, he may be devoid of love, yet he harbors anger, greed, disdain, arrogance, and his very soul. Do you not desire these? Anna's words lingered in her ears, each phrase seeping into her essence, gently yet forcefully infusing the void within her heart with darkness and obsession, intermingling with her original infatuation and fixation, until they became inextricably entwined. Yes, you love him so deeply. So why can you not secure his body and soul firmly beside you? In doing so, apart from his non-existent love, you would possess the man who dares to deceive and exploit you, all that he is. I shall assist you, dear Bella. Everything but love. He shall never leave me. His very soul. After shattering all of Bellatrix's previous obsessions, Anna meticulously gathered the fragments, blending them with her own twisted desires. thoroughly transforming the former blind devotion into a new form of craving. Seated beside her, the girl produced her wand, the cold tip aimed at Bellatrix's temple, drawing forth strands of silver memories, which were then sealed within the glass vial in her hand. Standing nearby, Snape bore witness to Anna's manipulation of another, feeling a sensation he could not quite articulate. Just moments ago, he had sensed a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Those words penetrated the hearts of their listeners with a seemingly magical force, gradually drawing them into her domain with no possibility of retreat. Once she completed her task, Anna opened the door to the lounge, preparing to leave. Sirius, who had been lurking nearby, nearly stumbled, but his ever-watchful brother Regulus caught him just in time. However, when he laid eyes upon the two emerging from the room, the embarrassment on his face instantaneously morphed into astonishment. "It's you? What brings you here?" At school, Anna's visage had been masked by a charm set by Naught, rendering her remarkable beauty unnoticed by all but those with the strength of professors. Yet today, her true appearance was fully revealed to all, enhanced by subtle adornments that made her even more radiant. It was no wonder Sirius found himself captivated. "I'm not doing anything of the sort. I merely had a brief conversation with Miss Black regarding matters of girlhood," she replied with poised nonchalance. "No. That is not what I meant. You must understand. Today's gathering is filled with nothing but the Dark Lord's followers. Have you lost your mind to come here?" he whispered urgently, yet to his surprise the girl maintained her calm demeanor, revealing no trace of panic. "I am well aware that this is Malfoy Manor, the stronghold of the Death Eaters. Thank you for your unnecessary warning, Mr. Black, but I believe it is time for me to depart." Since this was a banquet of sorts, she, as one of the protagonists, could not disappear for too long under the watchful eyes of others. Otherwise, when Voldemort arrived, he would find himself without a partner to perform this charade, which would be quite awkward. Linking her arm with Snape's, Anna gently nodded to Sirius and Regulus Black, donning her mask of feigned joviality once more as they descended the staircase step by step. Sirius stood rooted to the spot for a few seconds. Soon after, the newly memory-sealed Bellatrix emerged, casting a slight frown upon seeing her younger cousins. "What are you two doing here?" Upon hearing their elder cousin's voice, Sirius and Regulus snapped back to reality, exchanging greetings with Bella before swiftly departing the scene. As the two of them entered the grand hall, their eyes immediately fell upon the girl who navigated through the crowd with remarkable ease. Her demeanor was impeccable, and even when faced with pointed questions, she managed to deflect them with an unruffled composure, albeit her words had become notably more restrained since her days at school. This was, of course, to be expected. After all, the true spectacle would only commence once Voldemort himself made his grand entrance. Chapter 57, The Confrontation. The winds outside began to stir, while the hall's lighting flickered like a dance of shadows. After deftly handling the ill-intentioned families and Death Eaters, Anna retreated to a secluded corner to sit down, followed closely by Ram and Charles, forming a small congregation of the saints. Abraxas Malfoy, initially eager to engage her in conversation once more, found his attention diverted by a sudden exclamation from someone near the entrance, who called out "Master," causing all eyes to shift instantly. Through the now open doorway strode a man clad in black robes, his complexion ghastly pale, reminiscent of a corpse, with bloodshot eyes that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Voldemort glided over the dark crimson carpet, his cloak billowing like water, exuding an aura both enigmatic and fearsome. Upon his arrival, Abraxas Malfoy hastily approached, his once proud head bowing slightly as he uttered words of deference. Yet, seated in her chair, Anna discerned an unfamiliar flicker of emotion in his eyes. Even though this man compelled him to bow, it was evident that much of it stemmed from familial interests. Truly a cunning old fox, Malfoy. "My dear Abraxas, has my esteemed guest arrived?" Voldemort inquired, a moniker he had used since their school days. Perhaps back then, their relationship was forged out of mutual benefit. While not deeply rooted in friendship, it at least maintained a semblance of equality. However, as Voldemort's power grew more formidable, and the ranks of his Death Eaters and pureblood families swelled, even Abraxas found it increasingly difficult to uphold this delicate balance, forced to bow his head. To outsiders, this nickname might have appeared as a gesture of trust. Yet unbeknownst to them, it merely masked the true nature of their dynamic. Anna and Snape could easily detect the condescension laced within his tone. This Dark Lord regarded no one with esteem, save for the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard of the past century, Dumbledore. "Indeed, my lord, Miss Grindelwald has arrived," Abraxas affirmed, turning his gaze toward Anna's table. As Voldemort began to approach her, the girl sighed internally, suppressing the urge to massage her stiff cheeks, her expression shifting from a genuine smile to a fabricated one as she rose to meet him halfway. Snape and Ram closely followed behind, marking the official convergence of the two factions. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow, and the young girl, undaunted even in the presence of the most ruthless dark wizard in a century, wore an expression that now appeared almost painfully insincere, quickening the heartbeats of those around her. Anna wished it were different. However, burdened with the powers of death, she was inherently at odds with this fragmented soul before her. In the face of such profound repulsion emanating from her very being, managing even a semblance of a smile was a testament to her remarkable self-control. The hall had transformed into a battleground of three factions. The Saints, led by Anna, confronted Voldemort's cadre of Death Eaters, while a group of wizards still undecided lingered at a distance, hesitant to engage, caught in a web of indecision. "Miss Grindelwald, it has been quite some time," Voldemort said, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the audacious little figure before him. There was a mysterious force radiating from her, instilling apprehension, having previously caused him to retreat on Halloween night. Yet today in his domain, Anna would not have the luxury of toying with him as she had before. "Not long at all, just a little over a month, Mr. Voldemort," she replied, her eyes betraying no hint of fear or anxiety. She called his name without reservation, causing the Saints and Sirius, who lurked in the corner, to clench their fists in anticipation. "I had assumed you would not grace us with your presence today. Yet it seems Miss Grindelwald exceeds my expectations in boldness, truly a worthy descendant of that esteemed figure. It is unfortunate that he remains snowbound in Nurmengard, rendering me unable to behold his esteemed visage," Voldemort remarked, initially mocking Anna's audacity, then revealing her lineage to the crowd, ensuring all present understood the weight of her backing. He then casually noted that her ally was still imprisoned, posing no threat to him. "Your words, Mr. Voldemort, seem lacking in sincerity," Anna retorted. "However, since you have spoken thus, I shall convey your admiration to him upon my return. If you find yourself with some leisure, perhaps a visit to the Alps would be in order. It is certainly a more pleasant retirement locale than the bleak North Sea." A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Anna had clearly suggested that the Dark Lord consider retiring to Nurmengard, a fate far more favorable than the bleakness of Azkaban, her words dripping with implications of imprisonment. Truly a fearless young woman. Voldemort nearly laughed in disbelief, having thought he had witnessed the extent of her sharp tongue before, only to realize that this exchange was merely the prelude to a far more caustic dialogue, each word thrusting into the other where it would hurt the most. "Even the allure of the Alps pales in comparison to that of London, my dear Miss Grindelwald. The esteemed figure you reference never extended his reach to these shores. And today, the only support you possess consists of a cadre of aging relics who merely covet your surname," he countered, his tone dripping with condescension. "You are a remarkable child. When I look at you, I see a reflection of my younger self. Should you choose to join my ranks, I assure you, the power you wield will no longer be a mere illusion." Hearing this, Anna felt an inexplicable sense of exasperation. It was undeniable that Voldemort's grasp of information beyond the British Isles was woefully inadequate. Had he glimpsed even a fraction of her true potential, he would not harbor such extravagant delusions. Her father refrained from extending his influence into Britain due to the reservations surrounding a certain Transfiguration professor, unwilling to confront him directly, a secret that needed no elaboration, and one that Voldemort would naturally be oblivious to. Yet, to suggest that the Saints were merely remnants of Grindelwald's aged power was absurd. Had he lost both his wits and sight? Not to mention her peers at school. Even Ram and Charles were scarcely older than Abraxas Malfoy. Chapter 58. The Towering Heights of Ambition. Human nature is to seek advantage and avoid harm. If the Saints were indeed following her solely because of Grindelwald, then at this gathering, the moment she exhibited any inclination towards that path, they would surely rally to thwart her, rather than standing resolutely behind her in opposition to all the Death Eaters present. Moreover, while Anna acknowledged her own excellence, she bore no resemblance to the young Tom Riddle. Her father and her old man had both showered her with affection, forming genuine bonds with Lily and Severus, a far cry from the manipulative Tom who sought only to exploit others. "Mr. Voldemort, whatever I desire, I shall strive for using my own strength. If it is something I do not desire, then even if it is presented before me, I shall not cast it a second glance." She turned her head slightly to gaze at the throng of Death Eaters behind Voldemort, her eyes flitting over the first figure standing behind him, Abraxas Malfoy. Without waiting for him to utter a word, the girl let out a light, mocking laugh, tinged with a hint of derision. Being elevated to a pedestal is indeed a splendid affair. Yet throughout the annals of history, how many altars have been buried beneath the sands and ruins? I sincerely wish that Mr. Voldemort may ascend ever higher upon the altars erected by you all. If he could achieve immortality, that would be even more splendid. One can observe him erecting grand towers, hosting illustrious guests, and then witnessed their inevitable collapse. For some inexplicable reason, the conclusion of Voldemort in the original tale echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a famous lyric from the East, feeling oddly fitting. However, Anna understood the virtue of discretion. She refrained from laying bare Voldemort's most significant secrets, as doing so would only leave her at a disadvantage in future confrontations. At her side, Ram Charles had initially watched with trepidation as his mistress confronted Voldemort, but upon receiving a message from the butterfly insignia in the palm of his left hand, he exhaled softly in relief. "My lady, they have arrived." In the tense atmosphere between the two parties, he stepped forward amidst the gazes of all, lowering his head to whisper a reminder. "All right, I understand." The multitude of saints led by Balka waited outside Malfoy Manor, ready to spring into action at her signal. Ahem. Not quite. If there were any commotion within, those individuals would rush in immediately, making a battle inevitable. However, Anna's purpose in coming here today was merely to make an appearance within the British wizarding community, and to showcase a portion of her true prowess, so that the wavering individuals could see that Voldemort and the Death Eaters do not wield absolute power over Britain. The saints were already stretched thin. She would not squander her precious human resources on this phase. Ram Charles's voice was soft, yet the nearby Death Eaters overheard their dialogue, turning their gazes toward the hall's entrance. The distance from here to the Manor's gate was merely a stretch of lawn, yet as wizards, why should they walk when they could simply apparate? Voldemort cast a glance at her, fully armed with alchemical devices from head to toe. A knot of frustration forming within him. Should he fail to eliminate her in an instant, the green light of the Avada Kedavra curse would serve as the clearest summons for the saints outside the manor. He was uncertain of the number of their arrivals. Yet judging by the confident expression on Ram Charles's face, they likely matched the number of Death Eaters present. Regarding the blessings of Miss Grindelwald, I have indeed received them. Today marks the engagement banquet of the younger generations of the Black and Lestrange families, and the festivities are about to commence. Even if Miss Grindelwald has matters to attend to, there is no rush. Why not witness the ceremony together? Sensing Anna's inclination to depart, Voldemort promptly halted her. To leave brazenly would be to undermine his authority. He could not predict how those present would perceive such an act. But Mr. Voldemort, it seems we are not particularly welcome here, as those who linger in the shadows. With the meeting's purpose accomplished in front of a large audience, Anna naturally wished to avoid further entanglement with him. Bella had already made her appearance. The Death Eaters and other wizards within the hall were aware of her identity, and had exchanged barbs with Voldemort, a fruitful endeavor. It was time for her to return. She was still young and required ample rest. More importantly, she must not cause her father, who had been waiting for their return in the headmaster's office, any unnecessary worry. Voldemort was taken aback by her words. He had only been speaking of the saints, not of her, was he not? "Oh, I was merely jesting. Does Miss Grindelwald not grant me this courtesy?" The Dark Lord's anger flared, his right hand tightening around his purple wood wand concealed within his black robe, his tone turning perilous. "Do you even possess the concept of courtesy?" She cast a glance at his somewhat unendurable face, and silently swallowed her words. "In that case, let us commence the engagement ceremony." Anna nodded gently, being the first to announce the continuation of the banquet. She gestured with her small hand, awkwardly offering Voldemort an exit. Once he huffed in response and followed the cue to depart, Anna refrained from glancing back at the once handsome, now disheartening figure of Voldemort, instead returning to the previously secluded corner, surrounded by Ram Charles and the others. Yet even in the least conspicuous part of the hall, everyone's gaze occasionally flickered in their direction. "Send a message to Bulk. We shall depart after the ceremony," Anna whispered to Ram beside her. The butterfly mark existed solely in the palms of the saints. She herself bore none. As a group with a leader would naturally find it challenging to operate freely. In any case, her storage ring contained a two-way mirror, enabling her to contact Noth and the others at any time, thus negating the need to join the chat reserved for the saints. Voldemort sat at the forefront, surrounded by his most capable Death Eaters, including members of the Malfoy, Black, and Lestrange families. Speaking of which, her father had once lit a circle of gas stoves at the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, among which lay the graves of the Lestrange family ancestors, indicating that the origins of this pureblood family actually traced back to France. One day, when she had the time, she ought to review the fire shield charm. As Anna's thoughts wandered, the resealed memories of Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange emerged hand in hand. The woman's gaze fixated unwaveringly on her master, her eyes as enamored as ever. Apart from Anna and Snape, no one else noticed the obsession in her gaze, one that bore an almost imperceptible possessiveness. From this day forth, this grand performance had already commenced. The girl clapped gently along with the crowd, as if in celebration. Chapter 59. Return to school. Following a series of engagement proceedings, Voldemort was the first to rise and depart, as he had other matters to attend to. Had it not been for Anna, he might not have lingered here for so long. He had arrived with a strong sense of purpose, yet as he left, he did not cast Anna another glance. Seeing Voldemort's swift exit, the girl felt a sense of boredom wash over her. She had anticipated an exchange of barbs with him, yet he departed so abruptly. Just as she prepared to leave as previously mentioned, Abraxas Malfoy approached, offering to escort her to the door. He likely wished to gauge how many saints Bulk had brought along and ascertain their strength. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." She felt no need to conceal anything. Only by showcasing her negotiating prowess could she earn his respect. As this group moved towards the exit, many guests gathered at the door, observing them as they approached the Manor-esque gate. Sirius, being rather audacious, trailed closely behind them, using the dim night and the cover of the bushes to conceal his form. Regulus resignedly followed beside him, his small, round face displaying signs of helplessness. "That will be all, Mr. Malfoy. There are other guests in the manor who require attention." Upon reaching the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Anna halted, smiling at Abraxas. Seeing their mistress emerge unscathed, Bulk and the others stepped out from the shadows, revealing a group of nearly 100 individuals. From the aura of magic surrounding them, it was apparent that each of these nearly 100 individuals could rival the auras of the Ministry of Magic. After enduring life and death, he is an exceptional aura with over 5 years of experience. If a confrontation were to arise between the two factions, the Death Eaters would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Hearing Anna's farewell, Abraxas nodded, and suddenly a magnificent, dark red cloak appeared in his hand, enveloping the girl completely. It was now December, and the weather had turned particularly frigid. Even with warming charms, the biting cold wind was relentless. "Miss Grindelwald, may we meet again by fate." Having concluded these actions, the elder Malfoy gentleman nodded and gestured towards Barknag, who stood outside the manor, before turning to depart. As Anna touched the soft and thick cloak, imbued with numerous warming spells, she walked beside Barknag, allowing him to draw his wand and examine her for any hidden curses or traps left by the Death Eaters or Voldemort, which brought her a sense of relief. "Severus. He is indeed a most intriguing individual, isn't he?" The girl continued to gaze at the splendid manor in the distance, until Abraxas completely vanished from her sight, retracting her gaze only then. Beyond the disparity in power, he was far more rational than Voldemort, and consequently, far more dangerous. Severus had only encountered that man a few times, yet among all the Death Eaters, Abraxas seemed to possess the most profound understanding of Voldemort. Yet he still chose to follow him. Indeed, he had fortified his family's power, but certain past events had aroused Voldemort's suspicions, leading to an inexplicable stigma that would ultimately culminate in his demise years later. In the night sky, dark clouds completely obscured the starlight, and the wind began to rise. As cold, white snowflakes descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of harsh winter. The silver-haired girl buried her small face in the soft fur of the cloak's collar, exhaling a breath of pure white mist. "Let us return." Everyone first returned to the long unvisited Grindelwald Manor. Barknag had finally managed to return from the Dawn Isles, not only to support Anna today, but also to arrange some future plans in England. Additionally, the group accompanying her to face the Death Eaters and Voldemort, including Lamb and others, needed proper encouragement to truly comprehend the current strength of the Saints. Thus, it was agreed that they would gather here in a couple of days for an early Christmas feast. Anna instructed Barknag to arrange accommodations for those who had returned with him in the manor, and extended an invitation to Lamb and his companions to co-host the banquet. No one would refuse the request of their young mistress, readily agreeing, as it afforded them a brief respite. The affairs on the Dawn Isles had left them utterly exhausted, and having finally returned, they naturally wished to take a couple of days to recuperate. Through the wardrobe in the manor, the two returned to Hogwarts, emerging from the cupboard in the headmaster's office. "I'm back." Anna set aside all caution and decorum, joyfully running towards her father's desk. It was now nearly 10 at night, and Albus Dumbledore, who had not yet retired, sat in his office. Upon seeing Anna and Severus return unscathed from the outside, he finally relaxed the worry that had weighed heavily on him. Had they not returned soon, he would have been compelled to storm over to Malfoy Manor. "Glad to have you back. It's rather late. Would you care for a midnight snack?" Dumbledore produced a selection of snacks that he had prepared in advance. After several months of interaction, he had become well acquainted with Anna's tastes, ensuring these treats were not as excessively sweet as before. Severus declined the headmaster's kind offer and returned to the dormitory, leaving only Anna and Dumbledore alone together. "Did you encounter Tom today?" Anna briefly recounted the events that had transpired at Malfoy Manor, omitting any mention of Barknag's arrival with nearly 100 Aura-level wizards in England. His power is indeed formidable now, but not as great as yours, father. As someone who had faced Voldemort directly, she had a clear understanding of his strength. It was undeniable that even after fragmenting his soul, he still possessed such terrifying power, truly deserving of the title of the new Dark Lord. After a while of conversation, in light of certain precautions, Anna had hardly eaten anything during her time at Malfoy Manor. After finishing the snacks on her plate, their discussion began to wind down. By the way, father, I am planning to host a banquet at my manor before Christmas. Here's the invitation. If you are busy, it's quite all right. I should be spending Christmas Day at school with you anyway. The girl produced an exquisite invitation from her storage ring and placed it on Dumbledore's desk. Given Voldemort's increasingly growing influence, and judging by the scene at today's banquet, it was evident that numerous pureblood families had already aligned themselves with him. If the newly established Order of the Phoenix wished to minimize casualties, collaborating with the Saints would be a prudent choice. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before her father would uncover the true strength of the Saints. Thus, it would be wise for her to gradually reveal it now. Chapter 60, Salvation and Utilization. Dumbledore picked up the invitation from the desk, smiling as he exchanged goodnights with Anna. Once she had left the headmaster's office, he opened the letter. Since it was Anna's invitation, regardless of her underlying intentions, as her father, it was essential for him to become acquainted with his daughter's former family. Was it not? However, he was unaware that Anna planned to bring her old father over from Nurmengard in a couple of days, either through the wardrobe in her study or directly transporting him there. She was resolute in her determination to eliminate the barriers between them. Employing a few clever tactics was inevitable. Anna did not linger long in the headmaster's office. She had assumed Severus had returned to his dormitory for rest. But when she opened the stone door to the Slytherin common room, she found him still seated on the sofa by the fireplace, warming himself. Why aren't you resting? It's quite late. Aside from Anna and Severus, nearly all of the Slytherin students had opted to go home for Christmas, leaving only a handful who wouldn't arrive at this hour. She sat down on the sofa, and they both warmed themselves by the fire. After a moment's thought, Anna retrieved the cloak Abraxas had draped over her before leaving from her storage ring, and rummaged through the small pockets sewn into the cloak's interior. Sure enough, a small note appeared in her palm. Unfolding the note revealed an address located in a quaint house in the heart of London, far removed from any wizarding congregation. What a cunning old fox. She gazed at the address inscribed on the note before tucking it back into her ring. Severus, what troubles you? Noticing his silence, she draped the cloak over herself to ward off the night's chill, and turned to face him. The still youthful Professor Snape stared intently at the flames, remaining silent. Reflecting on the events of the day, Anna began to understand his reason for waiting in silence. Do you believe that my methods with Bellatrix today were inappropriate? I could have drawn her from the darkness, yet I guided her toward another abyss. She leaned back against the soft sofa and sighed heavily, recalling her past life as a muggle devoid of magic. Even now, wielding considerable influence, she was still but a child. Her conversation with Bella, along with the confrontation with Voldemort and his followers, had drained her energy significantly. So you are aware of your actions? His voice was low, his tone ambiguous. Yes. I am fully aware of what I am doing. I wish to save her, as long as she is not completely tainted by evil like Voldemort. Every soul deserves a chance at redemption. Yet I also wish to utilize her. Our beliefs are entirely different, and that is acceptable. I have never aspired to alter her pureblood ideology, yet she stood beside Voldemort, the most easily manipulated pawn. I found myself unable to discard this piece, but I shall endeavor to ensure she attains a more favorable conclusion. Anna extended her hand to massage her brow, alleviating the psychological burden this situation had imposed upon her. The current Bellatrix was akin to a ticking time bomb among the Death Eaters, a hidden thorn in the shadows, reminiscent of the Death Eater Severus Snape of yore. His love for Lily had rendered him willingly utilized by Dumbledore, serving as an undercover agent beside the most perilous dark wizard. Likewise, Anna exploited Bellatrix's devotion to Voldemort, compelling this woman to become the sharpest blade in her arsenal, poised to deliver a fatal strike at some future juncture. You may wonder just how similar I am to Headmaster Dumbledore. Yet, Severus, I am no saint. I desire perfect outcomes for all, but with my current capabilities, that remains unattainable. Of course, she could divulge all of Voldemort's secrets to Bella, with a little guidance, ensuring that the woman would lose all affection for that man, thus liberating herself from the clutches of Voldemort's dominion over Britain, allowing her to live freely. However, such an action would undoubtedly alert Voldemort, and incite chaos among the Death Eaters. The Dark Lord's influence is intricately woven throughout Britain and several European nations, necessitating a meticulous unraveling to eradicate it entirely in the future. She cannot disrupt her entire strategy merely to save Bella. Those pureblood families that have acted as his minions must receive their due retribution, not take advantage of the chaos to absolve themselves or continue to follow Voldemort into deeper malevolence. What Anna requires now is time, a span to thoroughly grasp the evidence of these Death Eaters' heinous acts against wizards and muggles alike. Thus, while the Saints and the Order of the Phoenix suppress the Death Eaters, she needs an informant close to Voldemort. Each time Anna aids Bellatrix in sealing memories, she simultaneously peruses fragments of her mind, akin to the effects of legilimency. It is not that Bellatrix's memory sealing is ineffectual against Voldemort. Rather, in the presence of such monumental secrets, she doubts her own closure can withstand the Dark Lord's legilimency. How I long for time to reverse, erasing all regrets. Upon hearing Anna's murmured soliloquy, Snape found himself at a loss for words. Although her actions today stirred unwelcome memories, Anna's methods bore a striking resemblance to those of Dumbledore. Yet no one can perfectly resolve every dilemma. Dumbledore could not, for he was a man of reason, adept at achieving all aims with minimal sacrifice. Anna too could not, yet she still yearned to save every soul, even at the cost of her own self-contradiction. I do not blame you, Snape spoke again, turning to look at her, only to find the girl had succumbed to deep slumber on the sofa, her brow slightly furrowed, indicating an unsettled rest. He had intended to awaken her and guide her back to the dormitory, but as he prepared to speak, he caught sight of a small hand emerging from the cloak. The delicate palm was pale and soft, as if a gentle pinch could easily leave a mark. Snape leaned in for a closer look. Her palm was pristine, devoid of any anomaly. Yet why did she occasionally gaze blankly at her right hand? Had he misjudged the situation? After a moment of internal conflict, observing the girl's serene face in slumber, he extended his own hand, lightly brushing against her palm. In that instant, the dark contract's markings emerged from her hand, and Snape felt his soul drawn by an inexplicable force. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed dramatically, crossing the chasms of time and space. Under the covenant of the divine, two seemingly parallel fates converged at this moment. Chapter 61 Her Past. In the quiet of night, within an ordinary single-patient room, Anna Baiwa sat by the window, gazing at the stars. Today's array of medical examinations left the girl somewhat fatigued, despite her need for rest in bed. An inexplicable intuition urged her to rise, pulling back the covers to step down. She prepared 2 paper cups filled with fresh water, and placed them on the small table by the window, then quietly awaited. Before long, a figure cloaked in black appeared in the room, their face obscured by the hood. The girl felt no surprise, merely turning her head to greet him softly. "You have come." The room was small, the city lights outside dimmed to half their brilliance, and the streets were scarce with passing vehicles. A young girl with dark hair and eyes sat by the window. The moment Snape noticed her, she turned her little head. "You have come." Her voice, gentle and unassuming, blossomed into a faint smile on her previously placid face, evoking a sense of both strangeness and familiarity within him. He wished to voice something, yet suddenly realized this was not his body. His soul had been forcibly placed into this vessel, rendering him incapable of acting beyond its original owner's intentions. He could only allow the body as true master to approach the girl and sit beside her. "It has been a while since you last visited me. Have you been so busy?" Snape heard the original owner of the body merely chuckle lightly, offering no direct response. The girl seemed accustomed to this, turning back to gaze at the night sky, beginning to speak to herself. "There is no moon tonight. I had my checkup today. The doctor said my condition has stabilized over the past few years. Looks like I might live a couple more years. Soon I will return to school. How boring. No matter how dull life may be, I will live well, as I promised you. In a few days it will be my 11th birthday. Do you have a gift for me? Oh, forget it. With how busy you are, who knows when we'll meet again. There's nothing to do in the hospital. I really want some ice cream, but alas." Anna Baiwa rambled on about all manner of trivialities, revealing how her hospital stay had confined her spirit. Unbeknownst to her, another soul, aside from the Grim Reaper, was observing her intently. This was Anna, the Anna before she became Grindelwald's Anna. Snape was utterly convinced. Her appearance had changed, yet that breezy tone, that inexplicable warmth capable of illuminating the darkest depths, remained unaltered. She had always been herself. The Anna of this past life spoke not in English, but in the language of her homeland, yet he comprehended every word. So then who was the original owner of this body? Who appeared beside her in the dead of night? The girl spoke intermittently, sharing nearly every thought that crossed her mind, most concerning her experiences in the hospital, her life at school and in foster care, and various bits of minutiae. When words faltered, she would pause to gaze out at the night sky, only to resume her chatter shortly thereafter. Thus, the deity of death and Snape, having traversed into this realm through contact with Anna's palm, sat quietly beside the girl, refraining from posing questions or answering any inquiries she posed. Occasionally, they would respond with a soft chuckle or a murmured acknowledgement, but beyond that, there was silence. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours slipped by. The girl's voice dwindled, and her yawns multiplied. Eventually, unable to maintain her wakefulness, the deity rose gently, cradling the already drowsy Anna Bayue, and placing her back onto the hospital bed. Snape too regarded the girl he had just held. Her complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of color, her entire being remarkably frail, light as a feather, easily swept away by the slightest breeze. "Good night. Remember to come see me earlier next time," murmured the girl on the hospital bed, loosening her grip on the cloak of death, finally closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. After tucking her in, the deity gently patted her small head before vanishing from the ward. Snape felt that familiar pull once more. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the Slytherin common room. Anna still slept beside him, utterly unaware that someone had glimpsed the future through the death contract imprinted in her palm. A future that had already become the past. After experiencing a temporal journey, Snape withdrew his hand from her grasp as if jolted by electricity. The contract, previously invisible to all others, now boldly manifested before his eyes. What could this possibly be? The intricate black patterns of the contract were unlike anything he had ever encountered in any texts, in either his past life or this one. He contemplated waking Anna to inquire about it, but suddenly recalled the incessant chatter of the stranger from 2 hours prior, juxtaposed with the deep slumber of Anna beside him, and abandoned the thought. She had once mentioned that this was a binding contract, and if she could not voice her inquiries, the consequences might be dire. Moreover, Anna had explicitly stated that she had returned from a future world. Merely through this contract, one could traverse time and witness her future self. How powerful must the entity be that forged this contract with her? Yet, does such a deity truly exist in this world? Why would they sign a contract with her and come to this realm? Gazing at the contract in Anna's palm, Snape fell into contemplation. Early the next morning, Anna awoke on the sofa, lifting the cloak that had covered her and sitting up. Exhausted from the previous day, she had inadvertently fallen asleep on the couch. It seemed she had dreamt of the past, though the memories were hazy, as if she had chatted about trivial matters with the Grim Reaper. Strange. Since her arrival in this world, she had not encountered that deity in reality or even in dreams for the past 11 years. What had transpired last night? Raising her hand to inspect the contract etched in her right palm, she found it still quietly inscribed, showing no signs of disturbance. No longer dwelling on the dream of the previous night, she surveyed the common room and discovered Snape resting on another sofa nearby. It was now 6 in the morning. By the looks of it, he hadn't returned to his dormitory to sleep, but had likely kept watch throughout the night. The fire in the fireplace continued to blaze, and the Slytherin common room was not cold. Yet that did not mean sleeping here would not lead to a chill. Anna felt a mix of anger and gratitude. She tucked away her cloak and took out a soft blanket from her ring, gently covering him with it. Snape, who was naturally a light sleeper, awoke as soon as Anna laid the blanket over him. Their eyes met, and a slight awkwardness permeated the air. "Why didn't you return to your room to sleep?" The girl insisted on keeping the blanket over him, its warmth embracing him and dispelling the chill of the night. "I wonder who it was sleeping here without any caution last night. Miss Anna, perhaps you should reflect on how much distress your actions may cause others." He straightened his posture, but did not remove the blanket from his shoulders. "Ahem, I was too exhausted after returning yesterday. I accidentally fell asleep. Why didn't you wake me?" Anna felt a twinge of embarrassment, her gaze diverting elsewhere. He had intended to rouse her but, recalling the series of inexplicable thoughts he had while traversing her memories last night, ultimately allowed her to continue sleeping while he pondered for most of the night, only closing his eyes before dawn. Misinterpreting his silence, Anna assumed he had called her last night, but that she had been too deeply asleep to hear him. A faint blush blossoming on her cheeks. Could it be that embarrassing? Just as she contemplated finding a hole to hide in, Snape replied calmly, "I did not intend to hold you accountable for last night." Anna paused, processing his words before realizing he referred to the events at Malfoy Manor concerning Bellatrix. "Is that so? That's good. I apologize for bringing back unpleasant memories." The common room fell silent once more, and after a moment, Anna suddenly recalled that she had likely not washed up before falling asleep here, prompting her to stand and head back to her dormitory. "Did I wake you just now?" Would you like to go back to sleep for a while? She asked, glancing at Snape still seated on the sofa. Then I'll go back to my dormitory to freshen up. I'll bring you breakfast at 8. With that, she hurriedly left the common room, leaving Snape alone. He looked at the blanket draped over him, but ultimately did not call out to the figure that seemed to flee in haste. By the time Anna changed out of her formal attire and tidied herself up before leaving her dormitory, Snape had already vanished from the common room. Let us go have breakfast, she murmured to herself, regaining her usual demeanor as she stepped out of the room. The day before the banquet at Grindelwald Manor, Anna and Snape had returned to this place. She promptly set off for Nurmengard, while he was occupied with checking on the progress of his studies in potions with Eileen, who had finally returned. The relationship between mother and son had remained balanced over the years. Even in the face of Eileen's concern, Snape accepted it with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, back at Nurmengard, Anna was fervently persuading her father to attend the Christmas banquet. I will not go. His refusal was succinct and resolute as he continued to peruse the daily profit in his hands. But Dad, you promised me. Don't you really want to go? His hand paused in flipping the pages, and a complex expression crossed his face. He had already read the last letter, and was aware of his daughter's newfound paternal connection. Initially, he had relished in secret, indulging in fantasies. But upon hearing Anna declare that the man was her father, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Anna understood that her father was not physically trapped in Nurmengard. Rather, it was the weight of his past that confined him. All right, I understand. Anna nodded, grasping Grindelwald's meaning. It was his own reluctance to step outside. Since his defeat in that battle, he had lost faith, ideals, dignity, and self-respect. He had once wished to prove his correctness to the only person who occupied a place in his heart, but ultimately, he had been vanquished by that very individual. What imprisoned him in Nurmengard was never his body, but rather the remnants of his lost essence. Father, as your daughter, one day I will prove to everyone that your principles were not entirely flawed, merely too extreme. I will ensure that all wizards walk openly in the sunlight, just like ordinary people. When that time comes, Nurmengard will no longer be your prison. Throughout her life, even during her acceptance of sainthood, she had never made promises to this man who had given her life. Yet, since Grindelwald had acknowledged her as his eternal kin, she would do everything in her power to help him truly emerge from the shadows of his past, unburdened by the cold chains of this prison. I await that day. Lowering the newspaper, Grindelwald gazed intently at his daughter, a flicker of anticipation beginning to blossom within him. Returning to Grindelwald Manor with empty hands, Anna's previously confident visage instantly fell. Her father's reluctance to emerge meant she could not forcibly drag him out, as it pertained to his dignity. Hence, her earlier remarks. Should she manage to embody a fragment of Grindelwald's original ideals, it would signify that her father's beliefs were not entirely untenable, merely misapplied in method. As the daughter of the one who realized this grand vision, she would naturally possess the authority to silence the majority, leading him out of Nurmengard in a manner most honorable. At that point, all barriers would dissipate. It seemed she would have to take her father to Nurmengard for a visit. Even if he was unwilling to come out, it did not preclude her from visiting him. Resolute in her decision, Anna exited the study and began to meander about the estate. The flora of Grindelwald Manor, nourished by specially concocted potions, remained lush even in the biting cold of winter. The cherry blossom tree to the east was perpetually adorned with blossoms, its pink petals fluttering down alongside the snowflakes in the sky, exuding a captivating charm. Beside it stood a newly planted grand fir, festooned with a variety of Christmas ornaments, and as Anna approached, the bells strung upon it jingled merrily, producing a melodious rendition of a Christmas carol. Eileen had brought her grandfather, Regulus Prince, back from St. Mungo's hospital to Prince Manor. Tomorrow, they would attend the Christmas soiree at Grindelwald Manor together. Anna had no intention of extending invitations to the Death Eaters. She anticipated that tomorrow's atmosphere would be far more relaxed and joyful than the previous days at Malfoy Manor. As for the address given to her by Abraxas Malfoy, she paid it little heed, merely assigning someone to keep watch over the residence, awaiting word once someone entered. Chapter 63, The Gathering of Saints. Soon, the next day arrived, and Lamb Charles emerged from the wardrobe with his son, finding the hall rather quiet, with only Bulk busying himself with final preparations. "Ah, my dear old friend. It has been too long since we last caught up," Lamb exclaimed, hastening toward Bulk, who embraced him warmly. Their fathers had both been followers of Grindelwald in their youth, and they had known each other since then. "Today we have ample time. By the way, the young lady is still in the study. Let me escort you to her." "No need, it's quite all right. We shall see her soon. This is my son Riley, who is in Slytherin with the young lady." "Very well, Riley. I shan't impose any restrictions upon you. This manor has no forbidden areas. Feel free to explore. Lamb proudly introduced his son, then continued to assist Bulk while engaging in conversation. When returning from Malfoy Manor, Riley, along with his father and others, had arrived at the estate late at night, and his father had taken him home without lingering, rendering the place entirely unfamiliar to him. In the study, Anna set down the documents Bulk had brought from the Dawn Isles. Just as she reached for a pastry from the plate beside her, she heard a commotion outside. The door to the study was slightly ajar, and Riley cautiously peeked through the gap, finding Anna seated at the desk, smiling at him. "Welcome to Grindelwald Manor, Riley. Is your father downstairs?" Upon seeing the figure at the door, she tidied the papers on her desk and stepped out. "Yes, he is chatting with Mr. Nagel. Today marks the Christmas banquet for the Saints. It would be inappropriate to remain cooped up in the study, so I shall take you to the hall to greet our guests. Miss Anna, won't you change into your evening gown?" Riley reminded her, following closely behind. Aware that the evening's festivities would include a dance, for which he had specially tailored a suit at the clothing shop. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Riley." Though the Saints claimed there were no forbidden areas within the manor, this assertion was not entirely accurate. For instance, Anna's bedroom was strictly off-limits to outsiders, but protective enchantments ensured that no one would dare intrude. Under Anna's suggestion, Riley ventured to explore the greenhouse garden while she returned to her bedroom, and immediately spotted the sky-blue gown laid out on her bed. It was undoubtedly prepared by Eliza, who always eagerly declared she would handle such tasks, before disappearing to a private dressmaker. Just a few days ago, she had also sent a delicate yellow gown. Once dressed, Anna nodded in satisfaction. Eliza had exquisite taste, consistently providing her with perfectly fitting gowns. Today she was to perform the first dance before all the Saints. Yet she hesitated regarding her partner. Initially, she had wished to invite her father, but everyone knew that it was Dumbledore who had defeated Grindelwald. Displaying affection toward her father might provoke unwelcome thoughts among the attendees. After some deliberation, Anna concluded that remaining in her room to ponder was unproductive. She cast a warming charm upon herself before departing her bedroom for the hall. Following Lamb Charles, many more Saints emerged from the wardrobe, and the once spacious hall became lively as people sought out familiar faces to engage in conversation. Snape stood beside Eileen and Regulus Prince, who was quite well known in England as a wizard, while Eileen was now a core member of the Potion Technology Research Center at the Dawn Isles. Snape had been by Anna's side since he was 8, and to all the Saints, he was regarded as the most trusted of the ladies' family. Old Prince, who usually resided in St. Mungo's hospital, seldom ventured out, yet today he attended the banquet, appearing revitalized, basking in the subtle compliments offered by others, a smile ever present upon his face. Eileen, though not particularly adept at such gatherings, had been raised with impeccable social etiquette. Even after spending the past 2 years researching potions at the Dawn Isles, she had not forgotten the ingrained manners. Conversely, Snape felt somewhat uncomfortable. The atmosphere of the Saints' banquet was entirely different from that of the Death Eaters, where the latter gathered in masked hypocrisy. The current scene was one of ease and joy, a social setting in which he was not particularly skilled. The Saints held no fear or apprehension toward Anna. Rather, their sentiments were rooted in genuine affection and respect. Under the leadership of 2 entirely different figures, their followers exhibited divergent demeanors. Suddenly, the hall quieted, and as everyone's gaze turned, a silver-haired girl donned in a sky-blue gown gracefully descended the staircase from the 2nd floor. The gown's hem was crafted from layers of ethereal, gossamer fabric, billowing with each step she took, resembling a delicate wisp of cloud or the gentle ripples of a serene lake, imbued with an elusive mystery. Her hair, unlike the curled style from a few days prior, cascaded down as usual, secured on one side by a butterfly hairpin set with dozens of tiny diamonds, allowing the other side to flow freely, partially obscuring her profile. With a smile illuminating her eyes, she descended the staircase step by step under the watchful gaze of all the Saints, her movements elegant and poised, exuding a gentle yet confident aura as she regarded the crowd. When Snape first encountered the Saints, he found it perplexing. He had once asked Anna why she garnered such importance from them at such a tender age. They willingly bore the butterfly mark upon their palms, voluntarily embarking upon the ship she steered, entrusting their fates to her as they sailed toward an envisioned future. Was it merely because she was the daughter of Grindelwald? No. That is not the case. Over the years, Severus Snape has observed with great clarity. Now all the Saints have gathered here. Although the girl has matured significantly since their first encounter, she remains a remarkably youthful child. Yet, rather than retreating, these individuals have placed even greater trust in her, including the new generation of youths. as he watched her descend from a height towards the crowd. Snape's mind recalled her previous words. I am the leader whom the saints have witnessed grow, and the faith they have nurtured with their own hands. I am not a deity gazing down from a pedestal, but rather the embodiment of their aspirations and ideals. No one shall abandon me, nor can anyone shake this conviction. Chapter 64, Riley's Past. Bark, my esteemed guest has arrived. Would you kindly assist me in welcoming him? Anna softly remarked to the person beside her upon sensing her father's presence. Of course, miss, Bark nodded, stepping out from the warm hall, his mind filled with curiosity. Most of those gathered here are saints. Who could possibly be considered a distinguished guest by the miss? Upon reaching the entrance of the manor, he was startled to see an elderly gentleman clad in splendid robes. This venerable figure was none other than the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, renowned for having defeated Grindelwald. And thus many saints held him in high regard, often keeping their distance. Could this esteemed guest be he? Though surprised, Bark managed to conceal his astonishment, courteously ushering the elder inside. As they entered the hall, an immediate hush fell over the gathering, with all eyes shifting between Anna and Dumbledore, an indescribable sense of destiny lingering in the air. Anna approached her father, and the crowd instinctively parted to grant her a spacious path. Yet no one dared to utter a word, merely watching as she reached him. Welcome, Professor Dumbledore, she acknowledged, curtsying gracefully while surveying the assembly with a smile. There is no need for formality. The esteemed professor is my specially invited guest. After all, we shall be conducting activities here in England, and it is prudent to become acquainted beforehand. Upon hearing Anna's words and observing Dumbledore's ever-affable demeanor, which bore no hint of negativity, the other saints breathed a collective sigh of relief. They relaxed their grips on their wands. Subsequently, Anna introduced Dumbledore to North, who had just returned from the Dawn Isles, and to Eliza, the one who oversees intelligence in England. She intentionally bypassed the older saints, choosing instead to introduce the younger individuals, particularly those from the Pursuers, a faction that had emerged from within, most of whom were recent Hogwarts graduates, thereby reducing the barriers between the two groups. Dumbledore watched with growing intrigue as Anna navigated the company of her elders with such ease. What could possess her to inspire such heartfelt loyalty among these individuals? Grindelwald, in his time, had not only captivated minds with his ideals, but had also wielded formidable power, attracting countless wizards. How then could this young girl, still in her tender years, erase the indelible mark left by Grindelwald in the hearts of these people, and instead imprint her own unique identity? Recalling their previous encounter by the Black Lake when Gellert visited the school, Dumbledore took the opportunity, while Anna engaged in conversation elsewhere, to summon Riley to a secluded corner, and posed his inquiry. Regarding this matter, Riley set down his cup, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. Before meeting Miss Anna, I received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, which I believe you may recall. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's memory stirred. He remembered the incident during Riley's first summer, when he had used magic in front of Muggles, resulting in a warning and subsequent punishment from the Ministry. Although the situation had not escalated to the point of expulsion, Dumbledore had only a vague understanding of the specifics. I used magic in front of a Muggle, which led them to have a memory charm cast upon them. But do you know? He is my age, lives near me, and we have been childhood friends. As he reminisced, Riley's face contorted with a bitter smile and a trace of indignation. I clearly remember that day. It was an ordinary summer day. You know, at that age, boys can be quite mischievous. We climbed a tall tree, and in a moment of distraction he lost his grip and fell. In a panic, I cast a levitation charm. The situation was dire, and Riley did not have time to draw his wand. He simply uttered the levitation incantation he had learned as a first-year student. To my astonishment, he succeeded in performing wandless magic, averting a tragedy. I thought that if I had not used my wand, the Ministry would not trace the use of magic back to me, and I would not have to rush home to tell my parents. However, to my dismay, the Ministry arrived swiftly, and before my eyes, they cast a memory charm on my friend, erasing all memories of me. At this point, the anger and sorrow buried deep within him surged anew. The hall was filled with laughter and joy. Yet Riley understood that many of the young souls, as resolutely devoted to Anna as he was, bore similar experiences. I do not regret using that charm, for it saved my friend's life. Yet I loathe having cast it, for it cost me my dearest companion. Throughout my life, I told him countless lies to conceal the existence of the wizarding world. Yet in the end, this incident led them to obliterate all his memories of me. Do the people of the Ministry truly regard the friendship and memories between two children as so trivial, so unworthy? Merely because I violated the international statute of wizarding secrecy, They felt entitled to manipulate another's memories at will. At that time he was still quite young, unable to comprehend why his best friend, who had shared his life since childhood, would suddenly treat him like a stranger. The moments they had spent together were effortlessly erased. And despite his subsequent efforts, he could not restore them. He gazed at the elder beside him, who appeared to be deep in thought, and let out a gentle sigh. Years had passed since that day, yet he remained unable to forget the feeling of being forgotten, as if he had been discarded, never to have existed in his friend's world. Professor Dumbledore, the killing curse can control another's soul. It is one of the 3 unforgivable curses in the wizarding world. I have often pondered whether the act of erasing memories without consent through the use of a memory charm constitutes a non-black magic form of an unforgivable curse. Why? By what right? Who grants wizards such arrogant power? Riley's barrage of questions prompted Dumbledore to reflect on events long past. His own father had been imprisoned in Azkaban for punishing those who tormented Ariana, and his sister had subsequently suppressed her own magic, leading to a profound disconnection from the world. Although their experiences differed, the emotional upheaval they both faced in such a tumultuous world was remarkably similar. Indeed, why? The past Albus Dumbledore sighed inwardly. Chapter 65, The First Dance. Later, I met Miss Anna, and she informed me that this matter involves no question of right or wrong. The Secrecy Act, established 3 centuries ago, was aptly suited for the wizards and muggles of that era. However, humanity has evolved. Today's muggles are far removed from the ignorant masses of the past, while wizards have remained stagnant. This situation resembles a balance scale, which, though capable of maintaining relative equilibrium, loses its efficacy when one side undergoes change. Regaining his composure, Riley began to respond formally to Dumbledore's earlier inquiry. Currently, Miss Anna is striving to rediscover a balance that facilitates coexistence between both parties. I am unwilling to endure the tribulations of the past, which is why I choose to support her vision. The original saints of that esteemed gentleman have been filtered out over the years. You need not regard us with such suspicion. Miss Anna is the daughter of Lord Grindelwald, yet her aspirations and methods diverge entirely from those of her father decades ago. This constitutes my answer. Regardless of your perception of us, we merely hope that you can face the relationship between wizards and muggles with sincerity. As the young lady articulated, we are wizards, but before that identity, we are first and foremost human beings. Upon concluding his remarks, Riley offered a slight bow to the elder beside him, lifted the wine glass he had just set down, and departed, having noticed Anna approaching their direction. She regarded Riley with a puzzled expression as he passed by, somewhat perplexed. Earlier, while conversing with Lamb and his companions, she had observed her father speaking with Riley. It appeared they had exchanged much, and aside from Riley's evident agitation, no unpleasantness had transpired. After absorbing the young man's heartfelt words, Dumbledore felt a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, the future world belongs to these young souls. His thoughts seemed to falter in keeping pace with these children. What is it, headmaster? Anna inquired. Did Riley say something to you? Dumbledore merely shook his head in response. No, I simply find the current generation to be quite remarkable, he jested. We merely stand upon the shoulders of generations past. Differing heights yield varied vistas, insights, and aspirations. By the way, the ball is about to commence. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first waltz? Soft music began to fill the hall, and the crowd parted to create a spacious dance floor. Dumbledore would undoubtedly accept her invitation, as the two, one elderly and one youthful, stepped onto the dance floor, moving gracefully in time with the music. Gazing upon the familiar visage of the girl, he momentarily experienced a nostalgic reverie of his youth. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During those 60 days and nights, he and she had not once shared a dance. Yet, 2 months could also stretch into a seemingly interminable span, revisited repeatedly over a century, never to fade in memory. He had thought he would never again encounter the one residing in Nurmengard, but Anna's sudden appearance seemed to weave an invisible thread between them, soft yet resilient. This girl, born of Gellert Grindelwald's fervor, had boldly shattered the ice that had long separated them, allowing them to recognize each other's existence once more. Recently, the mirror of Ariste had begun to reflect the image of that individual once again, and the vintage wine, aged for decades, began to emit a subtly bitter yet intoxicating aroma. As the dance concluded, Snape regarded the 2 figures in the dance floor with a complex expression, joining the other saints in a gentle applause. The clapping was not fervent, yet it undeniably signified Dumbledore's acceptance of their presence. Although he could not align them with his ranks, at least he would refrain from taking any drastic actions before they might commit something impetuous. After the dance, Anna exchanged a few words with Bulk, then proceeded to execute her plans, while others continued the festivities. She led her father to her study. Dumbledore, somewhat bewildered, was ushered into the room by Anna, where documents lay meticulously stacked upon the desk, indicating that even during the holiday, she had an abundance of matters to attend to. Adjacent to the study was a specially constructed fireplace, modified to connect solely to Nermangard. Come, father, take a handful of this and call out Nermangard, Anna instructed, pushing the bewildered elder toward the fireplace. She then retrieved a box containing flue powder from her storage ring and presented it to him. Oh, my birthday falls on Christmas Eve in a few days. Father cannot come out from Nermangard, yet I desire your company for the celebration. So we must go there instead. Seeing hesitation etched on Dumbledore's face, Anna resolutely pinched herself in secret, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I specifically had the house elf bake a birthday cake today. Father, you and he are my family. I have no other birthday wish than to celebrate with you both over cake. That alone would suffice to make me content. If there was one thing that the most formidable white wizard in a century, Dumbledore, found utterly disarmed by, it was undeniably the sight of Anna's tears of distress. After all, it was merely a trip to Nermangard. He had been there before, and accompanying his daughter for her birthday was entirely reasonable. I agree to your request. He sighed in resignation, grasping a handful of flue powder, and clearly enunciating the name of the destination. Nermangard. Meanwhile, in the depths of Nermangard, amidst swirling snowflakes, Grindelwald perused the Daily Prophet featuring Dumbledore's photograph, when suddenly, the figure from the newspaper materialized from the fireplace. Anna, what mischief are you up to now? Grindelwald's immediate reaction was one of concern, fearing his daughter had encountered trouble once more. Soon his beloved little girl emerged from the fireplace. Long time no see, father. My birthday is approaching, but on Christmas Eve, Bulk and the others will be returning home, and I can only spend it at Hogwarts. After that, I won't be able to leave, so I wanted to visit you in advance. Anna produced a delectable cake from her storage ring, and began to insert candles, while the atmosphere grew somewhat tense between the two men. What do you mean long time no see? You were just here yesterday. And why did you bring Albus along for your birthday celebration? Grindelwald pondered, deeply perplexed. Chapter 66. Her birth. Having promised Anna to share cake with her, Dumbledore would not allow the slightly awkward atmosphere to deter him from staying. He seated himself beside the table, and immediately recognized the familiar figure in the newspaper. Is that not his photograph? Coughing lightly to mask his realization, Grindelwald swiftly concealed the newspaper. Long time no see, Albus. How has Anna been faring at school? After a moment of thought, he finally selected a topic that seemed less forced. Anna, rummaging through her storage ring for snacks, rolled her eyes internally. After finally bringing Dumbledore before Grindelwald, could they not discuss something else? She excels in every subject, and all the professors adore her. Of course. Just look at whose daughter she is. Is that so? Has she not caused any trouble at school recently? Dear father, I do not share your youthful penchant for blowing up schools. No, she actually fostered harmony among the 4 houses during Halloween, and her classmates hold her in high regard. The scene was rather chaotic at the time, but thanks to the house heads and your accommodating nature, it was managed well. Oh, that is good to hear. Do you not have any other topics to discuss? Why does every sentence revolve around her? All right then, I shall make a wish and blow out the candles. Observing her own sluggish movements as she extinguished the candle, Anna was acutely aware that with her presence as an unwelcome light, their conversation would likely yield no fruitful blooms. Positioned between the two elder figures, the girl clasped her hands tightly together and closed her eyes, silently making a wish. O divine beings! Should you be watching from some hidden corner of this world, I implore you to heed my sincere prayer. Please do not let the sacrifices depicted in the original narrative reappear before me. I do not seek perfection, merely a relatively pleasant conclusion for those I hold dear, and who love me in return. Upon opening her eyes, Anna blew out the candle before her, the tendrils of smoke quickly dissipating into the air. Should you fail to hear me, or if the Grim Reaper lies beyond the purview of the wish-granting deities, then even if fate's course continues to unfold as history dictates, I shall exert every ounce of strength to thwart and alter it. There are other guests in the manor. I shall return now, Father Daddy. You may continue your discourse. After symbolically sampling a few bites of cake, Anna abruptly rose and retreated to the wardrobe, cheerfully waving goodbye to the two men before vanishing from sight. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged glances, once again enveloped in silence. Returning to the manor, Anna felt a twinge of regret. As a mere interloper at the gathering, she would miss the spectacle if she were absent. Perhaps next time, she could procure a listening device to install in Nermangard. Contemplating the feasibility of this plan, she re-entered the grand hall. The ball had concluded, and Snape sat alone on the edge of a sofa, resting to avoid unnecessary interaction with others. Anna settled beside him, taking a small sip from a drink on the table, her gaze sweeping across the crowd from the banquet. Where did you take Dumbledore, Severus? At least address him as Mr. Dumbledore. Would you? Very well. Where did you escort that old gentleman? To Nurmengard. We merely discussed my situation at school. After all, my father would not escape from Nurmengard, and there would be no confrontation between them, Anna replied with calm assurance. Just after she returned through the wardrobe, the desolate Nurmengard fell into an eerie silence. Dumbledore savored the remnants of cake before him while the other man rummaged through his mind for a suitable topic to continue the conversation. Since the last time I saw you, I have been eager to pose a question. Before Grindelwald could respond, Dumbledore spoke first, his gaze curious as he scrutinized the man opposite him. What is it? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the sudden inquiry. Gellert, why is it that all these years later, your appearance remains strikingly similar to the day you were imprisoned here? In Dumbledore's eyes, Grindelwald did not seem as aged as himself. His light golden hair had not transformed into a mane of white, merely becoming somewhat unkempt. There were indeed a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, yet they were hardly pronounced. One could only read the passage of time from the profound depths of his gaze, revealing him to be a man weathered by many years. Anna was born here. Would you like to see the place of her birth? After a moment of contemplation, he did not immediately divulge the reasons, but extended an invitation. Setting aside his snack, Dumbledore followed Grindelwald to the basement of Nurmengard. This location was well concealed. When establishing the Nurmengard prison, he had intentionally placed his laboratory at the lowest level to obscure the absolutely forbidden experiments in dark magic. Throughout history, the experiment of alchemical bodies has always belonged to the realm of dark arts. I had begun my research in this area long before our paths crossed. Albus, you are well aware that I can foresee the future. In fact, prior to that duel, I envisioned my own defeat. No one can alter a prophecy, save for the divine. Thus, I prepared in advance, discreetly relocating all experiments here. It is due to the side effects of certain experiments that my appearance has been preserved as it was, though this does not grant me immortality akin to Nicholas Flamel. Grindelwald clarified Dumbledore's earlier question, standing at the entrance of the underground laboratory, lightly snapping his fingers. The dim room was instantly illuminated. Dumbledore had anticipated a space filled with various alchemical implements, yet the room appeared quite sparse, aside from a translucent crystal bed in the center. The only other feature was a pile of long-abandoned alchemical remnants in the corner. This is where she was born. Grindelwald approached the center of the room, gently caressing the sturdy crystal bed, which bore intricate and ancient alchemical patterns etched into its surface. It was a large alchemical device specifically designed to stabilize Anna's soul. Her soul did not arise from nothing. I can sense the powerful and unique magic contained within it, which is why, in her early nights, she lay upon this bed to sleep, so as to barely stabilize the forces within her soul and prevent its complete collapse. Previously, this laboratory did not resemble its current state. When Anna was 5 years old, she triggered the most significant magical upheaval since her birth, an event that nearly ravaged this place, but since then, her soul has largely merged with the alchemical body I created. Chapter 67, The Unseen Future. What was the cause of the magical upheaval a few months ago? Dumbledore recalled the scene, astonished to discover that it was not the most severe occurrence. The last magical upheaval stemmed from her emotional instability. As long as she promptly consumes the soul stabilizer, there should be no substantial issues. In the coming years, her body and soul should not experience any repulsion towards one another. Albus, I brought you here to convey something. He turned to face Dumbledore, his tone gravely serious. Ever since Anna's birth, I have been unable to foresee any future visions. I can clearly sense that my abilities remain intact, and I can anticipate that within the next decade, a world-altering event will transpire, causing fate to deviate. A powerful force obscures all visions of the future. Grindelwald's words left Dumbledore momentarily dazed. Anna was already beginning to effect change in the world, yet Gellert asserted that the true turning point would occur years later. What could this mean? Are you implying that this world-altering event is deeply connected to her? Any prophecy that is spoken will inevitably come to pass. No force can alter it. If one becomes aware of it in advance and seeks to intervene, they may very well become the catalyst for the prophecy's realization. Albus, I merely hope that you will assist her before that moment arrives. You may not know this, but her veins also carry your blood. Grindelwald once again dropped a bombshell. This secret was unbeknownst even to Anna herself, who had always believed that her father had utilized a plethora of chaotic alchemical materials to create her body, capable of merging the bloodlines of two wizards, a fixation of extraordinary strength. How is that possible? Could it be the blood pact? Yet it has shattered. When exactly did you? During that incident in the barn, I secretly took a small sample while you slept, and I have preserved it ever since. Reflecting on the past, Grindelwald exhibited no embarrassment, only a hint of unease when confronted with Dumbledore's incredulous expression. You, how could you? One would have thought that the youthful bravado and love shared between them had withered amidst their opposition. Yet Grindelwald had clandestinely nurtured a seed, and successfully allowed it to bloom. Anna's existence heralded an unbroken chain of causality between the two, and upon their reunion, this delicate blossom, concealed within the passage of time, stood as the most compelling testament born from those 2 months of tumultuous passion, more unassailable than the original blood pact. Thus, her manner of addressing me was not erroneous in the least. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Given the circumstances, what more could he possibly articulate? After the soiree concluded, Anna changed out of her gown, and upon returning to the study, she found her father emerging from the wardrobe. He affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair, his gestures growing increasingly tender. What conversation had transpired between her father and old dad? Why did it seem that her father's gaze was imbued with even greater warmth than before? A bit bewildered, Anna refrained from dwelling on it. The hour was late, and the area was saturated with protective charms. She personally escorted her father to the manor's entrance, waving goodbye with a smile. Dumbledore disapparated from Grindelwald Manor, contemplating a visit to his old friend Nicholas Flamel the following day. With a genuine sense of familial attachment, Dumbledore felt an indescribable warmth blossom within his heart. In a few days it would be his daughter's birthday, and he intended to select a fitting gift for her. Post-celebration, Barclay swiftly returned to the Dawn Isles, where he served as the chief steward of various affairs, and could not afford to be absent for an extended period. He left some personnel with Eliza to bolster the strength of the British Sanctum branch. Recently, Miss Anna had officially confronted Voldemort, and in the time ahead, it was likely that the Dark Lord would mobilize his Death Eaters to earnestly investigate their backgrounds, inevitably leading to unavoidable conflicts. To shield his young mistress from harm during this impending confrontation, Barclay even contemplated dispatching a formidable Sanctum member to apply for a professorship at Hogwarts before the start of the next term, ensuring her absolute safety. Anna had no objections. After all, the defense against the dark arts professor changed every semester, and with the current need for someone to liaise with her father's Order of the Phoenix, the selection of candidates warranted careful consideration. After bidding farewell to Eileen and Regulus Prince, Anna and Snape returned to Hogwarts. Compared to the ever-looming threat of Death Eaters at Prince Manor and Grindelwald Manor, the school felt considerably safer. Both were diligent in their pursuits, adhering to their usual routines even during the holiday. With no classes, they typically spent their days in the library, and once Anna completed her necessary tasks, she would select books of interest from the shelves. Hogwarts appeared quite desolate during the holidays, and the library was no exception. The book-loving Madame Pants remained stationed behind the circulation desk, fully trusting in the maturity of Anna and Snape. Thus, even when they occasionally conversed within the library, she pretended not to hear them. "What has sparked your sudden interest in the history of world mythology?" Anna inquired, noticing Snape engrossed in a thick, ancient tome. "Just a pastime," he replied calmly, yet his gaze meticulously searched the text for deities associated with time, both past and future. "I assumed your interests lay solely in potions and dark magic. I obtained a signature from Professor Dumbledore. Are there any books you wish to peruse in the restricted section?" Anna waved her father's signature, which would grant her access to borrow from the restricted collection. It was there that Voldemort had discovered secrets of advanced dark magic, learning the methods of creating Horcruxes. "Are you seeking books on dark magic?" "Indeed, I wish to see if there are any records concerning Horcruxes. If one could trace a single Horcrux, it might lead to all others associated with it. Even if Voldemort were to fragment his soul again, locating them would be expedient. One must eradicate the root of the problem. This principle is universally acknowledged." Armed with the knowledge of Horcruxes from the original text, Anna was wary. Nagini still lingered in the forests of Albania, and Harry Potter's destiny had yet to unfold. Should her presence compel Voldemort to act hastily and inadvertently create another unknown Horcrux, it would lead to complications. Chapter 68, Sweetness. I have perused most of the books in the restricted section, and found no mention of Horcruxes. There is no need for you to expend effort on this. Dark magic has a way of corroding the mind. However, Snape did not believe that Anna's soul would succumb to darkness. He found it difficult to imagine that the girl before him harbored any extreme desires that could lead to wavering. She did not crave power, authority, wealth, or other emotions. These mundane aspirations seemed trivial to her. Perhaps she yearned for her favorite treats to be included in that evening's dessert. Very well. I shall seek out spells that can sense souls. Perhaps I can create a device to detect Horcruxes. She nodded, remembering that Snape, in his previous life, had been a professor at Hogwarts and naturally possessed the right to access the restricted section. He may have even researched dark magic capable of resurrecting the dead, and amused. If she could not find what she sought in Europe, she intended to explore the realm of ancient Chinese traditions, where practitioners had delved deeper into the study of souls, possibly unearthing more comprehensive knowledge. Resolved, she added this trip to her plans, intending to visit her previous homeland during an upcoming holiday when the opportunity arose. Christmas Eve soon arrived, and upon rising, Anna discovered an array of gifts adorning a corner of her dormitory. Most of the presents sent from outside the school had been teleported there by Hogwarts house elves, while others had been delivered by owls and subsequently placed in her dormitory by the elves. After freshening up, she packed all the beautifully wrapped gifts into her storage ring and stealthily made her way to the boys' dormitory, seeking out Snape's room and knocking on the door. School rules strictly prohibited boys from entering the girls' dormitory. Any violation would trigger defensive spells in the hall, resulting in point deductions or detention. However, girls were permitted to enter the boys' dormitory without consequence. A slightly disheveled Snape opened the door, perplexed to find Anna beaming at him. "Good morning, Severus. May I come in?" "You should be aware that this is the boys' dormitory," he replied, surprised by her actions, though he did not close the door. "I certainly know that. It poses no violation of school rules, and there is no one around to witness." Upon stepping inside, Anna was greeted by a faint aroma of bitter herbs. His room was impeccably tidy, with a bookshelf brimming with volumes in the corner, and various potion brewing tools scattered across his desk. "I trust you did not venture here merely to tour the boys' dormitory?" "That is one of my intentions, but more importantly I have this." She began to unveil the stack of gifts she had brought, piling them in his room. Since she was born on Christmas Eve, she received 2 gifts each year, one for her birthday and another for Christmas. The joy of double gifts was beyond what most could fathom, bringing Anna happiness that would linger for quite some time. As the multitude of gifts from around the world proved overwhelming, merely unwrapping them would consume the better part of the day, let alone registering their origins for future reciprocation. In the past, during these 2 days, she would invariably enlist Severus to assist her with this endeavor. This year was no exception. "Perhaps you should wait until I finish my breakfast before addressing these," Severus remarked, raising an eyebrow at the mountain of gift boxes piled within his quarters. "A house elf will be bringing breakfast shortly." It appeared that this year's gifts were considerably more numerous, and it was likely they would not be fully unwrapped by noon. "Dear Severus, do lend me a hand," she implored, her hands clasped together, her cerulean eyes sparkling with hope. "Just wait," he retorted, before excusing himself to tidy up in the solitary bathroom of the dormitory. Upon returning, he donned a serious expression and settled beside Anna, retrieving paper and a quill from his storage ring. "Let me see this one first. It's from Eliza. Yet another little dress? I rarely wear such things. Does she have an obsession with my attire? This one is from Noth, sent from the Dawn Islands. It contains some photographs of the island. Quite delightful. I had expected him to send me documents to handle," she replied, her excitement palpable. "Oh, here's Baltha's gift. Let me see, another alchemical item? However, this hairpin is rather charming. Perhaps I could wear it at the next Malfoy soiree. This one is also from Eliza. The previous package was labeled as a Christmas gift, so this must be a birthday present. Thank Merlin, it's not a dress or a little frock. Oh, so many snacks. There's even something from Riley, books on world history and a collection of novels. This is a snack package from Dana, filled with seeds, Merlin S. Beard. There's even white rabbit milk candy. Despite the many unsavory aspects of my past life, the flavors of home are indelibly etched in my memory, impossible to forget." As Anna gazed at the familiar labels on the candies, her eyes glistened with nostalgia. Severus, who was recording notes beside her, noticed the wistfulness on her face, and was reminded of the girl with dark hair and eyes whom he had encountered that night in a cramped room. Back then, he had been rendered speechless, merely an uninvited observer of her past memories, sitting quietly while she recounted various trivialities of her life. Aside from ice cream, the girl had a particular fondness for these milk candies, though she lamented her inability to indulge in them frequently due to health reasons. As she unwrapped the exterior packaging, revealing the pale, milky candies encased in a thin layer of glutinous rice paper, the sweet scent of milk wafted through the air. Anna's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears, her initial delight tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yet she ultimately restrained her emotions and, with swift precision, thrust the candy into Severus's mouth, a triumphant smile gracing her features. These are delicious, do give it a try. The layer of rice paper dissolved almost instantly, releasing a wave of sweet, milky flavor. Though it was undeniably a taste favored by children, Severus found himself reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement of her hopeful smile. Anna chose not to place the candy into her storage ring, but rather set it carefully beside her, the sweet aroma gradually enveloping them, dispelling the bitter scent of potions in the room. As they continued to unwrap gifts, the pile diminished, revealing an assortment of local delicacies from various countries and an array of books, both Muggle and wizarding, interspersed with a few intriguing alchemical tools. As noon approached, Anna finally reached the last few boxes. This one is from Lily. The box was exquisitely crafted, and upon opening it, she discovered a packet of handmade cookies. I had no idea Lily could bake. Severus, have you ever tasted her cookies? She waved the bag in front of him, amused by the grimace that crossed his face. Stop looking so sour. I suspect Lily's Christmas gift to you is also this, she teased, placing the cookies into the snack box before retrieving another gift. This is from Eileen, a potent antidote. Oh, and a bottle of Felix Felicis. The golden liquid in the crystal vial is quite a sight, resembling a piece of exquisite art. Severus's hand froze upon seeing the bottle of Felix Felicis from his mother. Anna, noticing his reaction, cautiously inquired, your Christmas gift for me isn't also this? Is it? Upon hearing her guess, he merely withdrew another vial from his storage ring and presented it to her. The potion he offered was clearer and of superior quality compared to Eileen's, and Anna accepted it carefully, feeling a mixture of gratitude and resignation. She recalled that last year, Severus had gifted her a vial of Veritaserum, while Eileen had given her a bottle of Amortentia. Did the Prince family ever consider gifting anything beyond potions? Thank you. I truly appreciate it. The ingredients for Felix Felicis were rare, and the brewing process intricate, taking 6 months to complete, indicating that Severus had begun preparing this gift half a year prior. Luckily, her own return gift was also precious, otherwise she would feel quite embarrassed. Having unwrapped the final boxes, they exited the dormitory, intending to head to the Great Hall for lunch. Suddenly, a silver phoenix Patronus swooped down from above, circling her twice before delivering a message in Dumbledore's voice. Dear Anna, could you come by my office shortly? The password is the same as last time. After conveying this message, the phoenix affectionately nuzzled her cheek before vanishing into the air. Perhaps I shall receive another gift. As they settled at the Slytherin table, Severus found himself puzzled by Dumbledore's demeanor towards Anna. She was the daughter of Grindelwald. Logically, there should exist an insurmountable rift between them. If Dumbledore sought to be cautious around Anna due to her lineage, their interactions hardly conveyed a sense of wariness. More baffling was the fact that just days prior, Anna had invited Dumbledore to the manor for a gathering, and he had entered with a confident air, further complicating their relationship. During the feast, Anna briefly excused herself with Dumbledore, claiming she was taking him to Nurmengard. All signs indicated that what the wizarding world once perceived as an adversarial relationship between them concealed untold truths. Anna had no qualms about revealing the nature of her father's relationship to Severus, but she would not disclose it unprompted, as it was a deeply buried secret not suited for casual conversation. After lunch, Severus headed to the library as usual, while Anna made her way to her father's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and as she entered and took a seat before him, he retrieved 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes from his drawer, placing them on the table. These are your Christmas and birthday gifts, Anna. Happy birthday, dear father, and Merry Christmas to you as well. May I open them now? The boxes before her were one a palm-sized square, and the other a rectangular shape, leaving Anna utterly curious about their contents. Of course, Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of nervousness crossing his expression. Anna first unwrapped the elongated gift box, revealing a resplendent phoenix feather that shimmered with golden hues. Instantly, she turned to the side and glanced at Fox, who was leisurely preening its plumage, its radiant tail feather still flourishing. Where then did this feather in her hand originate? Noticing Anna's puzzled expression, Dumbledore began to elucidate. This is a phoenix tail feather I chanced upon long ago. The phoenix possesses the remarkable ability to disregard the disapparition curse, and its golden tail feather carries a fraction of that power. When kept close, it can ward off the killing curse and bolster the courage of those with pure hearts. My dear Anna, my child, I hope it brings you light and hope in times of adversity. As a descendant of the Dumbledore lineage, Anna had the potential to summon a phoenix, though Dumbledore was uncertain if she, with a portion of his blood coursing through her veins, possessed this ability. Beyond the explanations already provided, he was eager to see if the profound essence of the phoenix could summon a unique immortal bird for her. More importantly, in light of Grindelwald's foreboding predictions, he wished for Anna to have additional safeguards to ensure her safety. Thank you, Father. In the West, the phoenix is often referred to as the immortal bird, its entire being a treasure of immense worth, particularly this golden tail feather, which is of comparable significance to the dragon's reverse scale. While the origins of the feather remained a mystery, its rarity and value were indisputable. Setting the feather aside, Anna opened another box. Inside lay a small crystal vial filled with a dark red liquid that, unlike blood, appeared surprisingly clear under the light's reflection. I heard from Gellert that your soul sometimes repels your body, creating instability. This potion was crafted by an old friend of mine. It can bestow formidable vitality and extend one's lifespan. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Dumbledore did not disclose that this elixir was an elixir of immortality created from the Philosopher's Stone. The modest quantity would only suffice to extend an ordinary wizard's life by less than 20 years. His primary intention was to have Anna experiment with it. If it indeed benefited her soul, Dumbledore would collaborate closely with Nicholas Flamel to conduct thorough research until every potential risk to Anna was eradicated. Chapter 70, The Gift Part 2. Holding the elixir of immortality and contemplating her father's words, Anna began to grasp his intentions. Regrettably, as she held the fabled potion, she felt a faint, intrinsic revulsion, though this sentiment was significantly milder than her previous encounters with Voldemort. The ultimate fate of all beings is inescapably death. Whether through the Philosopher's Stone or an elixir of immortality, their existence serves solely to postpone the arrival of death. Anna believed that if the dark red Philosopher's Stone were laid before her, her distaste would rival that which she felt for Voldemort. Nicholas Flamel had reached the pinnacle of alchemical studies, yet the realm of the divine remains an untouchable taboo, a reality forever beyond human reach. Her father sought to explore the alchemical body, yet he could not create a soul, resulting in the Death's Handmaiden traversing into this realm. Should Flamel employ this elixir derived from the Philosopher's Stone, would his ultimate fate lead him to the River of the Dead? Anna was uncertain. According to the original text, after Voldemort's failure to seize the Philosopher's Stone, it had been destroyed, and Flamel would gradually approach the end of his life, presumably in a state of tranquility. Father, I can sense that this potion is of no use to me. She shook her head and returned the vial to its box. You can sense it? Dumbledore felt a pang of disappointment, but more so, astonishment. Indeed, since Father has mentioned it, you must be aware that my soul is unique, capable of perceiving many things. It is, in essence, an intuition derived from the soul. The potion could indeed enhance vitality and prolong life, but it could not affect the soul, including hers. I apologize. Father, this gift is undoubtedly precious, yet it holds little value for me. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. She pushed the box containing the elixir of immortality back toward Dumbledore, her expression devoid of disappointment, radiating a serene composure. In the face of the allure of immortality, few could so calmly refuse it. And Dumbledore was once again struck by Anna's formidable inner strength. It is of no consequence, dear Anna. This was meant to be your gift, and you need not return it. You may dispose of this potion as you see fit. I trust it will serve you in other ways. Dumbledore implied that she could exchange the legendary elixir for some benefit. Yet it was, after all, the first gift her father had bestowed upon her. And how could she bear to trade it for mere profit? Anna nodded, placing the two gifts into her storage ring, intending to refrain from using them for the time being. Subsequently, she retrieved two gifts of her own, and placed them before her father. Merry Christmas, Father. These are my gifts for you. To Dumbledore's surprise, Anna had prepared two gift boxes. Upon opening one, he discovered 3 pairs of thick woolen socks. Each pair differed in color, but the fabric was extraordinarily soft and thick, clearly designed for warmth. These socks were also enchanted with a warming charm, ensuring that even while traversing icy terrain, the biting cold would not penetrate within. Tears glistened in Dumbledore's eyes as he caressed the socks within the box. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at his eyes before solemnly stowing them away. Oh, thank you, my dear. Each year, I hope someone might gift me a pair of woolen socks, yet they always assume I prefer books, so my Christmas gifts are invariably tomes. It seems my feet shall remain warm this winter. By the way, what is this? He picked up the other gift box, which was quite weighty. Upon opening it, he found a mirror capable of standing on a table. This is a two-way mirror that connects to the one in your father's possession in Nurmengard. Father, it must be so lonely for him to be there alone. Perhaps you could share more conversations when time permits. Anna continued, moreover, I genuinely cherish the 2 gifts you have given me. I hope you have a delightful Christmas. Now I must take my leave. As Dumbledore unveiled the two-way mirror, Anna had already risen from her seat, hastily uttering her farewells, anxious that he might return the mirror to her, and swiftly departed from the headmaster's office. A two-way mirror that connects to Gellert's side? The old headmaster never anticipated that Anna would present him with such a gift for Christmas. The elderly man, alone in his office, stroked the smooth surface of the mirror, momentarily uncertain whether to use it. Anna remained unaware of Dumbledore's internal conflict. She quickly made her way to the library, retrieved a book she had not finished reading the previous day, and then found her way to Severus's location. Sitting across from him. "By the way, this is your Christmas gift." From her storage ring, Anna produced a gift box and placed it before him. Severus's birthday fell on January 9th, but the birthday gift she had prepared for him would not arrive for several more days. This Christmas gift was one she had begun preparing nearly 6 months prior. Severus Snape unwrapped the gift box, revealing a pristine volume titled Compendium of Chinese Herbal Medicine. Upon flipping through its pages, he discovered that the text was presented in both Chinese and English translations, seemingly not printed but rather handwritten. With elegant and robust calligraphy akin to the books he had previously encountered, the contents mostly comprised herbs unfamiliar to him, and even the few he recognized were accompanied by annotations regarding their names and effects that deviated from his own understanding. "What is this?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "It's a book on herbs. Over the past few years, various cultivation families from China have sent a plethora of materials on the subject, which I have meticulously compiled." Anna responded. Due to the differing climates and growing conditions, the categories of herbs in China and Europe are quite distinct. I thought you might be able to utilize some of the herbs from there to research new potions. If you have any ideas, I can have Dana procure them and send them over. Anna spoke lightly, yet Snape found the hefty handwritten tome in his hands to be exceedingly weighty. Every translation within was remarkably accurate. However, given that few practitioners from the Chinese cultivation families were proficient in English, and vice versa, this information could only be organized and translated by someone fluent in both languages and well-versed in the herbs. Snape was acutely aware that the only person capable of accomplishing this task was the young woman before him. In his past life he had been a master of potion making, having perused every conceivable book on herbs and potions, both common and rare. For the past 2 years, he had been in search of new potion formulas, yearning for a breakthrough, yet had found no leads. Now a fresh direction had been patiently and meticulously laid before him, akin to a new dawn illuminating his path. "Merry Christmas, Severus," she said, sitting across from him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 71. The Christmas feast the following day marked Christmas Day, and with most of the Hogwarts students having returned home, the professors and those remaining students gathered at a single long table for the Christmas feast. Anna took her seat beside her father, while Snape occupied the space on her other side. The house elves had prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Anna's eyes were immediately drawn to several prominently displayed roasted turkeys, along with an array of desserts and dishes. "Happy Christmas!" Everyone toasted, the students raising their glasses filled with pumpkin juice and chilled honey water, while the professors sipped on mead and butterbeer. Anna was eager to taste the renowned butterbeer from the original texts, yet she suspected her father would not permit it, likely leaving her to wait until her 3rd year, when she could venture to Hogsmeade. "Is it really impossible?" Anna asked, pointing at the butterbeer on the table, her gaze toward her father brimming with longing, her cerulean eyes as innocent as a fawn. In the past, this strategy had often swayed Dumbledore, but today he gently yet firmly declined her request, placing a turkey leg on her plate. The aromatic, succulent turkey leg was significantly larger than an ordinary chicken leg, and though Anna was already full after finishing it, she insisted on having a serving of fruit ice cream. This dessert had never graced previous Christmas feasts, but since Anna adored it, the house elves had specially made it for her. The great hall's ceiling had been enchanted, allowing pristine snowflakes to cascade gently from above, vanishing before they reached the ground. The flickering candlelight illuminated the long table, creating a vibrant atmosphere as professors and students engaged in merry conversation. In the spirit of the grand holiday, the students felt less restrained, laughing and joking freely, while professors delighted them with small magical displays, enhancing the festive ambience. With one hand gripping a metal spoon, Anna slowly scooped at her ice cream, her other hand propping up her head as her gaze wandered over the gathering. Though she could not indulge in butterbeer, she felt a pleasant intoxication from the joyous atmosphere. "How wonderful it would be if everyone could live so carefree every day," she murmured softly, her words catching the attention of those nearby. Snape paused with his knife and fork, while Dumbledore turned to look at her. A delicate blush spread across Anna's cheeks, clearly influenced by the vibrant surroundings. Her eyes appeared slightly glazed, as if intoxicated or perhaps drowsy, lending her an undeniable charm. Unbeknownst to her, Snape was observing her, and she simply reveled in the delightful environment, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted, instilling a sense of unexplainable comfort. She seemed to recall something, withdrawing her wand and striving to recapture the immersive sensation from earlier, softly reciting the incantation. Expecto Patronum. To Dumbledore's astonishment, a wispy silver glow emanated from the tip of her wand, as if attempting to coalesce into form. However, Anna remained in a state of enchantment, her focus wavering, causing the light to dissipate in the air. Frowning at the vanishing silver specks, she reluctantly lowered her wand. Clearly, this incantation proved somewhat challenging for her at present. A Patronus is formed from one's most joyous memory, typically taking the shape of an animal, with Dumbledore's phoenix being a notable exception. She had attempted this spell long ago but had never succeeded. Anna understood this was due to her lack of particularly joyful memories. The progression and outcomes of many events were largely within her grasp, leaving little room for surprise. While possessing a strong desire to protect those dear to her could also summon a Patronus, she found herself unable to do so, despite her determination. Perhaps her resolve was not yet strong enough? Anna pondered this silently, soon casting the thought aside to concentrate on her ice cream. Dumbledore felt a surge of pride at seeing his daughter capable of performing the Patronus charm, his heart swelling with joy. After the feast, Anna and Snape exited the Great Hall, the recent snowfall blanketing the historic castle in a thick layer of white. As they stood in the snow, the winter night's chill invigorated Anna, dispelling the lingering hints of intoxication from the festive atmosphere. "Would you like to build a snowman, Severus?" She turned to him and asked. "If you wish to engage in this somewhat childish endeavor, please refrain from specifically asking me." Snape raised an eyebrow, bemused. Anna often posed such questions whenever she wished to undertake something, though he could not discern if this was merely her mischievous nature. "Very well, let me rephrase. Let us build a snowman, Severus." At that moment, Dumbledore and the other professors and students emerged from the hall. They beheld the silver-haired girl cautiously stepping into the snow, gracefully waving her wand. The falling snowflakes, guided by her magic, began to alter their descent, swirling and gathering together. She resembled a conductor leading an orchestra, her wand serving as a baton, while the snowflakes danced in a joyous, beautiful melody beneath the night sky at Hogwarts. Dumbledore recognized Anna's magical gestures, and upon reflection, he realized that her manner of guiding the flow of magic was strikingly reminiscent of Grindelwald. Merely standing there, she effortlessly captivated everyone around her, exuding an air of serene confidence. Snowflakes coalesced into two spheres, one large and one small. Anna deftly manipulated these snowballs to form the upper and lower halves of a snowman, while conjuring twigs from pebbles on the ground to serve as arms. Two glossy black beads were embedded as eyes upon its face. After glancing at her creation from various angles, the girl found herself somewhat dissatisfied with its appearance. She retrieved a candy from her storage ring, and, with another wave of transfiguration, transformed it into a vibrant orange carrot to place at the snowman's nose. Next, she produced a dark green scarf and adorned the snowman with it using a levitation charm. At last, this nearly 2-meter-tall snowman was officially completed. "Ah, now that feels just right," the girl remarked, her satisfaction evident as she admired her masterpiece. The professors, impressed by Anna's ability to conjure such a whimsical snowman as a first-year student with her versatile magic, could not help but commend her. The snowman stood at the entrance of the Great Hall for quite some time, until Dumbledore discreetly cast a spell upon it, causing it to gradually melt away only after the arrival of spring. Chapter 72, The Headband. On January 9th, which marked Snape's birthday, the students were still basking in the final moments of their Christmas holiday. Early that morning, Anna stealthily slipped into the kitchens of Hogwarts, clutching a book titled How to Make Delicious Cakes, which she had previously purchased from a muggle shop. Throughout her past and present lives, Anna had never ventured into the intricate realm of cooking, let alone cake-making, especially considering the culinary prowess of the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchens, and those at Grindelwald's estate. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt compelled to give it a try and had even procured a cookbook for this purpose. "Oh, Miss Grindelwald, if you wouldn't mind. Perhaps we could handle this," the house elves cautiously suggested, eyeing the lump of blackened cake before her, resembling coal. Frowning in exasperation, the girl could not fathom how her meticulous adherence to the book's instructions had resulted in such a dismal failure. Lacking an oven in the Hogwarts kitchen, she had to resort to the fire-making spell, and she suspected that was where the problem lay. Otherwise, she was certain she would have succeeded. Perhaps next time, she should visit Flourish and Blotts to select a cookbook specifically for wizards. With no other recourse, Anna entrusted the task to the house elves, merely garnishing the cake with some fruit to partake in the process. After placing the completed birthday cake into a specially crafted gift box and storing it in her ring, she concluded her preparations. As she exited the kitchen, the clock struck 8 in the morning. In the Great Hall, Snape raised an eyebrow at Anna's tardy arrival. Typically, she rose early, and he would often spot her at the long table during breakfast. Today, however, was an anomaly. "Severus, happy birthday!" she exclaimed as she hurriedly took her seat, effectively silencing his inquiries. Reflecting on her birthday a few days prior, he realized he had not offered her even a single birthday wish, although she seemed indifferent to such trivialities, often extending gestures of kindness to those around her. "By the way, your birthday gift is on its way. It should arrive at Hogwarts this afternoon," she added during breakfast. Snape replied softly. Ever since the unpleasantness with Lily in his past life, he had not received a single birthday greeting, let alone a gift. Yet since his rebirth, Anna had remembered this occasion each year. In fact, she made it a point to select gifts or cards for most of her close friends and significant acquaintances during their birthdays or important celebrations. Aside from the morning's birthday wish, the day unfolded rather ordinarily, with the two of them spending time in the library. Snape had finished reading the tome on world mythology, but still found no leads on what he sought. Was he perhaps searching in the wrong direction? He returned the book to its shelf, recalling the Chinese phrases Anna had mentioned that night, and planned to shift his focus. When ordering herbs from Asia, he would also request a book on the mythology of China. However, he could not read Chinese, which posed a challenge. "Severus, what are you pondering so deeply?" Anna inquired, having returned to her seat with a different book. Snapped from his reverie by her gesture, he responded, "Nothing. Why do you ask?" "Oh, I've prepared a birthday cake for you. Let us have dinner in the dormitory tonight." "There's no need for such fuss." "How can this be considered fuss?" "It's settled then. I'll come to your room tonight." With that, Anna closed her book and left the library before he could protest. Lily's gift had arrived. As Anna had surmised during Christmas, a packet of handmade cookies. His birthday gift was a brand new cauldron. Eileen's present consisted of intriguing potion recipes she had developed at the Potion Technology Research Center, while a package from his great-grandfather contained some rather precious potion ingredients. Indeed, this life bore many differences from the previous one. Upon returning to the common room, Anna emerged from the girls' dormitory and, familiar with the boys' quarters, quickly tidied up the cluttered table of potion materials, clearing a space before placing the cake from her storage ring atop it. "Severus, make a birthday wish," she urged, as she lit the candles atop the cake with her wand. The flickering light illuminated a corner of the room, and the sweet aroma of the cake soon filled the air. "Childish," Snape muttered, not bothering to make a wish as he extinguished the candles, and they settled down to share the cake. "This morning, I intended to try making a cake, but alas, it was a failure. Perhaps I should learn some culinary magic," she mused. "Lily can bake cookies, perhaps she can whip up cakes as well. Next holiday, I must try making one with her. While this cake was made by the house elves, I did arrange the fruit, so I was somewhat involved in the creation," she chattered on, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a familiar scene. The cake was small, just right for the two of them to finish. After tidying the table once more, Anna produced a small gift box and pressed it into his hands. "Quick, open it, and see if it suits you." Snape unwrapped the petite box to discover a headband adorned in dark green and silver white. The silvery green headband measured approximately half a meter in length, and was about an inch wide, crafted from an unknown fabric that felt cool and comfortable to the touch. Of exquisite quality. Strangely, merely holding the headband enhanced his magical control, almost akin to the effects of a Felix Felici's potion. When Snape inquired about its secret, Anna smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge any details. "Let me put it on you. Then you can experience it for yourself." Noting that Snape was merely examining the headband, Anna could no longer contain her anticipation. She took the headband from him, retrieved a mirror from her storage ring, placed it on the table, and stood behind him. Snape intended to stop her, yet her fingers had already begun to weave through his hair, the warmth of her fingertips gliding over his dark locks, the gentle caresses causing a tingling sensation on his scalp that rendered him momentarily motionless in his chair. Chapter 73. The Dawn Islands. In the mirror, Anna's expression was earnest, her movements meticulous. She did not gather all of Snape's hair, but left a small portion at the back. The silvery green headband coiled gracefully around his somewhat lengthy black hair, revealing the cheeks that were often obscured by those strands in the mirror. In this incarnation, he was not as emaciated and morose as before. His round face could be described as endearing, although his hair had grown a tad too long, and he had no inclination to groom it, allowing it to cascade freely. The headband was not tightly bound, and amidst the smooth black locks, the two streaks of silvery green added a touch of vibrant color, transforming the previously disheveled hairstyle into a refreshingly neat appearance. The boy's brow remained furrowed, yet the gloom on his face dissipated considerably. Indeed, it suited him remarkably well. Compared to before, the figure reflected in the mirror appeared utterly rejuvenated. Anna gazed at her handiwork, nodding in satisfaction with a smile. You ought to take better care of yourself. I assure you, this look will be far more appealing to the ladies. At present, you are not at all inferior to that narcissist, James Potter. She patted Severus's shoulders, which had grown rigid, before stowing the mirror back into her storage ring. Well then. I've had my cake, and I've given you your gift. Severus, would you like to hear me sing a birthday song? No need, he replied dryly from his seat. Then I shall take my leave. Happy birthday. Anna bid him farewell, and exited the boys' dormitory. It was only when she settled on the sofa in front of the common room fireplace that she belatedly realized she had not informed him of the specific effects of the headband. In truth, this was a magical artifact she had specially commissioned from a practitioner of a mystical family. Unlike alchemy, the enchantments of the East were more effective in influencing one's mental state. Thus the headband possessed the ability to enhance concentration and tranquility. Whether in daily life or in brewing potions, it would facilitate a smoother mastery over one's magical energies. Moreover, as long as the headband did not incur significant damage, its effects would be nearly permanent. This headband was of comparable value to the necklace she had previously given Lily, which could ward off curses. A reason she preferred not to elaborate further. Of course, these matters were not of primary concern. Most pressing for Anna was the slight acceleration of her heartbeat, which rendered her both amused and perplexed. She acknowledged that her behavior earlier, in testing the headband's effects, had been overly eager and somewhat intimate. Severus's new appearance was indeed quite handsome, yet it hardly warranted such a fluster. Was she truly someone who was captivated by looks? If that were the case, the reflection of herself in the mirror would suffice. It was not mere vanity, her face in her former life had also been quite pleasing, though it bore the pallor of one who had suffered greatly from illness throughout her youth. After a spell of wandering thoughts, Anna adjusted her mindset and returned to her own room from the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, Severus sat motionless in his chair for a considerable time, gradually regaining his composure. He reached up to touch the headband at the back of his head, conceding that Anna's hairstyling skills were indeed commendable. There was no entanglement between the headband and his hair, and even when removed, it came away smoothly without any sense of resistance. Gazing at the headband in his hands, Severus felt a tumult of emotions. He was unaccustomed to such closeness from others. Perhaps it was the visage of his youth that had led her to forget his true essence, prompting such affectionate gestures. Yet, he did not harbor any aversion to her actions. They had known each other for several years, and both were aware of each other's deepest secrets, which undoubtedly alleviated much of the distance between them. He rested his hand on his wand, his brow knitted in contemplation, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. The holiday soon passed, and the students returned to campus. However, just as classes resumed, Anna received a letter that compelled her to hastily request a 2-day leave from her father, and that afternoon, she exited Hogwarts through the cupboard in the headmaster's office. Severus, has something happened at Anna's home? Given the abruptness of her departure, Anna had rushed off without a thorough explanation, leaving Lily, who was unaware of the circumstances, quite worried. There is nothing to fret about, Lily. She often travels abroad to address various matters, and will return shortly. Severus was well aware of the reason for her sudden departure, as Anna had handed him the letter right after reading it. The research concerning the small alchemical teleportation array on Dawn Island had entered its final experimental phase, and she needed to witness its effects firsthand. This matter was crucial to the success of the official opening of Dawn Island to the outside world, and as the current steward of the sanctum, she had to meticulously oversee every critical detail, leaving no room for error. At that moment, Anna returned to Grindelwald Manor, gathered some belongings, and then transitioned to another fireplace in the living room. Before the flue powder ignited, she called out, "Dawn Island." The rising flames engulfed her entire body, and she glimpsed numerous scenes before various fireplaces, the ever-shifting scenery inducing a sense of vertigo. Yet the journey concluded swiftly, and she found herself in a room filled with fireplaces. Dawn Island, located in the Atlantic, was relatively close to European territories. Several years prior, numerous protective and concealment charms had been established here. Whether it was fishing vessels at sea or radar-equipped planes soaring overhead, they instinctively navigated around this area, and no technological means could penetrate its veil. Even from outer space, this region remained shrouded in clouds and mist, rendering the full expanse of the island invisible. Dawn Island was composed of 3 large islands and 6 smaller ones, with some of the minuscule islands serving merely as bases for herb or magical creature cultivation. Among the 3 major islands, one had been developed with numerous high-rise buildings, its overall style reminiscent of modern urban commercial centers. although surrounded by structures resembling office buildings. None exceeded 10 stories. From an aerial perspective, one could discern that the island was distinctly divided into two major zones: the nearly completed Dawn Magical Commercial District project and the Magical Technology Commercial District project. However, Anna's destination was not here, but rather one of the 6 smaller islands, which housed research centers for alchemical technology and spell modification. Should the small alchemical teleportation array research mentioned in the letter prove successful, both core projects could immediately commence with merchant occupancy. Chapter 74. The Teleportation Scroll. Miss, you've arrived. North had been waiting in the room. Although Anna occasionally visited to check on various projects over the past few years, the magical and technological traps on the island were subject to periodic changes. If one did not reside there long-term, it was prudent to have someone guide them upon their next entry to avoid triggering any traps inadvertently. Have experiments commenced? Anna inquired as she walked alongside North, seeking information regarding the small alchemical teleportation array. Indeed, 3 days ago, we successfully created the scroll carrier for the teleportation array. In the intervening days, we have conducted 332 experiments, tearing the scrolls at various locations across all 7 continents and 5 oceans. Aside from a few locations with peculiar magnetic fields where the experiments failed to activate the teleportation, the remainder were successful, regardless of whether they are wizards or muggles. As long as they tear open the scroll inscribed with the alchemical teleportation array and remain within a 3-meter diameter, they can be accurately transported to Dawn Island. However, there are some discrepancies in the landing positions that require further adjustments. As Noth spoke, the two of them arrived at the research center, an expansive edifice that, despite its vast grounds, only rose to 2 stories. Due to the frequent experimental explosions that occurred within, subsequent renovations had taken a minimalist approach. Even though magical restoration was possible, the effort and magical energy required to repair the building were deemed excessive, leading to a simpler design. The research center boasted 4 entrances, the most prominent being the grand main door, which was fortified with stringent security measures. Along the approach, various magical traps were laid out, and patrolling wizard squads roamed the vicinity, complemented by a barrier akin to the curse-breaking waterfall of Gringotts. However, rather than a waterfall, it was more aptly described as a curtain of water. Visitors were required to pass through this water veil, which cleansed them of all magical traces before granting entry. The veil was imbued with potions developed by the Potion Technology Research Center, capable not only of erasing magical disguises, but also of detecting whether the visitor had recently employed any of the 3 unforgivable curses, or similar malevolent spells. Should the water curtain detect any threatening entities, all entrances to the research center would be immediately sealed until the patrol teams arrived to assess the situation. Naturally, those who resided on the island long-term were exempt from such rigorous checks, as they bore unique magical marks that seldom triggered any alarms. Having successfully navigated all security measures, the duo entered the innermost laboratory, where numerous researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in their tasks. Among them, half bore European features while the other half exhibited Asian characteristics. Thanks to the communication potion developed in collaboration with the ancient cultivation families of China, effective verbal exchange was facilitated, eliminating any potential for miscommunication due to language barriers. "Mrs. Here," someone remarked upon noticing Anna and Noth's entrance, prompting all present to turn their attention towards them. Anna's gaze was immediately drawn to a neatly arranged stack of scrolls on a table, and with keen interest she approached. As long as the scrolls were not torn, their stability remained intact, posing no risk of mishap. She picked up one of the scrolls, slowly unfurling it. The size of the scroll was comparable to that of an A4 sheet from her previous life, boasting an exceptionally smooth texture akin to fine silk. The surface shimmered with ethereal colors reminiscent of wisps of smoke, while the alchemical teleportation array etched in the center utilized a specially formulated golden powder similar to that used in flue powder, exuding an air of mystery. "I've heard that the experiments have been remarkably successful," she inquired of the researchers who had gathered around her. "Indeed, Miss Anna. Provided that there are no disturbances from the surrounding environment, the success rate of these teleportation scrolls is a perfect 100%, replied a cheerful elder from China, his excitement and pride palpable at the emergence of this innovative alchemical product. "Could you elaborate on the specific environmental factors that pose challenges?" she asked. "Certainly. Our team has explored locations such as Chernobyl, known for its nuclear reactors, as well as the Bermuda Triangle, where various magnetic anomalies occur due to natural or human causes. We also set up areas with anti-apparition charms, and in all these instances, teleportation proved unsuccessful. However, in ordinary regions there were no issues. The intended destination for the teleportation is the Dawn Isles, although it is not fixed. At times, it may land on other islands, and on several occasions, it has even descended into the sea. Even with significant deviations, it remains within proximity to the archipelago. What is the maximum load that this teleportation scroll can carry? Can it transport others as well? We have conducted experiments in this regard. The scroll can accommodate objects not exceeding 3 cubic meters, regardless of weight. However, it can only be used by the individual invoking the teleportation, and cannot carry other individuals, even if packed with bags or boxes enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. The alchemical array on the scroll would detect any living entities within, resulting in teleportation failure. The teleportation capability of the alchemical array is currently limited. Thus, it cannot transport living beings. We are working diligently to improve this aspect. While storage rings can hold living creatures, they are exceedingly rare, and thus not a viable reference. I understand, Anna nodded, recognizing that the alchemical teleportation scroll was in its nascent stages. It seemed only a matter of time before these shortcomings were rectified. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Mo. She smiled at the elderly gentleman beside her, who belonged to a branch of the Mo family, one of the long-standing cultivation families, primarily focused on the study of autonomous mechanisms and puppet arts. Their contributions had significantly expedited the success of this experiment. Not at all. Were it not for your efforts in gathering us old relics, on the verge of losing our heritage, and providing us with new opportunities to showcase our skills and continue our legacy, these practices might have been lost to us in a decade. Elder Mo remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Magic requires innate talent. Those devoid of it are mere muggles. Similarly, the cultivation system demands enlightenment, along with a solid foundation, the ability to endure solitude, and a detachment from worldly distractions to delve deeply into the path. Compared to wizards, the cultivation system faces greater challenges in attracting adept disciples. Furthermore, given the present instability in China, many lineages have been severed following the turmoil of war, with several branches scattered abroad, while the main lineage remains distant from the world, making integration with the rapidly evolving China of today exceedingly difficult, resulting in the current predicament. Moreover, you have agreed to our other terms. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, Elder Mo added, as if recalling something, with a jovial smile. Anna nodded, contemplating the scroll in her hand, her gaze lowering slightly. A journey to China may perhaps be arranged by summer vacation. Chapter 75. The Quartet Sirius. Are you saying she appeared at the Malfoy family's soiree? In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, James Potter sat on his bed, listening intently as Sirius recounted the events of that day. Indeed, she even exchanged a few words with that Dark Lord, although I was a bit too far to hear them clearly. Judging by the expressions of the Death Eaters, however, it was certainly not a pleasant conversation. Sirius nodded. The tension in the Malfoy Manor-s hall was palpable, with guests too intimidated to move, and he had been firmly held back by his younger brother, preventing him from eavesdropping on Anna and Voldemort's dialogue. If I had known something so exhilarating was happening, I would have insisted my parents take me along, James lamented. As a member of the ancient Potter family, he had indeed received an invitation to the soiree, but his parents had refrained from associating with Voldemort, and had minimal interactions with the Malfoy and Black families, maintaining a respectful distance. What do you think her relationship with Grindelwald is? James pondered aloud. Unclear. There are rumors circulating that she is his granddaughter. Yet it's odd. Grindelwald never produced any known offspring, came the reply. However, it seems that Professor Dumbledore holds her in high regard. After all, he defeated Grindelwald. One would assume there would be animosity between them. That's likely a matter of the past. At least Miss Grindelwald is still a student at Hogwarts, another chimed in. Compared to the lingering threat of Grindelwald in Nurmengard, the more pressing concern should be that Dark Lord. In the dormitory, the four boys animatedly discussed Anna's audacious actions, admiring her bravery to confront Voldemort directly. Such a bold character among their peers was regarded as immensely cool. By the way, I followed her when she left Malfoy Manor, and saw a multitude of wizards waiting outside to greet her, Sirius added. Really? Could they be the saints? Indeed. They are saints, but not of the original generation that followed Grindelwald. Upon returning, I clandestinely eavesdropped on a conversation between my parents outside the study. They mentioned that the foremost among those individuals is the current head of the Nagel family, whose father was once one of Grindelwald's most steadfast followers. How fascinating. The remaining few expressed their astonishment, for the clash of such formidable powers invariably ignites a yearning for the adult world among children. Naturally, excessively malevolent organizations, such as the Death Eaters, evoke their disdain. What, I wonder, brings these saints to England? After hearing the revelations from Sirius, Lupin furrowed his brow. The Slytherin house has now split into two factions, one of which is led by a student within the school, a fact that unsettles him, especially as he harbors a furry little secret. I am uncertain. It appears they are at odds with the Death Eaters. Perhaps they have come to protect that Miss Grindelwald. James Potter rationally analyzed the situation and suddenly recalled something, continuing, Isn't there someone who often stays by her side? The brooding student, I believe his name is Snape. I've heard he knew Miss Grindelwald before enrolling. Perhaps he is a descendant of the saints. Snape has kept a low profile since his admission, while Anna's brilliance has drawn all attention, causing others to subconsciously overlook those around her. Even Lily, who is beside Anna, possesses a far stronger presence than he. This is also related to his reluctance to engage excessively with others. However, in light of Anna's absence due to her leave to the Dawn Islands, the duo of Snape and Lily suddenly caught James Potter's attention. The surname Snape does not exist among wizarding families. He is a half-blood, which means the saintly lineage likely belongs to his mother. Sirius stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting that only the headmaster and professors are privy to the students' backgrounds. If his mother is a witch, it would be even more challenging to uncover the origins of such a half-blood student. Some wizarding families forbid their offspring from marrying a muggle, with severe consequences that could lead to their names being erased from the family tree, complicating any inquiries further. There's no need for such elaborate measures. I could merely don my invisibility cloak and sneak up to him to eavesdrop, James Potter stated confidently. But he was quickly disheartened by Lupin's subsequent remark. Have you forgotten the incident in that corridor, when Miss Grindelwald saw through your invisibility cloak? Reflecting on their unforgettable experience from months prior, the four fell into silence. Yet even if she possesses the ability to detect my cloak, it does not imply that the one named Snape can see through it. He retorted stubbornly. They might have some special means. It would be wise to exercise caution. Let us do this. They often study in the library, so if we follow them under the pretense of studying, we are bound to overhear something. Lupin pondered and proposed a highly plausible plan. But what about our usual secret passage explorations? James Potter inquired. Their typical pursuits consist of bending school rules and seeking loopholes. Alongside exploring the extensive hidden passages of Hogwarts Castle, we can conduct our passage explorations during night excursions. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets surrounding that Miss Grindelwald? Sirius baited, enticing the other three. Having grown up in the oppressive black family, he was captivated by the uniqueness of his peer. She lived with abandon, utterly indifferent to others' opinions, daring to trample the glory of pureblood families, and remaining unflinching in the face of the most dangerous dark wizards. She resembled an iceberg floating upon the sea, and he yearned to discover whether there lay astonishing secrets beneath its surface. Very well, let us adhere to Lupin's plan. We shall go to the library tomorrow and sit beside Lily. James Potter nodded, recalling that the last time he accompanied Lily to the Slytherin table, coupled with the fact that their quartet's antics had been overshadowed by the more conspicuous Anna, Lily had yet to develop any aversion towards them. In contrast to Anna, she perceived their various mischievous acts as rather childish. Chapter 76. The Bet. When Anna returned to Hogwarts from the Dawn Islands, and observed the four additional heads beside her, she found herself perplexed by the situation. What was the meaning of these persistent, shadowing children? In class, the quartet sat in a surrounding formation next to them. During meals, they sometimes accompanied Lily to the Slytherin table, and while doing homework in the library, they clung to the trio like gum on a shoe. If it were merely a desire to study together, that would be one thing, but these individuals stubbornly refused to focus on their books, frequently casting glances in their direction. Had Anna not timely restrained Snape's hand from reaching for his wand, each of them might have faced a swift curse. What on earth is going on with them? Anna leaned closer to Lily, whispering, I'm not sure. Ever since you returned from your leave, they seem to be in this state. Lily replied, equally puzzled. When she had approached to inquire, the four had dismissed her, claiming it was all mere coincidence. Yet, as they whispered, James Potter and Sirius immediately turned their gazes toward them, subtly leaning in to catch snippets of their conversation. If this is indeed coincidence and amused, then perhaps it is time for her to clean her eyes. I'm not blind. Their current behavior is rather brazen, she muttered, shaking her head internally. It is utterly baffling how children think these days. If they wished to eavesdrop, wouldn't James Potter's invisibility cloak serve as the perfect tool? She had not exposed them even during the last incident. Noticing that Anna and Lily had ceased their conversation, James Potter and his friends resumed their previous fade of nonchalance, feigning a discussion about their paper assignments. Were it not for the blank parchment before them, one might truly believe they were there to study earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Anna observed that Sirius was casting the most glances their way. Recalling their encounter at Malfoy Manor, she began to form a hypothesis. Anna closed her book, shifted her position, and sat beside the quartet. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin. And this gentleman. Over the past 2 days, I have noticed your behavior has been somewhat unusual. If there is something you wish to inquire about, I would be more than willing to provide you with a definitive answer, thus sparing you 4 gentlemen from appearing as though you are stalking others, which could lead to misunderstandings. What do you think? Anna spoke with a gentle tone, yet her characterization of the 4 was far from friendly. No. We are not following you. You are mistaken. James Potter vehemently protested. Oh. Then what brings you to the library at this moment? Please do not tell me it is for the purpose of completing assignments, as you 4 have been seated here for an hour, and your parchment remains entirely blank. Anna pointedly gestured at the empty parchment before them, cutting off any avenue for their explanations. We are merely discussing. James Potter stammered, at a loss for words, his gaze pleadingly darting towards his companions. Sirius returned his glance, signaling his inability to assist. Lupin bowed his head, and began to write the first line of the assignment on his parchment. The diminutive star, Peter, utilized his stature to nearly conceal himself beneath the table. Gentlemen, he addressed the 4 young men, if you seek to uncover secrets regarding me or the saints, I may be willing to share. Our dear Miss Anna Grindelwald, when engaging in conversation with certain cunning old foxes, displays a remarkable artistry in language, twisting her words through 99 convolutions without weariness. Yet at times she relishes in speaking plainly, as she does now. What did you say? Sirius's voice brimmed with astonishment, his slightly elevated tone drawing the attention of Mrs. Pants nearby. Remus abruptly tugged at him, cautioning him to temper his excitement lest they be ejected from the library. What I have said shall not be repeated, though there are conditions. If you can surpass my scores in any forthcoming class assessments, including both minor quizzes and major examinations assigned by the professors, I shall answer your inquiries truthfully, provided they do not delve into excessively taboo topics. Are you serious? So long as any one of us exceeds your score in any subject, you'll respond to our questions? Sirius reiterated the stipulation, receiving a confident nod in response. Indeed. Any one of you achieving this condition in any subject will suffice. I trust this wager does not require an unbreakable vow. Very well, you have my word. Upon hearing Anna's seemingly casual words, James Potter readily acquiesced without hesitation, while the others, though wary of potential traps in her language, recognized the leniency of the terms. Severus Snape, who had been observing, furrowed his brow at Anna's declaration. This maneuver undoubtedly deepened the bond between her and Potter's group, while he was certain that, despite their best efforts, they could at most match her scores in 1 or 2 subjects. It puzzled him why Anna would willingly entangle herself with them. As they walked back to the Slytherin dormitory, Severus posed this question to her. She sighed softly, pausing in the corridor. This passage was somewhat secluded, rarely traversed by students. Leaning against a nearby pillar, she spoke earnestly. Headmaster Dumbledore has recruited many into the Order of the Phoenix. Yet not all are suitable to serve as a bridge between the saints and the Order. I require individuals who are well acquainted with the saints and who may be courted by Dumbledore to facilitate communication between the two. I even aspire to incorporate the future Order of the Phoenix into the realm of Dawn Islands. Thus, as quintessential Gryffindor students, these individuals, including Lily, are excellent candidates. Severus. I will not coerce Lily into choosing a side, nor do I view anyone as mere tools to be discarded after use, save those who oppose me. Every individual should possess independent thought. I have consistently urged Riley and the others to wait until adulthood before marking themselves with the butterfly, have I not? Furthermore, regarding my identity and the current endeavors of the saints, I cannot maintain this veil indefinitely. Whether among Hogwarts students or within all of Britain, we require a buffer. Riley and Potter's group are my chosen candidates for this trial. Chapter 77. The Past and the Future. After listening to Anna's explanation, Severus fell silent for a moment. He understood that the actions of the saints had begun to permeate the world, both in the Muggle realm and within the wizarding community. These individuals resembled dormant sparks, awaiting a gentle breeze from the girl before him to ignite a conflagration. The world was poised for monumental change, particularly for the new generation of wizards. This fire would spread far wider and garner their acceptance more than Grindelwald's endeavors decades prior. Yet such upheaval would inevitably provoke resistance, necessitating robust support from the younger generation, for indeed, the future belongs to the youth. Thus, Anna's gradual overtures of goodwill towards Potter's group were not entirely unfathomable. The discomfort stemmed largely from past entanglements. Anna, recognizing this, tugged at Severus's robe, signaling him to follow her as they made their way to the tower housing the astronomy tower. This was Hogwarts' tallest tower, and on this night, no students were attending astronomy class, leaving the tower in serene silence. The girl approached the very spot where Headmaster Dumbledore had fallen, gazing downwards. The night had grown late, and the grass below, shrouded in darkness, resembled an abyss, consuming all light. I remember, it was here that you cast the killing curse upon Headmaster Dumbledore. The mention of the old man's demise cast a shadow over their spirits. Severus recalled Dumbledore's final request, the blinding light of that fatal curse. And the sound of his own voice uttering the incantation echoed in his mind, dragging his soul into an even darker abyss. Anna, however, was slightly better off. The scene lingered in her memory as mere text, a fragment of a film, and since meeting her father, all future tragedies had been dismissed in her mind. Indeed. What have you brought me here for? His voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the spot where Dumbledore had plummeted, his breath quickening. Speaking of which, the lives of the quartet had not been easy. Anna shifted the conversation to the fates of James Potter and his friends as portrayed in the original narrative. Although James married Lily, he was murdered by Voldemort just a few years later, never witnessing his son's growth. In the face of Voldemort's intrusion, he selflessly stood before his wife and child, even without a wand. Sirius was wrongfully accused of causing his dear friend's death, and spent many years in Azkaban. Upon his release, he faced the guilt of losing Harry's parents, living under the shadow of remorse until he vanished into the veil of the Department of Mysteries, leaving no trace behind. Remus led a life of poverty, hiding as a werewolf, finally mustering the courage to marry and have a child, only to perish shortly after his son's birth in the final battle for Hogwarts alongside his wife. As for Peter, he was an ordinary wizard who, drawn into the Order, succumbed to fear and chose to compromise. He lacked the courage to confront Voldemort like the others. Perhaps he merely wished to live a normal life, not aspiring to be a heroic figure, nor wanting to be scorned, reduced to a rat living in betrayal. This traitor, reviled by all, in his final moments, faced the only son of his youthful friends and hesitated, ultimately succumbing to his own hand. You see, those 4 who opposed you in school ended up with rather bleak fates. Severus had never delved into the lives of those 4. For him, it was an indelible pain. Yet upon hearing Anna recount their outcomes, he felt neither schadenfreude, nor any sense of pity. He merely felt a twinge of irritation. What exactly are you trying to convey? He inquired softly, his brow still tightly knit. She withdrew her gaze and turned to him. Severus, Headmaster Dumbledore is alive and well. I know a part of your soul remains steeped in the darkness of the past. I brought you here and spoke all this to convey that we do not exist in the past. We are situated in the present and the future. You see, Lily is content now, she is protected by us, and the headmaster is in good health, his magic formidable. Voldemort cannot even lay a finger on him. All those who have fallen in war live well in this world. Those 4 individuals presently harbor no animosity towards you. We possess the capability to alter all tragedies. Thus I implore you, do not allow the hatred of the past to become a stumbling block on the path to your beautiful future. Anna's heartfelt words resonated deeply, as the young girl before him guided Severus, who felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Yet he sensed that a certain knot tied to memories of the past was being patiently unraveled by her. But what of you? Why is it that your envisioned future does not include your own existence? Ever since the incident of the magical upheaval, this question had lingered in his mind. Now, standing high in the astronomy tower, surrounded by an empty expanse, he could not help but voice his curiosity as she illuminated a path towards his future. You have explicitly stated that we have the power to change all tragedies. Then why, in your beautifully imagined future, is there no place for yourself? Anna was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. She refrained from retorting, for the mirror of Ariste clearly reflected her deepest desires. The girl slightly parted her lips, blinking away tears as a bittersweet smile graced her face. Severus, I believe I have never shared with you the circumstances of my existence in this world. She seemed on the verge of a sigh, but for an 11-year-old child, such a gesture felt excessively melancholic, and she stifled it. You have delved into various dark arts. Surely you must have heard of the absolutely forbidden alchemical experiment known as the creation of a homunculus. Her words were like a droplet of water splashing into a boiling cauldron, igniting a tempest of thoughts in Severus's mind. He was instantly reminded of Grindelwald's visit to Hogwarts and the very first words he had spoken to her. You are absolutely not a taboo existence. The voice of that esteemed gentleman echoed in his ears, reverberating like a bell, unsettling his spirit. Severus, many harbor a profound disdain for dark magic. and I am a product of that very darkness. Although my soul was not crafted by my father, I have my origins. Yet this body was indeed created through alchemy. The essence of this vessel is an alchemical artifact. The silver-haired girl stepped closer, their gazes locked, and time seemed to freeze between them. All he could hear was her final utterance. Severus, you know that all artifacts are destined to be damaged one day. Chapter 78. A New Bet. The days at school continued to pass by, and Severus observed Anna chatting with Lily, prompting memories of their conversation in the astronomy tower to resurface. He could not fathom how this person could so easily proclaim herself as an alchemical artifact. He also struggled to comprehend how, despite her bleak predictions regarding her future, she remained so carefree, engaging in laughter and banter with others without a hint of negativity, sometimes even offering him solace. Severus. I truly regret having shared so much with you that night. Pausing in her steps towards the dormitory, Anna wore an expression of helplessness as she noticed the complex emotions reflected in those around her. You see, the Philosopher's Stone has existed for over 6 centuries. Perhaps by the time you grow old, I will still appear youthful and radiant. So fret not. Besides, I possess numerous protective artifacts. Even if Voldemort were to appear, he would find it difficult to harm me. If you truly feel unoccupied, why not delve into researching new potions? I recall that the herbs from Asia have already been sent. He nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Having known Anna for over 3 years, aside from that incident of magical upheaval, her health had remained remarkably stable. Even he, a master potion maker, had not detected any issues. Perhaps, as Anna suggested, he was merely indulging in baseless worries. Henceforth, they continued their usual camaraderie, yet in Severus's heart, he could never erase the image of her serene eyes in the astronomy tower, as still as a placid pond. Since establishing a wager with the Marauders, the quartet had become fervently determined to surpass Anna in various classroom tests. Their pranks had diminished significantly, and their time in the library was no longer a mere facade, but a genuine effort to enhance their grades, earning them newfound respect among many Gryffindors, including Lily. Goodness, Anna, I have never seen them take their studies so seriously since the beginning of the term. Moreover, the conditions of this wager seem excessively lenient. What if any one of them surpasses you in a subject? Lily expressed her concerns. Do not fret, dear Lily. Do you truly think my grades are so easily surpassed? Even if they manage to achieve the same level of excellence as I, that would not count as surpassing me. A paragon of academic prowess is not so easily outdone. Even in the flying lessons, where James Potter excels, he could only share a top score with Anna. Yet the wager stipulates that one must achieve a score exceeding Anna's, and a shared score is already the pinnacle. There is no possibility of professors conjuring an additional grade out of thin air. This realization made the 4 of them acutely aware of the subtle mockery that had danced across Anna's smile when she proposed the wager. How absurd. It is utterly impossible to surpass her. We demand a revised condition. After some deliberation, the quartet approached the Slytherin table, seeking Anna's leniency in altering the terms of their bet. Oh, TSK, were my previous terms not lenient enough? How about we wager on house points instead? The group simultaneously glanced towards the hourglass of the scoring system in the corner of the Great Hall. As the end of term approached, the green gems representing Slytherin points were nearly overflowing the transparent hourglass, while the red gems symbolizing Gryffindor points filled only halfway, placing them at the bottom among the 4 houses. Even the typically unambitious Hufflepuff points exceeded theirs, hinting at the staggering amount of points lost by Gryffindor due to their frequent rule violations. Given that Slytherin and Gryffindor shared most classes, they were well aware that even if the group accumulated all possible bonus points in class, they could not compete with the flawless Miss Grindelwald before them. Perhaps wagering on scores and points was a gross overestimation of your capabilities. Let us instead change it to something you excel at. For instance, during a night excursion. How about not getting caught by Mr. Pringle? She pondered for a moment and proposed a new condition. The 4 exchanged glances. Although the invisibility cloak might not work against Anna, escaping the clutches of Mr. Pringle, who had often been the target of their pranks, would be a piece of cake. All right, it's settled then. James Potter, receiving a nod of agreement from his companions, quickly acquiesced, but then added, however, there are 4 of us and only 1 of you. The odds of you getting caught are much lower, which seems unfair. In games, there are never absolute guarantees. How about this? Severus and I will team up, and you can select 2 from your side. This way it will be much fairer. In addition to evading Mr. Pringle, they must also spend a night within the castle, forbidden from returning to their dormitories or stepping outside its walls. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure. She swiftly dragged Severus, who had been ignoring the conversation of a few others, into the depths of the wager, and before he could even react, the terms of their altered bet had been firmly established. 3 nights hence, at the onset of the curfew at 10 o'clock. Oh, and should you still lose to me, the previous conditions will remain in effect, Anna kindly reminded them. However, the quartet evidently possessed greater confidence in the new terms, soon strutting away with an air of audacity. Next time you engage in tedious games with those fools, kindly disregard my presence, Miss Anna, Severus remarked, clearly displeased at being suddenly roped into this wager, yet ultimately refraining from a forceful refusal. Understood. Since entering Hogwarts, I have never ventured out at night, nor have I pranked any students. My educational journey would be incomplete without such experiences, Severus. And don't you want to witness the look on their faces when they are caught and points are deducted? Although the condition is to avoid being apprehended by Mr. Pringle, this does not imply that we shall merely evade. Anna spoke with an air of conviction regarding the violation of school rules, her tone brimming with excitement. With Lily absent, she was unaware of the friendly competition brewing between her best friend and the Marauders, and given her disinclination towards rule-breaking, Anna chose not to inform her. Chapter 79. The swiftly concluded game. The night of the wager's execution soon arrived, and James Potter and Sirius Black were selected from the group. They convened in an empty classroom on the 5th floor, and to avoid both parties returning to their dormitories at midnight, they established an agreement to operate near each other's dormitory levels. This meant that James and Sirius would meander near the basement, evading the scrutiny of the caretaker, while Anna and Severus would conduct their activities on the upper floors, thus enabling mutual oversight. The caretaker's office was situated on the ground floor, and the activity space above the 5th floor was considerably lesser, with fewer secret passages. In truth, it was a fair arrangement for all. However, at present, James and his companions had yet to discover the existence of the room of requirement on the 8th floor, which promised to be quite amusing. Once James and Sirius departed, they donned their invisibility cloak, the ample fabric enveloping the two 11-year-olds, rendering them entirely invisible. Meanwhile, Anna did not immediately head to the room of requirement. Instead, she retrieved an alchemical item from her storage ring, one that could conceal their forms, encompassing both herself and Severus within its range. This alchemical device possessed an invisibility effect akin to that of the cloak, though its efficacy did not match that of the Deathly Hallow in terms of duration. It could sustain invisibility for only 2 hours per activation, and after 2 or 3 more uses, it would likely be rendered completely inoperative. Had their magical reserves been sufficient to sustain the disillusionment charm, Anna would not have resorted to this device. Severus, if you stray about 2 meters from me, this device will cease to function, so do remember to stay close, she whispered to her companion. Inside Hogwarts Castle, there was seldom any light after curfew, casting everything into dimness. Fortunately, the moonlight was particularly fine this evening, allowing a faint glow to filter through the windows, barely illuminating the path ahead. Descending the staircase, Anna soon located James and Sirius, the 2 children still sporting the cloak that rendered them invisible in her eyes, slowly approaching the basement. Given their trajectory, they were likely seeking sustenance in the kitchen. Anna halted her pursuit, contemplating for 3 seconds, before decisively turning towards the caretaker's office on the ground floor. The current caretaker was not the ineffectual Filch from the original narrative, but rather the wizard Apollon Pringle. Though he lacked a cat named Mrs. Norris and, due to old age, preferred a small drink at night, this did not detract from his ability to apprehend students after hours. At that moment, Pringle was patrolling the 3rd floor corridor, his instincts alerting him that students were once again out for a midnight escapade. He vowed to catch these troublesome students tonight and punish them severely. Anna and Severus trailed behind the elderly gentleman with a sense of boredom, until he reached the vicinity of the kitchen, at which point the girl perked up and drew her wand. Lumos, she silently incanted, this being the simplest spell in daily life. With diligent practice, she could soon master the art of nonverbal spellcasting. The flickering light would not be confined to the tip of her wand, but could manifest anywhere nearby, according to the caster's intent. In the darkened environment, Pringle immediately noticed the faint glow in the corner, feeling a surge of excitement as he heightened his vigilance. Gripping his wand tightly and swiftly approaching the source silently. Yet this would ultimately lead to his disappointment. Nevertheless, it prompted Pringle to begin pacing back and forth in the area, hoping to uncover further signs of the intruders. James and Sirius did not linger in the kitchen for long. Having satisfied their hunger, they rewrapped themselves in the invisibility cloak and exited. Fortunately, this precaution ensured they were not caught by the approaching Pringle. They were startled by the sudden appearance of the caretaker, nearly making a noise, but soon realized they were cloaked in invisibility, rendering them unseen, and gradually relaxed. "What's going on?" According to our usual nighttime escapades, Pringle wouldn't he patrol this area at this hour? Could it be that Anna and Severus have stirred up some commotion above, prompting him to alter his patrol route? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially upon witnessing Pringle's demeanor, which suggested he was searching for something. It appeared that Anna and Severus had not been caught. Otherwise, Pringle would not be in his current state. Yet, since he had already been alerted, it indicated that Anna's nocturnal skills were inferior to their own, and they might soon find themselves apprehended. Unaware of James and Sirius's thoughts, Anna and Severus concealed themselves in a slightly remote corner, directing their wands towards the Deathly Hallow, softly uttering the incantation, Accio revealing. Originally, Anna had merely intended to test the spell, yet unexpectedly, the cloak briefly lost its power, and the two small figures gradually materialized into Pringle's line of sight, their faces adorned with fearless smiles. It was only when they were apprehended and brought before a bewildered Professor McGonagall, clad in her nightgown, that they snapped back to reality. Following this, it was a time of furious point deductions from the head of Gryffindor House, accompanied by a sentence of confinement until the term's conclusion for cleaning the Ollery. The new round of the wager concluded with Anna's victory. Meanwhile, as James and Sirius were escorted to the door of Professor McGonagall's quarters, Anna and Severus had already arrived at the 8th floor. Though their opponents had been caught, this did not imply that the wager had been fulfilled. They were required to remain outside the dormitory until dawn. The room of requirement was located directly opposite the tapestry depicting the troll being clobbered by a club. By passing this wall 3 times and concentrating on their desired venue, a smooth door would appear, leading them to the room they sought. Anna retracted the device in her hand, and after repeating this process thrice, the legendary room of requirement revealed its entrance. She turned the handle and gently pushed the door open, revealing a simple lounge. Severus, come in, she beckoned to the person standing in the corridor. And they both entered the room, closing the door behind them. Wow, this is even more magical than I had imagined. Anna sank into the softness of the couch, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames of the fireplace. Although it was May, the weather in England remained cool even during summer, and with the night drawing in, the warmth of the fire was essential. Chapter 80. The Final Examination. Miss Anna, I truly question whether you were ever a muggle. You seem to possess a deeper understanding of Hogwarts secrets than I do. Severus sat upon another couch, the table between them devoid of any objects. A limitation of the room of requirement, which could not conjure food. Don't take it to heart, Severus. It is quite late, and I shall retire for the night. We can converse more tomorrow. The girl stifled a yawn, her eyelids fluttering shut. It was well past midnight, and her well-honed biological clock was protesting, swiftly lulling her into a haze of drowsiness. Perhaps you ought to heighten your vigilance. Severus watched helplessly as Anna succumbed to sleep before him. He could not comprehend how this individual could be so unguarded, finding such ease in drifting off in his presence. It had barely been 5 minutes since they had entered this room, and he pondered whether she was genuinely fatigued or merely carefree. After sitting on the couch for a while, Severus contemplated concluding this tedious wager and returning to the dormitory. However, when he noticed the girl turning on the sofa and extending her right hand beyond its edge, he hesitated. What had she endured to become so indifferent to the future? The last time he had seen her, her frail body appeared alarmingly thin. At 11 years of age, she looked more like a child of 8 or 9. The cramped room she inhabited resembled a muggle sick room, and from her idle chatter, it seemed she had spent considerable time there. Regrettably, I did not live to adulthood before being claimed by death. This was what Anna had confided to him, indicating that the little girl in that sick room had not reached maturity. No wonder, even in a second life, she remained so indifferent to death. After all, she had already tasted the bitterness of life's cessation. Much like himself. Contemplating this, Severus slowly extended his hand, once again approaching that dark contract. Upon awakening, Anna was perplexed. She had dreamt of that deity once more. Their demeanor remained unchanged, simply listening quietly as she recounted tales from her childhood, before discreetly departing as she began to doze off. What did these 2 dreams signify? If they were meant to remind her of something, could they not manifest before her and articulate their message? Playing charades was exhausting. Perhaps she should personally engage with the Deathly Hallows? To see if any new developments might arise. Well, the Ring of the Gaunts would be out of the question. The Resurrection Stone's power seemed more aligned with the authority of death, yet it was surrounded by various dark enchantments laid by Voldemort, and the ring itself was cursed. She had no desire to take such risks. That left her father's Elder Wand and James Potter's invisibility cloak. Perhaps she could explore them during her next visit to the headmaster's office. Speaking of James Potter, as Anna descended the stairs from the room of requirement with Severus, They unexpectedly encountered the two who had been confined for the entire night. They stared in shock at the girl who had just emerged from the staircase. It was now 6:30 in the morning, and curfew had passed. Encountering Anna and Severus at this hour and location indicated that they had indeed spent the night outside the dormitory. They had even escaped detection by Filch. "Fair's fair, Mr. Potter and Mr. Black. Although you have lost this time, our previous wager still stands. Best of luck on your final exams," Anna said with a bright smile, completely disregarding the glum expressions that fell upon their faces as she breezed past them and returned to the Slytherin common room. "Severus, I truly appreciate your assistance last night. If you genuinely believed such matters troubled me, you would not have taken it upon yourself to involve me in this tiresome game. Understood, it shall not happen again. You need not worry. To be frank, I am not at all reassured. Ah well, I apologize for dragging you into this tedious affair. What compensation would you desire? If it is within my power, I shall certainly assist you." Observing the relatively healthy Anna before him, Severus recalled the pallid girl he had seen the previous night, who had still mustered a smile in front of that enigmatic figure in a black cloak. He pursed his lips and uttered a somewhat cryptic remark. "Take care of yourself." With that, he departed the common room, heading toward the boys' dormitory. Confused by his words, Anna stood still, having inquired about his desired compensation, only to receive a reply urging her to take care of herself. What could this possibly mean? "I believe I am quite well as I am." Clearly, both Severus and her two fathers had discerned the psychological afflictions she harbored, yet she remained oblivious to them. Each day for Anna was a battle wrested from the clutches of death. She felt akin to a laborer in a foreign realm, unaware of when her divine supervisor might dismiss her. Could her recent dreams be a portent of her impending dismissal? She shook her head, dismissing her own conjecture. The contract in her palm remained tranquil. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. With final examinations looming, the library was filled with students immersed in their studies. Anna, along with Lily and Severus, occupied their usual spot, but unlike before, for new members had joined their ranks. James Potter frequently glanced at the charming Lily while reviewing his notes, and Sirius Black mirrored his actions, albeit with his gaze fixed upon Anna. After receiving guidance from a certain self-proclaimed psychological counselor, Severus had virtually disregarded the school's juvenile rules. However, whenever the eyes of these two were cast upon Lily and Anna, his quill would instinctively tighten in his grip. These two were truly bothersome. Yet he quickly escaped this state of agitation as the annual final examinations commenced. Some subjects' final examinations were divided into written and practical components. Students were expected to master theoretical knowledge, as well as practical skills. For instance, the exam for transfiguration involved transforming a beetle on the desk into a button, a task easily accomplished by diligent young witches and wizards. Notably, the previous defense against the dark arts professor had been pursued by a vengeful dark wizard during a vacation, and had paid a heavy price while vanquishing the foe. He was currently lying in St. Mungo's hospital receiving treatment. Consequently, this course's examination was overseen personally by Professor Dumbledore. Of course, the outcome was that everyone successfully navigated the exam, which was slightly lenient under the old headmaster's supervision. When the results were released, Anna beamed at her name at the top of the list, satisfaction radiating from her. Severus, however, had received a mere passing grade in flying, placing him unfortunate below Anna and Lily. Chapter 81. The Summer Break. With Anna's grades securing her the top position in her year, this signified a temporary conclusion to her wager with the quartet of James Potter, although she contemplated revealing certain matters regarding the saints to them. Allowing these individuals to spread tales of the forces behind her, this would necessitate a gradual infiltration. For now, establishing a rapport was paramount. After all, they are merely 12-year-old children, possessing a clear delineation between good and evil, unlike adults who often prioritize self-interest. Therefore, it is imperative to seize an opportunity to elucidate to these individuals that the Saints are neither Death Eaters nor members of the Order of the Phoenix, but rather a faction leaning towards neutrality. The release of their grades signifies the imminent arrival of summer vacation. Anna made her way to the headmaster's office, where she discovered several plates of delectable treats laid out before her father, alongside the fabled Elder Wand, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, resting conveniently at his side. "Father, I shall be visiting Asia at the end of July, and will spend most of the remaining time at the estate. If you wish to see me, you are always welcome to come find me," she declared, embracing Dumbledore warmly, her small head nuzzling against the coarse, silver-streaked beard that tickled her face. Splendid. I shall visit you whenever I can," Dumbledore replied, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he affectionately patted his daughter's head. Although he had numerous commitments over the summer, he would certainly carve out time to see his beloved daughter. By the way, father, is this the elder wand you acquired after defeating my grandfather? Anna inquired, pointing curiously at the wand nonchalantly placed on the desk. Yes, indeed, it is that very wand, Dumbledore acknowledged, adjusting his glasses with a hint of embarrassment as Anna broached the topic of the past duel. How should he respond to his daughter's recollection of their familial conflicts? May I hold it? Anna asked eagerly. Of course, Dumbledore replied with a smile, showing no concern for the wand's considerable value as he allowed Anna to examine it closely. In her eyes, the invisibility cloak was merely a transparent cape. She was intrigued to discover what transformations the elder wand might reveal. The wand was of the same length as her own, yet her wand bore minimal embellishments save for a solitary sapphire at its base, rendering it far less distinctive than the one she now held. As Anna caressed the cool surface of the wand, she felt the contract mark on her palm begin to stir, slowly and steadily rotating. No unforeseen events transpired. Once she set the elder wand down, the mark ceased its movement. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to resonance. Perhaps wielding the elder wand would elicit a plethora of varied responses. Yet Anna refrained from such experimentation, mindful of her father's watchful gaze. Should anything unpredictable occur, it would surely complicate matters. Well then, father, I must be off. Have a wonderful summer. Wishing you a delightful vacation as well, dear Anna, Dumbledore replied, waving cheerfully as she exited the office. Once she was gone, he picked up the elder wand again, a flicker of doubt igniting in his azure eyes. When Anna had grasped the wand, he had sensed a faint ripple of power, distinct from the usual magical residue left by wizards casting spells. An essence he had never encountered before. Could this be related to the unique magic emanating from Anna? He couldn't quite ascertain it. Had his own power not been so formidable, he might have failed to detect such a subtle fluctuation. The power of the Deathly Hallows. How could that be? He murmured softly to himself, swiftly dismissing the absurdity of the thought. Meanwhile, upon returning from her father's office, Anna was summoned to sign a pledge prohibiting the use of wands off school grounds during the holiday. This document was essentially a contract issued by the Ministry of Magic to regulate students, infused with the power of an oath. Having studied contract marks from a young age, Anna discerned the nuances embedded within the parchment. She hastily inscribed her name, and from that moment, the ministry's tracking spell took effect, though it was not without loopholes. As long as one was in a location populated by wizards, such as Diagon Alley or a household with adult wizards, the ministry could not ascertain the source of the magic being wielded. Alternatively, if one completely concealed their whereabouts, the ministry would remain oblivious to whether the magic originated from an adult or a young wizard. The saints had accumulated considerable knowledge on how to obscure the movements of their young charge. Should circumstances arise that necessitated exposure, their informants within the ministry, including several Aurors, would adeptly manage the situation, ensuring Anna would not face unwelcome scrutiny. Naturally, Severus Snape, who had consistently accompanied Anna, enjoyed similar protections. As the Hogwarts Express returned to King's Cross Station, Lily bid Anna a reluctant farewell, and the two promised to visit each other's homes over the summer, which brightened the girl's mood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon disembarking the train, Lily's parents and her sister Petunia Evans quickly spotted Anna and her companions amidst the crowd, their friendly smiles cutting through the throng. Having not seen her family for some time, Lily hurriedly approached them, dragging her suitcase behind her, while Eileen and North joined Anna and Snape, both possessing storage rings, and thus carrying little luggage. It has been a while, Eileen North, she greeted them with a smile. Eileen embraced her gently, offering a warm welcome home, before she moved to her son's side. Their conversation was brief, lacking any overt displays of affection. North had just returned from the Dawn Isles a few days prior, primarily tasked with assisting Anna and managing her various affairs. Now that she had returned from Hogwarts, North would naturally resume his position at her side. On the bustling platform, wizards mingled among muggles, their circles small and familiar, leading to Eileen and North, two unfamiliar adult wizards, standing out conspicuously. Miss Anna, Mr. Snape, you have had a long journey. Let us return to the estate, one of them declared. They paid no mind to the curious glances from other wizarding parents, seeking a secluded corner unnoticed by muggles, where they could disapparate. Chapter 82. The Signal of Reunion. Finally settled on the sofa in the drawing room of Grindelwald Manor, with a cup of tea prepared by the house elf in hand, Anna exhaled deeply. Regardless of how splendid life at Hogwarts may be, returning home brought a profound sense of relaxation. Miss, there has been some movement from the Malfoys, North announced once Anna had acclimated to her surroundings after the train journey. Oh, so soon? The holiday just began today. I had expected to wait several days for news. It seems the Malfoy patriarch is rather impatient, she mused, taking another sip of her tea before turning to Eileen. Eileen, are you familiar with dragonpox? The question was abrupt, nearly causing Eileen to sputter her tea. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure in time. Ahem, yes, I am aware. It is a highly contagious virus that causes the patient's skin to turn a persistent shade of blue, accompanied by unsightly rashes. And sparks may emit from the nose during sneezing, hence the name dragonpox. Generally, one risks infection through excessive social mingling, somewhat akin to the Muggle equivalent of syphilis. Ahem, Miss Anna, what has prompted such an inquiry? As she continued, Eileen's voice dwindled, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Utterly baffled by Anna's sudden interest in such a disease, particularly from someone so young. Oh, it's nothing much. I have heard that the private life of the Malfoy patriarch is exceedingly chaotic. It wouldn't be surprising if he were to contract such an infectious disease one day. Aaron, could you possibly brew a potion to treat this affliction for me? I would like to present it as a gift to the Malfoy head. Upon hearing this, both North and Aaron regarded her with an exceedingly peculiar gaze, while Severus Snape remained detached, leisurely savoring his cup of red tea, seemingly unconcerned. Would gifting such a present to the prideful Malfoy patriarch not be somewhat insulting? No problem. Once I return to the Dawn Isles, I can concoct it within a few days. However, should the patient be in a dire state, even the most potent potion would yield no results. Aaron nodded in agreement. As for that mansion, North, I trust you will continue to keep an eye on it. At the very least, allow me a couple of days to rest before I engage in negotiations with that cunning old fox. After all, we are not particularly pressed for time. Though he may be. Anna's assertion holds merit. Ever since she attended that soiree at Malfoy Manor, Abraxas Malfoy has begun to utilize his network to discreetly investigate her background, all while keeping it hidden from Voldemort. Regrettably, due to Eliza's exceptional intelligence work in the UK, he has scarcely managed to uncover any information regarding the saints within these borders. He even shifted his focus to the school governor, Lamb Charles. But it seemed as though an unseen hand had severed the ties connecting them to the saints. Numerous secretive strongholds remained utterly concealed. And even some obscure factions within the Ministry of Magic had begun meddling, further muddling the waters. With such means at his disposal, Abraxas Malfoy became increasingly convinced of Anna's formidable backing, and recently he had broadened his inquiries to other European nations, even leveraging connections from distant lands in hopes of unearthing some information about her. This way he could gain an advantage during negotiations. Recently, the Dark Lord's demeanor had grown increasingly erratic. Even he, who was typically meticulous and adept at reading others, found himself struggling. Voldemort's power had grown immensely, yet the accompanying cost was a loss of reason. The disparity between him and the once impeccably composed Tom Riddle was stark. He even entertained a fleeting thought that the Dark Lord might have been replaced by someone else, but this fleeting notion was quickly cast aside. Given the Dark Lord's increasing unpredictability, it was imperative for him to seek a suitable escape route for his family's future. As he contemplated this, Anna Grindelwald, that young lady, suddenly came into his view. Truthfully, upon first encountering the 11-year-old Anna, who could barely be considered more than a child, Abraxas Malfoy had found it hard to believe. Even he, who had taken on the weight of his family at such a tender age, could not have maintained such composure. He was unaware of her usual demeanor, but at that powder keg atmosphere during the soiree, she exhibited no fear, as if merely attending an ordinary gathering. Even when facing the fearsome Dark Lord, she managed to engage him in verbal sparring without flinching. Following that incident, the weathered Malfoy patriarch recognized the girl's potential. She was undoubtedly a more exceptional dragon than the youthful Tom Riddle. As she matured, she would surely soar to great heights. This presented a perfect escape route. And what was even more delightful was that this young dragon subtly signaled her willingness to form an alliance, as both parties had mutual needs, ensuring that neither would be at a disadvantage in negotiations. Perhaps the Malfoy family could leverage this to their advantage, riding the winds of fortune. Thus, after the holiday at Hogwarts, he was the first to send out a signal, hoping to engage in a detailed conversation with this young dragon. This was not a matter of impatience. With the Saints' influence encroaching upon the UK, Voldemort had begun to express suspicions about the Death Eaters. Of course, this suspicion had yet to extend to the core Death Eaters, but it was likely imminent. If he were to seek a retreat only when cornered, he would not be the astute Malfoy patriarch known for his cunning. Fortunately, Miss Grindelwald seemed eager to converse with him as well, making this the most opportune moment to propose a meeting. After 2 days of waiting, when he had once again disguised himself and made his way to the small mansion in London, the one where he had sent Anna the little note, he finally laid eyes on the young lady once more. She made no effort to conceal herself, casually seated in front of the ice cream parlor at a nearby street corner, smiling gently from beneath the shade of a parasol. The chill of the ice cream in her hand transported Abraxas Malfoy back to that moment last year in Diagon Alley, when he first beheld Anna Grindelwald. Her smile was warm, yet Abraxas Malfoy could distinctly sense that it never truly reached her eyes. Chapter 83, A Formal Introduction. Time rewinds slightly to just before Abraxas Malfoy's arrival. The afternoon temperature was rather sweltering. A recent rain had just passed, and now sunlight streamed forth from behind the clouds, swiftly erasing the damp traces on the ground. Snape emerged from the dessert shop, holding a cup of red tea for himself, and a serving of ice cream for Anna. This establishment had been acquired by the Saints months prior, with the intent of surveilling the mansion belonging to Abraxas Malfoy. To be candid, while this saint may lack combat prowess, they excelled in tracking and pastry making, being one of Eliza's intelligence operatives. The creamy ice cream, presented in a transparent crystal cup, was sweet yet not overly so, drizzled with a slightly bittersweet chocolate sauce, and adorned with an assortment of fresh fruits, meticulously chopped into small pieces. A frost charm had been cast upon the cup to ensure it would not melt too quickly, allowing Anna to savor it at her leisure. It must be said that Anna's preferences were well understood by her saints. After all, she rarely caused them concern, and thus they endeavored to care for her in other ways. Severus, as I understand it, the Malfoy patriarch, passed away in 1976, allegedly due to dragonpox. But is that truly the case? Anna inquired as she scooped a spoonful of ice cream. At that time, Lucius did indeed send me to Malfoy Manor to assess the elder Malfoy's condition. Judging by the outward symptoms, it was evidently dragonpox. It was during his 6th year. Lucius had graduated several years prior, yet maintained close ties with him, having introduced him to the Death Eaters. Thanks to Lucius's strong recommendation, Voldemort had taken an extra interest in him. When Abraxas Malfoy fell ill, Lucius discreetly brought him to Malfoy Manor to evaluate his condition without Voldemort's knowledge. Outwardly, he was indeed afflicted with dragonpox. However, curiously, the potions prescribed for his treatment yielded no effects whatsoever, which is quite perplexing. Aaron was correct. Once this illness reaches its later stages, it becomes untreatable, but at the very least, it should have been manageable. Based on outward appearances, I see, Anna murmured. And Snape recognized her skepticism. He recounted the results of the potions used at that time, and unexpectedly, the girl let out a light laugh, seemingly recalling something amusing. As the ice cream in her cup dwindled to half, a man with brown hair and an unremarkable appearance emerged from the street, capturing Anna's attention. According to the portraits relayed by the station saints, this man, dressed like a muggle, was undoubtedly Abraxas Malfoy. Consequently, Anna tilted her head to observe him, and lifted the neglect charm she had just cast. It has been a while, Mr. Malfoy. Would you care for something? The desserts here are quite delightful. She set down her ice cream spoon and greeted the visitor softly, retrieving the dessert menu from the table. Abraxas Malfoy took a seat opposite the girl, observing her as she summoned a staff member, and naturally ordered a cup of black tea. It has indeed been a while. Miss Grindelwald, and to you, Mr. Snape, a descendant of the Prince family, this marks our second encounter. Once the staff departed, Abraxas offered her a gentle nod of acknowledgement. Despite his now unremarkable features, the inherent elegance of his demeanor remained, allowing him to stand out even in a crowded space. It seemed that Abraxas Malfoy had conducted considerable research. After all, Snape's previous visit to Malfoy Manor had likely drawn some attention, including that of the astute elder Malfoy. Snape inclined his head slightly in courtesy, yet his role today was merely as an observer, leaving the conversation primarily to Anna and the Malfoy patriarch. Time is of the essence for us all. Let us speak candidly without the circumlocution of our last meeting. It is summer, and I wish to allow myself some leisure. Anna continued to scoop her ice cream, her words straightforward, a sentiment echoed by the elder Malfoy. Indeed, Miss Grindelwald. Might I have the privilege of learning more about you? This was the elder Malfoy broaching the subject of her connections with the saints. While Anna's current associates were formidable, their true affiliations remained elusive, complicating his analysis of the situation. About me? The girl raised an eyebrow, shifting her gaze from the ice cream to the man seated across from her. Since you, Mr. Malfoy, have taken the initiative to invite me for a conversation, your sincerity is evident, and I shall not hide anything. She adjusted her posture slightly, placing her fingers together on the table, and spoke earnestly. The last time we met, amidst the crowd, I did not have the opportunity for a proper introduction. I am Anna Grindelwald, daughter of Gellert Grindelwald, and the current head of the Saints. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. The silver-haired girl smiled charmingly, yet the name she uttered sent a ripple of tension through the air. Gellert Grindelwald was her father? The entire wizarding community in Britain had been speculating about her being a direct descendant of that figure. But little did they know that their relationship was far more intimate than they imagined. Moreover, she stated she was the current leader of All Saints. Recalling the formidable wizards he had seen outside her manor last time, Abraxas quickly grasped her implications. It was indeed unexpected that Miss Anna, at such a young age, had already inherited the will of that esteemed figure. Ah, but Mr. Malfoy, your assertion is misplaced. I have merely inherited a fraction of my father's ideals, and the beliefs that diverge from those of pureblood families are likely known to you through your elder. Anna countered his statement, recalling that her father had sought to overturn the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, believing that wizards with power should lead all of humanity. Presently, Anna still aimed to challenge the statute, yet she believed that humanity was an inseparable entity, with both sides possessing advantages and disadvantages, devoid of a hierarchy. Furthermore, I do not believe that for nearly a millennium, the Malfoy family has abstained from intermarrying with Muggles. The detrimental theories surrounding consanguinity have been substantiated, and the Black family serves as a rather glaring example. I would imagine that for an ancient pureblood family like yours, ensuring the continuation of your lineage is certainly of greater importance than the so-called honor of pureblood status. Anna's remarks left the elder Malfoy momentarily taken aback. She was correct. Numerous prominent families had indeed engaged in quiet unions with Muggles to ensure the survival of their bloodlines. Yet such matters were conducted discreetly, with no one daring to address them publicly. It was uncertain whether this girl had deduced this or possessed concrete intelligence. Either way, it was not to be underestimated. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a gentle breeze swept through the street, carrying a hint of moisture. It seemed a rain would soon descend. A staff member placed the black tea before Abraxas Malfoy, who lifted the cup, allowing the warm, aromatic liquid to soothe his previously restless heart. I presume you did not come today to discuss pureblood ideologies. Indeed, it was a substantial leverage, yet the elder Malfoy neither denied nor affirmed it. Merely wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic swiftly, the ancient pureblood families had survived for centuries, shrouded in countless secrets, and he was uncertain how much the individual before him truly knew, hoping only that she would leave him some negotiating power. Certainly not, Mr. Malfoy. To be candid, while I harbor disdain for pureblood ideologies and find the pretentiousness of these families quite irksome, I do not intend to impose any changes forcefully. Time is the best arbiter. Then what shall we converse about today? Perhaps we could start with the current Dark Lord, Voldemort. Anna redirected the discussion from pureblood families to a more taboo subject. Abraxas smirked slightly but did not interrupt her, instead drawing his wand to cast a series of enchantments around them. The fact that Mr. Malfoy had personally invited her for this conversation indicated that he had realized that Voldemort was not a sustainable pillar for his family's enduring prosperity, especially since he held certain secrets about him. The Dark Lord was hardly magnanimous. You must have perceived this trait in Mr. Riddle during your student days, did you not? Following Bellatrix, Anna unveiled Voldemort's true nature to another of his trusted confidants, each time filling her with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Perhaps it was the joy of subverting expectations. It was likely that Anna could openly declare the Dark Lord's pettiness, a sentiment that left Abraxas, a core member of the Death Eaters, unable to respond, signifying his own internal agreement with her perspective. I wish to ascertain whether you, Miss Grindelwald, are indeed more reliable. For that is my reason for being here. The conversation shifted back to Anna, as negotiations typically require enticing propositions. Given that he had come to meet her in secrecy, it was evident he recognized her sincerity, and Abraxas hoped to gain a clearer understanding of her capabilities. Yet currently, Mr. Malfoy did not inspire complete trust in her, and she hoped he could comprehend her position. With that, she produced a small square mirror from her storage ring and presented it to him. This delicate mirror bore a standard reflective surface on one side, while the reverse was adorned with a carved crystal butterfly, resembling a compact common among modern young women. This is a communication mirror, developed by the Alchemical Technology Research Center, utilizing the principles of the double-sided mirror along with the original butterfly marking concept, serving as a means of contact, aside from the alchemical teleportation scrolls. By merely inputting magical energy, one can illuminate the mirror's surface, akin to the screens of modern smartphones, capable of storing contacts and enabling telepathic communication across distances. Remarkably, this mirror can only be accessed by the user's own magical essence, functioning as a form of identity verification, similar to the fingerprints and passwords of the future, yet employing magical recognition instead. After briefly elucidating the mirror's operation to Abraxas, she provided him with Eliza's contact number, instructing him to add her to his contacts. Since Mr. Malfoy has taken the trouble to visit me today, I would not wish for you to leave empty-handed, she continued. This contact number connects to one of my reliable subordinates who has been working in England for some time. I have already informed her that should you need assistance and cannot reach me, you may contact her directly. Although this street is distant from the wizarding community, it is still within London, making it quite possible to encounter Death Eaters or other wizards. If we were to meet again and inadvertently be discovered, it would surely lead to complications. Thus, this arrangement is more convenient. I eagerly anticipate collaboration with the Malfoy family, though I believe the present moment is not opportune. We must wait until Voldemort has completely departed from England before I can further reveal my cards to you. Trust me, this leverage will undoubtedly convince you, Mr. Malfoy, that I would be a far more advantageous partner than that Dark Lord. The leverage Anna referred to was the Dawn Islands, and future collaboration would revolve around those two central projects, necessitating that he be informed of the island's affairs. Naturally, this was contingent upon a steadfast oath between them, for Abraxas was no saint and lacked the butterfly mark that would ensure confidentiality. Presently, with Voldemort residing in England, any impulsive invitation to Abraxas on the Dawn Islands would surely raise his suspicions. It seemed prudent to orchestrate events that would divert the Dark Lord's attention. Not long after Abraxas had retracted the communication mirror and departed, raindrops began to fall from the sky, enveloping Anna and Snape in a misty curtain of rain. Earlier in the summer, Anna had been attending to some official duties at Grindelwald Manor. After reviewing the minor matters that North had managed during her absence to ensure there were no significant errors, she commenced her summer assignments. While Christmas holiday assignments could be waived through additional assessments from professors, summer assignments were mandatory, a fair policy for all students. However, this posed no challenge for Anna, who completed all her coursework in a mere 3 days, a speed honed through her routine of managing affairs. Snape, though slightly slower, also finished in due course. In a few days, I shall travel to Asia to assess the situation, likely a week's journey. Severus, would you care to join me on this excursion? She casually inquired of Snape, who to her surprise, agreed without hesitation. Indeed, once there he would have the opportunity to procure herbs freely. Oh, and I must exchange galleons for the local currency. I plan to visit the Isle of the Sun to meet with Diana, before proceeding to Huaxia to consult with the elders. Anna jotted down the specifics of her Asian voyage, while Snape reviewed the herbs he needed to purchase and the reading list pertaining to Huaxia deities. Penning a letter to his mother, Eileen, who had already returned to the Dawn Islands, he was curious whether there existed any potions, aside from the polyjuice potion, that could enable him to comprehend Chinese characters. Chapter 85, The Shrine. The weather was splendid as Anna emerged from the wardrobe, only to find Diana waiting for her arrival. It has been a while, Diana. How have you been? Their last meeting had been a year prior, and with the increasing demands of affairs in Asia, Diana had opted to reside nearby with her family for greater convenience. Of course, Miss Anna, accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me. Exiting the room designated for the Flu Network wardrobe, they stepped into a spacious courtyard. This was the stronghold of the Saints on the Isle of the Sun, an expansive area. Although it was not the season for cherry blossoms, the trees still bloomed profusely, seemingly enhanced by magic to herald her arrival. To facilitate operations, this base was situated not far from the capital of the Isle of the Sun, yet fortified with numerous protective spells and loyalty charms, rendering it rare for ordinary folk to intrude upon this territory. Snape and North trailed behind, captivated by the scenery starkly different from the gardens of England. By the way, Diana, I recall that Chiota district is not far from here. I plan to visit tomorrow. As if recalling something significant, Anna smiled mysteriously, sharing her itinerary and instructing that as long as North accompanied her, all would be well. Before coming here, she had diligently reviewed the spells her father taught her, her wand eager in hand. Very well, Mississippi. While uncertain of Anna's intentions, North was confident in his ability to ensure her safety with his current capabilities. In truth, there was little that required her direct attention on the Isle of the Sun. Diana had everything meticulously organized. The Saint's influence was gradually permeating, having established initial connections with some Onmyoji families, and had even interacted with the magical entities of Sulphur Island. Naturally, the Saints had not yet revealed their true identities, instead claiming to be half-blood wizards from America seeking to expand into the Asian market, thereby gaining the preliminary trust of the Onmyoji and wizards of the Isle of the Sun. After all, Anna's primary focus lay in the Huaxia region, with this locale serving merely as an auxiliary interest, needing not to delve too deeply. Were it not for the chaos in Hong Kong and the underdevelopment of the inland regions, she would have already relocated her principal base to Huaxia. In the afternoon, the group departed the Saint's stronghold to explore the vibrant city. It was now 1972, and the urban area near the capital had begun to reflect the prosperity of future times. Although many classical buildings still remained, reminiscent of the charming Jiangnan towns of Huaxia, the crowd donned fashionable attire, with women in kimonos gracefully strolling along the streets. Thanks to the enchantments Diana had cast, the populace instinctively overlooked their presence, drawing no particular attention. After a brief stroll, Anna found her enthusiasm waning. Having witnessed the splendor of future eras, what intrigued her now were only the storied shrines and the unique culinary offerings of the Isle of the Sun. By the way, Diana, that cherry blossom tree in the manor was brought back from here, wasn't it? Such a magnificent specimen is a rarity. Where did you acquire it? Miss, you mentioned wanting to visit Chiyoda district. About 7 or 8 years ago, there was a shrine undergoing expansion, and I noticed a particularly thriving cherry blossom tree. Considering the manor needed a scenic touch, I seized the opportunity to take it back when no one was paying attention, Diana replied nonchalantly. She recalled the tree's prominence within the shrine and its potential symbolic significance, recalling Anna's casual remarks before her visit, which prompted her impulsive decision. As for the commotion that ensued at the shrine after her departure, with the influx of onmyoji and wizards, she was unaware, for she had already returned to England via the Flu network that very night, erasing all traces of her presence with a spell. I see. Anna nodded, aware that the cherry blossoms held profound significance, a fact she had gleaned from her extensive readings of history, coinciding with a widely sung song from the Showa era on the Isle of the Sun. The lyrics within speak of the notion that even in death amidst war, one may blossom anew at the cherry blossom tree atop that shrine upon reunion. In that moment, she found the song utterly repulsive, leading her to discover the infamously notorious shrine. Perhaps the cherry blossom tree sung of in the lyrics is indeed the very one that Anna had transplanted back to England. Taking root at Grindelwald Manor, what was once a vessel for the soul had, in a single night, vanished without a trace, nearly eliciting a laugh from Anna. Nishima served as her transit point to Huaxia. This journey was but a fleeting week, and lingering too long on this small island was not an option. Before her departure the following day, she and North found themselves outside the Yasukuni shrine. It was midday and the summer sun beat down, sapping the spirits of the guards stationed there. Severus, why don't you wait for me outside? We shall be out shortly. Anna had initially intended for just the two of them to enter, but Snape was reluctant to remain alone at the shrine. After all, he was not a child to be lost, and Anna dismissed any concerns over his presence. However, what she planned to do was somewhat perilous, and she did not wish to expose him to such risks. Yet, as her words escaped her lips, a new thought crossed her mind, and before Snape could voice a rebuttal, she shook her head, rescinding her earlier decision. No, wait. We're leaving directly afterward. It would be too conspicuous to leave you alone outside. Let us enter together. And remember, do not mention to anyone that I brought you here. Confused by her intentions, Snape observed as she stealthily instructed North to cast powerful concealment, disillusionment, and various protective charms around the trio. He smirked slightly but refrained from probing further. Was she truly contemplating uprooting all the cherry blossom trees here? Soon, Snape dismissed that thought from his mind, as he witnessed the girl stride purposefully towards a certain direction, her expression calm, yet seemingly harboring an impending fury. What had this Yasukuni shrine done to provoke her? Severus, do you find this building particularly irksome? After walking a short distance, Anna paused before a hall, narrowing her eyes slightly. This hall housed many soldiers, all stained with the blood of countless executions, revered by Nishima even in death as symbols of bravery and worshipped here. Originally a spirit-summoning shrine. If this place truly can summon spirits, then today, I shall send them all into oblivion. She gazed intently at the hall, uttering her intent softly, as she drew forth her wand. Chapter 86. Invitation from Longhu Mountain. The jet-black wand pointed forward, its base adorned with a deep blue gem that flashed with a brilliant silver light. A blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, curling like a sinuous dragon, and in mere seconds, it enveloped the entire structure. Due to the absence of visitors at midday, most staff had gone for lunch or a break, and no one noticed the anomaly until the blue flame soared into the sky. The shrine, predominantly constructed of wood with ample flammable materials, quickly succumbed to the spreading fire. The three were surrounded by the blue flames, and Anna furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable force protecting the tablets within. A magical disturbance coupled with traces of yin-yang techniques. No wonder there were no wizards or onmyoji stationed here. They had evidently prepared in advance. But none of this poses an issue. The fire shield my father modified incorporates fierce flames, possessing great destructive power, and is not easily extinguished. North we must depart. Panicked shouts echoed from afar as the azure flame shot skyward, with the crackling of burning wood punctuating the atmosphere. Observing the raging inferno and feeling the protective forces being devoured by the flames, Anna felt a slight sense of relief. Snape and she grasped North's clothing, utilizing disapparition to escape. Before venturing to Huaxia, let the souls of those long departed ignite this radiant fire. 2 minutes after their departure, a Nishima wizard arrived via apparition, his face paling as he beheld the uncontrollable inferno. He hastily contacted his colleagues. Originally drawn by the magical disturbance, he was taken aback by the rapid escalation of the situation, now facing a grave predicament. The fierce flames rendered anyone unable to approach, and the arriving wizards and Onmyoji understood all too well that a mere touch would lead to a relentless demise. Everyone, plant your wands into the ground and cast the spell to end all spells, otherwise, all of Tokyo shall perish. One of the Nishima wizards shouted, prompting immediate dispersal among the crowd. The flames had begun to encroach upon the surroundings, and due to some delays, nearly the entire Yasukuni shrine was engulfed in fire. They had to spread out to cast their spells. The Onmyoji outside enacted a barrier formation to ensure that this eerie blue fire remained concealed from muggles. Since the fierce fire spell derived from the wizarding system, it was best resolved by wizarding means. All arriving Nishima wizards complied, directing their wands to the ground, where a golden barrier slowly rose, intertwining to block the surging sea of flames. From a distance, Anna watched as her conjured flames were gradually subdued by the Nishima wizards, scoffing lightly before returning to the shrine where the saints resided. After bidding farewell to Dana, she departed through another fireplace specifically leading to Huaxia. Half a day later, as more wizards arrived, the spell to maintain equilibrium over the flames was strengthened, and by the time the last vestiges of azure light vanished, the Yasukuni shrine had been utterly consumed. The highest echelons of Nishima, upon receiving the news, stood aghast, their mouths agape, their eyes void of focus, oblivious even to the telephone receiver slipping from their hands. It's over, he thought, bracing for the impending onslaught of public outrage. Even if he were to commit seppuku, it would not quell the tide of accusations and fury. Anna, however, was disinterested in the aftermath of this conflagration. She had instructed North to erase all traces of their visit, and with the chaos wrought by the fierce flames, the magical energies were left in disarray, likely leaving no brick unscathed, rendering their tracks untraceable. Having employed the disillusionment and ignorance charms to pass through, in an era where surveillance was not as pervasive, coupled with the magical concealment of their presence, it was likely that those wizards were now frazzled in their attempts to ascertain the identity of the arsonists. Having concluded their business, the trio set foot on the land of Huaxia in the afternoon. As Anna exited the building and traversed the side hall towards the main hall, she beheld the ancient and elegant traditional architecture of Huaxia, feeling her spirit soar. Miss Anna, the old Taoist, is named Zhang Gaoyan, hailing from Longhu Mountain. I presume Miss Anna is already aware. My master is Zhang Tianshi, the current head of the Longhu Mountain Taoist Temple, who has specially sent me to invite Miss Anna to visit the temple for a discussion. In a quaint courtyard located in the Jiangnan region of Huaxia, an elderly Taoist with silver hair approached the girl as she emerged from the side hall, bowing respectfully and extending the invitation from his master. I have long admired the esteemed name of Zhang Tianshi. Since I have received an invitation from such a venerable figure, how could I possibly decline? However, we have only just arrived. Might I trouble the Taoist to wait a moment while I take a brief respite and arrange myself before accompanying you? Engaging in conversation with the venerable Taoist is undeniably poetic. Yet Anna, having long been away from the cultural essence of her homeland, finds herself enveloped in a sense of nostalgia. Zhang Gaoyan is taken aback by Anna's fluency in Mandarin. He is aware that the Dawn Islands have developed a translation potion that facilitates comprehension of foreign languages. However, it appears that she is still speaking English, merely supplemented by a mental translation process that renders her speech somewhat peculiar, imbued with a hint of a translated accent. Yet, the Anna before him does not exhibit the characteristics of someone under the influence of such a potion, and her articulate enunciation leads him to believe that, were he to rely solely on her voice without regard for her appearance, he might assume she is a polite descendant of a prominent cultivation family from Huaxia. Indeed, the old Taoist's impatience is evident. Chuckling softly, Zhang Gaoyan, smiling as he strokes his beard, suppresses his inner curiosities while observing the saintly figure guiding Anna and her companions away. He resumes his seat and takes a sip of the tea before him. Before long, Anna re-enters, her attire transformed into a loose-fitting dress adorned with a white cardigan to shield her from the harsh rays of the sun. Snape follows closely behind her, eschewing any notion of rest. Having consumed the translation potion prior to their arrival, he is aware that Zhang Gaoyan has invited Anna to Mount Longhu. Through a crash course in Huaxia's knowledge, he understands that this location is the birthplace of Taoism, akin to the esteemed status of Hogwarts in its homeland. Being summoned by the leader there feels somewhat disconcerting to him, akin to an ordinary, unremarkable young wizard being unexpectedly invited by Dumbledore. I shall accompany you. Just as they were departing the hall, he made this request to Anna. Chapter 87 Mount Longhu, a place of breathtaking beauty, boasts azure waters reflecting verdant mountains, towering peaks obscuring the sky, and babbling brooks that evoke a sense of wonder and longing. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Tianshi concocted the Nine Heavens divine elixir here, his descendants establishing a sect that has endured for nearly 2 millennia, retreating from the world only as the last dynasty of Huaxia began to decline. The Tianshi residence, located at the foot of Mount Longhu, is an ancient Taoist architectural complex reminiscent of a royal palace, harmoniously situated by the mountains and waters. Grand in scale and majestic in aura, the courtyard is adorned with towering camphor trees, providing ample shade, while birds nest in their branches, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. As Taoism emerged from the wilderness, its practitioners sought transcendence and a state of quietude. Thus the Tianshi residence is replete with extraordinary flowers and rare trees, enhancing its beauty and subtly alluding to a celestial realm. Zhang Gaoyan first leads Anna and her companions to this place, yet it is not their ultimate destination. This Tianshi residence serves merely as the public faade. To discover the true locus of Taoist heritage, they must traverse the mountain's barriers and delve deeper within. Please follow me. Zhang Gaoyan strides ahead, the entire estate comprising a grand hall, a rear hall, private quarters, a study, a garden, and an altar for myriad practices. As they navigate through these ancient structures, Anna distinctly senses an intangible force obstructing their path. A mist begins to rise. Without a guide, one might easily lose themselves within this barrier. After a short while, the fog gradually dissipates, revealing a stone path before the trio. Ascending the path, they are captivated by the cascading mountain springs and exotic flora, while towering trees shield them from the intense afternoon sun, casting irregular patches of light that create a fantastical ambience. The mountain air is invigorating, refreshing their spirits, and soon the stone path reaches its terminus, where an ancient Taoist temple rests upon a cliff, nestled among the mountains and woods. At first glance, it appears unremarkable, yet every brick and tile, every blade of grass and stone, exudes the essence of Taoism, evoking a profound sense of returning to simplicity. The temple's entrance bears no plaque. Zhang Gaoyan approaches and pushes the door open. The ancient door, steeped in millennia of history, creaks open, revealing several disciples engaged in scholarly discussion, who turn their curious gazes toward the entrance. Upon recognizing their visitor, respect washes over their faces. Greetings, Shirshu. Greetings, Shizuzu. These are the new generation of disciples from Mount Longhu, the youngest barely 10 years old, while the oldest are in their 20s. They regard the two unfamiliar foreign faces with intrigue. I am bringing these two guests to meet the Tianshi. You may continue with your tasks, but do not follow us. Zhang Gaoyan instructs before continuing onward with Anna and the others, disappearing from the disciples' sight, prompting them to engage in hushed whispers. As they pass through the main hall toward the rear courtyard, Anna spots a benevolent elder seated beneath a pine tree in a small garden. The current Zhang Tianshi sits at a stone table, 3 cups of fragrant tea before him, steam gently rising as if freshly poured. Ah, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. The Tianshi greets Anna with the warmth of a kindly neighbor, gesturing for her to join him. The two settle before the elder, and Zhang Gaoyan soon departs, leaving only the 3 of them in the quaint courtyard. Greetings, Zhang Tianshi. Anna politely acknowledges this venerable figure, whose profound cultivation is palpable, and seamlessly encourages Snape to sit down beside her. Haha, there is no need for such formality. I watched from across the sea, and that firework display was quite marvelous. The elder chuckles, alluding to her recent exploits in the Sun Island, yet there is no trace of reproach on his countenance, only a palpable delight and a hint of admiration. Before Anna can respond, the Tianshi, regaining his composure, shifts the topic from the incendiary incident. Today marks our first encounter. Where shall we begin our discourse? He strokes his graying beard, gazing thoughtfully at the young woman before him. Indeed, I never anticipated that one destined for such significance would appear before me in this manner and guise. Destined for significance? What does that mean? The way encompasses 50, with 49 escaping. The one that eludes is the celestial mystery, the key to altering the cosmic order. Noticing the confusion on Anna's face, the Tianshi offers a brief explanation. Having immersed herself in Huaxia's classical texts, Anna quickly comprehends the implications. As if struck by a thunderbolt, her heart racing in response. She clutches the contract tightly within her palm, and after her initial astonishment subsides, a sense of inevitable clarity washes over her. This phrase signifies that within the universe, the laws governing the operation and evolution of all things total 50, yet only 49 can manifest. The one that eludes is the celestial secret, capable of shifting the cosmic rules. Seated beside her, Snape remains oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two, silently committing their words to memory for future inquiry. Indeed, some have remarked upon the peculiarity of my soul. Yet, I feel I am not merely the one that has eluded, but rather a variable inserted into the equation. Zhang Tianxia holds me in too high a regard. She responds, only to witness the elder gently shake his head. Since time immemorial, the spiritual essence of the world has been in gradual decline. Whether practitioners of cultivation or wizards, many lineages have already been lost. For millennia, we at Mount Longhu, along with inheritors from sacred sites across Huaxia, have been calculating the shifting tides, anticipating that in a few decades, those of us with extraordinary powers would be cast aside by this realm. Yet, unexpectedly, 12 winters ago, a glimmer of hope appeared in the augury. The elder fixes his gaze intently upon the silver-haired girl before him, his words resonating with clarity and strength. The subsequent discourse need not be elaborated upon by this old Taoist, I presume. His gaze flickers to Snape beside Anna, and she understands the elder's implication. After a moment of contemplation, she shakes her head, dismissing the notion of sending Snape away. Let us converse about other matters, Zhang Tianxia. This is indeed my primary purpose for visiting Huaxia. She had no desire to engage in further discussions with the elderly man before her, and instead shifted the conversation to matters concerning the Dawn Islands. I had acquiesced to the conditions proposed by those cultivation families, promising to assist them in establishing an academy upon this land. Of course, this endeavor would require the approval or cooperation of Longhu Mountain. Cultivation and magic represent two entirely distinct systems. Yet at their core both stem from the mysterious powers of this world. Thus in my vision, beyond the establishment of a comprehensive cultivation academy in Huaxia, I also aspire to create a magic academy on the Dawn Islands. After all, there are quite a number of wizards in Huaxia, are there not? The ancient traditions of Huaxia have been waning, and after encountering these cultivation families a few years ago, Anna began to entertain such thoughts. Among these families, there exist both obstinate individuals and those who are unwavering in their desire to ensure the continuity of their heritage. Consequently, the latter quietly reached an agreement with the wizards of the Dawn Islands to initiate a fusion of their practices. Chapter 88. The Attack on Diagon Alley. Upon returning from Huaxia, Anna sat in her study, propping her head on her left hand, her eyes vacant as they gazed at the fireplace against the wall. Lost in thought. If one were to disregard the initial words spoken by Master Zhang, this journey to Huaxia could be deemed nothing short of perfect. Following detailed negotiations, Master Zhang agreed to relay her opinions and thoughts to the higher-ups in Huaxia, thereby establishing a connection with the highest authority. The Dawn Islands had officially entered the purview of the Muggle government. Behind the Dawn Islands, there exists no political regime. It is entirely governed by Anna and the Saints, effectively rendering it an absolutely neutral organization in this world. Moreover, this organization possesses ample wealth, connections and power, albeit shrouded in secrecy, warranting caution from all. The underdeveloped Huaxia would likely not reject the olive branch she extended, especially with Master Zhang as a guarantor. The path to the integration of wizards and muggles is akin to planting robust seeds. Presently, Anna's most promising seed has been brought to Huaxia, and now it remains to be seen how it will take root and flourish. What now troubled Anna was another matter. She had never anticipated the existence of a figure like Master Zhang in this world, capable of discerning the fluctuations of her soul, and being recognized as the one who had eluded her. The girl lowered her head, gazing at the black contract etched in her palm, which she had envisioned countless times in her mind. Since returning from Huaxia, memories from her past life had gradually become clearer, particularly during the final moments of her previous existence, when she vaguely recalled a deity seated beside her, engaging in conversation. The Grim Reaper had stated that her fate and soul were of a unique nature, possessing an unparalleled quality that would manifest immense power at a critical juncture. A force that would precipitate a monumental change in this world at some future moment. Anna had long speculated that it was from that moment onwards that Muggles and wizards would begin their complete integration. Ever since she first assumed control of the Saints, she had been preparing for this nebulous future moment, with the greatest reliance being on the Dawn Islands, which were still under construction. So, what truly constitutes the critical moment? What role will her divinely sanctioned variable play in that future instant? When Severus entered the room, she remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to everything around her, entirely absorbed in her thoughts. It was only when he approached the desk that Anna regained her awareness, her gaze reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Severus, what brings you here? Since his return, Snape had been occupied at Prince Manor, studying potions, and they had not seen each other for several days. All right. We are to visit Lily's house tomorrow. We still need to buy a gift, and I nearly forgot. She gathered her open palm and tucked it beneath the table, her expression softening into a familiar gentle smile as she stepped out from behind the desk, ready to leave the study with Snape. You've been staring at your palm. Is there something there? His impatience grew after perusing Huasha's ancient texts for the past few days, as he found no mention of the contract inscribed in Anna's palm. However, he understood the old Taoist's words. She was the variable, and he, having been reborn, could also be considered a variable, yet unlike him, Anna had the potential to change the entire world. Was it due to that contract? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired aloud. It's nothing. You know, it doesn't actually exist at this point in time. It is the contract that brought me here. This is the proof, though you likely cannot see it. Anna gave a brief explanation, though she did not clarify the details, such as how she had come to be here, or who had signed the contract with her. All right. Severus, don't press me now. I will tell you later. It's not the right time yet. Unbeknownst to Anna, Snape had already glimpsed the contract in her palm, and even accessed memories of her past life through it, though he chose not to disclose this. Seeing that Anna was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing her further, and they left the manor en route to Diagon Alley. Anna swiftly selected a gift for Lily. But just as they were about to exit the shop, her personal communication mirror vibrated unexpectedly. What does Eliza want? Returning the items to her storage ring. They stepped onto the street, and she retrieved the small mirror from her pocket to check the message. Miss, the Death Eaters will be conducting a cleansing operation in Diagon Alley today. Please return to the manor immediately. The Death Eaters are coming here today? After reading the message, Anna surveyed the bustling crowd in Diagon Alley, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. The cleansing operation referred to the maniacal slaughter of Muggle-born wizards, and even half-blood wizards by the Death Eaters, all under the pretense of preserving the purity of wizarding blood. In truth, it was an act of terror. Those who became frenzied would not discriminate between purebloods and Muggles, dragging them all into chaos. Shouldn't we inform the Ministry of Magic? Forget it. The ores there are of little use. Anna retracted the communication mirror, her brows furrowing as she glanced at Snape. I think it would be prudent for us to leave as soon as possible. Given that Eliza had sent such a message, it indicated the information was accurate. And Snape immediately sought to take Anna away. But what about these people? The wizarding community is already sparse, and they are all innocent. Drawing her wand, Anna knew she could not recklessly confront the Death Eaters participating in the cleansing operation. After all, they were out alone today, without North accompanying them. Even with protective charms, they could easily become embroiled in the chaos. After attending the Malfoy Manor Gala, many Death Eaters had already recognized their faces. Lingering here would surely attract unwanted attention. Yet, she could not merely stand by and watch as the wizards before her fell victim to the madness. If she could issue a warning, perhaps it would mitigate some of the casualties. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted in Diagon Alley, dazzling and conspicuous, illuminating the street for all the wizards passing by. In the wizarding community, there exists a widely accepted understanding that red fireworks signify danger, alerting others to be vigilant and summoning fellow wizards for assistance, while green indicates safety. Thus, when Anna unleashed the red fireworks symbolizing peril, from her wand at a secluded corner of the street, many wizards promptly scanned the crowd around them. At that very moment, a group of hooded figures emerged from the alley, their wands glowing with green light. Although many had become wary upon witnessing Anna's red fireworks, managing to evade the attack, a small portion still fell victim to the sudden onslaught, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, chaos engulfed Diagon Alley. Chapter 89. The Battle in Diagon Alley. Lucius Malfoy trailed behind a substantial contingent of Death Eaters, his black robe cloaking his form, while a silver mask and wide-brimmed hat obscured his visage. Even his proud platinum hair was meticulously tied back, leaving not a single strand visible. Today marked his inaugural participation in the cleansing operations. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, he felt compelled to make a declaration before Voldemort, lest his father be suspected and scorned. Green light flickered before him intermittently, and the wizards of Diagon Alley were caught unawares, their vibrant lives evaporating into nothingness. Some Death Eaters, driven by madness, delighted in tormenting wizards with excruciating pain, their screams and wails echoing incessantly, Once a bustling thoroughfare, Diagon Alley had transformed into their playground, with some resisting while others fled for their lives. Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, suppressing his discomfort as other Death Eaters monitored his every move, compelling him to raise his wand. A jet of green light emanated from its tip, and Lucius felt a sense of relief that his heart harbored little malice. Thus, the killing curse he cast did not claim any lives, merely inflicting severe injuries. Observing this, some Death Eaters scoffed and paid him no further heed, while Lucius continued to advance deeper into Diagon Alley, occasionally feigning attacks on bystanders, fully aware that the spells he unleashed lacked the potency to deliver death. Suddenly, his keen eyes caught a flash of silver darting around the alley corner. Judging by the fleeting silhouette, it was highly likely to be Miss Grindelwald. This sight made Lucius hesitate, torn between the desire to pursue and the fear that another Death Eater might spot her and strike. Their sudden arrival had caused many shops to overflow with panicked wizards seeking refuge. Alas, the limited number of establishments meant that those attempting to escape via the Flu network faced delays, leaving many trapped at shop entrances, becoming targets for the madmen. Some sought to flee using apparition, but the Death Eaters had cast anti-apparition charms the moment they appeared, rendering escape from the street impossible without vacating the area. Unbeknownst to Lucius, Anna was also in the midst of the Death Eaters' purging squad, having chosen a different alley to evade the turmoil alongside Severus. Beyond Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley, there existed other obscure passageways where wizards resided. Eliza had previously acquired several vacant houses in this vicinity, enchanted with the unbreakable vow, serving as temporary strongholds for the saints. She had shared these locations with Anna, and today they proved fortuitous. After ushering Severus into one of the empty houses, the two peered out through the window, observing the Death Eaters searching for wizards. However, the assailants unconsciously overlooked their hiding spot, and could not breach it. This location would only serve as a temporary refuge, lacking a fireplace and thus unable to facilitate their departure via Flu powder. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. Seated by the window, watching the wizards flee in turmoil, Anna retrieved a communication mirror, initiating contact with Eliza and Nos. "What are you planning?" Severus inquired, leaning against the window with a furrowed brow. "Do you not perceive this as an excellent opportunity for the saints to emerge within the purview of the British wizards?" She replied. The sudden emergence of a faction opposing the Death Eaters could potentially save lives. When the time came to reveal their true identities, it would instill some caution in the wizards. If they aimed to infiltrate Britain, confrontation with the Death Eaters was inevitable. Rather than operating covertly, it would be more advantageous to boldly expose their presence beneath the very noses of the wizards, demonstrating that not all wizards cowered before these lunatics. Voldemort's dominion in Britain had not reached a level of unchallenged supremacy. During the previous Christmas, some individuals brought from the Dawn Islands were stationed here precisely for such an occasion. "Very well, perhaps in a while, this uproar will subside," Anna concluded, retracting the communication mirror with a composed demeanor. Upon receiving news from their mistress, Eliza promptly organized the saints, clad in matching black cloaks. Both men and women appeared remarkably sharp and dashing. These garments were custom-made, adorned with a protective alchemical array developed by the Dawn Islands Alchemical Technology Research Center, capable of withstanding certain dark magic. The collar of the cloaks was embroidered with a silver butterfly, symbolizing the new generation of saints, sparing them from inciting the wizards' nerves with the former emblem derived from Grindelwald's 3 Deathly Hallows. Before setting off, they consumed a modified polyjuice potion, ensuring its effects could last up to 6 hours, alleviating any concerns about their identities being exposed. Minutes later, the wizards fleeing or resisting in Diagon Alley suddenly found themselves confronted by a new group, their training evident and their demeanor a stark contrast to the Death Eaters' madness, casting spells with calmness and rationality, even displaying an air of ease. Where did these people come from? The wizards of Diagon Alley were not the only ones questioning this. The marauding Death Eaters were equally bewildered. Only Lucius, upon noticing the silver butterfly on their collars, suddenly connected the dots and instinctively retreated. "Capture them all and throw them at the Ministry of Magic's doorstep. If the Ministry refuses to intervene, let us use the newly arrived alchemical scrolls to send these Death Eaters straight to Azkaban." At the heart of the saints, Eliza issued the command, adhering to Anna's instructions. Even if these individuals were stained with the blood of the innocent, they could not indiscriminately kill, lest they find themselves vulnerable to the Ministry's scrutiny. Since the invention of the alchemical scrolls enabling transportation to the Dawn Islands, researchers had seemingly unlocked a floodgate of creativity, developing an array of bizarre scrolls, including one that could transport individuals to Azkaban in the North Sea. "Indeed, this is quite ingenious," Anna remarked, allowing them to proceed as they wished. Perhaps this would prove useful against the Death Eaters. And she had not anticipated that the scrolls would be deployed so swiftly, having been brought by Eliza today. After issuing her orders, Eliza turned to seek Anna, who remained at the temporary stronghold. The other saints, previously constrained to discreetly undermining the Death Eaters, were now eager to confront them openly, relishing the prospect of engaging in battle. Perhaps this confrontation would serve as their inaugural declaration of existence to the wizarding world. Chapter 90. Developments on all fronts. The Death Eaters, confronted by the somewhat ostentatious saints, were both bewildered and astonished. These individuals were formidable, far surpassing the Aurors who had devoted all their energies to Muggles. Who were they? The anti-apparition charms cast by the saints were dispelled through their collective effort, prompting the observing wizards to vacate the scene. However, before departing, they etched the image of these newly emerged figures in black cloaks into their memories. As the streets grew increasingly desolate, Lucius retreated to the back of the ranks, avoiding drawing attention from either side. When the moment was ripe, he swiftly returned to Nocturne Alley and operated away from the chaos. Above all, survival was paramount. As the saints intensified their assault, the Death Eaters witnessed numerous comrades ensnared by what appeared to be enchanted papers, swiftly vanishing from sight, instilling terror in their hearts. It appeared to be a means of transportation, though the destination remained a mystery, certainly not a favorable one. Many Death Eaters, beset by trepidation, seized the opportunity to vanish swiftly while others were distracted. As the number of fleeing adversaries increased, only a handful of Death Eaters remained engaged in combat, while numerous shops in Diagon Alley hastily shut their doors, fearing that the conflict might spill over into their sanctuaries. The few remaining wizard passers-by had also fled, and the saints exchanged glances, swiftly cornering the remaining Death Eaters. After disarming them, they bound their captives, realizing that the supply of portkeys was limited, and the remaining captives would have to await the ministry's intervention. After assessing the time, they surmised that the Aurors from the ministry should soon arrive. One among them called out, and the others comprehended in unison, almost simultaneously vanishing from Diagon Alley, erasing the magical traces of their apparition to prevent others from following their path. The operation went remarkably smoothly. Upon receiving the news, the ministry dispatched personnel to Diagon Alley, only to find a few bound and helpless Death Eaters huddled in a corner. As for the mysterious individuals clad in black cloaks mentioned in the reports, none were sighted, and even the magical traces left behind could not lead to any clue regarding their apparition. This was a force more troublesome than the Death Eaters themselves. The leading Auror's expression soured as he cast a disdainful glance at the captured Death Eaters, gesturing for them to be taken back to the ministry. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from Azkaban, reporting that some of the attacking Death Eaters had inexplicably operated to the northern coast, landing in the waters surrounding Azkaban, which was heavily warded against apparition. Tragically, these individuals had not reached the shore before being discovered and kissed several times by the Dementors hovering above, leaving them unconscious and barely clinging to life. This left the ministry in a state of bewilderment. What on earth were those individuals? How could they have transported someone directly to Azkaban? Such methods had never been heard of in the wizarding world. Investigate. I demand to know who those mysterious cloaked figures are, thundered Bartemius Crouch, the Minister of Magical Law Enforcement, slamming his fist down on the table, his face flushed with anger. Undoubtedly, the saints' actions had dealt a severe blow to the pride of the British Aurors, who were left unaware of the origins of their adversaries, now merely tools for managing the ensuing troubles. It was well known that among these Death Eaters were members of ancient pureblood families, each intricately tied to the ministry's interests. Now that these families were at their doorstep, coupled with Voldemort being the most formidable dark wizard in all of Britain, the ministry found itself at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, the saints had afforded the Death Eaters a sliver of mercy by not exterminating them all, or else matters could have escalated even further. Seated in his office, Crouch pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing he could arrest all the Death Eaters and send them to Azkaban. However, many high-ranking officials within the ministry had ties to these prominent families, and would likely intervene to thwart such actions. For the time being, he felt powerless against these pests. While he outwardly expressed fury towards the cloaked figures, inwardly he hoped his subordinates would uncover something of significance. Given that they stood against Voldemort, the enemy of his enemy could be regarded as a potential ally, and he was eager to ascertain their true identities to explore possibilities for collaboration. Anna, brought back to the manor by Eliza, was likewise contemplating the potential for collaboration with Crouch. This man had exhibited an intense hatred for the Death Eaters in the original narrative. His decisive, albeit sometimes inappropriate, methods had garnered him considerable support and trust during Voldemort's reign of darkness. Had it not been for the revelation that his son was a Death Eater, the position of Minister of Magic would not have fallen to the cowardly Cornelius Fudge. Speaking of which, young Bartemius Crouch was set to begin his studies at Hogwarts next semester, just a month away. This could very well serve as an excellent opportunity. Since Voldemort had manipulated this boy into becoming a Death Eater in the original story, eventually turning him into his most trusted lieutenant, Anna felt no remorse in contemplating a similar strategy. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Voldemort sat in his prominent seat, flanked by a row of Death Eaters bearing expressions of dread. You mean to tell me that a group of individuals suddenly appeared in Diagon Alley, causing you to flee in terror? They even captured numerous people, somehow transporting my dear friends to Azkaban? He caressed his wand made of you, speaking languidly, his voice hissing like a serpent, devoid of overt emotion yet instilling cold dread in the returned Death Eaters. My lord, I truly did not anticipate such a sudden appearance of those individuals. I beg your forgiveness, my most esteemed master. The individual at the forefront, under immense pressure, had yet to finish his plea when a familiar green light erupted from Voldemort's wand, striking him. Crucio! Crucio! The hall echoed with the anguished cries of the tortured. Lucius, standing closest to the door, observed his father's impassive demeanor, his heart racing with anxiety. It was only when Abraxas shot him a glance that he managed to regain his composure. For Lucius, participating in the purge for the first time as the son of old Malfoy, Voldemort had little to say. Those individuals are undoubtedly linked to Miss Grindelwald. Investigate. I demand to know where these suddenly bold rodents have been hiding. If that lady wishes to meddle in my affairs, she shall not find me accommodating. Retracting his wand, Voldemort's narrowed eyes glinted with a sinister crimson light. Chapter 91. Do you have feelings for Anna? The following day, Lily heard the doorbell ring and excitedly opened the door, anticipating the arrival of Anna and her companions. However, upon seeing only Severus standing outside, her joy dimmed considerably. Severus, standing at the threshold, clearly noticed the change in Lily's expression as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. She glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Anna, yet her hopes were dashed. After a few moments of waiting, Lily finally opened the small gate to let him in. Severus, didn't Anna say she would come to my house with you today? Is she going to arrive later? The hopeful young girl inquired, but was met with a disappointing answer. Lily, Anna has some unexpected matters to attend to today. She will visit again in a few days. Severus offered a comforting response, and though Lily was not a petulant child, she nodded in understanding, her spirits still somewhat dampened. All right then, I'll bake cookies with her in a few days. Severus, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped inside the house. He sensed that in Lily's heart, Anna was of utmost importance, relegating other friends, including himself, to a lesser status. Even though Anna had not come, Severus had brought along the gifts they had purchased together in Diagon Alley the previous day, which brightened Lily's mood considerably and made her think of Anna even more. As the Evans couple had stepped out, Petunia, hearing the commotion downstairs, hurried down to investigate. She too glanced around, and upon realizing that only Severus was present in the living room with Lily, her face reflected the same disappointment that her sister had just displayed. How is it possible that he is merely a superfluous individual? Severus Snape's expression darkened slightly, and it was only after Petunia had greeted them and ascended the stairs that Lily could no longer suppress her laughter. Ahem, Severus. I mentioned to my sister yesterday that Anna would be joining us for cookie baking, so she is rather looking forward to it. You may not fully grasp the bonds of friendship we girls share, and I hope you do not mind. Professor Snape, having lived a second life, certainly would not be incensed by such trivialities. He merely felt a touch of melancholy. Very well, Severus, let us converse on a different subject. Seizing the opportunity while Anna was absent, Lily suddenly felt compelled to voice a long-held question, straightening her posture, tempering her mirth, clearing her throat, and contemplating her phrasing. What is it you wish to inquire? Snape noted her serious demeanor, and chose not to dwell on the previous topic, preparing to attentively listen to Lily's query. Well, Severus, do you perhaps harbor feelings for Anna? Regardless of how long Snape was taken aback by this monumental question posed by Lily, on the other side, Anna observed the heated debate between her two fathers regarding her and the saints, lost in thought. To fully understand the situation, one must start from this morning. Early today, her father had unexpectedly arrived at the gates of Grindelwald Manor, startling both Anna and Snape, who were preparing to leave. He then began to recount the previous day's altercation between the saints and Death Eaters in Diagon Alley. Realizing that her overly concerned father would likely bombard her with numerous inquiries, Anna decided to send Snape ahead to Lily's home while she explained the details of the incident to her father. When she recounted her visit to procure gifts and inadvertently encountered the Death Eaters engaging in a cleansing operation, the aged headmaster's face darkened with anger, his right hand instinctively rubbing the old wand at his waist. Sensing this detail, Anna quickly redirected the conversation to her own saints, hoping to prevent her father from contemplating a confrontation with Voldemort. I did not wish to witness so many innocent wizards and bystanders being slain by the Death Eaters, so I called upon some saints for assistance. They did not kill indiscriminately. Rather, they restrained the culprits, awaiting the arrival of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, my saints safely escorted me home. Although Anna seemed to provide a thorough account, she omitted the details regarding the scroll and avoided discussing why certain Death Eaters had been unexpectedly transported to Azkaban. Furthermore, she glossed over the uniformity among the saints, which bore a striking resemblance to the Death Eaters, thus deliberately drawing attention from others in Diagon Alley. Anna, you are still quite young and should not bear such burdens, Dumbledore remarked, fully aware that this little fox presented a facade of compliance before him, yet transformed into someone extraordinarily mature when matters concerning the saints arose. While she lacked the overwhelming authority that Gellert once commanded among the saints, she embodied the very essence of what they protected, leaving no room for external doubt. Aside from her somewhat diminished strength, she was not inferior to the Gellert of yesteryears. Dumbledore had witnessed, at the Christmas ball held at the manor months prior, the unwavering devotion in the eyes of the saints as they regarded Anna, akin to gazing upon their most steadfast belief. Father, you need not worry excessively. I will manage myself. After all, it is quite enjoyable to see Voldemort falter, and it brings me great joy to undermine him. The thought of witnessing him fall from grace in the future fills me with even greater delight. As she spoke, Anna grasped her father's hand and led him to the fireplace, retrieving a box of flue powder. You wish to go to Neumont, I presume? Dumbledore observed with resignation as he took the box she handed him, realizing his daughter's intentions, and reluctantly extracted a handful. Coincidentally, he also wished to have a serious conversation with Gellert regarding the recent conflict between the Saints and Death Eaters in Diagon Alley. Thus the ensuing scene unfolded. Voldemort posed a significant threat, after leaving a lasting impression on him during the Malfoy family's recent soiree. Following yesterday's confrontation, he would undoubtedly target Anna with renewed fervor. Do not fret, Albus. Our daughter has never been one to place herself in perilous situations, and ultimately, facing that Dark Lord is merely a matter of time. Gellert, why did you entrust her with the power of the saints at such an early stage? Moreover, Anna still bore your surname. Do you wish for her to become a target? Oh dear Albus, if you so desire, she may easily adopt your surname. Though the discussion was ostensibly about her, Anna felt an undeniable sense of dissonance. Her father was questioning her, yet it seemed as though he were flirting. Most importantly, he was using her as a pretext for his flirtation. Pondering for a moment, little Anna resolved to continue observing the unfolding drama. Chapter 92. Transferring Schools? Dumbledore, feeling as though Gellert had nearly drained him of his patience, took a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions before continuing. In summary, those saints may remain in Britain and engage the Death Eaters as they please, but it would be best for Anna to transfer to another school. I cannot guarantee her safety. Dear Albus, you must consult Anna for her opinion. After all, I can hardly dictate her choices now. Why has the conversation suddenly shifted back to me? Midway through relishing the delightful gossip, Anna froze at the gaze directed toward her by the two fathers. No. I have never contemplated transferring schools. Moreover, such a move was entirely impractical. Countless arrangements would be disrupted. After all, Voldemort was here, and most of his loyal Death Eaters were as well. Little Barty Crouch and Regulus Black would both be in Slytherin next semester. If she transferred, where would she gather intelligence? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she might not even have time to remedy the situation. Having painstakingly divided Slytherin into two factions, she intended to conduct preliminary identity revelations among the young wizards at Hogwarts next semester. But I do not wish to transfer, Father. All my friends are here. And you are here as well. Besides, I spend the majority of my time at Hogwarts, and even when I return home, the saints accompany me. Nothing will happen. She hastily shook her head in refusal, displaying an unmistakable air of resistance. No matter how Dumbledore attempted to persuade her, Anna's stance remained unwavering. Very well. But you must promise me that aside from during the summer, you will try to remain at Hogwarts as much as possible. With no recourse against her, Dumbledore sighed. He did not wish for Anna to be distanced from him. Since his daughter was reluctant to leave, he would simply have to remain vigilant against Voldemort. Upon returning to the manor and bidding farewell to her father, Anna proceeded to the study, where a plethora of documents concerning the Death Eaters and ancient pureblood families lay scattered across the desk. She casually picked up a blank sheet of paper and began organizing the relationships based on the information the Saints had secretly gathered. Over the next few years, Voldemort would likely launch large-scale terror campaigns, his power nearing its zenith. Aside from his formidable strength that commanded submission, he was also bolstered by the support of those pureblood families lurking in the shadows. She aimed to discern whether, aside from the Malfoy family, there were any other pureblood families with ulterior motives or significant leverage that might be secretly swayed. After a considerable time, Anna set down her pen, gazing at the densely packed names and intertwining arrows on the paper, genuinely feeling that the familial connections among these pureblood families were excessively convoluted. Yet, this also provided her with some clarity. Her fingers traced the names that had been highlighted, as her mind raced with thoughts of the potential to bring these individuals to her side. Igor Karkaroff, at this juncture, had not yet ascended to the role of headmaster of Durmstrang, and was still quite youthful, embodying the essence of a fickle character. He had allied himself with the Death Eaters in pursuit of dark magic, a choice that rendered him susceptible to betrayal by similar cohorts. Another individual of concern for Anna was the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. A natural-born werewolf, Greyback harbored a deep-seated grudge after being insulted by Lupin's father, leading him to inflict a bite upon the young Remus Lupin, thus transforming him into a werewolf. Greyback was exceptionally vindictive. He could be deemed the most brutal of werewolves within the wizarding community, driven by a relentless desire to maim and infect as many individuals as possible, a goal that ultimately served Voldemort's purposes. At times, Voldemort would unleash him to maul those who resisted his dominion, a threat that frequently proved effective. The original text described how Fenrir Greyback would eschew wizarding society, resorting to thievery and murder to procure sustenance. The pack of werewolves he led largely adhered to Voldemort, believing that under his rule, life would be more favorable. Unfortunately, Voldemort appeared indifferent towards them, allowing them to don Death Eater robes only when he required their service. And even among Death Eaters, Greyback was often looked down upon. Should Fenrir Greyback be persuaded to amend some of his more reprehensible traits, he could indeed prove to be a formidable ally. Perhaps a slight engagement with him would be prudent? After some contemplation, Anna resolved to include this werewolf in her plans. If he could be turned to her advantage, it would be most fortuitous, though presently there was no opportunity for direct interaction. She decided to have her confidant investigate and monitor his movements for the time being before plotting further. With that, she gathered her papers and departed her study. As dusk approached, Snape returned to Prince Manor from Lily's home, refraining from inquiring about Dumbledore's unexpected visit that morning. Instead, thoughts of Lily's sudden question lingered in his mind. No, how could I possibly harbor feelings for her? To me, Anna is merely a friend, much like your relationship with her. Snape denied it vehemently, his emotions slightly agitated, causing his tone to rise. Lily's face registered surprise, but she swiftly redirected the conversation, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Nonetheless, she sensed that as they transitioned to other topics, Snape seemed oddly distracted. In recent days, Snape had not visited Grindelwald Manor, which Anna had not particularly noted, but when they set off together to Lily's house at their agreed time, she felt that her companion was unusually silent. Although their conversations typically consisted of Anna speaking while Snape listened, with the occasional interjection, today's lack of response was unprecedented. It seemed he was lost in thought. Observing him, Anna assumed he was facing a creative block in his potion studies, and did not dwell on it further. Upon arriving at Lily's doorstep, they spotted the red-haired girl eagerly peering in their direction, and upon recognizing them, she waved her little hand excitedly. "Dear Lily, I apologize for my absence these past few days." Upon reaching the entrance, the two long-separated girls embraced before stepping inside. "It's quite all right. You had matters to attend to," Lily said kindly, just as Petunia appeared in the living room. After a delightful chat among the three girls, they ventured into the kitchen to begin crafting cookies, leaving Snape alone in the living room. However, the kitchen was open plan, allowing Snape to glimpse the trio playing together with a mere turn of his head. His gaze fell upon Lily, yet Anna's proximity occasionally interrupted his line of sight. Recalling Lily's earlier question, he found himself instinctively avoiding Anna's presence ever since that day. Whenever he worked or contemplated issues in recent days, any thought of Anna would prompt an immediate mental dismissal. Noticing Snape's gaze, Anna lifted her head, coincidentally locking eyes with him. Snape swiftly averted his gaze, leaving Anna feeling perplexed. His inexplicable actions hinted at some inner turmoil. Lily caught sight of this exchange, shaking her head inwardly while a sly smile crept onto her lips. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, with only Petunia wholeheartedly focused on her cookie making. Time passed swiftly, and as Anna departed Lily's home, carrying the treats they had made, she could no longer restrain her curiosity about Snape's distracted demeanor throughout the day. I was merely contemplating a new potion formula. He deflected, quickly shifting the subject. A few days ago, Dumbledore inquired about Diagon Alley. What else did you discuss? Oh, nothing much. He simply expressed concern that Voldemort might target me, suggesting I transfer to another school. Anna's casual response momentarily stunned Snape, prompting him to turn towards her. However, I declined. Her subsequent words eased his previously taut nerves, yet an understanding dawned upon him, causing his expression to stiffen. He was right. Leaving here would indeed be safer for you. What was intended as a well-meaning suggestion emerged somewhat dryly, a faint dissent echoing in his mind, yet he dismissed it. I am still orchestrating plans against Voldemort here. I cannot simply leave. Moreover, I have so many people I care for residing here, including you, Severus. I cannot just up and leave now. Her voice was soft, and with those familiar and cherished individuals, she unconsciously revealed her most genuine emotions. Her usual polite smile radiated warmth, and the azure of her eyes shimmered like ripples on a lake caressed by a spring breeze, gently brushing against his heart. Suit yourself. Snape responded swiftly, quickening his pace as if to distance himself from her. Upon returning to Prince Manor, he closed the door behind him, ensuring no one would intrude unexpectedly before retrieving his wand. The room remained unlit, darkness enveloping him like a tide, and the silence was so profound that he could hear his own breaths and heartbeat. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly raised his wand and softly uttered the incantation that was all too familiar. Expecto Patronum. A silver, familiar stag emerged from the tip of his wand, bounding joyfully around the room, casting silvery light that illuminated the dark, confined space. Watching his Patronus, Snape felt a slight relief, yet an unsettling awareness crept upon him. This was not entirely right. This Patronus did not fully encapsulate all that he felt. It seemed more a manifestation of emotions from a past life rather than a reflection of his current thoughts and feelings. Just as Snape's mind was in turmoil, the image of Lily from his past faded, and unexpectedly, a silver butterfly flitted before him, reminiscent of his solitary journey through the darkness before his rebirth. The butterfly, glowing with a gentle silver light akin to the moon, had appeared amidst the boundless dark, guiding him through his struggles with its luminous presence. Just like the present version of her, she who suddenly stumbled into the Spider's Alley during her rebirth. The one who has been by her side for 3 years. The companion with whom she has shared her studies at Hogwarts. The one to whom she has entrusted her entire being. The fragile one in moments of magical turmoil. The one who soared under the moonlight. The one who delicately arranged her hair before the mirror. And the one with the warm smile from the recent journey back. These vivid scenes flashed through his mind like an uncontainable torrent, each frame a reflection of her essence. Every moment spent with Anna over the years cascading forth in an overwhelming rush. Simultaneously, the silver dough in the room transformed into scattered points of silver light in the air, each glimmer resembling a chrysalis brimming with life, pulsating with a flickering radiance. Akin to a heartbeat, as if something were about to emerge from its cocoon. Snape instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, sensing the tension within him as the lights quickly vanished before his eyes. Leaning against the wall, he appeared to witness the most astonishing phenomenon, his face betraying a mix of bewilderment and shock. How could this be? The summer holidays flew by, and soon it was time for the new term at Hogwarts. Anna gazed at Snape, standing at least 2 meters away, with a look of confusion, deeply questioning whether she had inadvertently offended him. Severus, what has been troubling you lately? Are you afraid that Voldemort might suddenly confront me and cast a killing curse, forcing you to keep your distance to avoid collateral damage? She crossed her arms, finding her own thought somewhat amusing, yet unable to fathom the reason for Snape's distance. Unable to articulate an explanation, Snape silently returned to Anna's side, maintaining an air of silence, his expression calm yet inscrutable, concealing his inner thoughts. All right, if you have any grievances, please voice them. If I've done something amiss, I shall consider amending it. The girl shook her head in resignation, as her gaze fell upon Lily, whom she had unexpectedly encountered at King's Cross Station, and approached to greet. Snape's tightly wounded heart began to ease slightly. He too wished to mask his unease, but every time he beheld Anna, the memory of that night's transformation of his Patronus would resurface, compelling him to instinctively maintain distance to shield his emotions from her perception. This could not continue, especially since they were destined to share classes together in the same house, akin to the past. Anna had been by his side longer than Lily had, and while the acclimacy could suppress emotions, it was easily detectable, thus rendering it an ineffective disguise for his feelings. Chapter 94, the second semester. According to his Patronus, this burgeoning emotion remained feeble and vague, its true significance elusive. Moreover, Snape had never envisioned falling for anyone beyond Lily. Thus he had promptly categorized it as a mere sentimental response to Anna's trust and concern. He pondered deeply, perhaps by rejecting her subconscious gestures of care, he could delineate this uncertain sentiment more distinctly. Severus, come here, this compartment is empty. The silver-haired girl waved him over, her tone imbued with joy, the delight in her expression unfeigned, shattering the resolve Snape had just formed. They were not far apart. A few steps forward would place him beside her, as usual. Yet, those few steps felt extraordinarily burdensome to Snape. Noticing his rigid movements, Anna felt a pang of concern. She allowed Lily to enter the compartment first, then hurriedly approached Snape. Grasping his sleeve, "Why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Even a potions master like you can't take care of yourself?" Her tone was teasing, yet her touch was gentle. Once inside the compartment, Anna drew her wand to cast a disillusionment charm, turning back to inquire attentively. Lily, seated opposite them, cast a worried glance at Snape, who in his response still could not relax his expression, his fists clenched, his body tense, his gaze fixated outside the carriage. Refusing to turn to face Anna, the charming red-haired girl wore a knowing smile, stifling her laughter behind her hand to avoid revealing her amusement. Reflecting on the earlier moment when she had discreetly questioned Snape, Lily felt an undeniable cleverness in her past self. Otherwise, how could they have arrived at such an entertaining scene now? Yet, Anna seemed entirely oblivious to Severus's discomfort. Should she attempt to hint at it? But she was reluctant to disturb the amusing yet awkward expression on Severus's face. It was genuinely entertaining. Amidst the tension, the train gradually came to a halt. The sun having dipped below the horizon, a deep night enveloping the Scottish Highlands, the night breeze carrying a chill. The first-year students followed Hagrid to the dock for boats, while the second years, including them, rode in carriages drawn by Thestrals to Hogwarts gates, entering the school from there. The trio found an empty carriage, and Anna and Snape simultaneously noticed the tall, skeletal Thestrals, invisible to Lily, who had not yet witnessed death. From her perspective, the carriage seemed to be pulled by a wisp of air, until Anna explained the existence of these mystical creatures. In truth, Anna had never witnessed anyone die before her eyes in either life. Her parents had perished in a car accident, and she had not even seen their bodies. She speculated that her ability to see Thestrals was likely linked to her prior encounter with the deity governing death. For Snape, seeing Thestrals was entirely normal. Having witnessed too many lives, both innocent and guilty, slip away before him, including Dumbledore's, whom he had killed with his own hands. By the way, there are no flying lessons this year, Severus. That news is splendid. Perhaps your end-of-term grades will be on par with mine. Anna shifted the conversation, and Snape sensed her intention to redirect attention away from the ominous Thestrals. But why mention his flying lessons? By the way, Lily, we are second years now. You fly quite well. Have you considered trying out for the Quidditch team? No, Anna, I prefer to focus on my studies. You fly well too. Are you considering trying out? If I have the time, I might consider it, but unfortunately I have little free time. Anna replied regretfully. The Dawn Islands were entering a crucial development phase, and she would likely need to take time off this semester to monitor progress. If significant obstacles arose while engaging wizarding merchants, she would need to oversee the negotiations. The outcome of their discussion was that neither of them planned to try out for Quidditch. While the third party had no intention of engaging in that uncomfortable topic at all, the carriage soon arrived at Hogwarts entrance, where Professor Flitwick stood to register the returning students' names. And then they all proceeded to the Great Hall for the annual welcome feast for the first years. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Anna reminisced about the previous year when she had first met her father. Outwardly composed, yet inwardly she had been quite exhilarated. After a year of relentless effort, I have finally reconnected my dear father with my beloved dad, and I am optimistic that the future holds greater promise. Ah, and let us not forget Lucius Malfoy, who is poised to graduate this year. What an exceptionally useful ally he is. It is a pity that he will soon be departing. A slight twinge of regret lingers. Abercax Malfoy has established preliminary connections with Eliza, and there is a considerable likelihood that she will be his collaborator in the future. However, this bears little relevance to his son, as he remains a valuable asset nonetheless. The sorting ceremony for the new students has entered its final stage, and it is no surprise that Regulus Black and young Barty Crouch have been placed in Slytherin. The former, due to familial ties, has gravitated towards Lucius and Narcissa, while the latter appears somewhat hesitant, yet ultimately settles into a position near Anna's faction. Young Barty Crouch, recently initiated into the academy, has had limited interactions with the Death Eaters. Driven by his father's legacy, he fervently seeks immense power, yearning to affirm his existence. As he sits in his seat, young Barty Crouch eagerly surveys his surroundings. Upon catching sight of Anna in the distance, his eyes widen and his breath quickens. He bears his father's name, forever feeling ensnared in his shadow, while Anna has inherited the infamous surname of Grindelwald. Before the commencement of the school year, young Barty Crouch, upon learning of Anna's existence, has developed a profound curiosity about her. He wonders how one can embody such serenity and inner strength, unperturbed by the judgment of others, living fearlessly as one's true self, unscathed by the notorious legacy she carries.